On Vermilion Bird Avenue, a long wedding procession stretched for miles, moving forward in grand style. A golden bridal sedan chair carried by 16 attendants shone brightly under the sun. The golden phoenix embroidered on the curtain trembled slightly with each step, as if ready to take flight at any moment. Behind the chair followed an endless line of dowry chests. The red silk ribbons tied to the lacquered boxes fluttered in the spring breeze. Whose young lady is getting married? What a grand scene! A scholar-like young man exclaimed from a tea-house by the street. An old man beside him stroked his beard and said, "Judging by this display, she must be a princess or a noble's daughter." "You don't know the half of it." A merchant at the next table leaned over and whispered, "This is the only daughter of the richest man in our Lan Nua kingdom. They say her dowry alone fills 1,360 chests." Everyone gasped in surprise. Just then, a group of maids carrying jewel boxes passed by. The sunlight reflected off the gems, dazzling the onlookers. "Wait a moment." A woman frowned. "Didn't the heir of Marquis ruin Mary Miss Zhou just 3 days ago? Then this Miss Li must be. Who knows?" But with Miss Li's status, even becoming a secondary wife in the Marquis's household is still considered marrying up. Look at that dowry. 10 miles of red decorations wouldn't be an exaggeration. With such wealth, she could marry anyone in the capital. Why would she lower herself to be a secondary wife? Inside the sedan chair, Li Jiwei's fingers dug deep into her palm. Beneath the red bridal veil, her lips curved into a cold smile. She hadn't expected to be reborn on the very day of her wedding. In her previous life, she had brought half of the Li family's fortune to the capital to marry Lin Jidong. But what awaited her was betrayal. 3 days before her wedding, Lin Jidong had already married her beloved cousin, Zhou Yutong. Left with no choice, she had swallowed her pride and agreed to become Lin Jidong's equal wife in name. But that title was only for show. Life in the Marquis's household had been far from kind. At first, her maids still protected her. But gradually, those around her were either bribed by Zhou Yutong or quietly removed by Lin Jidong and Zhou Yutong together. Even her dowry was taken away soon after she entered the Lin household, with her mother-in-law, Madame Zhou, finding endless excuses to claim it. When she tried to get it back, her mother-in-law always found new reasons to delay. In the end, the Marquis of Ruan's household had spent all of her dowry. Lin Jidong then told her to write to her father, asking him to send more money. But by that time, she had already seen the true faces of everyone in that household. How could she bear to let her father give money to such ungrateful people? However, that cruel man Lin Jidong used her name to deceive the Li family and take all their property. In the end, her parents met a tragic death. She only learned the truth when Zhou Yutong appeared before her, proudly wearing her mother's jewelry. It was then that she finally understood. The Marquis's family had only proposed to her because they wanted the Li family's wealth. Everything had been part of their scheme. "Li Jiwei, you probably don't know this," Zhou Yutong said smugly. "My cousin felt sorry that I had no dowry, so he gave me yours. And actually, he never cared for you. Even on your wedding day, the tea you drank had medicine in it, so you could never have children. Someone like you doesn't deserve to have his child. And as for the person who shared your wedding chamber that night, do you want to know who it was?" Zhou Yutong looked at Li Jiwei with pride, treating her as nothing more than a stepping stone. Without Li Jiwei's dowry and her family's possessions, Zhou Yutong and her cousin would never have lived so comfortably, nor would his career have advanced so smoothly. "Li Jiwei, someone like you is only fit to be with a stable hand, old Zhong," Zhou Yutong sneered. Those words broke the last bit of hope in Li Jiwei's heart. Old Zhong was an aging, rough man from the stables. She could not bear such humiliation. Her eyes fell on a pair of scissors nearby. Li Jiwei grabbed the scissors and, filled with anger, rushed toward Zhou Yutong. She wanted to end it all. But she had been starving for too long and had no strength. Zhou Yutong was startled at first, but the servant woman beside her quickly stepped in to protect her. Li Jiwei didn't even manage to touch her. Instead, the servant pushed her hard, sending her crashing into the corner of the wall. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself sitting inside a wedding sedan. Li Jiwei quietly thought through everything that was about to happen. In this life, she would no longer be the helpless merchant's daughter who let others control her fate. If the Marquis family wanted to use the Li family's wealth to pave their way, she would make sure they paid the price. In her past life, she had been too foolish, and that had given them their chance. Outside the western suburbs, many young sons from noble families had gathered. Around them, a group of children were happily flying kites. Wei Herue, the grandson of Grand Tutor Wei, was proudly showing off a new toy his mother had found for him, a 9-ring puzzle. "This was given to me by my mother," Wei Herue said proudly, lifting his chin. "What's so special about that?" Su Qingshi looked at the puzzle with displeasure. He wanted one too, but he would never admit it. "Hey, Su Qingshi, do you want to try it? I'm generous. I can let you take a look," Wei Herue said smugly. "My mother found this just for me. There's only one like it in the whole capital," he added proudly. Su Qingshi's face darkened. Was that annoying Wei Herue showing off because he had a mother, while he didn't? Thinking of this, Su Qingshi angrily turned and left. "Your Highness, please wait for me." Xia Yanji, who followed behind him, didn't know why he was upset again, but hurried after him anyway. Wei Herue, seeing Su Qingshi leave in anger, wasn't worried at all. Instead, he looked even more pleased, certain that Su Qingshi was just jealous of his 9-ring puzzle. "Miss, the gates of the Marquis of Ruan's residence are still closed," Chuigua, Li Jiwei's maid, said anxiously from outside the carriage. "All right," Li Jiwei replied softly. She knew the Marquis's household was deliberately trying to make things difficult for her. But she hadn't planned to enter the gates today anyway. "Chuigua, just wait for half a cup of tea's time, then knock again," Li Jiwei said calmly. In her previous life, the gates of the Marquis's residence hadn't opened until late in the afternoon. Now, it was still early morning. They certainly wouldn't open yet. She didn't leave right away, thinking quietly about her next move. "Tell me, do you think that annoying Wei Herue was mocking me for not having a mother?" Su Qingshi asked unhappily on the way back to the palace. Xia Yanji was startled, then looked at him with sympathy. Princess Consort Zhou had passed away giving birth to Su Qingshi, and over the years, Prince En had never remarried. "Maybe you could ask your father to marry again, so you'd have a stepmother?" Xia Yanji suggested carefully. "You think stepmothers are all good? Haven't you seen Zhao Donglai's stepmother? She's always scolding or hitting him." Su Qingshi was stunned for a moment, then quickly shook his head. He didn't think finding a stepmother was a good idea. What if you find someone from an ordinary family, but with some money? Maybe she wouldn't dare upset you, and might even buy you nice things. The more Xia Yanji thought about it, the more he felt this idea could work. If his own mother were gone one day, he could ask his father to find such a stepmother. She might give him money to spend every day. Just thinking about it made him happy. But where could you find someone like that? Su Qingshi thought Xia Yanji was being unrealistic. A person that good would have already been chosen by someone else. How could she still be available for his father? As they walked, they suddenly saw a lively wedding procession. "Hey, young master, look. I wonder whose wedding it is. Should we go take a look?" Seeing that Su Qingshi wasn't in a good mood, Xia Yanji quickly suggested it. "Let's go see." After all, Su Qingshi was still a child, and he found the long wedding procession fascinating. It was the first time he had seen one so grand. But the closer they got, the stranger it seemed. Why would a wedding procession stop and not move? The two boys walked all the way to the gate of the Marquis of Ruan's residence and saw the doors tightly shut. The bridal sedan chair had stopped right outside the gate. The whole wedding party looked awkward and out of place. What was going on? The two children were full of curiosity. "Oh my, young master, what do you think is happening?" Though young, Xia Yanji was full of curiosity. Why isn't the Marquis's family opening the gate to welcome the bride? That's strange. Didn't the Marquis's heir just get married a few days ago? Why is there another wedding now? And this one looks even grander. You don't understand. Maybe the young lady insisted on marrying him. You don't know either. That's the daughter of the richest family in Manhwa Kingdom, the Li family. Look at all those wedding gifts. If the Marquis family hadn't proposed first, how could she and her dowry be sent here? Maybe the Marquis family wants to back out of the marriage. Wow, Your Highness, there's something interesting happening. I know the young lord from the Marquis of Rowan's household. A few days ago, he really got married to Miss Zhou from the Zhou family, Xia Yanji said excitedly. Then could it be that this bride is meant to marry someone else from the Marquis family? Su Qingshi looked at the bridal sedan chair, then at the wedding procession behind it, and a bold idea came to his mind. The richest man in the Lano kingdom was a merchant, and in Lano, merchants were considered the lowest among scholars, farmers, artisans, and traders. That wealthy family must be extremely rich. Now that the Marquis of Rowan's household didn't want this bride, wouldn't she be perfect for his father, the prince? If his father married Miss Li, wouldn't he be able to get as many fine gifts as he wanted? Maybe even some rare treasures too?
How could that be?
The only one of marriageable age in the Marquis family is Lin Jidong, Xia Yanji replied without hesitation. Then tell me, what does this Miss Li look like? Su Qingshi rested his chin on one hand, thinking that if Miss Li wasn't good-looking, he'd forget the idea. Neither he nor his father liked unattractive women. I heard Miss Li is said to be stunningly beautiful, though I haven't seen her myself. But with such rumors, she's probably not bad. Why are you asking, Your Highness? Xia Yanji asked curiously. What if I take her back and make her my stepmother? Su Qingshi's eyes lit up as he stared at the bridal sedan chair after hearing that Miss Li was said to be beautiful. Having a beautiful stepmother would make the household livelier anyway. Then he could even show off to Wei Herue. After all, Wei Herue's mother wasn't known for her looks. Your Highness, what did you just say? Xia Yanji swallowed hard, wondering if he had misheard. Sure. He had once joked about suggesting that Prince and marry a new wife so Su Qingshi could have a stepmother. But he never meant for him to actually go and take someone by force. If Princeton found out this idea came from him, would he break his legs? At that thought, Xia Yanji's knees began to tremble. Your Highness, let's hurry back. I'm sure the old princess is waiting for you to have lunch, Xia Yanji said nervously, his heart pounding. He was worried that his good friend might soon turn into a troublesome one. Go back? Not yet. I still need to bring a grand gift for grandmother. At this moment, Su Qingshi no longer looked angry. Instead, he seemed excited and eager to act. The thought that he would soon have a beautiful stepmother made his earlier gloom disappear. He could already imagine Wei Herue looking at him with envy.
Guards.
Su Qingshi waved his hand. The guards quickly stepped forward and bowed. Young master, what are your orders? Take that bridal sedan chair to Prince N's residence, Su Qingshi said, pointing at the decorated chair not far away. The guards were stunned. They looked at the sedan chair, wondering if there was another one nearby. Could it be that the young master wanted someone else's bridal chair? Thinking of this, they hesitated, unsure if the people from Marquis Ruin's household would give it up. What are you waiting for? Do my words mean nothing now? Su Qingshi said impatiently. Yes, young master. But what about the person inside? One guard asked carefully. Of course. Take her back to the residence, Su Qingshi said, glaring at him. The guard froze for a moment, wanting to object, but he remembered his duty was to obey the young master completely. So he gave the order, and the men lifted the bridal chair and carried it toward Prince N's mansion. Su Qingshi walked proudly in front, thinking to himself that even a stepmother was more precious when won by boldness. Meanwhile, Li Jiwei, who had been worrying about what to do, suddenly felt the sedan chair shake. She didn't know what was happening. Suegwa? She called softly, but there was no reply. Suegwa was stunned for a moment, and when she realized what had happened, her young lady had already been carried away. What are you standing there for? Hurry and follow. Suegwa shouted anxiously. The others finally reacted and rushed after the chair, followed by the entire wedding procession. The onlookers were confused, not knowing what kind of scene they were witnessing. Young master, The master asks you to come to the main hall, a servant called from the courtyard. I know. I'm coming, Lin Jidong replied impatiently. He couldn't understand why his father insisted he marry that merchant's daughter. Cousin, please go, Zhou Yutong said softly, looking hurt. Although she didn't want Lin Jidong to marry that woman, her aunt said that the woman wouldn't affect her relationship with Zhen. She couldn't ruin the Marquis's plans. Besides, she was now the wife of the heir. That woman would enter the house after her and would always be beneath her in status. Her cousin cared for her, and she believed he would always take her side. Tanger, don't worry. You're the only one in my heart. Marrying her is just my father's decision, Lin Jidong said quickly. Cousin, I know your heart belongs to me, Zhou Yutong thought proudly. As long as Lin Jidong's heart was with her, she would be the true winner. Marquis, something bad has happened. A servant rushed into the main hall. At that moment, the Marquis of Ruan's residence showed none of the joy that should come with a wedding. It seemed the family believed that Li Jiwei marrying into their house was the greatest fortune of her life. Why are you shouting? Have you no manners? Madame Zhou scolded with displeasure. Madam, the bridal sedan. It's been taken away, the servant said nervously. He had been secretly watching the situation outside, but didn't dare open the gate without orders. About the new bride, he had only been surprised by her large dowry. In his eyes, she was just a merchant's daughter, unworthy of the heir, no matter how much wealth she brought. But as he watched, he suddenly saw Su Qingshi take the bride away. At first, he didn't realize what was happening, but when the entire wedding procession followed, he knew something was wrong. He hurried to report the news.
What?
Marquis Lin Chihua couldn't believe his ears. The bridal sedan had been taken? It was one thing if the bride was gone, but the dowry must not be lost. What about the dowry? Madame Zhou asked immediately.
It
was taken too, the servant replied, trembling.
What?
Lin Chihua stood up in shock. Those things were very important. Father, didn't I say we could just use a rooster to complete the ceremony with that woman? Lin Jidong said unhappily as he walked in. You fool. You're perfectly fine. So why would you let a rooster stand in for you at your own wedding? Lin Chihua was already full of anger and, seeing how careless Lin Jidong looked, he put all the blame on him. Father, didn't you agree to it before? Lin Jidong asked in confusion, not understanding why his father had suddenly changed his mind. Oh dear, Jidong, your bride has been taken away by someone, Madame Zhou said anxiously, thinking of all the dowry that had been carried off as well. Taken away? That lowly merchant's daughter? Who would be foolish enough to take her? Let them have her. I didn't want to marry her anyway. Lin Jidong actually felt relieved when he heard the news. To him, this was the best outcome. He had never wanted to marry that merchant's daughter in the first place. Watch your words. Madame Zhou quickly stopped him when she saw Lin Chihua's face darken even more. What are you standing there for? Go and bring Lady Li back. Lin Chihua scolded, glaring at his son in disappointment. Yes, father. Lin Jidong turned to leave, but before long, he came back again, looking timid. Father, where should I go to find her? Can't you ask around? With all that dowry she took, do you think she could just disappear? Lin Chihua was so angry, he could hardly breathe. He turned to Madame Zhou and snapped, Look at the useless son you've raised. Madame Zhou wanted to say that he had a part in raising him too, but seeing how furious her husband was, she dared not speak. In her heart, though, she blamed Lady Li. The woman hadn't even entered their home yet and had already caused her son to be scolded. She was nothing but trouble. If not for the generous dowry, Madame Zhou would never have agreed to let her son marry such a bringer of bad luck. At that moment, the old Princess Dowager of Prince An's residence was calmly drinking tea in the Hall of Serenity. Butler Lu Ming rushed in, flustered. Your Grace, something terrible has happened. The young lord.
He.
Lu Ming didn't know how to explain that the young lord had brought back a woman who was supposed to be the prince's bride. What was worse, the courtyard was overflowing with dowry items, and there was still a long line of servants outside waiting to carry in more. Even the experienced butler of the royal household was at a complete loss for what to do. Old Lu, look how anxious you are. Did Qingshi cause trouble again? The old princess looked at Lu Ming with some confusion and amusement. Her grandson was at the age when boys were often mischievous. From time to time, he would argue or even get into small fights with his playmates. The old princess thought these were just minor issues. What child wasn't a little naughty? The young master isn't hurt, is he? Asked Nanny Luo quickly. Oh dear, your grace, the young master is fine. It's just that. He somehow brought back a bridal sedan chair and said. Lu Ming looked uneasy, unsure how to explain that the young master had brought home a bride. What did you say? The old princess's expression darkened slightly. Her grandson had brought back a bridal sedan chair? Thinking of her late daughter-in-law, she sighed. The child had been unfortunate, losing his mother at birth. And her wooden-headed son was always busy with the emperor's affairs, rarely home. She was getting old and couldn't always keep an eye on the boy. Perhaps it was time someone helped manage him. The young master said he brought her back to be the new princess for the lord. Lu Ming added softly when he saw that the old princess wasn't angry. Well, that boy certainly has ideas, the old princess chuckled. He even knows his useless father needs a companion. She slowly stood up, curious to see which young lady her mischievous grandson had brought home. Perhaps, she thought, this might be a good chance to help her son find a new wife. Your Grace, the new princess's dowry is quite large. The steward said carefully. Oh, there's even a dowry? The old princess grew even more curious. Where had her grandson found a bride who came with her own dowry? With that thought, she hurried forward to see for herself. After some swaying, Li Jiwei's bridal sedan finally stopped. Feeling dizzy, she stepped out and looked around at the unfamiliar place, momentarily confused. After all, this hadn't happened in her previous life. Back then, she had been left waiting outside the Marquis of Roan's residence until late afternoon before being allowed in. But this place clearly wasn't the Marquis of Roan's mansion. Looking at Li Jiwei after her veil was lifted, Su Qingshi nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. You look quite nice, he said, whistling like a little adult as he circled around her. This young master you are? Li Jiwei found the situation amusing, but she still wanted to know where she was. Listen carefully. I'm your son. My name is Su Qingshi and I never change it, he said proudly, patting his chest. At that moment, Su Qingshi had no idea what kind of trouble he had just caused. Li Jiwei froze for a moment. Su Qingshi? Wasn't that the name of the heir to Princeton? How could he be her son? Greetings, Your Highness, Li Jiwei said, bowing politely. She looked around but saw no adults nearby, which made her even more confused. Could it be that Lin Jidong had sold her to Princeton? But wasn't it said that Princeton avoided women? Who are you looking for? Su Qingshi asked unhappily when he saw her puzzled expression. Your Highness, is this Prince An's residence? Are the elders of the house here? Li Jiwei had so many questions she wanted to ask someone. If you have something to say, just tell me. In this residence, who else has more authority than I do? Su Qingshi said, feeling that Li Jiwei was looking down on him, which made him unhappy. You can make decisions? Li Jiwei thought to herself. She couldn't possibly ask a child how she had ended up here, could she? Of course I can, Su Qingshi said proudly. Your Highness, why am I here?
Li Jiwei siga.
The most important thing now was to figure out how she had come to be in Prince An's residence, or wherever this place was. I brought you here, of course, Su Qingshi said, raising his eyebrows proudly.
Ah.
Li Jiwei was speechless. She had considered many possibilities, but not this one. You don't believe me? Seeing her expression, Su Qingshi felt offended and upset. I wouldn't dare, Li Jiwei replied politely, though her tone and manner clearly showed disbelief, which only made Su Qingshi more annoyed. Your Highness, there's no more space outside. Where should we put the rest of the things? A young servant ran in anxiously. What things can't fit? Su Qingshi asked in confusion. It's the young lady's dowry, sir. There's just too much of it. The prince's residence can't hold it all. The servant scratched his head, still unsure why his young master had brought this lady back. Surely the young master wasn't planning to marry her? She looked much older than him. What's a dowry? Su Qingshi asked. He was still a child and didn't understand why such a thing was needed. Li Jiwei stood nearby, both amused and exasperated. This little boy had brought her here without even knowing what a dowry was. What surprised her even more was that her family's attendants had followed and brought all her dowry with them. In her past life, she had heard the servants of the Marquis of Rohan's household whisper that after the former Princess of An had died in childbirth, Prince An never remarried. If she could stay in Prince An's residence, it might not be a bad thing. At least her parents might not have met such a tragic end. Even if she couldn't stay, perhaps she could use her large dowry to find a way to protect herself and her parents. After thinking it through, Li Jiwei made a bold decision. Wealth, after all, was only a worldly possession. Your Highness, when a woman marries, she brings a dowry. Miss Li's dowry just happens to be quite large, Xia Yanji whispered, tugging at Su Qingshi's sleeve. How large can it be? Big enough that even our residents can't hold it? Su Qingshi said dismissively. Your Highness, you should come see for yourself. The front hall is already full, and that's only part of it, the servant said helplessly. After all, he was just a lowly servant. He had no authority to decide where to store such things, especially since the young master had personally brought the lady back. The safest choice was to ask for instructions. The old princess looked at the courtyard filled with red silk and was stunned. Where did Qingshi get all this? She murmured, astonished. Even with all her experience, she had never seen a dowry this large. How could her grandson bring home a random young lady, and she came with so much wealth? Wouldn't this make the emperor suspicious of their family's intentions? Hearing this, the old lady's heart almost jumped to her throat. She quickly asked, Where is Qingshi? Where is he? The old princess also wanted to ask where that young lady was and which family she came from. After all, someone who could act so boldly was rare in the capital. Perhaps even their royal household couldn't afford to offend her. Your Grace, the young master is in the main hall right now. As soon as the servant finished speaking, Su Qingshi and Xia Yanji walked out quickly, followed by a young woman dressed in a bright red wedding gown. The old princess stumbled a little, thinking, the elder one refuses to marry, and now the younger one brings home a beautiful girl he shouldn't marry. Why is my life so difficult? Su Qingshi was momentarily dazzled by all the red decorations around the courtyard. He looked at the endless red silk and couldn't understand it. Did you move your whole family here for your wedding? He thought. Good thing I'm a man, otherwise, our household might not even have enough left to live on. Li Jiwei froze for a moment, then lowered her head in embarrassment. Indeed, her wedding had nearly emptied her family's wealth. Even so, in her past life, her parents had not met a good end. My parents were afraid I might be treated unfairly after marriage, so they prepared a generous dowry for me, Li Jiwei said softly, her tone tinged with sadness. Why did you bring a black box to your wedding? Su Qingshi asked curiously, glancing at the coffin-shaped box nearby. He wondered what kind of treasure could be inside. Qingshi, mind your manners. The old princess scolded as she approached, seeing her grandson rudely pointing at the young lady's dowry. Grandmother, why are you here? Su Qingshi asked casually. He wasn't worried. No matter what he did, his grandmother always stood by him. If I hadn't come, I wouldn't have known you'd do something so reckless. Young lady, I must apologize. It's my fault for not teaching my grandson better, the old princess said, first scolding Su Qingshi, then turning to Li Jiwei with an apologetic look.
I am Li Jiwei.
Greetings, Your Grace. I should be the one thanking the young master. If not for him, I would still be standing outside the Marquis of Rohan's gate, unable to enter, Li Jiwei said with a polite bow, then smiled bitterly at herself.
Oh?
Is that so? May I ask which young master from the Marquis of Rohan's household the young lady is to marry? The old princess had heard some things about the Marquis's family, but she preferred to hear the truth directly from the person involved. Fortunately, she had already sent someone to call back her troublesome son. If this young lady was indeed the new bride of the Marquis's household, they might soon come looking for her. However, seeing the generous dowry the young lady brought, the old princess couldn't recall any Li family in the capital wealthy enough to provide such a grand gift. Thinking of the Marquis's family's financial troubles, she sighed inwardly, feeling that this girl might be walking into a difficult situation. With that thought, the old princess looked at Li Jiwei with a touch of pity. My family name is Li, and we live in Lian County. 3 months ago, the Marquis of Ruan's family came to propose marriage on behalf of the heir. My father was reluctant to let me marry so far away, but he was moved by their sincerity. He prepared a dowry of 1,360 chess so that I could have a secure place in my husband's home. Unfortunately, after traveling all the way to the capital, I haven't even stepped through the Marquis's gate, Li Jiwei said honestly. Grandmother, I only brought her back because she looked so pitiful standing alone outside the Marquis's residence. Besides, father still needs a princess consort. I think this young lady would be perfect, Su Qingshi quickly added. The old princess gave her thoughtless grandson a sharp look. The Marquis's family probably meant to make things difficult for this girl on purpose. But since the young lady said the Marquis's family had sincerely proposed, perhaps she had misunderstood. Still, seeing the courtyard filled with dowry items, the old princess suddenly understood why the Marquis's family had insisted on marrying this Li girl. Thinking of their shameless behavior, she couldn't bring herself to tell her grandson to send the girl back right away. Young lady, since you are the new bride of the Marquis's household, I'm sure they will soon send someone to fetch you, the old princess said with a polite smile. Hearing this, Li Jiwei felt a pang in her heart. It seemed the old princess had no intention of helping her. She sighed inwardly. After all, there was no reason for anyone to take her side. Grandmother, the heir of the Marquis's family already got married 3 days ago. You even sent Uncle Liu to deliver the wedding gift, did you forget? Su Qingshi said unhappily. The old princess finally remembered that there really was such a matter. Then she turned to Li Jiwei and asked, Young lady, did the Marquis of Ruan's household give you a marriage contract? The old princess wondered if the Marquis's family intended for this Li girl to become the heir's concubine. But if it was only for a concubine, such a grand display was far too much. No wonder they refused to let her enter the house. After all, a concubine's dowry could not surpass that of the main wife. And with 1,360 chests of dowry, how many noble ladies in the capital could match that? Li Jiwei replied respectfully, Yes, Your Grace. This is the marriage contract between the Marquis of Ruan's household and me. Without hesitation, she took the document from her sleeve. She was glad she had kept it with her, though it should have been packed with her dowry. Somehow, she had decided to carry it herself. The old princess took the contract and examined it carefully. It clearly stated that the Marquis's heir was to marry this Li girl as his official wife. She recalled that 3 days ago, the Lin family had also spoken of the heir's marriage to a main wife. Still, this was another family's affair, and it was not her place to interfere. However, it was obvious that this young woman had been deceived by the Lin family. Su Qingshi, have you caused trouble again? Asked Su Hemming, who had been summoned back by the old princess. Seeing the courtyard filled with red decorations, he felt a headache coming on. He couldn't tell whether the old princess was forcing him to marry, or if that mischievous boy Su Qingshi had done something foolish again. Outside the gate, he even saw a long line of people waiting. Was Su Qingshi trying to bankrupt the family by buying so many things? Hearing this, Su Qingshi shrank his neck and quickly hid behind the old princess, pleading, Grandmother, I just really want a mother. Besides, this young lady is so beautiful. She looks perfect standing next to father. If they have a little brother or sister for me, they'll surely be just as lovely. Su Qingshi didn't fully understand what he was saying. He only remembered that Wei Herui's mother wasn't very pretty, and that was why Wei Herui didn't look good either. The old princess, who had been a bit angry, now looked carefully at Li Jiwei. Indeed, the girl was truly beautiful. For a moment, The old princess felt a spark of excitement. It wasn't strange that Su Qingshi liked pretty people. He himself was handsome, and beauty ran in the family. The old princess had never liked unattractive matches. "Young lady," she said with a smile, "why don't you consider my son?" The old princess asked impulsively. But as soon as the words left her mouth, she felt a little regretful. She had spoken too quickly. Still, since she had already said it, there was no need to take it back. She had never heard of the Li family the young woman mentioned, so it probably wasn't a powerful or noble household. If her son wanted to marry her, then so be it. If the Marquis of Rwanan's family really dared to come and make trouble, she was confident she could handle it for her future daughter-in-law. After all, it was the Marquis's family who had deceived them first. If this matter reached the emperor, they would be the ones in the wrong. Hearing this, Li Jiwei's face turned slightly red. She hadn't expected the old princess to ask so directly. Curious, she glanced toward the man who had spoken. In her previous life, she had only heard of Prince Anne's household. After arriving in the capital, she had been locked away by the Lin family in the back courtyard, until her death. Everything she knew came from the conversations between the two servants who guarded her. When she saw the tall, imposing man stride into the hall, Li Jiwei froze for a moment, then shyly lowered her head. Staring at a strange man like that was indeed impolite. Seeing a woman in a bright red wedding dress standing in the hall, Su Hemming stopped in his tracks, confused about what was going on. "Father, I brought you a new wife today. Look, isn't she beautiful?" Su Qingshi said proudly, pointing at Li Jiwei when he saw that his father wasn't shouting at him in anger. Beside them, Xia Yanji quickly lowered his head, silently praying, "Please don't notice me, Your Highness.
Please don't notice me."
Su Hemming felt his anger rise to the top of his head. Brought him a new wife. This really was his own son. Was he afraid his father would grow old and lonely? It was the first time he had seen someone so eager to find a stepmother for his own father. Furious, Su Hemming wanted to grab that foolish son of his, but in his anger, he didn't notice the dowry chest at his feet. He stumbled and almost fell. "Grandmother, look. Father must be so happy to see his new wife that he can't even stand straight," Su Qingshi said seriously when he saw his father nearly fall. The old princess looked at her son, then at her grandson, and sighed. She couldn't help thinking that this foolish pair couldn't possibly be related by blood. Such foolishness clearly ran in the family. You broke my lady's dowry. That pair of vases was something my mistress spent a long time finding for her." Chuegwa scolded anxiously when she saw Su Hemming lying on the ground. "Chuegwa, it's fine. His Highness didn't do it on purpose," Li Jiwei quickly said. She was afraid that if she spoke too late, the prince might punish Chuegwa severely. People like them from the small Li family couldn't afford to offend nobles in the capital. Su Hemming, now calmer, looked at Li Jiwei in surprise. He had to admit, she really caught his eye. This young lady was indeed beautiful. No wonder that troublesome boy had brought her back. Everyone in the Su family shared one trait. They all liked good-looking people. "Miss, why are you here?" Chuegwa asked, still out of breath from chasing her. She wasn't familiar with the capital and had almost lost her way. Now that she had finally found her lady, she looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, confused about what was happening. "This young lord brought me here," Li Jiwei said helplessly, pointing at Su Qingshi. "Su Qingshi, how do you explain this?" Su Hemming asked angrily. "Father, everyone else has a mother, but I don't. Since you won't find one for me, I decided to find one myself," Su Qingshi said with a pitiful look, making the old princess feel sorry for him. She glared at her husband for being so careless. Hearing this, Su Hemming's face turned red. He realized it was his own fault for not teaching his son properly. Otherwise, how could Su Qingshi have done something so foolish? "Young lady, it's my fault for not raising my son well and causing you trouble. Let me send someone to escort you back to the Marquis of Rowan's residence," Su Hemming said apologetically to Li Jiwei. "Father, how can you be so heartless? If you send her back, she'll only be treated badly again. You're not helping her. You're hurting her, Su Qingshi protested. Quiet. You're just a child. What do you know? Su Hemming said helplessly, though he held back from scolding too harshly in front of Li Jiwei. Father, do you think my sister isn't beautiful? Su Qingshi asked in confusion, glancing at Li Jiwei. In his mind, she was the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. Your Highness, please show mercy and give me a way to live. Li Jiwei knew that if Prince In really sent her back, she would face the same tragic fate as in her previous life. Since heaven had given her a second chance, it must not be for her to repeat the same mistakes. Su Hemming was stunned for a moment. He didn't understand. If she was already engaged to the Marquis of Rohan's son, how could she have no way out? Your Highness, the Marquis's family only pretended to want me as a bride. In truth, 3 days ago, they already married the daughter of the Zhou family as the official wife. Today, before I could even enter their house, they deliberately left me waiting outside. Even if I were to marry into the Lin family, my life would be miserable. Besides, my family background is humble and my dowry, instead of protecting me, would only bring me harm. Seeing Su Hemming's hesitation, Li Jiwei knelt down without thinking. What do you want me to do for you? Su Hemming asked, knowing that what she said was true. Still, this was the Marquis's family matter, and he had no reason to interfere. Yet, for some reason, he felt compelled to get involved. Perhaps it was because Li Jiwei's dowry was so generous. Looking at all those chests, he thought of the recent floods in the south. The emperor was worried about the lack of funds, and this dowry alone could save several provinces. I wish to use my dowry in exchange for 2 requests, Li Jiwei said with a spark of hope. The prince hadn't refused her, meaning he was willing to listen. Even though Su Hemming had already thought of using her dowry for disaster relief, he was still surprised by her words. He hadn't expected this young lady to be so perceptive. Looking at the courtyard full of red-lacquered chests, he thought to himself, she's truly willing to give up everything. What are your requests? Su Hemming asked directly. First, I ask your highness to help me break off the engagement with the Lin family. Second, I ask that you protect my parents from harm, Li Jiwei said quickly. That's all? Su Hemming was a little surprised. He had thought she might ask to marry him instead. For some reason, he felt a faint sense of disappointment. After all, his son liked beautiful women, and truth be told, so did he. He had never remarried because none of the women he met could compare to his late princess. Unfortunately, she had not lived long. Your Highness, I wonder if my dowry of 1,360 chests could be exchanged for the safety of my parents? Li Jiwei emphasized again how generous her dowry was. Here, what do you think about this? The old princess felt a bit soft-hearted. She thought, this young woman is willing to give up her lifelong security just to ask for 2 small favors. Besides, keeping so much dowry piled up in the Prince of Anne's residence was not ideal. As the old princess, she naturally thought of the floods in the south. If these things could help the people, it would be a good deed. She didn't mind supporting this girl in the future. After all, the Marquis of Rohan's family clearly had no intention of treating her well. Mother, I'll go to the palace. Have someone find a courtyard to store these things for now, Su Hemming said, thinking the dowry would only stay in the prince's residence temporarily. Yes, I'll have the servants move everything to the West Xiang courtyard, said Steward Lu quickly. Su Hemming nodded and was about to leave when he heard noise outside the gate. Can't you see what's going on? Don't you even know who your lady is marrying? Don't you know where to carry these things? Lin Jidong had finally caught up with the wedding procession. Seeing the enormous dowry, he was shocked. He had known before that Miss Li's dowry was generous, but seeing it with his own eyes made him regret his earlier arrogance. He should have welcomed her into his home sooner. If the dowry had entered the Lin family, it would have belonged to them. But now, watching everything being carried into the Prince of Anne's residence, Lin Jidong felt deeply upset. The people carrying the dowry were all from the Li family, so of course they ignored him. Earlier, they had waited outside the Marquis of Rohan's gate for nearly 2 hours. If the groom had truly wanted to marry their lady, would he have treated her so poorly? They didn't understand why their lady had come to the Prince of Anne's residence, but since it embarrassed the Marquis of Rohan's family, they were more than happy about it. "Stop! Didn't you hear me?" Lin Jidong shouted anxiously when no one paid attention to him. He dared to block people at the gate of the Prince of Anne's residence, but he didn't have the courage to go inside and take anything. After all, the Prince of Anne was well known for his power and reputation. Otherwise, Su Qingshi wouldn't be called the little overlord of the capital. Well, where did this stray dog come from, barking at the gates of Prince Anne's residence? The young troublemaker Su Qingshi rushed out without thinking and mocked Lin Jidong. When Su Hemming came out, he only gave Lin Jidong a quick glance, not taking him seriously at all. He was in a hurry to enter the palace and share the good news with the emperor. Before leaving, Su Hemming still told the steward, Lu Ming, to keep an eye on the dowry. Lu Ming happily agreed, thinking that his master had finally come to his senses. He guessed that the master was probably going to the palace to ask the emperor to grant him a marriage with the new princess. Thinking of this, Lu Ming worked even harder. "Young lord of Prince Anne's residence, your words are harsh. I heard that you invited my wife to visit your home. I'm only here to bring her back," Lin Jitong said carefully, not daring to offend Su Qingshi. "Young Master Lin, you must be mistaken. Isn't your wife staying safely at your own home? Or are your eyes failing you at such a young age?" Su Qingshi replied rudely. Lin Jitong's mouth twitched. He felt that no matter what he said, it would be wrong. But if he didn't speak up, all of Madame Li's belongings would end up in Prince Anne's residence, and it would be even harder to get them back later. "Young lord, is Prince Anne at home?" Lin Qihua, who had hurried over, frowned when he saw his son talking to a child, clearly displeased. "Marquis Ruin, my father is not at home today. If you have something to say, you can tell me directly," Su Qingshi said. Though still a child, he already knew that Lin Qihua was here for that beautiful lady's dowry. He would never let this man get what he wanted. Lin Qihua was momentarily speechless. What could he possibly discuss with a child? Still, the woman had been taken away by this very boy. If he wanted to reclaim those belongings, he had to speak with an adult in the household. Perhaps Prince Anne would feel sorry and even offer them some silver as compensation. Thinking this, Lin Qihua began to plan in his mind. "Is the old princess at home?" Lin Qihua asked. He thought it understandable that Prince Anne was busy with state affairs and not at home, but the old princess rarely went out, and he hadn't heard that she had left the residence today. "Marquis Ruin, you are being very rude. My grandmother is a lady of this household, and you, an outsider, are asking to see her? What are your intentions? Don't tell me you have improper thoughts about my grandmother?" Su Qingshi pointed at Lin Qihua and questioned him without hesitation. The old princess, supported by Li Jiwei and about to step out, stopped in her tracks when she heard this. She was secretly annoyed. This child, arguing with the Marquis was one thing, but how could he say such nonsense about her? She had planned to go out, but now she felt too embarrassed to do so. The Marquis of Ruin's face also turned red. What kind of situation was this? The old princess was of advanced age. How could he possibly have any such thoughts about her? But at this moment, he couldn't exactly explain that he had come to reclaim his daughter-in-law's dowry. "Someone, take all these things back to the Marquis of Ruin's residence. I will personally apologize to Prince Anne later," Lin Qihua finally ordered after thinking for a while. He reasoned that since these items originally belonged to the Li family, they naturally belonged to the Lin family now. Taking back what was his shouldn't cause any trouble with Prince Anne. Even if Prince Anne did get upset, it was his own son who had made the mistake first, so the fault would still lie with Prince Anne's household. Thinking this way, Lin Qihua lifted his head proudly, showing no sign of backing down before Su Qingshi. To him, the boy was just a child, not worth taking seriously. "Marquis Ruin, are you trying to steal from Prince Anne's residence?" Su Qingshi couldn't believe how shameless the Marquis was, daring to come here and take things away. "Steal? Young lord, you must be mistaken. These are items from my own household. I should be asking why things from the Marquis of Ruin's residence have appeared here. Do they grow legs and walk over on their own?" Or does someone in Prince An's residence enjoy taking what doesn't belong to them? Lin Chihua said mockingly, looking at Su Qingshi with disdain. He was just short of calling Su Qingshi a thief outright. Marquis Ruin, you'd better have proof for your words. These are clearly the belongings of Prince An's household. Do you think you can bully me just because I'm young? Su Qingshi retorted, furious at the Marquis's shamelessness. A moment ago, he had still felt a little guilty for taking someone from the Marquis's household. But now, that guilt was completely gone. He finally understood why he had brought that beautiful young lady back. He had done a good deed. Otherwise, someone like her would surely have been bullied if she had really entered the Marquis of Rohan's household. Thinking of this, Su Qingshi gave a soft hum. The Marquis of Rohan hadn't expected that the young boy from Prince An's residence would dare to talk back to him. Any other child would have been terrified by his words. It seemed he had underestimated this boy. Lin Chihua's eyes darkened slightly. It appeared that Prince An was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The Emperor listened to Su Hemming's report, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. You're saying the Marquis of Rohan's family went all the way to Lian County to propose marriage to the richest family there, the Lis? Zhu Jingchen thought to himself that if Lin Chihua truly had no ambitions, he would never believe it. Yes, Your Majesty. From what I saw of the dowry Miss Li brought, it seems the Li family must have given nearly all their wealth, Su Hemming said. He didn't know exactly how rich the Lis were, but if he didn't emphasize the matter, the Emperor might not take it seriously. Besides, if the Emperor thought the Lis still had more money to give, that could cause trouble. What did Miss Li say? Zhu Jingchen was genuinely curious about how much wealth the richest family in Lanhua possessed. Your Majesty, Miss Li said she was willing to donate all of the dowry to the court, Su Hemming replied respectfully.
Oh.
And she asked for nothing in return? Zhu Jingchen found that hard to believe. How could anyone give away so much without wanting anything back? Even he himself would not be willing to do that. Perhaps that wealth wasn't earned by Miss Li herself, so she could spend it freely just to make a point? Thinking of this, Zhu Jingchen mused that if his own children were so wasteful, he would be furious. Your Majesty, Miss Li did have two small requests, Su Hemming said truthfully. Let's hear them, Zhu Jingchen said, relieved. It was better that she had requests. He disliked owing favors. Miss Li wishes to cancel her engagement with the Marquis of Rohan's family and to ensure the safety of her parents, Su Hemming said. He didn't think these two requests were difficult. To protect her parents is easy enough, Zhu Jingchen said. But, Hemming, as for canceling her engagement with the Marquis of Rohan's family, for now I don't have a proper reason to do so. Zhu Jingchen looked at Su Hemming, and a thought came to his mind. At that moment, Zhu Jingchen deliberately put on a troubled expression and spoke. Su Hemming frowned, puzzled as to why the Emperor found this matter difficult. Wasn't it just a simple decision? After all, the Lin family had broken their promise first. Hemming, if Miss Li's dowry weren't so generous, it would be easier to handle. But since she wishes to offer it to the court, if I simply cancel the engagement, people might think I'm greedy for her dowry. That would harm my reputation, Zhu Jingchen said, pretending to be in a dilemma.
Then,
should Miss Li marry into the Marquis of Rian's household? Su Hemming asked uncertainly. It didn't seem right to accept someone's gift and then turn them away. He truly couldn't understand the Emperor's thoughts, but if that was His Majesty's will, he could only obey. Wouldn't that make us seem too unkind? Zhu Jingchen shook his head, looking at Su Hemming. Su Hemming had been his most trusted aide for years, often risking his life for him, something Zhu Jingchen never forgot. Still, he sometimes wondered about Su Hemming's true loyalty. He wanted to see whether Su Hemming would obey if told to marry a merchant's daughter. Hemming, this young woman was brought back by Qingshi, wasn't she? That child is growing up. It's time he had someone to care for him, Zhu Jingchen said with a smile. Yes, Su Hemming replied, uneasy, unsure what the Emperor truly meant. Su Hemming wondered if the Emperor intended to grant him a marriage. The thought made his heart sink. His wife had passed away giving birth to Su Qingshi. He had never been interested in romance, and though the dowager had urged him to remarry, he always refused, claiming to be too busy. Now that the emperor mentioned it, could it be that he wanted him to marry the Li family's daughter? He sighed inwardly, thinking that if that were the case, he could only hope the young lady would be sensible, someone who wouldn't trouble him every day. Minister Su, is there any young lady you admire? Zhu Jingchen, feeling unusually considerate, thought that if Su Heming already had a woman he liked, he would find someone else to marry Li Jiwei. If that didn't work, he could reluctantly bring her into the palace himself. It would just mean one more person to feed, after all. Your Majesty, my reputation in the capital is so bad that even children stop crying when they hear my name, Su Heming said helplessly. He really didn't understand why. He didn't think he looked that bad. Hey, old Su, Zhu Jingchen laughed. You don't look bad at all, so why don't the young ladies like you? Feeling amused, Zhu Jingchen relaxed a little and asked, so, is this Lady Li good-looking? He prided himself on protecting his subordinates. If she wasn't attractive, he wouldn't let his loyal official suffer. She's beautiful, Su Heming answered without hesitation. The emperor looked at him, surprised by how quickly he replied. It seemed his plan wasn't in vain. He could help make a good match. In that case, I'll have to trouble you a bit, my dear minister, Zhu Jingchen said with a faint smile. Trouble me? Su Heming was puzzled. This woman is the one Qingshi brought back, the so-called stepmother. You can take her in. Don't waste Qingshi's good intentions, Zhu Jingchen said calmly. Su Heming stared at him in disbelief. Was the emperor really asking him to marry Lady Li? Ahem. Heming, you know that the Li family's dowry has made many in the capital envious. Even as emperor, I shouldn't compete with my officials, Zhu Jingchen said lightly. Su Heming's face remained calm, but inside, he was thinking that the emperor was making him marry Li Jiwei and take the blame for stealing another man's wife. He wanted to refuse, but seeing the emperor's hopeful expression, he couldn't bring himself to say no. He sighed quietly. If a ruler commands, a minister must obey, and this time, it was only marriage. And the woman was as beautiful as a fairy. I obey your majesty's command. In that case, I'll have to trouble you for now, Zhu Jingchen said meaningfully. I don't feel troubled at all. Thank you for your majesty's kindness, Su Heming replied, though his words didn't match his true feelings. Old Su, about those dowries, have them exchanged for silver. Send 200,000 taels of silver to the south. When the time comes, I'll find a reason for you to stay home, Zhu Jingchen said, explaining his plan honestly. After speaking, Zhu Jingchen thought to himself that the 1,360 pieces of dowry from the Li family should be worth about 200,000 taels of silver. If not, he wasn't sure how easy those things would be to sell. I will not fail you, your highness, Su Heming said after a brief pause, quickly giving his reply. Cousin, didn't you bring my sister back? Zhou Yutong asked, pretending to look worried as she noticed that Lin Jitong had returned alone. Inside, however, she felt secretly pleased. Don't mention that woman, Lin Jitong said coldly. Just thinking about Li Jiwei hiding in Prince N's residence made him furious. He hadn't even been able to see her face. Even his father had gone to Prince N's mansion and hadn't been treated well. Thinking of this, Lin Jitong's eyes turned cold. Once Li Jiwei entered the Marquis of Ruan's household, he would make her pay for what she had done today. Cousin, is it because of me that sister doesn't want to come back? Zhou Yutong asked sadly. She had heard that Li's dowry was extremely generous, and though she hid it well, jealousy flickered in her eyes. She thought to herself that once that woman entered the household, who could say for sure who those things would belong to in the end? Although she didn't like the idea of that woman joining the family, who could turn away from wealth. Cousin, if it really doesn't work, I'll go and apologize to sister. It was my fault. I shouldn't have entered the household before her, Zhou Yutong said softly, knowing that the more understanding she appeared, the more Lin Jitong would care for her. There's no need. None of this is your fault, Lin Jitong said, holding her hand gently. In his heart, he thought that Yutong was sensible and kind, unlike Li, who didn't even seem to understand her own place. Once she entered the Lin household, He would make sure she learned her lesson. But sister refuses to come back. She came all the way from Lian County to the capital. If she doesn't return home, she might not even have a place to stay. Cousin, she brought so many valuables with her. If someone with bad intentions, Zhou Yutong said with a worried look, leaving her words unfinished. Lin Jidong's face darkened. Just thinking about Li Jiwei staying in Prince An's residence made his anger rise again. No one knew what trick Li Jiwei had used to gain the protection of Prince An's household. Wasn't it said that Prince An had no interest in women? Now that he had taken Li Jiwei in, could it be that he was tempted by her dowry? Thinking of this, Lin Jidong became restless. He couldn't just let such a good opportunity slip away. Li Jiwei's dowry was extremely generous, and all those things originally belonged to the Lin family. How could he allow them to end up in Prince An's residence? Unfortunately, his father had already gone to the palace, and for the moment, he couldn't find anyone suitable to discuss the matter with. Madame Zhou, the wife of Marquis Ruin, was just a woman of the inner household. Other than scolding Li Jiwei, she could only worry helplessly. Zhou Yutong, who had once felt secretly pleased, could no longer be happy. It didn't matter if Li Jiwei didn't marry into the Lin family, but the things she brought with her were all from the Lin family. Thinking of this, Madame Zhou began to regret her earlier softness. If she had known, she wouldn't have let her niece enter the house so easily. If she had first coaxed that woman into marrying into the Lin family, controlling her afterward would have been simple. Madame Zhou's gaze toward Zhou Yutong turned cold. It was all her niece's fault. Why did she have to be so competitive? When Su Hemming returned to his residence, he hesitated. He didn't know how to tell Li Jiwei that he wanted to marry her. After all, she had only said she wanted to end her engagement with the Lin family, not that she wanted to marry him. What if she refused? Although his situation was good, he did have a troublesome son, Su Qingshi. What if she didn't want to become a stepmother? Su Hemming thought that if he had a daughter, he would never want her to marry someone with a child. Your Highness? Li Jiwei looked at Su Hemming in confusion. She thought, wasn't there news that the southern regions were suffering from floods and the court was short of silver? Could the news have been wrong? Otherwise, with such a large dowry, shouldn't it be enough to earn 2 imperial favors? She hadn't even asked for anything too difficult. Father, did His Majesty not agree? Su Qingshi asked, puzzled. Could it be that the emperor didn't want his father to remarry? Even the old princess looked at her son in confusion. Su Hemming found it hard to speak. He felt a bit embarrassed, otherwise, he wouldn't have been so hesitant to open his mouth. Father, what are you hesitating for? Just tell me, how did it go? Su Qingshi asked anxiously. After all, that Marquis of Ruan had been shouting at the gates of their residence today, and he didn't want to lose face to the Marquis's household. Thinking of this, Su Qingshi glanced at Li Jiwei and thought, if nothing else works, he would just marry her himself. Humph. Even if he did, he would never let Lin Jidong take advantage of the situation. All right, father. Since you don't want to marry her, then I will. After all, I was the one who brought her back, Su Qingshi said directly, having made up his mind. Li Jiwei was startled. She had wanted to escape one misfortune, but she never meant to drag someone else into trouble. Besides, as the heir of Prince An, Su Qingshi could marry any young lady he wished. Why would he choose her, a merchant's daughter whose engagement had just been broken? Not to mention, she was old enough to be his mother. She had no intention of harming Su Qingshi. My lord, young master, madam, this must not be. I know my humble background and am unworthy of the young master, Li Jiwei said fearfully, kneeling before them. The old princess didn't know what to say. The thought of Su Qingshi marrying Li Jiwei made her deeply uneasy. Not only was Li Jiwei older, but her status truly didn't match her grandson's. How about I marry her instead? Xia Yanji said uncertainly. After all, if his father found out that he had encouraged Su Qingshi to bring Li Jiwei back, he would surely be furious. Yanji, this matter has nothing to do with you, the old princess said, her lips twitching. There was no reason to make him take responsibility. At worst, she could help find Li Jiwei a good match, Surely there were men in the capital willing to marry her. Mother, please take charge and arrange my marriage with Miss Lee, Su Heming said with a sigh, his expression serious. He didn't explain his reasons. The old princess looked at her son and sighed softly. Then I'll have someone choose an auspicious day, she said, deciding not to question him further. As long as her son was willing to marry, she wouldn't object to the bride's background. Mother, there's no need to wait. I will marry Miss Lee today, Su Heming interrupted firmly.
Today?
Isn't this too fast? The old princess glanced at Li Jiwei beside her. She thought, although the girl was indeed beautiful, her son seemed far too eager, which made her feel uneasy. Madam Li, you once said you would exchange your dowry for 2 conditions. Does that still count? Su Heming looked at Li Jiwei. He didn't really want to take advantage of the situation, but this matter came from the emperor himself, and he couldn't go against the imperial will. Mother, please do as I said, Su Heming said firmly. The old princess stared at her son for a moment, then sighed and told the steward, Lu Ming, to follow Su Heming's instructions. Li Jiwei was stunned. Why did it feel like no one had asked for her opinion? My lord, this doesn't seem right, Li Jiwei said anxiously, grabbing Su Heming's hand. Could it be that Miss Li still wishes to marry into the Marquis of Rohan's household?
Su Heming Frauen.
He didn't understand. Hadn't he already helped her end that engagement? I know my status is low, and I'm not worthy of your highness, Li Jiwei said through clenched teeth. She had no wish to become a concubine. You don't want to marry me? Su Heming frowned again, surprised that she would refuse him. Pretty sister, do you dislike my father because you like me instead? Su Qingshi's eyes lit up as he stepped forward eagerly. I know my place and dare not aim so high, Li Jiwei said softly, lowering her head. She didn't want to be a concubine, and she certainly had no interest in a child. Of course, that was impossible. Still, she felt anxious. The prince had clearly just returned from the palace. She hadn't expected the emperor to refuse to intervene. If the Marquis of Rohan's family came again, would she really have to go back with that man? The thought made her heart ache. Had fate given her another chance only for her to end up the same way? I don't mind, so why should you? Su Heming said unhappily. He was clearly displeased. After all, marrying Li Jiwei would come at a cost. In the future, people would accuse him of stealing another man's betrothed. That stain would follow him for life. And yet, this woman still acted proud? Thinking of this, the prince's face darkened even more. I do not wish to share a husband with another, Li Jiwei said quietly.
Li Jiwei spuka sufli.
In her previous life, she had been suppressed by Zhou Yutong all her life, so she swore that if she ever had another chance, she would never again share her husband with another woman. Su Heming's face darkened again and again. This troublesome woman actually disliked him. Today, you have no right to refuse, Su Heming said coldly before turning and leaving. Jiwei, what you just said. Sigh. That Lady Zhou has been gone for so many years. The old princess looked at Li Jiwei with some displeasure, thinking that this young woman was quite ambitious. Could it be that she wanted her son to cast off his late wife? The previous princess had been gone for years, and the grass on her grave was already taller than a person. People always said one should respect the deceased. Why was this girl so narrow-minded? Your Grace, that's not what I meant, Li Jiwei quickly explained. I only meant that I don't wish to be a concubine. The former princess had passed away long ago. How could she dare to compare herself with her? Hearing this, Su Heming finally relaxed. Otherwise, even if he had liked Li Jiwei before, he would not have kept her in his household. The old princess sighed, but still felt uneasy. This merchant's daughter was indeed ambitious. In the past, she would never have chosen such a daughter-in-law for her son. But over the years, she had urged her son many times to remarry, and he had always refused coldly. Now that he had finally agreed to marry, she naturally wouldn't let the chance slip away. Still, her attitude toward Li Jiwei was no longer as warm as before. She couldn't help but feel that this clever merchant girl was a bit unsettling. Yet she also found it strange. Why did Li Jiwei think her son only meant to take her as a concubine? My father never said he would take you as a concubine, Su Qingshi said directly.
What?
Li Jiwei was stunned. The Prince of An wanted to marry her? She was from a merchant family. Even becoming his concubine would have been a great honor. And now, he wanted to make her his wife. Li Jiwei felt as if she must be dreaming. Oh dear, princess, please get up quickly. You'll soon be bowing with the prince for the wedding ceremony, said Madame Luo with a smile, helping Li Jiwei up after receiving a look from the old princess. Li Jiwei still hadn't come back to her senses even after the wedding ceremony. Had she really just married Prince An? Looking around the simple bridal room, she still felt dazed. Was she truly now the wife of Prince An Su Heming? Suegwa was overjoyed. Her young lady was truly blessed. She had once thought it was already a great honor for her to marry the heir of Marquis Ruin, but after coming to the capital, that Marquis's family had refused the match. Suegwa had worried for her mistress, but things had taken an unexpected turn. Her lady had actually married Prince An. She had become the princess everyone envied. Lin Qihua returned to the Marquis of Ruin's residence with a dark expression, only to hear the servants report that Prince An and Li Jiwei had already completed their wedding ceremony. Prince An! Lin Qihua shouted angrily, smashing the cup in his hand to the ground. He had gone to the palace hoping the emperor would stand up for the Marquis's family, but he hadn't even been able to see the emperor. And now, he heard that Prince An had taken away his would-be daughter-in-law. Father, what should we do now? That Li girl is married, fine. But we can't let her dowry fall into their hands, Lin Jidong said anxiously. He had already promised to give half of those things to Tanger. You fool! Lin Qihua slapped Lin Jidong in anger. If this useless son hadn't left the girl waiting outside the gates, all those things would already be in their house. Husband, why are you hitting Tanger? Madame Zhou hurried forward to support her son, glaring at Lin Qihua in displeasure. It's not as if our son sent her dowry to Prince An's mansion himself. It's all your fault for spoiling him. If he hadn't been so foolish and had married your niece first, would we be in this mess? Lin Qihua's heart ached at the thought of Li Jiwei's dowry. Husband, you agreed to Tanger marrying Tanger back then. How can you blame me now? Madame Zhou protested bitterly. Lin Qihua regretted it deeply. He had thought that the Li girl, being the daughter of a merchant, would be easy to control. Who could have expected Prince An to appear out of nowhere? What angered him most was that Prince An had actually gone through with the marriage. Send someone to the Li family, right away, Lin Qihua ordered coldly. Tell them to come here. Humph. Maybe they'll feel guilty for breaking the engagement first and give us a generous sum in compensation. It would be best to return all the dowry that Madame Li took with her to the Marquis of Ruan's residence. Zhou Yutong, who had planned to go in and calm everyone down, turned away with a dark expression after hearing Lin Qihua's words and went back to the courtyard she shared with Lin Jidong. Miss, they're not thinking of letting that Madame Li come back, are they? Xiu'er asked carefully, looking worried. They might want to, but Madame Li is already married. Zhou Yutong's feelings were mixed at the thought. She had been ready to make things difficult for Li Jiwei, but unexpectedly, that woman had left on her own. Winning without even trying made Zhou Yutong feel uneasy. What bothered her most was that Lin Jidong had promised her half of whatever dowry Madame Li brought back. Now that the woman was gone, so was the dowry.
How could she accept that?
Suegwa, tidy up. Let's rest early, Li Jiwei said to her maid. But miss, the prince hasn't returned yet, Suegwa said in confusion. He won't come, Li Jiwei replied after a pause. Perhaps the prince had only married her to have a proper reason to claim her dowry. Here, tell me, what was the point of what you did today? The old princess dowager asked her son, puzzled. She truly wanted her son to marry soon, but she didn't want him to be wronged. Mother, it was His Majesty's order. There needed to be a reason to take Madame Li's dowry, Su Heming said, no longer hiding the truth. The princess dowager's heart sank. Since it was the emperor's will, she couldn't speak against it. But this matter would wrong not only her son, but also Madame Li. Now that you've married her, have you thought about what comes next? She asked after a moment of silence. Mother, if Madame Li wishes to leave later, I will give her a letter of separation, Su Hemming said quietly. The Princess Dowager looked at her son and sighed. Once a woman was married, how could she simply be sent away? Qingshi is growing up. You're always busy with official duties, and I'm getting old. He needs a mother to guide him. Since he was the one who brought Madame Li back, and she seems sensible and well-mannered, why not let her take care of Qingshi from now on? The Princess Dowager suggested after some thought. Let's follow what my mother suggested first. Su Hemming felt a bit worried about his mischievous son. Then you should go and talk to Lady Li yourself, said old Queen Consort, urging him. Actually, she had her own secret hope. Perhaps Su Hemming would be willing to settle things with Li Jiwei. When Su Hemming arrived at his Songma courtyard, he remembered that Li Jiwei was now staying there. He was about to go to the study when he recalled his mother's words and decided to clarify things with Li Jiwei. But when he reached the door, he found that Li Jiwei was not waiting for him. Prince, perhaps the princess is tired today, whispered Qing Song, a young servant beside Su Hemming. Thinking that he would be punished by the emperor and kept at home for the next few days, Su Hemming sighed and planned to spend the night in the study. Prince, Chuigua called out happily when she saw Su Hemming. Chuigua was very pleased. If the prince didn't stay in the new room tonight, the people in the prince's residence wouldn't know how to treat their young lady tomorrow. At this moment, Su Hemming felt awkward, unsure whether he should stay or leave. Prince, don't you have something to say to the princess? Qing Song carefully advised. After all, their prince had been single for so many years. Now that he finally married the princess, he should enjoy his happiness. Su Hemming cleared his throat and strode confidently into the bridal chamber. Li Jiwei was already lying down. She heard Chuigua call the prince, but her mind was still replaying past events from her previous life. She didn't expect the prince to come into the new room today. But when she suddenly saw a shadow in front of her and was startled, she was very frightened. Who's there? Li Jiwei was terrified. Could Lin Jidong still have sneaked into Prince An's residence? Thinking of this, her heart nearly jumped out of her chest. Just as she was about to shout for help, Su Hemming cleared his throat uncomfortably and said, "It's me, Prince." Li Jiwei was shocked. She thought the prince didn't truly want to marry her. But unexpectedly, tonight Su Hemming returned to their bridal chamber. Could it be that he planned to consummate the marriage with her? Thinking of this, Li Jiwei quickly sat up. Yes, just lie down. Su Hemming felt a bit uncomfortable as he spoke. Over the years, he had gotten used to being alone without servants. Suddenly, there was a girl in the house, and he felt uneasy. But he thought about today's matter and knew he owed her an explanation. Prince, Li Jiwei bit her lip gently, unsure how to speak to Su Hemming. I understand that today's matter has caused you some trouble. However, your marriage to the Marquis of Rouen has already gone through the formalities of 3 matches and 6 betrothals. If you want to say that Lin Jia tricked you into marriage, the evidence isn't strong enough, especially since Lin Jidong is already married. Only if I marry you can the Marquis of Rouen not trouble you, Su Hemming explained, revealing his purpose for his actions today. Li Jiwei was surprised. She hadn't expected that the reason Prince An married her was because of this. Thank you, Your Highness, Li Jiwei said, finally feeling relieved. She wondered why the prince suddenly wanted to marry her. If one day you like someone else, I will also give you a letter to release you from marriage, Su Hemming said a little awkwardly. If the prince finds someone he likes, please also give me a letter to release me, Li Jiwei thought. Since he had said that, she should show her sincerity too. Yes, I am busy with official matters. When I am free, I hope you can take good care of things, Su Hemming added. Li Jiwei's eyes widened. She wondered if she could really take care of Prince and son. I am worried I might not do well, Li Jiwei said nervously. Why do you still call yourself the commoner? You are my princess now. Besides, you chose this title yourself. He won't ignore your words. If he does, you can tell me. Su Hemming had already thought it through. If Su Qingshi didn't listen to Li Jiwei, he would deal with him carefully. I understand, Li Jiwei said, surprised at first, then feeling a little uncomfortable. Go to rest early, the prince even said, taking off his outer robe as if it was a normal thing. Li Jiwei's eyes widened. She didn't expect the prince to really stay overnight. Thinking about sharing a room with the prince, Li Jiwei felt nervous. She remembered that in her previous life, although she married Lin Jidong, they never shared a room. Li Jiwei didn't like Lin Jidong to talk too much with her. If she hadn't wanted to trick him with her belongings, Lin Jidong probably wouldn't have spoken to her at all. Thinking of this, Li Jiwei felt a bit hopeful. In this life, she had married Prince An and changed the ending of her previous life. Everything would be different now. Although she had to give all her dowry, she was willing to do so. Prince An didn't need to take anything from her again. With this thought, Li Jiwei quickly stepped forward to serve her husband and help him change clothes. Your humble servant, am helping the prince change clothes, she said shyly, taking a deep breath. The sudden fragrance made Prince An momentarily confused. He was not an inexperienced man. He had a former wife and a child. But for some reason, he was afraid that Li Jiwei might regret marrying him later. I will go to the study to sleep. Su Heming turned to leave. Your Highness, today is our happy day. If you don't stay in my room tonight, how will the people in the palace see me? I didn't come from a noble family, and if others look down on me because of this. Li Jiwei gathered her courage and begged Su Heming. She knew her request was a bit much, but she didn't want the palace people to look down on her. She also hoped to use Prince An's influence to protect her parents for life. So tonight, no matter what, she wanted Su Heming to stay in her room. Even if she knew he might do something to her, as long as her parents were safe, she was willing. Are you sure? Su Heming didn't expect Li Jiwei to want him to stay. I am now Prince An's wife. Serving him is what I should do, she said nervously. Won't you regret it? Su Heming looked at the beautiful Li Jiwei and asked again. I married Prince An willingly, she said seriously. Do I regret it? She didn't know, but she knew she wanted Prince An's protection. Making some sacrifices was right. Then I will grant your wish, Su Heming said. He wasn't a young fool. She was his wife. If he slept with her, it was nothing. At worst, he would make up for it later. However, when Su Heming was about to do something to Li Jiwei, he stopped himself. He didn't want her to regret in the future. Old Queen Consort, it's settled. The prince stayed overnight at Songmal Courtyard tonight, Luo Mama said excitedly. Emma, keep an eye on things, the old Queen Consort replied, feeling anxious and happy at the same time. Earlier, she had introduced many girls better than Li Jiwei to her son, but he refused them all. Unexpectedly, today, by a twist of fate, he married Li Jiwei. She knew her son well. He was attracted to Li Jiwei. People said it was just for show to others. But now, she wondered, who was the show for? She thought it was just a matter of attraction. Her son wasn't like Lu Xiaohui, who was known for his virtue. Li Jiwei was very beautiful, and if he stayed in her room, how could she keep him faithful? Even if he could stay loyal, she wouldn't allow it. So, she told Luo Mama to stir things up for her son. Old Queen Consort, now that the prince has married the new princess, maybe next year, you'll have another little grandson. Luo Mama quickly comforted her, noticing her displeasure. What good is that brat? He just makes my wife angry.
Who cares about that brat?
I just want a soft, fragrant granddaughter, the old Queen Consort said with dissatisfaction. At that time, she was injured from giving birth to Su Heming and only had the son. The old prince loved her deeply and never took concubines, so the prince's residence only had her as the Queen Consort. Her unfortunate daughter-in-law had only one grandson, Qingshi, before she passed away. Her granddaughter's dream was also shattered. Now, her daughter-in-law had remarried and was very beautiful. The old Queen Consort hoped Li Jiwei could give her a granddaughter. Do you think my father really went to see that pretty older sister? Su Qingshi asked excitedly. Return, young master. The prince stayed overnight at Songmal Courtyard, said Mu Yu, his little servant, rushing over. Really? My father didn't leave halfway to go to the study, right? Su Qingshi asked worriedly. He didn't really understand. He just secretly asked Luo Mama. She said that as long as his father stayed at Songmal Courtyard, He could soon have brothers and sisters. Although, honestly, he wasn't too eager for brothers and sisters. However, he also didn't want to easily give back the stepmother he had worked hard to win over. Wouldn't that be a big slap to his face? Su Heming wanted to get up, but then realized there was someone in his arms. For a moment, Su Heming only then remembered that yesterday he married Li Jiwei because of the southern flood. They almost had intimacy last night, but he stopped himself, fearing he might regret it later. Thinking of this, Su Heming sighed softly. He looked at the person in his arms. He wondered to himself, how could he still be holding her and sleeping? Could it be that he had been alone for too long? Even now, Su Heming didn't know how to explain to Li Jiwei that he had promised her time to get used to everything. Li Jiwei felt that she hadn't slept so well in a long time. In her previous life, she never had a good sleep at the Lin family. Today, I need to take some of your dowry to exchange for silver money, Su Heming said softly after noticing Li Jiwei was awake. Does the prince need a lot of silver money? Li Jiwei asked, confused. Her dowry included 66,000 taels of silver notes. Wasn't that enough? Yes, I need quite a lot. The southern flood has made it urgent to get silver money, Su Heming explained, worried she might misunderstand. Your Highness, my dowry, including the silver notes, is quite substantial. It might take some time to exchange, but I have 66,000 taels of silver notes. Let's use that first for emergencies, Li Jiwei said. Su Heming was surprised to learn that Li Jiwei's dowry from the Li family included over 60,000 taels of silver notes, truly generous. Your Highness, the princess should get up now. Old princess is waiting for you to serve tea, a soft voice from outside the room reminded them. Li Jiwei quickly prepared to get up. Sleep a little longer. I'll go, Su Heming said, knowing there were silver notes but not rushing to exchange them. He wanted to clarify things with his mother first. Your Highness, today the new wife should serve tea to the old princess. I can't be rude, Li Jiwei said softly, biting her lip. She knew she and the prince hadn't officially become a couple, but as the prince's wife in name, she felt she should still serve the old princess. All right, I'll go with you. If you need anything at the estate later, just ask Steward Liu to prepare it, Su Heming said, feeling more fond of Li Jiwei for her thoughtfulness. My attitude toward Li Jiwei has improved a little because of this. Old princess, she's here, Grandma Luo said excitedly as she looked at the nearby An Wang and Li Jiwei. Although the old princess didn't say anything, her eyes also looked outward. Next to her, Su Qingshi was sitting and yawning. He didn't understand why he had to get up early to wait. His father married a new mother, so why was he still made to wait so early? Could it be that once there's a new mother, he can't sleep in? If that's the case, he'd rather send this good mother back to the ruined Marquis residence. Grandmother, is it done? I want to go back and rest now. I haven't woken up yet, Su Qingshi said impatiently. You're such a child. Your mother is your choice. Today is the first day the new daughter-in-law enters the house. Shouldn't you come and show respect to her? Grandma Wang looked at her grandson, feeling both helpless and amused. Grandmother, will my father hit the new mother? For some reason, Su Qingshi's mind suddenly pictured Su Heming hitting Li Jiwei with a whip. Thinking about it, Su Qingshi worried Li Jiwei might get hurt, so he couldn't sleep anymore. He wanted to protect Li Jiwei because she was his person. You're talking nonsense. The prince loves the princess so much he can't wait. How could he hit her? Grandma Luo said with a smile. Last night, the prince stayed at Songmal Hall, so he must be very pleased with the new princess. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come to pay respects to the old princess. Ma'am, how do you know my father doesn't hit people? My father is fierce. Outsiders say he can even stop a child's night crying, Su Qingshi said with disagreement. Your father is fierce, but that's only to outsiders. When has he ever been fierce to you? The old princess looked at her grandson with a bit of annoyance, but smiled. Just then, Su Heming entered the inner courtyard with Li Jiwei. Son-in-law, pay respects to my mother. Li Jiwei knelt and gave a very proper bow to the old princess. The old princess was quite pleased to see Li Jiwei. Although her background wasn't very good, she wasn't petty. Looking at her son nearby, who hadn't taken his eyes off her, she thought her son really liked Li Jiwei. His gaze never left her. Su Heming respectfully bowed to old Madame Wang at the right time, reminding her that her daughter-in-law was still kneeling. "Grandma Luo." Old Madame Wang ignored her son and asked Luo Mama to bring the tea. Today, she wanted to drink the tea made by her new daughter-in-law. "Princess, hurry up and serve tea to old Madame Wang." Luo Mama quickly handed the tea to Li Jiwei with a smile. "Please, mother-in-law, have some tea." Li Jiwei politely took the tea and respectfully raised it above her head, feeling a bit nervous. In her previous life, on her wedding night, Lin Jitong did not enter her room, but went to Zhou Yutong's room. The next morning, when she went to serve tea to her mother-in-law, only Zhou Yutong was inside. At that time, she learned that the Lin family had secretly downgraded her to a concubine. The servants forced her to bow her head and serve tea to Zhou Yutong as a concubine. She wanted to resist, but the people she brought were already sent away by the Lin family. No one in the Lin family listened to her. Even if she wanted to send a message to her parents, no one could help her. Her dowry had already been moved into her mother-in-law's courtyard. Fortunately, she hid the key on her, so the Lin family dared not trouble her too much for the moment.
Good.
Since you have entered the gates of the Wang mansion, from now on, you are part of the mansion. Your words and actions must honor the mansion. Do not embarrass the mansion's reputation. I don't care what reasons you have for marrying here. Now that you are the princess consort of N, you should help my son expand the family and give birth to some brothers and sisters for Qing Shi early, old Madame Wang said with a smile as she looked at Li Jiwei. She was worried that Li Jiwei might think she was from a merchant family and look down on her as a noble lady from the capital, making her timid and damaging the mansion's reputation. No matter her background, now that she was the princess consort of N, she was not someone anyone could bully. Moreover, she truly wanted a granddaughter. I will follow my mother-in-law's teachings. Li Jiwei thought that old Madame Wang's words were not wrong. Compared to Zhou Yutong's words in her previous life, these were quite good. However, she couldn't tell her mother-in-law that she had not yet consummated her marriage with the prince. "Mother, I have some matters to attend to with Li Shi. There's nothing else, so I will take my leave now." Su Heming was really eager to handle the issue of the silver funds for the South River flood relief. "Father, what could you possibly need? Why do you insist on going to the government office today?" Su Qingji kept staring at the two of them. For some reason, he felt that his father and stepmother were hiding something from him. "Madam, look, our lord is just worried about the lady," Granny Luo said with a smile. Li Jiwei felt a bit embarrassed and lowered her head. Coincidentally, Su Qingji's position allowed him to see the hickey on her neck. It was left last night when Su Heming was moved by her, but actually, nothing happened afterward. "Mother, did he hit you?" Su Qingji immediately reached out to grab Li Jiwei's hand, looking angry as he glared at Su Heming and asked. Li Jiwei was momentarily at a loss. She didn't understand why Su Qingji thought the Lord would hurt her. "Qingji, let go of your mother," Su Heming said, a little annoyed, seeing his son holding Li Jiwei's hand. "Humph, I won't let go. Otherwise, you'll just hit my mother again." Su Qingji stood in front of Li Jiwei. Unfortunately, he was too short, otherwise, he would have pointed at Su Heming's nose and scolded him for hitting his wife. At this moment, Li Jiwei was confused. When did the Lord hit her? "Qingji, what nonsense are you talking about?" Old Madam quickly waved to her grandson, puzzled. How could he think her son would hit his wife? "Grandmother, I'm not talking nonsense. Father really hit mother," Su Qingji said firmly, not hesitating to call Li Jiwei mother. "You child, what are you talking about?" Old Madam thought to herself. Could it be that the child went to climb the wall during the wedding night? "Grandmother, I'm not lying. Mother has injuries, so it must have been father who hurt her," Su Qingji said loudly, pointing at the bruise on Li Jiwei's neck with a displeased look. Li Jiwei was stunned at first, then blushed with shame. "Oh my, how embarrassing." Su Heming coughed awkwardly, feeling uncomfortable. He blamed himself for being too impulsive last night. Otherwise, how could his son see the hickey he left? But in truth, he was somewhat wronged. He really didn't do much last night. He only kissed her. The other maids inside the room stifled their laughter. Old Madam was stunned at first, then she also started to laugh. You child, what are you talking about? You must not tell others this. Your father the king did not hit your mother. He just loved her and you'll understand when you grow up, the old queen quickly explained. Really? Su Qingshi looked at Li Jiwei with doubt. Young master, the prince really didn't bully me. Li Jiwei blushed as she replied. After saying this, she awkwardly tugged at her collar. Foolish boy, is your father the kind of person who would do that? Su Himing scolded again. Who knows if father is kind or cruel? Maybe he just loves to hit people. Su Qingshi still seemed unwilling to believe Su Himing. It looks like you still need discipline, Su Himing said harshly, glaring at his eldest son. Right now, he wanted to take a whip and give the boy a good beating. Your Highness, the young master is still young and doesn't understand. These things can be taught to him gradually in the future. Li Jiwei quickly stepped forward to stop Su Himing, saying, Are you protecting him? Su Himing didn't expect his little wife to side with his mischievous son. He felt both happy and a little disappointed. I am his stepmother, but I am also his mother. I should protect him, Li Jiwei said through clenched teeth, looking at the angry Su Himing. The old queen and Lady Luo nearby nodded in approval, thinking that this daughter-in-law was sensible. Since that's the case, from now on he will be under your care. If he misbehaves again, don't blame me for being harsh, Su Himing said to Li Jiwei, feeling relieved that she was protecting Su Qingshi. He had married Li Jiwei and naturally hoped she would care for Su Qingshi and look after his wife. After all, when he was busy, he couldn't manage everything. I will teach the young master well. I just don't know much about these matters, so I hope the prince and mother-in-law can guide me, Li Jiwei quickly knelt and said. This wasn't her intentionally saying that, but the truth. She came from a merchant family and didn't know much about the rules and etiquette of the palace. Li, get up, the old queen said with a smile. Then she asked Lady Luo to bring out a tray. Jiwei, I know that rushing you into marriage to the prince was unfair. But I will make it up to you in the future. The old queen gently patted Li Jiwei's hand and said, Mother-in-law, Jiwei is not wronged. Being able to marry into the Wang family shows that Jiwei has achieved a high status, and it is also the Wang family who saved Jiwei and her parents from danger. Li Jiwei quickly said, This bracelet was given to me by my mother when I married your father. Today, I give it to you. I hope you'll pass it on to your children and grandchildren in the future. Old Madam Wang said. Seeing the bracelet, Li Jiwei knew it was very important to the old madam. Since it was given to you by your mother, just accept it. Su Heming hurriedly advised. Thank you, mother. Li Jiwei finally relaxed and replied. Your marriage to here was sudden. I guess your in-laws don't know yet. Do you think we should send someone to inform them? Old Madam Wang was worried that the Ruanan Marquis family might try to ask Li's family for things they shouldn't, while they are still unaware. I will write a letter to my parents now. I hope the prince will send someone to Li County to tell them. Please make sure that the Lin family does not try to ask my parents for money or property in my name. Li Jiwei thought about Lin Jidong and the Ruanan Marquis family possibly asking her parents for money or valuables. She felt very upset. In her previous life, they often used her name to ask her parents for things. Later, her parents suffered a tragic death. In this life, she is married to Princeton, and such things will never happen again. Rest assured, Princess, I will make sure it's handled properly. Su Heming also understood how serious this matter was. All right, you have important things to do, go ahead. Old Madam Wang knew her son had many affairs to attend to, so she urged him. Su Heming indeed had important matters to handle and hurriedly left. Grandmother, mother, may I invite my friends to visit the residence? Su Qingshi finally found a chance to ask eagerly.
Who do you want to invite?
Su Heming frowned and asked. They all bullied me for not having a mother. Su Qingshi thought of the 9-link chain his mother found for him, and now that he has a mother, he can have as many 9-link chains as he wants. Are those people always bullying you? Hearing this, the old madam was displeased. Although Su Qingshi was mischievous, he was her only grandson. She couldn't allow outsiders to bully him. Grandmother, you don't know. Wei and Rue are always showing off in front of their grandson. Their mother is so kind to them, even buying all kinds of toys. But I have no mother or anything, 5-year-old Su Qingshi said with a look of displeasure. Li Jiwei heard this and also felt a bit upset. That young master from the Wei family is really mean. But when she just heard Su Qingshi mention the 9 linked rings, she remembered it was something she played with a lot when she was a child. Does the heir want the 9 linked rings? Li Jiwei asked softly. Do you have some? Su Qingshi widened his eyes and looked at Li Jiwei. He thought if I also had some, then Wei and Rue's toys wouldn't be so special. Yes. How many does the heir want? Li Jiwei felt a little shy. Actually, those 9 linked rings were her childhood toys. Later, her father had some made for her. Li Jiwei guessed that her father probably gave those to other children, which is why the heir saw them. Can I have many? Su Qingshi asked excitedly. 3 or 5 should be fine, Li Jiwei said uncertainly. Really? Su Qingshi was very excited. Wei and Rue only had 1, and they boasted about it. If he had 3 or 5, wouldn't everyone envy him? Mother, you are my favorite mother, Su Qingshi said excitedly, rushing forward to hug Li Jiwei and happily praising her. Oh, this little rascal, he can be so spoiled. Old Queen Mother saw this warm scene and couldn't help but tear up. Madame Luo was about to comfort the old Queen Mother when she saw Lu Gonggong rushing in hurriedly from the side of the emperor. Your servant greets the old Queen Mother. I wish you good health, Lu Gonggong said with a smile. Lu Gonggong, does the emperor have something to say? The old Queen Mother asked quickly upon seeing Lu Gonggong. The emperor has summoned Prince and Princess into the palace, Lu Gonggong replied with a smile. Li Jiwei felt a bit nervous when she heard this. In her previous life, after entering the ruined Marquis's residence, she never stepped outside even once. And she definitely hadn't seen the emperor. As a merchant woman, if she made a mistake in front of the emperor, it would be a serious crime, possibly even beheaded. Don't be afraid. The old Queen Mother gently patted Li Jiwei's hand to comfort her. Lu Gonggong, can I go with you? I haven't seen the 3rd prince in a long time, Su Qingshi asked carefully, thinking of his other friend. Thinking to himself, if the emperor wants to punish the new consort, he can ask the 3rd prince to plead for her. Your Highness, if you see the young master, you will surely be very happy, old eunuch Lu said with a smile. Old eunuch Lu, my son just went out. I will send someone to find him. Please wait a moment. I need to have someone change my daughter-in-law's clothes. Old Madame Wang looked at Li Jiwei's outfit. Although it was not bad, it was not suitable for meeting the emperor. Old Madame Wang thought that there were no suitable clothes for Li Jiwei in the house. She sighed inwardly. Fortunately, she still had some clothes from her youth. They were a bit outdated now, but still better than what she was wearing. Then I will wait here for Princessin, eunuch Lu said with a smile. In his heart, he was curious about this new Princessin. However, considering the situation in the palace, he felt that today, the prince and princess might be in trouble. But given the emperor's high regard for Princesin, there must be a reason for his actions. As for Princessin, he didn't know what skills she had that made Prince do such a bold act. Eunuch Lu was a close confidant of Zhu Jingchen. He knew well what could be said and what couldn't. Although he had doubts in his mind, he wouldn't speak them out now. Instead, he just kept a small curiosity inside. Zhu Jingchen paid no attention to the Lin couple and Lin Jidong at the lower table. He was quietly reviewing the memorials. He already knew what had happened yesterday. Su Huming's actions seemed to be intentional on Zhu Jingchen's part. Wasn't Lin Qihua just coveting the family's wealth? Wanting both the possessions and the people? How could there be such a good thing? If Lin Qihua had no ulterior motives, Zhu Jingchen wouldn't believe it. But considering that Lin Chongzai had recently become pregnant and the Lin family might want to make a move, Zhu Jingchen wasn't too surprised. However, they usually work in secret. Now that Lin Chongzai was pregnant, whether she could give birth was still uncertain. They had already started to act, but they didn't consider whether their actions were too hasty. Now, all their plans might come to nothing. Thinking of the Lin family's failed plan and the fact that the Li family's estate would fall into his hands, Zhu Jingchen felt a bit better. Your Majesty, Lin Chongzai requests to see you. A young eunuch entered quietly and spoke softly. Zhu Jingchen frowned. As expected, Lin Chongzai probably already knew about the Hou Yi and his wife coming. Why was she here now? To try to speak for the Hou Ye's family? It seems that the way the Hou Ye's family behaves, Lin Chongzai might be involved too. Thinking of this, Zhu Jingchen put down his brush and said unhappily, "Let her come in." He then signaled a little eunuch nearby to invite the empress to come. As the head of the 6 palaces, the empress manages the affairs of the consorts. Lin Chongzai, just a minor consort, was not worth Zhu Jingchen's trouble. I humbly greet the emperor. May he be safe and well, Lin Chongzai said, touching her still flat belly and bowing. Why are you here? Zhu Jingchen asked with some displeasure, glancing at her. I haven't seen my parents in a long time. I heard they entered the palace, so I dared to come and see them. I hope the emperor will forgive me for coming uninvited, Lin Chongzai said, pretending to ask for forgiveness, but her hand never left her belly. Clearly, she believed that since she was carrying the royal heir, the emperor wouldn't harm her. Lin Chongzai is quite well informed, Zhu Jingchen snorted softly, then said with some sarcasm. It's just that the palace people found out. I miss my family, so I let slip, Lin Chongzai replied, not noticing the hidden meaning in Zhu Jingchen's words. Meanwhile, Lin Qihua, standing nearby, was a bit worried. He didn't want his daughter involved in this matter. After all, his daughter was now pregnant with the royal heir. Such small matters shouldn't trouble her. But thinking that their opponent was Prince In, he decided to send a message to his daughter. They couldn't get their hands on the Li family's things, and the biggest impact would be on his daughter. Although his daughter was in the palace was a complicated place. She needed money for everything. They didn't want her to be just a minor consort forever. Although she was pregnant now, once the royal grandson was born, her status would be raised. But at most, she would be a noble lady, and reaching the rank of consort or even a princess would be very difficult. He was already old and had little chance to make achievements on the battlefield. As for other political accomplishments, there was hardly any opportunity. Therefore, the daughter's arrangements in the palace are very important. Thinking of this, Lin Qihua quickly signaled to her daughter with a look. However, at this moment, Lin Chong had not seen the emperor for a long time. His eyes and heart were full of longing for the emperor, so he paid no attention to Lin Qihua. You palace maids are quite attentive, Zhu Jingchen said sarcastically. What does it mean to know she misses her family? To him, it seems they had planned this long ago. All right, Lord Anhou. Since King En and the others haven't arrived yet, you should go to Yongshou Palace first. I believe you and your daughter have a lot to talk about, Zhu Jingchen said, worried about how to send these people away. This gave a very good reason. Thank you, Your Majesty, Lin Chong thought to himself, also full of questions. They couldn't discuss everything in the imperial study. So, Lin Chong led the people from the Ruan Anhou residence to Yongshou Palace. Currently, the main hall of Yongshou Palace is occupied by Consort Lan, and only Lin Chong is in the side hall. Consort Lan has a 5th son, Zhu Hongbin. Usually, she looks down on Lin Chong. Madam, someone from the side hall has arrived. The maid Xiao Zhu hurriedly entered the inner hall of Yongshou Palace and said, Let them come. Without the emperor's permission, how could she secretly bring someone in? Consort Lan said dismissively. After all, the visitor was someone from Lin Chang's family. What could be the problem? At worst, it was the unborn dragon fetus in Lin Lan's belly. But she was only 3 months pregnant. There were still 7 months to go, and it was uncertain whether she could give birth. Consort Lan never paid much attention to Lin Lan. Compared to the unborn child, her son's strong rival, besides the 3rd prince born of the empress and the eldest son born of the noble consort, she didn't see them as worthy competitors. As for the 2nd prince born of noble consort Xia and the child of Yuan Guerin, Consort Lan thought they were not worth competing with her children in terms of status or family influence. Madam, I heard that the son of Lord Wananho's family was supposed to marry a merchant's daughter, but the Prince of An took her, Xiao Zhu whispered into Consort Lan's ear.
Oh.
Consort Lan raised an eyebrow, recalling the cold-faced Prince of An. She was curious. How could such a cold person do something like snatching another woman's wife? She also wondered what kind of beauty the woman taken by the Prince of An was. Even the cold-hearted prince and has developed feelings? Who is that woman? Consort Lan is very curious about her identity. She is the daughter of a merchant from Li County. As for Li Jiwei's background, Xiao Zhu doesn't know much. Li family? Could it be the richest family in Manhwa Kingdom? Consort Lan has heard of the wealthiest family in Manhwa Kingdom. For some reason, she suddenly thought of the Li family, which has a single daughter. Her intuition tells her that this Li family girl is the one that Lin Chongzai's family wanted to marry. Richest family? Mistress, if she really is the daughter of the wealthiest family, why did you leave her outside the house on her wedding day? That gave Prince and Son a chance to pick her up. Xiao Zhu thought about it and felt it was unlikely. If she really was from the wealthy Li family, they would be happy to bring her into the house because of the money. Instead, they left her outside to send a warning. In the end, she was taken away by someone else. Who knows? Maybe the Lin family, being a bit foolish, left her outside over some trivial matter, Consort Lan thought. She couldn't help but wonder. If that was true, Lin Chongzai must be furious now. What are you talking about? Lin Chongzai trembled as she pointed at her useless younger brother. She couldn't believe that this plan, which seemed almost finished, could still fall apart. Without Li family support, how could she climb higher in the palace? Big sister, that Li girl is a flirt and she even ran off with Prince and Son, Lin Jidong said with dissatisfaction. At this moment, he didn't think he was wrong. Parents, my brother is confused. Why do you let him act like this? If Zhou Yutong really wants to marry into the Lin family, she can wait a few more days. What's the rush? Lin Chongzai thought about how all of this was because Zhou Yutong had ruined her plans, and she hated her deeply. She was eager to marry that woman into the family. Lan Ji, don't be angry. Be careful not to hurt the baby in your belly. We didn't expect that this small merchant's daughter would have such a fiery temper, Zhou Shi gently advised her daughter, while also blaming Li Jiwei. In her view, all of this was Li Jiwei's fault. If she had just waited quietly outside the Lin family, none of this would have happened. A small merchant's daughter? How many small merchants' daughters can have a dowry of 1,360 silver taels? A fiery temper? You kept someone waiting outside the mansion for 2 hours. At this moment, Lin Chong wasn't sure whether to be angry at her foolish family or annoyed at Li Jiwei for not knowing how to behave. Although she felt that her family shouldn't have left Li Jiwei outside, she also thought that Li Jiwei should have patiently waited outside the Marquis of Ruan's residence for her brother to bring her in, instead of leaving with someone else. Oh, it's just 2 hours. Mother just worries that, since I come from a merchant family, I might lose my temper easily. That's why she wants to train me to be patient, so I can be useful in the future. Zhou Shi quickly made an excuse. She felt a bit guilty inside because she hadn't paid much attention to Li Jiwei at that time. She didn't think that a merchant girl with no relatives in the capital could cause any trouble. But unexpectedly, instead of causing trouble, the merchant girl was taken away by someone else. A 5-year-old prince from the Prince of An's family can't do much when snatching someone. Later, won't you go to the Prince of An's residence to get her back? Lin Chong looked at Lin Qihua and Lin Jitong with dissatisfaction. In her opinion, what the Marquis of Ruan's family did earlier wasn't a big problem. Li Jiwei had already agreed to marry her brother, and the marriage arrangements had been properly made. Otherwise, the Li family wouldn't have given half of their estate as dowry for her to marry into the capital. The Prince of An's residence wouldn't just take someone away without reason. Besides, the one who snatched her was a 5-year-old child who hadn't even grown a full set of teeth, so he couldn't have done much. We went there, but the Prince of An's residence refused to release her. Lin Qihua thought about this and felt very unhappy. She thought the Prince of An's family was too arrogant. They should be punished by the emperor for their arrogance. Who did you see at the Prince of Anne's residence? Lin Chong frowned. She didn't believe that Li Jiwei would become the princess consort just because she was at the Prince of Anne's residence. Everyone knew what kind of person the Prince of An was. He was a man who didn't like women. In the capital, many noble families' daughters were available, but the Prince of An didn't look at any of them. How could he possibly like a small merchant girl? It must be that the Prince of An's son was just playing around. Otherwise, he wouldn't keep her there without releasing her. Maybe Li Jiwei was coaxing the prince to do this to avenge her family for leaving her outside the mansion. Lin Qihua said unhappily. Didn't you go to visit Madame Wang at the mansion? Lin Chongzai glared again, feeling that as he got older, he was becoming more out of touch. What can a 5-year-old child really do? Shouldn't this matter be handled by the adults in the mansion? Who said we didn't go? Madame Wang simply refused to see us. Zhou Shi thought about this and felt very annoyed. She believed that Madame Wang was deliberately making things difficult for their ruined marquee mansion. It was also because the prince's mansion didn't give their daughter proper respect. Refused to see you? What about today? Did you go or not? Lin Chongzai looked at his parents with dissatisfaction, confused why they still had the energy to go to the palace today. Isn't this just adding to his frustration? Today, we wanted to go to the palace to ask the emperor to help us, Zhou Shi said with some grievance, thinking to herself, if their daughter didn't help them make decisions, why would they blame her? They did all this, first for the ruined marquee mansion, but more importantly for their daughter. All right, what is the purpose of your visit to the palace today? For some reason, Lin Chongzai had a bad feeling in his heart. Of course, to ask the emperor to help us, Zhou Shi quickly replied. That little brat Su Qingshi actually stole our marquis's wife in broad daylight. We must get her back, she said. Whether they get her back or not, the key is to recover the dowry. Get her back? What about Zhou Yutong? What are you planning to do with her? Lin Chongzai looked at his parents with some sarcasm, then turned to his irresponsible younger brother. He was dissatisfied. If his younger brother had been more capable, this wouldn't have happened today. Big sister, this isn't Yutong's fault. Lin Jidong didn't like to blame his sister for everything. Zhou Yutong was his favorite. He didn't want her to suffer even a little bit of injustice, which is why he married her early, to prevent Li Jiwei from climbing over her head. Not her fault? If it weren't for that fox spirit enticing you, you wouldn't have left her hanging for so long. Now she's getting away with it. Lin Chongzai thought about this and couldn't help but smash the cup in his hand at Lin Jidong. Zhou Shi thought her daughter was right, but she still felt sorry for her son. Seeing that her son wasn't hit, she finally relaxed. Lan Ji, since this has already happened, what do you think we should do? Zhou Shi is upset, but the main thing is to solve the problem. It's fine. Later, you just need to apologize to the emperor. Let me handle the rest. Lin Chongzai also knows that she is partly responsible for this matter. Prince An took Li Jiwei into the imperial study and saw that the emperor looked a bit unhappy. Your Majesty, I humbly bow to you, Prince An said, bowing to Zhu Jingchen. Su Heming signaled to Li Jiwei to bow to the emperor. Your Majesty, I respectfully bow to you. Li Jiwei learned the proper etiquette from the palace maid and bowed to Zhu Jingchen. Zhu Jingchen watched their words and actions carefully. He didn't expect Prince An to be so patient with such a young girl. Li Shi, Zhu Jingchen's main concern was whether Li Jiwei was truly willing to give her dowry to help the court during the disaster. Did you say you took a stepmother for yourself? 7-year-old Prince Zhu Hanyu looked at Su Qingshi in disbelief. He couldn't understand what was so good about his stepmother. His father has many concubines, and he hates them all. Su Qingshi probably never suffered hardships with women. Hearing this, Zhu Hanyu looked at Su Qingshi as if he were a fool. Yes, I told you my stepmother is very beautiful, Su Qingshi said proudly. Didn't your mother tell you that the more beautiful a woman is, the more poisonous she is? Zhu Hanyu thought about the many beautiful women in the harem, all of whom were dangerous. They wouldn't dare try anything with their own things, fearing poison. His mother once told him that when he was young, he almost got poisoned to death. Few princes survive in the harem. No, my mother died when I was born and she didn't have time to tell me anything. I don't even know what my mother looked like, Su Qingshi said. resting his chin on his hand with a sad face. He also wanted a mother. That's true. Sorry, I spoke out of turn earlier. Zhu Hanyu finally remembered that Prince An's wife died giving birth to Su Qingshi, so she didn't have time to teach him anything. It's okay. But I think my stepmother is a good person. She promised to give me the 9 linked rings. Su Qingshi looked forward to the 9 linked rings Li Jiwei promised to give him. Stop right there. You are the crown prince's son. How could you be swayed by such small bribes? Maybe she is kind to you now just to impress your father and grandmother. I don't believe that a stepmother can be truly good. Zhu Hanyu thought about the women in the palace. On the surface, they seemed nice to him, but if they weren't scheming, they just wanted to harm him. Besides his mother, no one truly cares for him. Zhu Hanyu was only 7 years old. In his mind, the women in the palace, those concubines, could not be trusted. They either fought for favor or wanted to hurt him. Because of this, even at such a young age, the third prince had a deep impression that women other than his mother were not good people. Do you mean the stepmother will hurt me? Su Qingshi didn't quite believe that Li Jiwei would harm him, but he also felt that the third prince wouldn't lie to him. He felt a little lost and unsure. After all, he really wanted a mother. Don't believe that woman's lies, Zhu Hanyu said seriously to Su Qingshi. Since that's the case, you should stay at the Prince An's residence for a while. Once this matter is settled, I will decide and cancel your marriage, Zhu Jingtian said, noticing Su Himing protecting Li Jiwei and deliberately speaking this way. Li Jiwei didn't know how to respond to the emperor. She looked at Su Himing for help. Your Majesty, I have already sworn loyalty to Li Jiwei. She is my wife, Su Himing said with a dark face. He didn't believe the emperor couldn't see through him. He had made his stance clear. In his opinion, the emperor was just trying to embarrass him. Li Jiwei, are you truly willing to marry this face of a corpse, the prince in? Zhu Jingtian forced a smile and asked Li Jiwei. Your Majesty, Li Jiwei felt a bit stuck. If she said yes, would Prince An think she was eager to climb up? If she refused, what if the emperor really separated them? Your Majesty, please don't make things difficult for my wife. Su Himing sighed and quickly protected her behind him. All right, I won't trouble you two anymore. But think carefully. How will you return to the Hofu of Ruin? Zhu Jingtian actually was pleased that Su Himing wanted to find a new wife. After all, Su Heming has too many things to do, but Su Qing's child also needs someone to discipline him. However, the emperor is somewhat speechless about the shamelessness of the Ruin Marquis's residence, but there are some things he cannot say openly. Before Su Heming could answer, a little eunuch outside the door came in to say that the Ruin Marquis, his wife, the eldest son, and Lin Chong had arrived. Li Jiwei felt relieved upon hearing this. She honestly didn't know how to answer that question. It's okay, I am here. Su Heming seemed to understand Li Jiwei's nervousness and quickly comforted her. When Lin Qihua and others entered, they saw Su Heming and others standing nearby. Lin Jitong looked at Li Jiwei, who was protected by Su Heming, and his eyes reddened. He wanted to go up and pull her away. After all, she was his wife in name, yet she was pulling and tugging with another man. How improper is that? Lin Chongzai also frowned as he looked at Li Jiwei standing beside Su Heming. He thought that if this woman wasn't useful to him, she wouldn't be worthy to enter their Ruin Marquis's residence at all. Your servant greets the emperor. Lin Qihua, even if angry, knew that with the emperor present, he should first bow to show respect. He had ways to deal with Li Jiwei. He thought the emperor wouldn't embarrass their Ruin Marquis's residence over a small merchant woman. Your servant greets the emperor. Lin Chongzai bowed gently to Zhu Jingchen. Lin Chongzai, you are pregnant. If there's nothing urgent, don't come forward. Zhu Jingchen glanced at her. He thought that if the child born by the emperor's son resembled Mother Xiao, it would be over. Your servant thanks the emperor for his concern. I am feeling better now, and will not harm the unborn child, Lin Chongzai said sweetly. Ruin Marquis, do you have anything else to say? Zhu Jingchen, tired of small talk, directly asked. Please, Your Majesty, help me settle this. Lin Qihua hurriedly knelt and called out. Zhou Shi and Lin Jitong saw Lin Qihua kneel, and they quickly followed suit. Oh, Ruin Marquis, what do you want me to help with? Zhu Jingchen pretended not to know and asked. Your Majesty, yesterday I got married. The Prince of An's son openly snatched my daughter-in-law on the street. Later, I went to the Prince of An's residence to ask for her back, but they refused to return her. Your Majesty, this Prince of An's residence is really too overbearing. Lin Qihua looked sad and said, Oh, if I remember correctly, 4 days ago, you just married your daughter-in-law? At that time, I even ordered Lu Gonggong to give a reward. So, did you marry again yesterday? Zhu Jingchen asked mockingly. Your Majesty, my son's marriage to the Li family girl was arranged long ago, Lin Qihua replied, feeling tense. He had forgotten that when Lin Jidong married Zhou Yutong, the emperor had indeed sent Lu Gonggong to bestow gifts. Your Majesty, the Duke of Rian's estate and the Li family girl were set to be the main wife. Unexpectedly, the Duke of Rian's estate allowed his heir to marry the main wife first, and on the wedding day, they kept the Li family outside the house. My son couldn't bear to see Li suffer this injustice, and because he missed his mother, he brought her back to the house. It's because I am busy with official duties that I didn't spend more time with my children, which caused the child to miss his mother and act out of line, Su Heming calmly admitted. Anyway, he was taking the blame for the emperor, even though he married the wife himself. But he didn't care about money. If the emperor didn't help him, only the emperor would suffer. Your Majesty, in my opinion, this prince and's 5-year-old son missing his mother is very normal. Now, let's clarify the situation and have Jitong bring his sister-in-law back. Lin Chongzai quickly tried to smooth things over with a smile. Lin Chongzai now appeared generous. If he didn't know about the schemes of the Duke of Rian's estate, Zhu Jingchen might even believe that the estate was innocent. Please forgive me, Your Majesty. I understand that my son's actions yesterday, in taking the wife, have damaged Li's reputation. It's not the child's fault. I have already sworn vows with Li yesterday, and we have consummated the marriage. Ask for Your Majesty's understanding. I lost my wife early, and my son also lost his mother. This marriage was a chance meeting. Since the Duke of Rian's estate plans to take her as a concubine, I suggest I marry Li as a second wife. I am willing to give 1,000 taels of silver as compensation, Su Heming sincerely said. When he mentioned that the two had consummated the marriage, he secretly looked at Li Jiwei, worried she might be angry. After all, they hadn't truly married, just a formal act. If he didn't say this, Lin's family might not agree. Please, Your Majesty, approve the marriage of the common girl to Prince Sin. Li Jiwei listened to Su Heming's words but did not speak in reply. After all, last night she shared a room with Su Heming. Even if they didn't have a formal marriage, others probably wouldn't see her as innocent. It was better to go along with him and quickly kneel to beg the emperor. The 1,200 taels of silver was something they had just agreed upon, deliberately meant to shame the Yuan Marquis' estate. Compared to the 1 million taels of dowry from the Li family, this 1,200 taels was like giving a beggar from the Yuan Marquis' estate. Lin Jitong, upon hearing this, glared angrily at Li Jiwei. He didn't expect this shameless woman to be in such a hurry to marry the Prince of An and even share a bed with him. At this moment, since the Prince of An already claimed he and Li Jiwei were married, he couldn't say anything about taking her back to his estate. Lin Qihua's face darkened further. He wanted to give up, but thinking of the dowry from the Li family, he hesitated. Your Majesty, Lady Li was officially engaged to my son through 3 matches and 6 ceremonies, not as a concubine. Last night's affair with the Prince of An was also the fault of the Yuan Marquis' estate. Now, we only wish to return to how things were before. Yesterday's events, my son and I will keep in our hearts, Lin Qihua said through gritted teeth. After much internal struggle, Lin Qihua decided to let his son marry this green hat man. Compared to the shame on his son's head, the wealth of the Li family was more important. Perhaps the Li family would feel guilty and give them more silver. With this in mind, Lin Qihua decided that this marriage must not be abandoned. Lin Chongzai was initially stunned but then realized this. For the sake of the silver, He decided not to argue with that shameless woman from the Li family for now. Li Jiwei's face darkened. She didn't expect the people from the Yuan Marquis estate to be so shameless. She was already someone else's wife, yet these father and son still wanted her to marry into the Yuan Marquis estate. Father, Lin Jidong looked at Lin Qihua with dissatisfaction. He was already reluctant to marry Li Jiwei, and now, with her no longer a virgin, he was even less willing. Your Majesty, since the Yuan Marquis doesn't mind that this common girl has become the wife of the prince, I believe the heir of the Yuan Marquis also has deep feelings for her. But I, Li Jiwei, know I am deeply guilty and have no face to marry the heir of the Yuan Marquis anymore, Li Jiwei said with a look of self-blame. She had no desire to go to the abyss of the Yuan Marquis' estate again. Lady Li, Lin Chongzai called out unhappily upon hearing this. Lin Chongzai never expected that Li Jiwei would be so ungrateful. They had already spoken about her, yet she still refused to marry into the Yuan Marquis family. As a woman who had lost her innocence and was a merchant, she wondered where she had the face to refuse. She thought, can I really choose whether to marry or not? Lin Chongzai, Li Jiwei is my princess, Su Hemming said angrily. Remember, he is king and Lin Chongzai is only a 6th-rank official. He is a 1st-rank prince, and his princess is also of 1st rank. Normally, when Lin Chongzai sees his princess, he should bow. Your Highness Kingin, even if you're a prince, you can't force someone else's wife to marry you. Lin Chongzai didn't expect Kingin to stand up and speak for Li Jiwei. He cursed Li Jiwei in his heart for being so shameless. Li Jiwei, you really come from a small family. Don't you know that a woman shouldn't marry twice? Lin Chongzai turned to scold Li Jiwei when he saw Su Hemming was not moved. I know my status is humble, and I cannot match the grandeur of the Yuan Marquis family. But originally, it was the Yuan Marquis family who came to Li's house to ask for my hand. We brought a generous dowry to the capital. I didn't expect Lin's family to shut their doors and turn us away, showing no warmth like when they first asked for my hand. It was the Crown Prince of King and who pitied me and took me to King An's residence, so I wouldn't be humiliated at the Marquis' gate. Li Jiwei knelt before Zhu Jingchen and recounted yesterday's events. Jiwei, this matter is Jitong's fault. We've already taught him a lesson. We'll discuss everything when we get home. Later, I will punish him properly, and he will treat you well in the future. Lin Qihua forced a fake smile and said to Li Jiwei. After speaking, she shot a glance at Lin Jidong. If he hadn't acted up, none of this would have happened today. Li Jiwei slightly curled her lips. She knew very well that Lin Qihua was saying this because she wanted her family's wealth. In her previous life, all the Li family's assets were taken by the Lin family, who looked down on them. Your Majesty, I am willing to donate all my dowry to the court, Li Jiwei said sincerely, ignoring Lin Qihua and speaking openly. Su Hemming was stunned at first, then understood Li Jiwei's plan. Your Majesty, the southern floods and border wars are urgent. The court indeed needs money. Li Jiwei's generous act can help solve the court's immediate problems, Su Hemming quickly added to Zhu Jingchen. Jingchen Zhu was pleased to hear this, appreciating Li Jiwei's tactfulness. As the emperor, he understood clearly, but the court's lack of silver was a real problem. Everything they did felt powerless and without enough resources. He knew the Li family was not short of money. They would surely give a generous dowry for their only daughter. Currently, they had 66,000 taels of silver, of which 20,000 taels had already been sent to Jiangnan for rice and grain. The remaining 46,000 taels were still in their possession. With that silver, Zhu Jingchen thought he could sleep peacefully at night. Besides the dowry for the lady, the Li family is willing to contribute 50,000 taels of silver and 30,000 bushels of grain to help with the southern floods, Li Jiwei added before Lin Qihua and others could react. The Lin family was not short of silver, so 50,000 taels was manageable. As for the 30,000 bushels of grain, they surely had ways to manage that. She knew what the Lin family wanted. She was determined to make them regret it. They could not have her dowry, nor could they take the Li family's wealth. Jingchen Zhu, who had been somewhat worried, swallowed hard. Wow, This Li family's young lady really knew how to make him happy. Since Miss Li has such intentions, I am very pleased. Since that's the case, I, on behalf of the court, thank Miss Li and the Li family for their great kindness, Zhu Jingchen said with a smile that couldn't be hidden. Lin Qihua's heart sank. He thought they could forget about getting the Li family's dowry, but Li Jiwei was the only daughter of the Li family. They say a dead camel is still bigger than a horse. If Li Jiwei was still with the Lin family, there would be endless silver. They absolutely could not let her go. Even if Li Jiwei married Prince Sin, so what? It was an illegitimate match. They had arranged the marriage with 3 matchmakers and 6 betrothal gifts, and they had the marriage certificate. Li Jiwei was supposed to be his son's wife. Moreover, since they had already donated these things, it wasn't a complete loss. The emperor would surely reward them, and in the end, the rewards would come to the Lin family. Being able to help the emperor is a blessing for your Anhou residents. Lin Qihua quickly knelt down after thinking it through. Su Hemming was displeased upon hearing this. What did it have to do with the Hou residents? Lin Chongzai was initially unhappy too, but then he thought, if the Lin family could gain the emperor's favor, he would benefit too. Now he was pregnant, but his rank was too low. If I gain the benefits from Miss Li, I will surely be promoted, and my child can stay by my side. Thinking of this, Lin Chong felt a bit excited. Cough, Zhu Jingchen cleared his throat, also amused by Lin Qihua's shameless attitude. Miss Li, do you have any rewards you wish for? Zhu Jingchen asked Li Jiwei. Zhu Jingchen was also unwilling to give Lin Qihua face. What does the Li family's wealth have to do with the Hofu of ruin? They haven't even entered your house. The humble girl asks the emperor to help her cancel the marriage with the Lin family. Although Lin's son has already passed the matchmaker's approval and formal betrothal, I have not yet entered the Lin family door, nor bowed to the marriage, so it doesn't count. Moreover, Lin's son is already married to Miss Zhou from the Zhou family. I do not wish to marry Lin's son as a concubine. Li Jiwei quickly followed Zhu Jingchen's words. Your Majesty, the young man allowed the concubine to enter first, which was indeed rude, but Ji Tong and Miss Li exchanged the gengtia, a traditional letter of betrothal. Lin Qihua said unhappily. He didn't expect Li Jiwei to be so ungrateful. Father, sister, A Tang is not a concubine, Lin Jidong added unhappily from the side. Shut up. Lin Qihua didn't expect Lin Jidong to argue about whether Zhou Yutong was a concubine at this moment. According to Lin Qihua's thoughts, as long as they tell outsiders that Zhou Yutong is a concubine, it will be fine. But instead, he was busy cleaning up his son's mess, while his son was his own foolish teammate, constantly pulling him back. Mother, Lin Jidong tugged at Luo's sleeve in dissatisfaction. He didn't want his cousin to be wronged as a concubine. Moreover, he had promised his cousin that she would be his only wife in this life. Although Zhou was also unhappy with Lin Qihua's words, she dared not speak in front of the emperor. Since that's the case, I will grant the marriage between the Lin and Li families to be cancelled, Zhu Jingchen said, ignoring the small tricks of the Lin family, and instead looked with a gentle smile at Su Hemming. This old man should also get married soon. Thinking about it, this person was still brought home by that little guy Su Qingshi. That boy was also good at choosing people. Your Majesty, Lin Qihua frowned. This was not the outcome he wanted. Without the support of the Li family, his plans with the master would fall apart. The master's temper is not good. He would not only lose the Li family's wealth but also face punishment himself. Thinking about what the master wants, perhaps it is related to Li Jiwei's dowry. Lin Qihua's heart grew more anxious. Moreover, because of the Li family, they gained the emperor's favor. If he wanted to do something else, it probably wouldn't be easy. Your Majesty, I will carry out your order and summon Li Tianyu to the palace to present himself. Zhu Jingchen actually admires Li Tianyu's ability to earn money. Such a talented person. If he could be persuaded to serve the court, then perhaps in the future, his belt wouldn't be so tight. Your Majesty, Li Tianyu is currently in Lian County. It may be difficult for him to come to the palace soon, Su Hemming quickly said. It's okay. Send someone to Lian County to bring him to the capital. When the time comes, he can come to the palace. Zhu Jingchen said happily after receiving a large sum of silver. He even emphasized sending someone to pick up Li Tianyu, showing great courtesy. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." Li Jiwei hurriedly expressed her gratitude. Su Aiqing, before Li Tianyu enters the palace, Miss Li will stay temporarily at the Anwang mansion. Please take care of her and treat her well. Lin Aiqing, since the marriage between Miss Li and the Lin family has been cancelled, I hope you won't bother Miss Li anymore. Zhu Jingchen thought for a moment and gave instructions to both. Your Majesty, I have already sent some of my dowry to the Lin family. Now that the marriage is off, those things. Li Jiwei looked at Zhu Jingchen with a pleading expression and said, those large items sent to the Lin family were carefully prepared by her parents. She couldn't let the Lin family get away with it. Li Jiwei, those things belong to the Lin family, Lin Jidong said unhappily. He knew that he had already given those items to his cousin long ago. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will return all the dowry items to Miss Li, Lin Qihua said through gritted teeth. Old Eunuch Liu, later, have the Ministry of Revenue send someone directly to the ruined Marquis Mansion and the Anwang Mansion to take those items to the Imperial Treasury. Zhu Jingchen seemed to have anticipated Lin Qihua's plan. He directly told old Eunuch Liu, mainly to prevent Lin Qihua from making excuses later and hiding those items. Moreover, if the Anwang or Li Jiwei went to ask for those things, the ruined Marquis Mansion would most likely refuse. Hearing the Emperor's words, Su Hemming's lips curled slightly. He silently thought, the Emperor is wise. When the Ministry of Revenue got involved, Lin Qihua knew he couldn't deny it. Su Hemming gently tugged on Li Jiwei's sleeve and said, hurry and thank the Emperor. Thank you for Your Majesty's kindness. Although Li Jiwei didn't understand why the prince wanted her to thank the Emperor, she followed his instructions. Miss Li, do you have anything you'd like to ask of me? Zhu Jingchen asked with a half-smile, looking at Li Jiwei and Su Hemming. Seeing the Emperor's teasing look, Su Hemming understood that the Emperor was joking. He realized that he and Li Jiwei's marriage still needed to be made official. Even though he was marrying a stepmother, he didn't want Li Jiwei to feel wronged. Moreover, Li Jiwei had donated all her dowry, and he was giving her a safe place to live. The Emperor was getting a good deal. Asking the Emperor for a marriage proposal wasn't too much. Your Majesty, I have something I wish to ask for your approval, Su Hemming said seriously, kneeling with Li Jiwei. Oh? What is it that Lord Su and Miss Li want from me? Zhu Jingchen said, impressed by Su Hemming's actions. He thought to himself that Su Hemming was truly a loyal official. With just a glance, he knew what Su Hemming wanted to say. I admire Miss Li and hope Your Majesty will grant us a marriage, Su Hemming said earnestly. Lin Qihua thought about how Li Jiwei was the only daughter of Li Tianyu. Even though she had donated all her dowry, a wealthy person like her was still valuable. As long as Li Tianyu was alive, money would keep flowing into the prince and estate. Thinking of this, Lin Qihua held back his anger with great willpower. Next to him, Lin Chong stared intently at Li Jiwei. A small merchant's daughter. Why should she take her brother away? Lian and Li family, I wonder if Wei is doing well over there, Li Tianyu said anxiously inside his house. Master, the young lady is going to the capital to enjoy a good life and become the wife of the Marquis of Ruanan, Steward Zhou said with a smile to comfort him. But Li Tianyu felt uneasy. His heart kept pounding, as if something big was about to happen. He thought about his precious daughter going so far away to the capital and felt uncomfortable inside. Steward Zhou didn't dare say much more. After all, the master has only one daughter. Now that she has married far away, the master feels lonely, which is understandable. Madam, are you feeling better today? Thinking about his wife, who is also unwell because of their daughter's marriage, he feels uneasy. He wishes he hadn't agreed to marry his daughter off so far away. Madam is still the same. Uncle Zhou sighs when he thinks of Lady Li, Madam Yao. She is not in good health. The master and Madam share a deep love and have never taken a concubine. Li Tianyu doesn't say much, only occasionally looks toward the capital, as if he hopes to see his precious daughter return. Before he can feel too sad, a horse from the Imperial Guard suddenly stops right outside the Li family gate. Is this Li Tianyu, the Li family head? Wu San from the Imperial Guard knocks on the door.
Sir.
Are you an official? Who are you looking for? The gatekeeper is unsure when he sees Wu San. His attire looks official, but it's different from the officials in County. This makes the gatekeeper uncertain. He wonders what urgent matter the official has with the master. May I ask, is this Li Tianyu, the kind-hearted Li? Wu San asks again, uncertain.
Yes.
Who are you looking for, sir? The gatekeeper is sure he's here for the master, but worries about what the official wants. Has the master gotten into trouble? I am from the capital. My name is Wu San. I am here on the Emperor's orders to invite Li the kind-hearted to the palace for an audience. This is a letter from your young lady to Li the kind-hearted. Wu San hands over a letter written by Li Jiwei. The gatekeeper, hearing that Wu San is from the capital, quickly welcomes him inside and arranges a place for him in the front hall. Then he takes the letter from the young lady to find Li Tianyu. At this moment, Li Tianyu is in the courtyard talking with Madame Yao. Master, I wonder if Wei has arrived in the capital. Is everything going smoothly there? Madame Yao's eyes are full of longing when she thinks of her only daughter. She must have arrived. When you're feeling better, we can move to the capital. When that time comes, if you want to see Wei, just go, Li Tianyu says with a quick smile. Master, a distinguished guest wishes to see you. Uncle Zhou reports, holding the letter, looking serious. The writing on the envelope, Uncle Zhou saw at a glance, was written by the young lady. At this moment, Uncle Zhou was worried, wondering if something had happened to the young lady. But thinking about how the person said it was an imperial order to invite the master to the palace, he felt uneasy too. Master, you go ahead and busy yourself. Mrs. Yao knew her husband was very busy. She was usually in poor health, and this time, because her daughter married far away, she was overly sad and had been resting for a few days. Then you rest first. I'll go and come back quickly. Li Tianyu saw Uncle Zhou's expression and knew there was an important matter he needed to handle. After leaving the yard, Uncle Zhou hurriedly handed the letter to Li Tianyu and said quickly, Master, someone from the capital has come. They say it's an imperial order to invite you to the palace for an audience. The person is waiting in the front hall. It seems to be written in the young lady's handwriting. Hearing this, Li Tianyu frowned, feeling worried. Could it be that his daughter had encountered some trouble? However, when Li Tianyu opened the letter and saw his daughter's handwriting, he was initially happy. But after reading the letter completely, he was so angry he trembled. In the letter, Li Jiwei detailed to her father that on her wedding day, the Marquis of Ruanan deliberately left her outside the mansion. By a twist of fate, she was taken back to the Prince An's residence by the young master of the Prince An's estate. She also told Li Tianyu about the plans of the Marquis of Ruanan and that she had donated her dowry to the court. Additionally, she had promised the emperor 50,000 taels of silver and 30,000 stones of grain to help with the southern flood problem, all of which she mentioned in the letter. She also told Li Tianyu that the emperor summoned him to the palace because of this donation, which was a good thing. Li Jiwei also explained in the letter that her and the Prince An's marriage was arranged so that the Prince An wouldn't have a reason to take her back from the Marquis of Ruanan. The two had already gone through the wedding ceremony. After reading the letter, Li Tianyu paced anxiously back and forth in the yard. Master, did the young lady mention anything in her letter? Uncle Zhou looked at Li Tianyu's anxious face and asked worriedly. Jiwei didn't marry into the Lin family, Li Tianyu said through gritted teeth.
What?
But the Lin family. Uncle Zhou wanted to say that the Lin family had come to ask for her hand, so how could she not have married into the Lin family? Could it be that the Lin family's request was for some other purpose? Thinking of this, Uncle Zhou also thought about his own master's wealth, which was worth millions, and couldn't help but feel alarmed. Master, is it because Miss discovered the Lin family's plans that she didn't marry into the Lin family? Uncle Zhou understood Li Jiwei well. The young lady would never use the entire Li family to fill the Duke of Ruan's estate.
That must be it.
Jiwei donated her dowry to the court, probably to protect our Li family, Li Tianyu sighed. He knew his daughter well, Her purpose was surely to safeguard the family. Master, did the young lady mention anything else in her letter? Uncle Zhou looked at Li Tianyu, who was becoming more sad, and quickly changed the subject. After all, Wu San was still waiting for his master to go to the capital. Jiwei asked me to prepare 50,000 taels of silver and 30,000 bushels of grain for the southern flood relief. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu quickly ordered people to get ready. Master, the official is still waiting. Why don't you go see him first? Uncle Zhou thought of Wu San and hurriedly suggested. Yes, I should go see him. Li Tianyu finally remembered Wu San. Official, I apologize for being late, Li Tianyu said with a smile and a bow, looking apologetic. Li the kind-hearted, Wu San stood up and returned the bow. This man was the father-in-law of King An, so Wu San dared not offend him. Sorry to keep you waiting, official. The news came suddenly, and I was a bit flustered, Li Tianyu said, somewhat embarrassed. No problem. I hope Li the kind-hearted prepares quickly so we can go to the capital and present ourselves to the emperor, Wu San said promptly. Yes, but my daughter's letter requires many things to prepare, which might delay us by a day. Why not rest at your residence for a while? We can make some arrangements here before heading to the capital, Li Tianyu asked carefully. Of course, that's fine. Wu San knew that Li Tianyu needed time to prepare food and silver. Thank you, official. Li Tianyu sighed in relief. He didn't dare delay further, as going to the capital to present himself was an urgent matter. Su Qing looked at the Minister of Revenue moving Li Jiwei's belongings away, her brow furrowing tightly. All of Li Jiwei's things had been taken, but what could she use to buy herself a lock? When she saw Minister Tang Xiaoyong order people to carry Li Jiwei's bed and coffin, Su Qing could no longer hold back and stepped forward to block Tang Xiaoyong's way. Wait, Su Qing crossed her arms, looking at Tang Xiaoyong with displeasure. When Tang Xiaoyong saw Su Qing, he smiled so broadly that his eyes squinted. It's important to know that the reason their treasury could afford these dowries was thanks to this young master's great help. Lord Tang, just take away those items. Leave these two things here. Su Qing looked at the two objects with a frown. He didn't understand why such strange items were part of a bride's dowry.
This. Tan siwing hestita.
The emperor had personally ordered him to put all of Li Jiwei's dowry into the treasury. Lord Tang, these bed and black box aren't worth much, right? Little Su Qing didn't know what a coffin was for, but to him, it was just a wooden box. The treasury was already poor. Could they be planning to fill it with silver? Li Jiwei had already given them the silver. It's just a box. Why not make one themselves?
This.
Tang Xiaoyong looked at the fine golden-threaded Nanma coffin and sighed. It's said that a bride's family gives her a long-life coffin as a symbol of love and protection that surpasses life and death. Thinking of his young daughter at home, Tang Xiaoyong sighed. Fine, if he took it back to the treasury, it would just take up space. They had already given him silver and other valuables. So, he decided to leave the long-life coffin. Just as Tang Xiaoyong was about to order someone to set down the coffin, he looked at Su Qing with a flattering smile. Young master, look, this long-life coffin was left for Princess An. And this bed. Seeing the fine Wangwali carved bed, Tang Xiaoyong thought it must be worth a lot of silver. Leave it too. If you dare to move it, I'll go cry to Uncle Emperor, Su Qing said stubbornly, hands on his hips. Sir? The guards helping with the move looked confused. They didn't know whether to move or not. Never mind. Just follow the young master's wishes and arrange the items properly, Tang Xiaoyong sighed. He thought such a small request, he could just fulfill it. Lord Tang, my stepmother said that the Hofu of Ruin still has many good things. You mustn't forget them, Su Qing added mischievously as Tang Xiaoyong was about to leave. Thank you for the reminder, young master. Tang Xiaoyong smiled upon hearing this. He would definitely visit the Hofu of Ruin. The emperor had said not to forget. Brother Jidong, these things were promised to me. Zhou Yutong looked upset as Lin Jitong was about to take away the jewelry he had given her a few days ago. Yutong, listen to me. We don't need these things, Lin Jitong said. He didn't want to give them away, but he knew he couldn't do what he wanted this time. Moreover, the The person collecting these items was the Minister of Revenue, and his father was also an official at court. He couldn't afford to offend him. I don't care. Since these are given to me, they are mine, Zhou Yutong said, ignoring Lin Jidong's words. She protected the jewelry in her arms. She knew that each piece was valuable and not something she could buy easily. She also knew the jewelry belonged to Li Jiwei, but so what? Now these are hers. If anyone is to blame, it's Li Jiwei for not being lucky. All right, I'll buy you more later, Lin Jidong said impatiently. No. Zhou Yutong thought for a moment, but still refused. After all, Lin Jidong didn't have much silver money, and even if he bought her jewelry, he couldn't afford such beautiful pieces. The servant outside called, "Young master, the master asks if you've packed everything." Before Lin Jidong could reply to Zhou Yutong, the servant's voice was heard. "Stop bothering me. These things are not yours," Lin Jidong said, trying to take the box from Zhou Yutong. "What do you mean they're not mine? A cousin, have you fallen for Li Jiwei? That's why you want to return these to her." Zhou Yutong's eyes turned red as she looked at Lin Jidong, feeling betrayed. It was as if Lin Jidong was a heartless man. These things now belong to the court. If you insist on keeping them, when the Ministry of Revenue comes to take them, don't blame me for not warning you, Lin Jidong said, realizing how petty Zhou Yutong was. He felt a bit regretful. Seeing all these beautiful items, which should have been his, now belonged to someone else, he felt unhappy. The more he thought about it, the more he resented it. If he hadn't married Zhou Yutong first, Li Jiwei would be his wife now. And wouldn't Li Jiwei's dowry still be at his disposal? Originally, Zhou Yutong wanted to cause trouble with Lin Jidong again, but seeing Lin Jidong suddenly silent, she felt a bit uncomfortable and asked, "Enough, what are you thinking?" "I'll take these things to my father first," Lin Jidong said, picking up the items and leaving. Left behind, Zhou Yutong was angry and dissatisfied, but at this moment, she didn't dare to cause trouble anymore. After all, causing trouble now wouldn't do her any good. "Madam, what should we do now?" Qiu'er asked, a little unhappy, walking over to Zhou Yutong. "What can we do?" "I don't know. Since the old master wants these things, do you think I can just go and take them back?" Zhou Yutong stood up and pushed Qiu'er away in frustration. Mrs. Zhou looked at the items that had been taken back, her brows furrowing. Although all the items had been recovered, some were still with Lin Chongzai, and they didn't dare to ask for them. "Are all the items gathered?" Lin Qihua asked Mrs. Zhou impatiently. He didn't expect that before the people even entered the residence, everything had already been divided. If Li Jiwei married into the Lin family, she probably wouldn't dare to say much. But now, since she hadn't married in, these items would have to go into the state treasury. These things must be recovered. He had promised the emperor that he would return everything precisely, without a single mistake, to the court. "Old master, some are still missing," Mrs. Zhou said through gritted teeth. "Missing? Do you think I'm easy to fool?" Lin Qihua stared at Mrs. Zhou coldly and asked. Mrs. Zhou trembled all over and finally nodded, saying, "Old master, we also sent wedding gifts to Li's family. Since her dowry is to be taken away, shouldn't the bride price be returned to us?" "Nonsense. The little we gave, are you saying I should lose face over it?" Lin Qihua said angrily. Mrs. Zhou said nothing, thinking to herself that they had also sent quite a few gifts to Li's family. Why should Li's family get the advantage? Be honest. Where did those things go? Lin Qihua stared at Mrs. Zhou and asked. "They are with Lan Laosheng," Mrs. Zhou whispered. "Foolish." Lin Qihua was furious. They hadn't even married her yet, and they had already sent the items into the palace. Now, the emperor already had a bad impression of them. It wouldn't be easy to go into the palace and ask Lin Longji to retrieve those items. After all, Lin Longji was just a minor servant, and her family was not easy to see. "Master, what should we do now?" Zhou Shi was starting to feel anxious. If I had known it would come to this, why did I do it in the first place?" Lin Qihua shook his sleeve in frustration. He hated the situation, but felt helpless. Since his daughter had entered the palace and was pregnant, arrangements had to be made. Take some things from the storeroom to cover it up. If asked, say the items were accidentally broken by the household servants, Lin Chihua instructed. Su Heming had just returned home when his son dragged him to the storeroom, which was originally filled with Li Jiwei's dowry. "Father, what do you see?" Little Su Qingshi looked unhappy as he pulled Su Heming, pointing at the empty courtyard. "What?" Su Heming looked confused, not understanding what his son was upset about. It was full before. Su Qingshi gestured and thought disdainfully, no wonder his father still had no wife. With such a foolish mind, what woman would want him? Luckily, he was clever enough to bring back a beautiful stepmother. But unfortunately, after marrying his father, she became poor. Thinking about his mother marrying his father and losing her life, now Li Jiwei, who was unlucky enough to marry his father, had immediately become poor. It seemed his father was truly destined to be unlucky with wives. "Oh," Su Heming nodded without saying anything. He knew about this. Li Jiwei's dowry had all been donated to the court. But he didn't expect Lord Tang to act so quickly. "Father, don't you have anything to say?" Su Qingshi looked up at his father. "It's nothing. Father knows about this." Su Heming thought Su Qingshi just wanted to tell him that Tang Xiuyong was coming to move things. "Father, do you think you're cursed?" Su Qingshi took a few steps back and asked cautiously. "Huh," Su Heming was confused. "Cursed? Look, that stepmother married you just yesterday and already became poor. My mother married you, and now she's gone," Su Qingshi said directly, seeing his father's confusion. Hearing this, Su Heming was stunned and couldn't find a reply. But Li Jiwei's dowry had nothing to do with him. "However, the Zhou family's death is somewhat related to me. After all, she lost her life because she gave birth to children for me." "Don't talk nonsense," Su Heming sighed. "My son is not wrong," Su Qingshi said, looking at his father with some dissatisfaction, noticing his expression as if he didn't believe him. "Li's dowry was voluntarily donated to the court by her, not because of me." For some reason, Su Heming seemed to mind this, perhaps because he felt responsible. "Father, you should go talk to the stepmother quickly. I left her 2 things, Su Qingshi said proudly, pointing at the room behind him. "What?" Su Heming was surprised. He didn't expect this little brat to leave anything for someone. But he remembered these items were promised to the court by Li Jiwei. If he didn't give them, the emperor might blame her. Su Heming hurried to see what was inside the room. He hoped this wouldn't cause trouble because of the child. When he saw the long-life coffin and the bed, he first sighed in relief. Then, noticing they were made of fine golden Nanmu wood, he looked at his proud son with some annoyance. He really knew how to cause trouble. "Chingsong, go get 20,000 taels of silver notes," Su Heming said. He couldn't let the emperor think he was untrustworthy. He would buy these items for Li Jiwei himself. "Father, what do you need so much silver for?" Su Qingshi asked, frowning. Usually, he only had a few dozen taels of silver. 20,000 taels must be a lot. "Moyu, take the young master back to Liangqi courtyard." Su Heming took a deep breath, not wanting to deal with this troublesome matter. "Why, father? What are you going to do? Why are you sending me away?" Su Qingshi complained. "Young master, let's go back quickly." Moyu wiped his forehead and thought, this little ancestor really dares to say anything. "No, I want to find the stepmother," Su Qingshi said, crossing his arms and watching his father disappear. He felt that his father taking so much silver money must mean he's up to something bad. Li Jiwei just stood by the window, watching outside silently. "Miss, is there any trouble?" Suegwa asked worriedly, looking at Li Jiwei. I wondered if the Lin family still wanted the young lady to return home. Thinking about what the Lin family had done, Suegu was very angry. Since they had no intention of marrying her own young lady, why did they come to propose marriage at the Li family? The wedding sedan was already at the door, but they suddenly changed their minds. "It's okay," Li Jiwei thought to herself. By now, her father should have received her letter, right? She was worried about her mother's health and feared she might become too upset. But now, given the situation of the Li family, she had no choice but to do this. Thinking about the ending of her previous life, Li Jiwei felt suffocated. In this life, Since she didn't marry into the Lin family, maybe she had changed her past fate? This time, her parents probably wouldn't die tragically because she married the wrong person, right? The Li family's assets, most of which she had donated to the court, now had a formal connection to the emperor. It wouldn't be easy for the Lin family to target the Li family now. With this in mind, Li Jiwei felt relieved. Young master, the prince has asked you to return to Liangxi court, Mo said worriedly, following Su Qing's side and advising him. Stepmother, Su Qing didn't pay attention to Mo and instead called out into the courtyard. Young master, why are you here? Li Jiwei was surprised when she heard Su Qing's voice, then she smiled and came out to greet him. Stepmother, how come you're so useless? Su Qing looked at Li Jiwei with dissatisfaction. Li Jiwei was momentarily at a loss about how to respond to this little child's words. Seeing Su Qing's serious expression, Li Jiwei felt a strange urge to laugh. Young master, what do you mean by that? Li Jiwei smiled and squatted down to look at Su Qing, asking curiously. Seeing her squat down, Su Qing looked at her proudly, finally no longer needing to look up. You say, you're so useless. You just married into the prince's residence, and the dowry was all taken away. My father asked you to give it up, and you didn't keep anything for yourself, Su Qing said with frustration, rubbing her forehead. Everyone in the courtyard was first stunned, then couldn't help but secretly laugh. Young master, you misunderstood. Those things were given voluntarily, and have nothing to do with the prince, Li Jiwei said with a smile, hearing Su Qing's caring words. Su Qingji spoke like a small adult. It's okay. Those things are gone. We can earn more, Li Jiwei thought to herself. Without her life, what use were those silver coins? As long as she could protect the Li family, what did those things matter? Good job. Let's go. Su Qingji looked at Li Jiwei's expression and wanted to take her to see the things he left for her in the storeroom. Young master, you should go back now. Mo felt like crying. But he knew he couldn't control this lively young master. Young master, walk slowly, and be careful not to fall. Li Jiwei watched Su Qingji rush around and only worried about him falling. Soon, Su Qingji took Li Jiwei to the door of the storeroom where her dowry was stored. What's wrong? Li Jiwei asked confused. Look at you so careless. Can't you see? All your dowry has been moved away. You have nothing left. How can you stand firm in the palace? Su Qingji said with a look of disapproval. Thanks for the reminder, young master. Li Jiwei felt a little upset. Even a young child is worried about her. But what about the Lin family? They only want to drain her blood. Luckily, she was reborn or else. Go take a look. Su Qingji looked at Li Jiwei's dazed expression and thought, if she wasn't here, this family might fall apart. It's really sad how her father is so blinded by love. In the future, she might have tears to shed. Li Jiwei didn't know what Su Qingji was planning, but she still went into the room to check. When she saw her bed and the long-lasting coffin beside it, she was stunned. These two things placed together seemed strange. Shouldn't the emperor's people have moved these away? Why are they still here? How is it? Happy now? Your little master, left these just for you, Su Qingji said proudly. Young master, these things are no longer mine. I can't keep them, Li Jiwei said nervously, worried that losing 2 items might upset the emperor. After all, that would be a crime of deceiving the emperor. Don't worry. With me here, the emperor won't blame you. Su Qingji didn't think there was a problem. Besides, these 2 items are so ugly that the emperor probably doesn't like them either. If nothing else works, I will let the 3rd prince go to the emperor and cry. The emperor is most afraid when the 3rd prince cries. Young master, I know you mean well, but these things are things I willingly want to give to the emperor, Li Jiwei sighed. That bed was made by her father from the time she was little. He spent 3 years gathering wood and hiring craftsmen to make it. Naturally, she was reluctant to part with it. But compared to these material possessions, she cares more about saving her parents' lives. How can you be so ungrateful? I was kind enough to leave you these things, and you still complain? Su Qing sure didn't expect Li Jiwei to react like this. Shouldn't she be happy? Or does she only think her father is right? She is truly unwell. Zhu Jingchen listened as Tang Xiuyong reported on Li Jiwei's dowry. He sighed inwardly. This is truly a fortune rivaling a country. The dowry from Li Tianyu for his daughter was already so generous, plus the silver notes. The emperor thought it was even more lavish than the dowry he gave to the princess. Your Majesty, the Prince N's residence left 2 items of dowry, but I couldn't bring them back. Tang Xiuyong knelt and said. Prince N left them? Zhu Jingchen was surprised. He didn't expect Prince N to ask for things on behalf of Li Jiwei. It's the young master of Prince N's residence. He didn't allow me to take those 2 items. Tang Xiuyong quickly shook his head and told the truth. Did Qingshi want them? What are they? Zhu Jingchen was surprised that Su Qingshi, that little rascal, would still be greedy for things that didn't belong to him. He was thinking about how to ask Su Hemming for something good later. Your Majesty, the young master left behind Miss Li's cradle bed and the longevity coffin. Tang Xiuyong finished and secretly glanced at Zhu Jingchen, fearing the emperor would blame him. Are you sure? These weren't left by Prince N. Zhu Jingchen was stunned. He couldn't understand how little Su Qingshi would know to leave these 2 items for Li Jiwei. After all, these things are usually carefully prepared by the family for a girl about to marry. Li's family is as wealthy as a country. If these items were truly handed over to the state treasury, they wouldn't be very useful. They could be exchanged for silver, but that wouldn't look good. However, these 2 items are quite valuable. However, Qiqing, a young child who hasn't even grown a full beard, left something for Li Jiwei. If it were gold, silver, or jewelry, Zhu Jingchen would find it much easier to accept. Your Majesty, I have not seen His Highness the Prince of An at the Prince of An's residence, Tang Xiuyong quickly explained, shaking his head. This little thing has quite good judgment. Does he not know this is what I want? Zhu Jingchen asked curiously, not intending to blame him. Your Majesty, I do not know either, Tang Xiuyong honestly replied. All right, if he likes it, take it to please his stepmother. I should also give him some support. Zhu Jingchen waved his hand dismissively, thinking that if he truly disapproved, that brat might cry in front of the palace tomorrow to stir trouble. Thinking of the 3rd prince's crying, Zhu Jingchen, as the emperor, felt very helpless. Moreover, the Li family has given him quite a lot. He doesn't need this small thing. Your Majesty, Miss Li said that the Marquis of Ruanan's residence still has many things. Tang Xiuyong wanted to go to the Marquis of Ruanan's house to ask for some items, but he was worried that the Marquis might not give him face, so he decided to seek a royal decree. Yes, go ahead. Zhu Jingchen was quite dissatisfied with the Marquis of Ruanan's recent behavior. He didn't dare to covet the Li family's wealth. Even with the serious flooding in Jiangnan, he only thought about asking the Li family for some silver. But the Marquis of Ruanan had other intentions, seeking to marry into the family. If he truly cared, it would be fine, but he was clearly ambitious, and everyone could see it. Your servant wishes the emperor to issue a decree, Tang Xiuyong said with a smile, trying to flatter. Old Lu, go. Zhu Jingchen quickly understood Tang Xiuyong's plan and asked Old Lu to prepare the decree. Li Tianyu prepared everything quickly, including silver notes, and then followed Wu San to the capital. On the way, Li Tianyu tried to travel light. Food and medicine were directly stored in Lian County. After he entered the palace to report, he would decide where to send them and arrange for someone to deliver. Additionally, he prepared a piece of 1,000-year-old purple ginseng to give to the emperor, hoping that the emperor would see this ginseng and treat Wei more kindly. Old Masterly, we don't have to rush so much, Wu San said, looking at Li Tianyu, who was working tirelessly day and night. He saw that Li Tianyu was just a scholar. Today they were riding horses into the capital. Wu Sanjin was worried that Li Tianyu might get too tired before reaching the city. Perhaps Prince N and the emperor would blame him for not doing his job well. I'm fine. I hope the officials won't laugh at me, Li Tianyu said. He had no time to rest. He just wanted to see his daughter quickly, find out what happened, and seek justice for her. Su Qingshi still went into the palace. At this moment, he was secretly hiding behind the fake mountain and cunning palace with the 3rd prince, Zhu Hanyu, whispering. Su Qingshi, are you stupid? That thing was taken by the emperor himself. Why did you leave it for her? Are you afraid the emperor will punish you? Zhu Hanyu didn't expect Su Qingshi to do so much for Li Jiwei. I'm just here to ask for help. If the emperor wants to punish me, you must save me, Su Qingshi said, patting the third prince's shoulder without hesitation. When the emperor wants to punish you, I can't save you. I'm just a kid, and the emperor won't listen to me, Zhu Hanyu replied, not wanting to take on that responsibility. You don't have to do anything. Just go to the emperor and cry. If he doesn't agree to let me go, keep crying until he does, Su Qingshi said quickly, thinking about Zhu Jingtian's expression when he heard Zhu Hanyu crying. What if the emperor wants to punish me too? Zhu Hanyu was still afraid of Zhu Jingtian. After all, the emperor was very strict. There wasn't much time for him and Zhu Hanyu to be close. Then, we are brothers in life and ghost brothers in death, Su Qingshi said after some thought. I don't want to be a ghost, Zhu Hanyu said angrily. Who would want to be a ghost for no reason? Third young master. What's wrong? A little attendant nearby saw what his young master was saying and hurried over to ask. It's none of your business. Stay away, Zhu Hanyu, the little tyrant of Cunning Palace, said angrily. He was just unhappy looking at Su Qingshi. He didn't understand. He considered Su Qingshi a good friend, but now Su Qingshi wanted to be a ghost with him. Then, will you save me? Su Qingshi looked at Zhu Hanyu with a proud smile. He thought, if you don't want to be a ghost with me, then you should try hard to save me. I'm going to find the emperor and cry now. Zhu Hanyu shivered at the thought of Zhu Jingtian. He was scared and decided he must bring his mother along. Otherwise, if he couldn't cry later, wouldn't he fail to save Su Qingshi? He really doesn't want to be a ghost. After discussing, the two of them came out from behind the fake mountain. As soon as the empress came out, she saw a few leaves on their heads and said crossly, You two little troublemakers, what have you been doing? Greetings, Empress Dowager. When Su Qingshi saw the empress, he politely bowed. Mother, you should hurry and go with your son to cry with the emperor. Zhu Hanyu, ignoring everything, pulled the empress and wanted to go to the Qianqing palace. Child, why are you crying to your father for no reason? The empress was both amused and annoyed. The emperor is most afraid when Zhu Hanyu cries. Could this child be trying to get attention because he knows the emperor is afraid of him crying? Mother, I need to save Qingshi. If I don't go now, I might turn into a ghost, Zhu Hanyu said anxiously, worried about becoming a ghost. Save Qingshi? Turn into a ghost. The empress thought her son was talking nonsense. She didn't understand at first. She hadn't heard that the emperor was going to punish the Wang residents. Besides, recently the treasury was full because of the rewards to the Wang family, so there was no reason for punishment. If the prince of Wang was not truly unworthy, the empress thought, rewarding the Wang family was enough. And a child can't have committed many serious mistakes. He took the emperor's things, Zhu Hanyu said without hesitation. You're talking nonsense. I didn't take the emperor's things, Su Qingshi thought to himself. He wasn't stupid. How could he take the emperor's belongings? He still wanted his head. Didn't you? Those things were promised to my father by your stepmother. That means they belong to my father. Did you ask my father for permission to keep them? Zhu Hanyu asked sharply. Su Qingshi didn't know what to say. He really hadn't told the emperor and had kept those things secretly. Child, stop scaring Qingshi. The empress heard this and probably understood that Su Qing had left some dowry for Li Jiwei. However, she thought that since the emperor valued Prince In so much, he probably wouldn't harm the child. Qing, you need to ask your uncle first before taking his things, the empress said with a smile to Su Qing. Your Majesty, Qing knows. Qing will go find uncle now. Su Qing lowered his head, realizing that it wasn't good to leave those things without permission. Hanyu, you go with Qing to find your father. If he's busy, wait until he's free, the empress told her youngest son. Then she remembered how loudly the child was crying and quickly added, and no crying, okay? Mother, can Qing go alone? I didn't take anything from father, Zhu Hanyu said, feeling scared of his father and not wanting to go. Are you still good friends with Qing? If you act like this, what if Qing doesn't want to play with you anymore? the Empress said impatiently. Actually, she was hoping that Prince En, being the Emperor's close confidant, might help Hanyu if needed, especially since the Emperor hadn't named a crown prince yet. Come with me, and later, my stepmother has some new fun things. I'll bring you one, Su Qing said, thinking about the Luban lock Li Jiwei promised him, trying to tempt him. Did you really say that? You can't change your mind, Zhu Hanyu said excitedly, looking forward to the fun. When have I ever lied to you? Su Qing patted his chest to promise. The two quickly agreed to go ask the Emperor for help together. Watching their figures walk away, the Empress sighed softly. Your Majesty, do you think the Emperor will blame Prince En for this? A maid whispered nearby. It doesn't matter. It's probably just that merchant girl promising to donate her dowry to the court. Maybe the little prince saw something new and interesting. Those things were meant to fill the treasury, because of him. The Emperor probably won't blame anyone, the Empress said casually. She thought that the Emperor probably wouldn't care much about this matter and might forget about it soon. However, she had also heard that Li Jiwei's dowry was quite generous. Is it true that King En married the lady from the Li family as his queen? The Empress asked thoughtfully. Your Majesty, I heard it is true. However, the Emperor hasn't given any official word yet, the maid quickly replied. Go to the storeroom and pick a few suitable congratulatory gifts for King En and his new wife. Send them to celebrate their wedding, the Empress thought. Since the Emperor hasn't spoken, maybe he has other plans, but he probably won't oppose this. Su Qingshi and Zhu Hanyu reached the door of the imperial study and both stopped. They didn't dare to go in without permission. Hey, isn't this third prince and the young lord of King En? Are you here to see the Emperor? Old Lu saw these two young masters from afar and smiled as he approached. Old Lu, is my father busy right now? Zhu Hanyu looked at Old Lu and whispered, glancing nervously toward the imperial study. How lucky that third prince is here. The Emperor just finished his work. Why don't you go in and see him? He'll be very happy to see you, Old Lu said kindly, curious himself. Usually, the third prince was afraid of the Emperor, like a mouse seeing a cat. Today, he came to see the Emperor willingly. It's a rare occasion. But when he's not crying, this third prince is quite adorable. Old Lu, please pass on a message for me, Zhu Hanyu said after a moment of thought, mustering his courage. Honestly, his father was a bit intimidating, and today he was risking a lot for his brothers. After speaking, Zhu Hanyu raised an eyebrow at Su Qingshi, as if to say, look at what I've sacrificed for you. Su Qingshi just smiled politely at Zhu Hanyu. He knew he had made a big mistake this time and worried it might cause trouble for his father and grandmother. Zhu Jingchen heard that the third son was coming to see him and looked outside in disbelief. Could it be that the sky is going to rain red? Your Majesty, the third prince and the young lord of King En are waiting outside, Old Lu said with a smile. All right, let them come in. I want to see what these two little guys want, Zhu Jingchen said. Since he heard Su Qingshi was here too, he guessed what they came for. Thinking about Su Hemming giving him that 20,000 taels of silver, Zhu Jingchen still felt a bit uneasy and gently touched his chest. After all, he was a poor emperor. He was actually bought off by a small official with just 20,000 taels of silver. But now that Su Qingshi was here, maybe he could ask for a little more interest? Let them come in, Zhu Jingchen thought to himself. He needed to find Su Hemming and ask for something that wouldn't seem too excessive. Because if he went too far and Su Hemming refused to help him, he would be in big trouble. Since having the versatile Su Hemming, Zhu Jingchen felt much more relaxed in his role as emperor. Moreover, Su Hemming was never greedy. He took only what was offered and refused anything unreasonable. For example, this time, Su Qingshi left 2 items of Li Jiwei's dowry, and Su Hemming quickly went to the palace to send him a silver note. Such a thoughtful person. He just didn't know if Li Jiwei was wise enough to understand the situation. His treasury was really too poor. If he could get help from the Li family, he probably wouldn't have to be a poor emperor anymore. Thinking of this, Zhu Jingchen was very curious about Li Jiwei. Your Majesty, I come to pay my respects. Qingshi, I pay my respects to Emperor Uncle. Two little children entered the imperial study politely bowing to Zhu Jingchen. However, Zhu Jingchen, lost in his own thoughts, didn't hear what they said. Zhu Hanyu looked at his father, who didn't call him to bow, and felt nervous. Oh no, maybe the emperor wouldn't forgive Su Qingshi? He shouldn't have come with Su Qingshi. Zhu Hanyu looked at Su Qingshi with a resentful face, full of grievance. Brother, you've caused me trouble. Su Qingshi could only feel guilty and pretend not to see the gaze from the third prince. He was also feeling uneasy. Could those two items be very important to the emperor? Oh no, the emperor might even cut his head off. Your Majesty, Lu Gonggong looked at Zhu Jingchen, who had been silent for a long time. He was first surprised, then softly called out. He was also puzzled. Does the emperor usually not trouble the younger generation? What's going on today? Oh, the third prince and Qingshi are here. Zhu Jingchen coughed awkwardly and then smiled. Father. Zhu Hanyu looked at Zhu Jingchen with displeasure. He hated being called the third prince. In his anger, Zhu Hanyu completely forgot to be afraid of Zhu Jingchen. Hey, little third son, what's wrong? Zhu Jingchen naturally knew why his third son was angry. He understood that his third son didn't like being called that, but he was momentarily embarrassed and forgot to change his words. Now, seeing his third son glaring at him with a pout, Zhu Jingchen wanted to tease him.
Wow.
Father, you're mean. Zhu Hanyu immediately burst into loud tears. Zhu Jingchen, who had initially wanted to tease Zhu Hanyu, was now stunned. How could this child cry just like that? The problem was, his crying was so loud that Zhu Jingchen felt his ears ringing and his scalp tingling. The worst part was, he was the one who made him cry. Su Qing was standing nearby, stunned. So, this is how powerful the third prince's crying can be? He had only heard about it before, never seen it himself. Now, being closest to the third prince, Su Qing was also affected by the loud crying and felt like crying himself. He thought he could only hear crying now, nothing else. Wow, wow, wow. Thinking that he might never hear anything else again, Su Qing started crying without caring. The third prince was first surprised. How come he was crying, too? But then he remembered, no one in the palace cried louder than him. Thinking of that, the third prince cried even harder. Su Qing didn't want to lose to his little friend. Of course, he cried too and refused to admit defeat. When one child started crying, Zhu Jingchen couldn't take it anymore. Now both kids were crying loudly. Zhu Jingchen was stunned. Oh dear, young masters, this isn't a place for crying. Lu Gonggong didn't understand. Why were they crying all of a sudden? Most importantly, their crying sounded so pitiful, so heartbreaking. Lu Gonggong was worried that if the emperor got angry, he might take it out on him, since he was the one who brought them in. Moreover, these two probably weren't good outlets for his frustration. Now Lu Gonggong also felt like crying. Go find Su Hemming and tell him to take his little rascal back home, Zhu Jingchen thought regretfully. What had he done to deserve this? Why were these two little ones tormenting him like this? I'll go right now, Lu Gonggong replied. The old eunuch hurried out quickly. He thought to himself, as long as the emperor doesn't blame him, it's fine. Inside the imperial study, Zhu Jingchen looked at the two little children with a tired expression, hearing their voices rising louder and louder. He didn't understand how such small bodies could produce such loud sounds. Probably the whole palace could hear their crying. Those who didn't know might think the emperor had done something to the children, making them cry like that. But Zhu Jingchen had never comforted children before, so he didn't know how to handle it. Your Majesty, Lin Chongzai requests to see you, a trembling young eunuch said as he entered. Not now. Zhu Jingchen was annoyed and had no mood to see Lin Longji. Moreover, Lin Longji was pregnant. What was she coming here for? Go and ask the empress to come, Zhu Jingchen thought. Only the empress could control the three princes now, so he added, bring her here. Your Majesty, I think I heard the third prince crying. I want to help soothe him, but I hope I won't disturb your Majesty. Lin Chongzai's sweet voice came from outside the hall. Lin Chongzai was thinking to herself that she was pregnant now. If the third prince dared to do anything to her, the emperor would surely punish the empress. Maybe then, to make up for her, he would promote her status. That way her child could stay close to her. Zhu Jingchun looked impatiently at the outside, but ignored Lin Longji. The guards, without the emperor's permission, refused to let Lin Chongzai in. "What are you doing?" "I am a consort of the emperor," Lin Longji said angrily to the two guards. "Lin Chongzai, please leave. The emperor is not in a good mood to see you now," the little eunuch said helplessly. He thought to himself that Lin Chongzai probably believed that, as a minor consort pregnant with the emperor's child, she could rise quickly. But in the palace, many pregnant women were not necessarily able to give birth. Many eyes were on her belly, yet she still didn't know how to behave properly.
How dare you?
"You haven't even entered to deliver a message, yet you don't know the emperor doesn't want to see me? I am carrying the emperor's child. You can't offend me," Lin Longji said proudly, lifting her pregnant belly and threatening. "Lin Chongzai, this is the imperial study," the little eunuch said, unimpressed by her attitude. After all, Lin Chong is just someone who received a few favors. With good luck, she became pregnant, but the emperor doesn't seem to have any special feelings for her. The emperor's attitude influences how the palace servants behave. Especially this little eunuch in the imperial study. He's not an ordinary eunuch, he's very clever. "Do I need to tell you where this is?" Lin Longji felt that this little eunuch was very ungrateful. When she gives birth to the prince, she will make sure the emperor punishes him. The empress had already heard the crying of the third prince. She didn't understand. When the two children arrived, wasn't it agreed they wouldn't cry? Why are they crying now? It's one thing for the third prince to cry, but even Su Qingshi is crying. Did the emperor punish them? When the little eunuch went to find the empress, she was just heading to the imperial study. As they arrived, they saw Lin Longji talking to another little eunuch. "Why are you staying properly in Yongsho Palace? What are you doing here?" The empress frowned at Lin Longji, looking impatient. "Your Majesty, the emperor is very busy with important affairs. How can the third prince be so unruly and disturb him?" Lin Longji, seeing the empress, held her head high and lectured her, acting as if she were the empress herself. The empress was amused and annoyed by Lin Longji's foolishness. "Lin Chong, are you sure you want to lecture in front of me?" She looked at Lin Longji with a mocking smile, hearing the crying inside the hall that hadn't stopped. Seeing the empress's gaze, Lin Longji felt a sudden panic, but she remembered she was pregnant with the dragon's child. She thought the empress wouldn't dare do anything to her. "Empress, I know you're busy every day. But no matter how busy you are, you can't let the emperor see the children, especially a lively one like the third prince," Lin Longji said proudly. "Baby, you must not bother your father like your older brother does, understand?" Lin Longji gently stroked her belly and spoke as if she were giving advice. "Oh, your Majesty, you should go in quickly. The emperor is probably waiting anxiously," one of the little eunuchs, looking worried, said as he saw the other eunuch hesitating outside the imperial study. "Master Wu, please go inside and speak with the emperor." "It's not that I don't want to go in, but Lin Chongzai is here, lecturing me. Lin Chongzai is carrying the dragon seed, so I dare not be careless." The empress stood at the door of the imperial study, showing no intention of entering. She seemed unaware of the loud crying inside the hall. The little eunuch called Master Wu, who was also known as the steward, turned pale upon hearing this. He looked worriedly toward the study. Then he shot a quick glance at Lin Lianji, thinking to himself that this young attendant really thought she was someone important, even daring to lecture the empress. Master Wu didn't dare delay any longer and hurried into the study. "Does Lin Chongzai have anything else to say to me?" the empress asked kindly, with a slight smile. Seeing the empress's attitude as if she was listening to her lecture, Lin Lianji felt very proud. What could the empress do? She would have to obediently listen to her. When Zhu Jingchun heard Master Wu's words, his face darkened. A small promise, and he thought that just because she carried his child, she could act recklessly? "Tell her to come in," Zhu Jingchun said angrily. "Your Majesty, should the empress come in?" Master Wu asked carefully. "Invite the empress to come in," Zhu Jingchun replied, glancing at the two crying children, feeling a bit helpless. Hearing this, Master Wu understood that the one coming in was Lin Chongzai. He sneered inwardly, thinking someone was about to get into trouble. Master Wu, is the Emperor asking me to go in? Lin Lianji asked excitedly as she saw him come out. Your Majesty requests your presence, Empress. Master Wu bowed respectfully. Thank you, Master Wu, the Empress nodded. She then calmly headed toward the study. What about me? Lin Lianji didn't expect that after waiting so long, the Emperor wouldn't see her. Lin Chongzai, the Emperor told you to go in, Master Wu said firmly, standing straight and speaking coldly. You're talking nonsense. Lin Lianji's eyes widened. She couldn't believe the Emperor would say that. Go ask the Emperor yourself, and you'll know if the servant is lying. Master Wu thought Lin Lianji was really not smart. This was the imperial study. How many heads would it take to lie here? Humph, I'll wait and see. Lin Lianji said angrily, storming into the study. Just as she entered, she shouted loudly, Your Majesty, sitting in the study. Zhu Jingchen shivered upon hearing the words. What kind of creature is Lin Lianji? The Empress said nothing, only quietly glanced in Lin Lianji's direction. She thought, could it be that the Emperor likes this kind of style? She probably wouldn't be able to learn it. Thinking of this, the Empress looked again at the Emperor, wondering if he still wanted her. Where did this monster come from? Throw it out, Zhu Jingchen said with disgust to the nearby eunuch. Your Majesty, I am a humble servant greeting you. Lin Lianji quickly approached the throne and bowed. But her charming words made it hard to ignore her. Why isn't Consort Lin speaking? Zhu Jingchen said impatiently. Seeing the Emperor suddenly change his expression, Zhu Hanyu and Su Qingshi cried even louder. Big Sister Empress, look at what's wrong with the third prince. Why is he crying so hard? As a mother, you should know how to comfort him, Lin Lianji said with a look of disdain, watching the crying third prince. Consort Lin is experienced, the Empress said with a half-smile, then turned to the Emperor and asked, Your Majesty, I wonder why these two children are crying so much. Zhu Jingchen looked at Lin Lianji with displeasure. Did she mean to say he didn't know how to take care of children? Consort Lin is quite free, so why are you still teaching me how to raise children? Zhu Jingchen asked her. Your Majesty, I didn't mean that. I was talking about the Empress, Lin Lianji said with a look of grievance, not understanding why the Emperor thought she was talking about him. Little third, stop crying. Tell her who made you cry, Zhu Jingchen said angrily to Zhu Hanyu. The third prince, who had already calmed down after seeing the Empress, started crying even louder when Zhu Jingchen called him little third. The Empress, who was initially puzzled, rolled her eyes. She looked at the Emperor with some dissatisfaction. She thought, why are these two children crying for no reason? The Emperor knew Zhu Hanyu didn't like being called little third. Yet he deliberately called him that. She wondered why her son always cried when he saw the Emperor. It was really no wonder the child was upset. This father liked to make him cry. Receiving the Queen's unkind look, Zhu Jingchen felt a bit guilty, but he quickly pretended not to understand. Queen, why don't you come for him? The Emperor smiled as he looked at the Queen and said, Your Majesty, you caused him to cry yourself. You should come for him. The Queen replied casually. Anyway, the child wasn't born by only her, and since the father liked to see the child cry, as the mother, she should let it happen. Queen's sister, how can you say that? The Emperor is busy with many affairs. He doesn't have time to comfort the children. You are the biological mother of the third prince. Shouldn't you do it? Lin Lianji said angrily, pointing at the Queen. Lin Chongzai, you have such a big attitude, the Queen mocked. She wasn't worried at all. Although she didn't have a very close relationship with the Emperor, he wouldn't tolerate a minor consort embarrassing herself. She was the Queen. If the Emperor wouldn't even give her this face, how could she manage the harem? Someone, take this disobedient woman to the Zhongren court. Zhu Jingchen thought such a fool deserved to be sent to the cold palace, which would be better for the palace. Your Majesty, she is still pregnant with your child, the Queen said, not out of sympathy for Lin Lianji, but because the innocent child shouldn't be involved. Take her away first, Zhu Jingchen said impatiently. His own children weren't lacking. Queen, I have driven away that annoying person. Look. After the others left, Zhu Jingchen looked at the queen with a flattering expression. The queen rolled her eyes at Zhu Jingchen. This was still the emperor. He kept provoking his own son, and didn't even realize why the boy was crying. Thinking of this, the queen didn't want to help the emperor at all. Mother, father is bullying someone, wah wah wah. The queen didn't want to pay attention to the emperor's childish antics, but children naturally relied on their mother. Seeing the queen, the third prince couldn't hold back and ran to hug her, crying loudly. Next to him, Su Qing was stunned. The emperor didn't bully anyone? He thought the emperor wanted to cut his head, which was why the third prince was crying. Now it turned out to be a misunderstanding. Should he cry or not? The queen looked at him with a resigned expression, glared at the emperor, and then gently comforted the third prince, saying, Hanzi, don't cry. Mother is here. Did father bully you? I didn't bully him either. At this moment, Zhu Jingchen felt a little wronged. You have won. You call me the third party. With the support of the empress, Zhu Hanyu, ignoring that his father was the emperor, pointed at the empress and accused her. You are indeed the third party. Did I say it wrong? Zhu Jingchen felt a bit guilty because he knew his son didn't like him being called the third party, but it just slipped out. Later, he was angry, but it looked cute and deliberate. Mother, I am not the third party. I am not a third party. Zhu Hanyu didn't understand what third party meant, but once he overheard his grandmother and the empress complain about someone being a third party, he knew it wasn't a good word. Zhu Hanyu thought that his father was scolding him. The empress also felt a bit speechless. Her son was the third prince, and the emperor called him the third party, which wasn't really bullying. She also couldn't understand why this child was so clever. Your Majesty, Prince An has arrived. Just as Lu Gonggong finished speaking, he sensed something was off in the imperial study. Lu Gonggong secretly thought he had come at the wrong time. But since he had already spoken, he saw no reason to back down. I have seen the emperor and the empress dowager. Su Hemming looked at Su Qingshi, who was standing there blankly, frowning, unsure what trouble the brat had caused today. Su Aiqing, you're finally here. Seeing Su Hemming arrive, Zhu Jingchen heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he was genuinely feeling guilty. But he hadn't done anything to this brat. Zhu Jingchen thought that this kid was probably getting back at him for accepting his father's money. Just like his father, he was cunning and sly. Your Majesty, I wonder if there is any order for me to come. Su Hemming guessed it might be related to Su Qingshi, but he pretended not to know and asked. Su Aiqing, Qingshi doesn't know what surprise he received today. You, no matter how busy you are, should also take care of the children, Zhu Jingchen said with a laugh. Father, Su Qingshi felt a bit guilty when he saw his father. Let's talk about it when you go back, Su Hemming sighed. Although he felt guilty inside, he was usually busy and didn't discipline him much. Your Majesty, Empress Dowager, I will take my leave now. Su Hemming knew that the emperor only wanted him to bring Su Qingshi home, and he felt a bit relieved. Zhu Hanyu eagerly watched Su Qingshi, who was about to leave. He also wanted to go to the Anwang residence. Su Qingshi kept his head down, feeling a little scared as he followed Su Hemming, thinking secretly, will my father punish me harshly? Thinking of this, Su Qingshi trembled. His little bottom might be in trouble. What are you thinking about? Su Hemming looked at Su Qingshi, who hadn't caught up, and sighed. Father, will you hit me? Su Qingshi hurried to catch up and bravely asked. What did you come to the palace for today? Su Hemming didn't answer his question, but asked instead. Su Qingshi lowered his head, hesitant. Could he say that he came to ask the third prince to plead for him? Father, I was wrong. Su Qingshi thought for a moment and obediently admitted his mistake, even though he didn't know what he had done wrong. Wrong about what? Su Hemming sighed. He hadn't said anything yet, and the boy was already apologizing. That was not like his son, he lacked a bit of pride. Su Qingshi didn't really know what he had done wrong. He didn't think he was at fault, but he was just afraid his father would be angry and punish him. From now on, if there's anything, you can ask me first, Su Hemming sighed. But you're busy all day with many things. When I want to see you, I can't find you, Su Qingshi said with a bit of grievance. He admired his father very much, but sometimes he wished his father was home more often to teach him various skills. Then go find, Su Hemming wanted to say go find his grandmother, but thinking that his mother was old and Su Qingshi was still a lively little monkey, he felt it was beyond his ability. Can I go find my stepmother? Su Qingshi suddenly remembered Li Jiwei and asked. Yes. Does Li Jiwei help manage the children? Su Hemming wasn't quite sure. But now that he had brought her into the house, she wasn't just there for decoration. If she was willing to help discipline Su Qingshi. Thinking of this, Su Hemming clenched his fists. What if she didn't want to? There was nothing he could do about it. Su Qing's eyes flicked around, thinking about Xia Yan. Didn't he tell her that stepmothers are all fierce tigers? His stepmother looked, well, not even half as fierce as a tiger. Could she possibly transform into a tiger? If you do something wrong, even if she doesn't hit you, I won't let you go easily, Su Hemming said firmly, standing still and looking at Su Qing. Father, I will listen. Su Qing quickly covered his bottom and said, feeling scared. He didn't want to be beaten. If he was going to be hit, maybe Li Jiwei could do it? Isn't it true that women are weaker? Li Jiwei watched the father and son return to the house, feeling a bit strange. She hadn't seen Su Qing all day. It turned out he had gone out with Su Hemming. Young master is out with the prince, Li Jiwei said with a smile. Stepmother, are you waiting for me? For some reason, Su Qing felt especially close to Li Jiwei right now. God knows, he had been worried all along about how his father might scold him when they got home. The old madam asked about the young master several times. I am just waiting here, Li Jiwei quickly replied. Oh, I miss Grandma too. Stepmother, take me to see Grandma quickly, Su Qing said, then pulled Li Jiwei toward Qian Hall. Li Jiwei wanted to ask Su Hemming if her father was already on his way to the capital, but seeing how eager Su Qing was, she had no choice but to follow him to Qian Hall. You little monkey, where did you run off to today? Old madam was happy to see Su Qing. Grandmother, Su Qing obediently took her hand. He thought if his father scolded him later, grandmother should protect him, right? Old madam, the young master must be hungry. Why don't Jiwei ask someone to prepare some food for him and the old madam? Li Jiwei saw the happy family scene and didn't want to disturb them, so she smiled and suggested. Stepmother, since you come from Lianan County, why don't you make some local specialties? Su Qing, now feeling supported by his grandmother, thought he didn't need Li Jiwei anymore. His little plan was starting to take shape again. Old madam listened to Su Qing, but didn't argue. Lianan County wasn't far from the capital, and she was curious about local specialties. However, she didn't think Li Jiwei could cook anything special. However, among the people brought by Li Jiwei, there must be a cook girl. Li Jiwei mostly just moves her mouth. If the young master likes it, I will show off a bit to the young master and the old princess consort. Li Jiwei was momentarily stunned. She didn't expect Su Qing to make such a request. Not to mention, when she was at home, besides following her father to the shop to learn about business, she also enjoyed making delicious food. Thinking about Su Qing and the old princess consort, one old and one young, Li Jiwei already decided what to make for them. Then I will share this delicious treat with Qing, the old princess consort said with a smile. Li Jiwei took the milk she had asked Shuigua to prepare early in the morning to make double-skin milk for the old princess consort and Su Qing. This isn't exactly a local delicacy from Lian County. Rather, it was something she accidentally experimented with. When Li Jiwei brought 2 bowls of double-skin milk to the two of them, Su Qing looked at the fragrant milk in front of him. What is this? Su Qing asked, even though his eyes were almost glued to the rich, milky aroma of the double-skin milk. He still tried to act as if he didn't care. Jiwei, what is this called? Grandma finds it quite interesting, the old princess consort said, liking the sweet smell. Old princess consort, this is double-skin milk. Please try some. Li Jiwei offered a bowl to her. Did you put poison in it? Just as the old princess consort was about to take the bowl from Li Jiwei, Su Qing suddenly asked.
Li Jiwei pausa.
She didn't know how to respond for a moment. Child, what nonsense are you talking about? The old princess consort, after being stunned for a while, quickly took the bowl from Li Jiwei. Grandmother, I'm just worried she might have bad intentions, Su Qing said with dissatisfaction. This person, didn't you bring her here? Do you want to harm grandmother? The old princess consort ignored the child's unreasonable words, her attention already on the bowl of delicious food in front of her. The old princess consort first scooped a small spoonful. She was old and liked sweets, but she didn't eat much, usually just a little to taste. Moreover, she was old and didn't like greasy or very hard foods. However, since she considered Li Jiwei as her daughter-in-law and wanted to give her face, she decided to eat a few more bites. But when old Madame Wang took a spoonful of double-layer milk pudding and put it in her mouth, she was stunned. This fragrant and sweet-tasting dish melted in her mouth. And the sweetness was just right. She couldn't help but scoop another spoonful. Grandmother, is it not tasty? Su Qingshi swallowed nervously. He was just hoping to hear his good grandmother say it was not delicious. Yes, old Madame Wang hadn't enjoyed such a delicious dish in a long time. She couldn't help but eat a few more bites, and, to tease her little grandson, she deliberately made a playful face. I knew you could make something tasty, Su Qingshi said proudly, crossing his arms and looking at Li Jiwei. Since the young master doesn't want to eat this bowl, I will help you take it away, said Granny Luo, who rarely saw old Madame Wang enjoy something so much. She thought, since the young master doesn't want it, she might as well keep it for old Madame Wang. Su Qingshi was about to speak, but then he realized that his grandmother was happily eating and enjoying it. Grandmother, Su Qingshi, still confused, thought, my good grandmother has tricked me. He looked unhappy as he snatched the bowl from Granny Luo's hand and, sulkily, scooped a spoonful into his mouth. Only then did he realize that this dish was not only fragrant but also very tasty. In no time, Su Qingshi finished his bowl of double-layer milk pudding. But he wasn't full yet and could only watch longingly as Li Jiwei ate hers. At this moment, old Madame Wang also put down her bowl, but she didn't seem as eager to have another bowl as her grandson. Who would have thought that Jiwei has such skills? Is this the special cuisine of Lian County? Old Madame Wang asked with a smile. You're joking, old madam. It's just something Jiwei often makes at home, Li Jiwei replied with a knowing smile. Good. Good. My son is lucky. Old Madame Wang was even more pleased with Li Jiwei. This daughter-in-law looked gentle and kind, knew how to make her little grandson happy, and was good at cooking. She didn't have to worry so much anymore. Stepmother, I want to eat more, Su Qingshi said unhappily when he saw that Li Jiwei didn't seem to want to serve him more. If this pudding hadn't been so delicious, he wouldn't have dared to ask so shamelessly. Young master, today's milk isn't enough. I will prepare more next time, Li Jiwei said with a smile. Actually, she had prepared 2 bowls, one for herself and one to give to Su Hemming. Moreover, she thought, this thing shouldn't be eaten in excess. Then have someone buy more milk tomorrow, Su Qingshi thought. He planned to go out and show off to his friends that his stepmother could make delicious milk pudding. What is this? Su Hemming in the study looked at the bowl on the table that looked like egg custard and frowned. Your Highness, this was sent by the new princess. She said she personally made this dish for the old princess and the young master today, and she also sent one for you to try. It's her cooking, Qing Song said with a smile. Bring it down, Su Hemming said, not liking these small treats, and waved his hand. Yes, Qing Song knew his master's temper and didn't dare argue. Come back, Su Hemming suddenly changed his mind when Qing Song was about to leave. Bring it here, he thought. Well, at least this was Li Jiwei's kind gesture. He would try it. The food had a milky aroma and was surprisingly tasty, better than he expected. Su Hemming had never eaten anything like this before. No one knew that he actually liked sweet foods. This little dessert suited his taste. Qing Song was also very surprised. He hadn't expected the prince to like sweet things. Unconsciously, a small bowl of double-skim milk was gone. When he saw the empty bowl, Su Hemming finally realized his unusual behavior today. Has Wu San sent any news? Did everything go smoothly? Su Hemming quickly asked to hide his embarrassment. Wu San said everything went well. If the journey was smooth, Wu can bring Lord Li to the capital tomorrow. Qing Song replied quickly. All right, have Lu Ming prepare the west courtyard for my father-in-law to stay, Su Heming thought. Since he married Li Jiwei, Li Tianyu was now his father-in-law. Now that the father-in-law was coming to the capital, there was no reason to have him stay outside the big mansion. To my surprise, the young master of our family, the prince, actually plans to have someone stay at our house. I thought the prince would at most arrange for someone to stay in an inn. Miss, the old master has sent a letter. He will arrive in the capital tomorrow, Chuegwa said excitedly, because her brother was also traveling with her. When they arrive in the capital, Chuegwa will miss her family even more. Has someone been sent to clean up West Lu Lane? Li Jiwei asked happily upon hearing this. In this life, after her father went to the capital to seek an audience, everything should be different now, right? Without the scheming of the Marquis of Ruanan's estate, the Li family can live peacefully and safely. Next, she hopes her parents can also move from Lian County to live in the capital. Even if they donate some of their silver and wealth, what remains will be enough for the Li family to live without worries. If possible, Li Jiwei actually doesn't want her father to keep running around. After all, a big tree attracts the wind. The reason the Li family could attract people like the Marquis of Ruanan was because their wealth caught his attention, wasn't it? If possible, she wouldn't mind moving with her parents to a place where no one knows them. Miss, you can rest assured. I already sent Aunt Lu to clean the place. When the old master arrives, he will be able to rest comfortably there, Chuegwa said confidently. I wonder if Mother is coming to the capital this time, Li Jiwei said, then thought of her mother, Yao, who was usually in poor health. This time, she probably wouldn't come to the capital either. Miss, the madam's health isn't good. She probably can't come to the capital this time, Chuegwa quickly said, worried that her young lady would be upset if she didn't see her mother. Li Jiwei replied lightly, but inside, she felt heavy-hearted. She only hopes that in this life, her parents will live well and be safe. What did you say? Zhou Yuang looked at the person in front of her in disbelief. She had only gone out for a few days. How could her brother-in-law have gotten married? Third Miss, the eldest son of the family married Li, who was supposed to marry the heir of the Marquis of Ruanan, as his second wife a few days ago, the little maid said tremblingly again. After all, her young lady had always dreamed of marrying into the Inwang residence. As long as she was in the capital, she loved to visit the Inwang residence. She wanted to use the reputation of the young master of the Inwang residence to develop feelings with him, but unfortunately, Wangan was usually very busy, and Zhou Yuang had never been able to achieve her wish. The Zhou family's background is not as noble as the Prince Anne's residence. In the beginning, it was because the eldest daughter had a good reputation that she was able to marry into Prince Anne's family and become the princess. Unfortunately, our eldest daughter was also unlucky. She died giving birth. Over the years, the head of the family and the lady of the house considered sending the third young lady to Prince Anne's residence, but both Prince Anne and the old princess consort disagreed, so the plan never happened. However, although Prince Anne and the old princess consort disagreed, the third young lady was very determined. She was eager to marry into Prince Anne's family and become a princess. That's impossible. Zhou Yuang refused to believe it. She thought Prince Anne would marry someone of unknown background rather than her. After all, she was the true niece of the Qing emperor, and who is more suitable than her? If you don't believe it, miss, you can go see for yourself at Prince Anne's residence, whispered the little maid. Compared to angering the new princess consort by forcing her to accept Zhou Yuang, it was better for her to endure her own anger. The little maid chose the former. Then I will go. Zhou Yuang was determined to see the woman who had taken her place. What she wanted, she would get back. She didn't believe she would fail this time. When Zhou Yuang arrived at Prince Anne's residence, she happened to meet Su Heming, who was about to leave. Brother-in-law, Zhou Yuang happily called out. Miss Zhou is here. Su Heming nodded slightly, then turned and got into his carriage. After all, in the past, Zhou Yuang came to the prince's residence mainly to see that brat Su Qing. She was the sister of the Zhou family, here to see her sister's child, and Su Heming had no objections. He also maintained a proper distance from the Zhou family members, not too close. After all, that was still the Zhou family's maternal home. With Zhou's family gone, he didn't feel that cold-hearted. But now, having married Li, Su Heming saw further and kept even more distance from the women of the Zhou family. Brother-in-law, Zhou Yueying called out again, feeling unwilling. Did he have to leave as soon as she arrived? Her eyes reddened as she looked at Su Heming, as if she had been wronged. Qing Shi is at the residence. Just go in directly. Su Heming first frowned, not liking the way Zhou Yueying looked at him. Then he turned and left without another word. Miss Zhou, I will take you to see the young master now. Housekeeper Lu Ming smiled and said, My lord, he's going to the city to welcome the princess's father. Lu Ming clearly knew Miss Zhou San's attitude, but his lord was not interested in her. Still, Miss Zhou San wanted to marry his lord. This was bound to end in disappointment. Yes, Housekeeper Lu, I heard there is a new princess in your household, Zhou Yueying said, calming her emotions and speaking kindly to Lu Ming. Miss Zhou San, you are quite well informed. By the way, the new princess was chosen by the young master for the lord, Lu Ming replied, knowing she didn't want to hear this. Unfortunately, he had to say what she disliked. What did you say? The young master chose her? Zhou Yueying couldn't believe it. She usually paid a lot of attention to that little boy. If he was choosing someone, shouldn't it be her? Why was it someone outside the family? Of course. Miss Zhou San, you might not know, but the young master is very happy about the new princess, Lu Ming said with a smile. Is that so? Zhou Yueying still couldn't believe it. She had cared for that boy for so long. How could he suddenly like someone else? Miss Zhou San, please come this way. Lu Ming saw her discomfort and offered her a seat. But what did it matter to him? As long as the lord, the princess, the old princess, and the young master were happy, he would be happy. This Miss Zhou San would never be his new lady. Lu Ming clearly knew his place. Zhou Yueying ignored everything else and just wanted to see Su Qingshi quickly and ask her questions. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi was in Liangshi courtyard, fussing about wanting to eat double-layer milk pudding. Young master, the cooks don't know how to make this kind of milk. After making these, they say it's not right, Mou said helplessly, pointing at several bowls on the table. The so-called double-layer milk pudding was not what the young master wanted. That's not right. These are all terrible. Make them again, Su Qingshi said angrily. He didn't believe that in the large and Wang residence, no cook could make something as good as Li Jiwei's cooking. Young master, maybe I should go find the new princess and ask her to make it for you. Mou looked a bit hesitant as she suggested. No. I don't want to beg that person, Su Qingshi said with a look of displeasure. He really didn't want to ask that bad woman. Otherwise, why didn't he cook more bowls yesterday, only giving a small one? It was clearly teasing his appetite. Thinking of this, Su Qingshi became even angrier. Young master, Miss Zhou is here to see you. Lu Ming's voice came from outside the courtyard. Why did she come? Su Qingshi felt a bit annoyed when he thought of Zhou Yueying. This woman was always asking about his father. But he didn't like her becoming his stepmother. She was too scheming. She pretended to be kind but was secretly plotting. He had even heard her tell her maid that once she married his father, she would get rid of him because he was a bother. At that time, he didn't understand and asked his grandmother if he was ugly. Why was he a problem for his aunt? The old queen was very angry when she heard this and didn't want to see Zhou Yueying anymore. Young master, I will just... Mou thought that since these things weren't to the young master's liking, she might as well remove them. Leave them, Su Qingshi said with a quick thought. He realized the usefulness of these things. Since Zhou Yueying was here, he should get some benefit, right? Qingshi, your aunt is here to see you. Zhou Yueying quickly changed to a cheerful smile and called out. Auntie, long time no see. You've become more beautiful, Su Qingshi said, pretending to be excited. But those who knew him well would see that his smile didn't reach his eyes. Still as sweet-talking as ever, Zhou Yueying said, feeling much happier. After all, which woman doesn't like to be praised for her beauty? Auntie, what wind blew you here today? Su Qingshi asked like a little adult. You ungrateful little boy. If I didn't come to see you, you wouldn't even think of visiting me at Zhou's house, Zhou Yueying said, gently pinching his nose. Quick, serve tea to my aunt, Su Qingqi told Mou. Miss Zhou, please enjoy your tea. Mou hurriedly scrambled to set the cups on the table, finally placing a teacup in front of Zhou Yueying. Qingqi, what are these? Zhou Yueying frowned, looking at the large and small bowls on the table, and asked with confusion. Mainly, she also smelled a fishy odor. After all, the milk wasn't properly processed, so it had a strange smell. The cooks wouldn't handle it either. Auntie, these are all things my father, the king, asked me to eat. I've already eaten several bowls, but I can't eat any more. The king said that as long as I finish, he will come to keep me company, Su Qingshi said with a worried look at the bowls on the table. She looked unsure of what to do. Is it true that once you finish these drinks, brother-in-law will really come to keep you company? Zhou Yueying's eyes twinkled as she thought that when Su Heming came to keep Su Qingshi company later, she could also take this chance to talk to him. Yes, auntie. You see, I'm so small, I can't drink so much. My stomach is almost bursting, Su Qingshi said with a sad face, looking at her belly as if she was about to cry. Qingshi, do you really want your father, the king, to come and keep you company? Zhou Yueying felt excited inside. She thought, after coming to the Inwang mansion so many times, maybe this time, something real will happen. Father hasn't kept me company for a long time, Su Qingshi said half-truthfully. Since that's the case, today I'll help you finish these. But you can't tell anyone that I ate them, okay? Zhou Yueying thought that this way, she could see Su Heming. Miss Zhou, but these are specially prepared for the heir by my lord, Mou said disapprovingly from beside her. As long as you don't tell, I won't tell. Others will just think Su Qingshi ate them, Zhou Yueying said, then picked up a bowl nearby and started eating. However, when Zhou Yueying ate the first bowl, she only felt it was a bit sweet. But by the second bowl, she found the taste strange. When she ate the third bowl, she almost vomited. Auntie, what's wrong? Su Qingshi looked at Zhou Yueying's twisted face and asked, pretending not to understand. Zhou Yueying forced herself to endure the discomfort, shook her head, and didn't dare to speak. As she ate more, the fishy smell from the unprocessed milk grew stronger. Zhou Yueying was holding back tears. Young master, the princess is here. Just as Zhou Yueying was swallowing her last bite, a servant's voice came from outside. Who wants to see her? Don't see her, Su Qingshi said irritably, thinking about how she couldn't get the double-layer milk pudding she wanted. Li Jiwei also heard that Su Qing had been busy early in the morning making double-skim milk. Unfortunately, the cook couldn't make a double-skim milk that Su Qing liked, so she prepared a small piece of cake to bring over. She just wanted Su Qing to try it first. Once she had milk, she would make him double-skim milk. I told you I didn't want to see you. Su Qing crossed his arms, with a small, red-eyed look, as if he didn't want to pay attention to her. Since Qing doesn't want to see me, and if he doesn't want to eat my cake, then I will take it back, Li Jiwei said sadly. What cake? When Su Qing heard about the cake, he thought it looked very tasty. This young lady is. Just as Li Jiwei was about to speak, she noticed Zhou Yueying nearby and asked shyly, Mother, this is my third aunt. Third aunt? This is my new mother, whom my father married for me, Su Qing said enthusiastically, pulling Li Jiwei's hand. Li Jiwei was a bit surprised. Su Qing's attitude toward her had always been strange, but never truly warm. So it's Miss Zhou, Li Jiwei nodded with a smile. Zhou Yueying looked at Li Jiwei. She hadn't had a chance to find her before, but now she had come to her. She wanted to see what kind of woman dared to take her man. Is this Miss Li? I heard that Miss Li has a marriage agreement with Lin, the son of the Marquis of Ruin, but I wonder how she ended up in the Prince N's residence, Zhou Yueying asked bluntly. Miss Zhou, it seems you are not very well informed, Li Jiwei replied, sensing Zhou Yueying's hostility toward her. In her previous life, she endured everywhere and was eventually betrayed by the Marquis of Ruin's family, losing everything. Heaven gave her a second chance, not for her to be a pushover. Moreover, now she was the lady of the Prince N's residence. Zhou Yueying's hostility was obvious. She wanted to marry Prince and Miss Li. Are you showing off to me? Zhou Yueying couldn't miss the sarcasm in Li Jiwei's words. She knew very well that her relationship with Prince was a secret, but she didn't want to admit it. Why should the man she worked so hard to marry be given to someone else? Wednesday, young lady, I am simply telling you the truth. I have a marriage agreement with the Lord of Anho's residence, but I have also received the Emperor's approval to cancel it. Could it be that you think you are more powerful than the Emperor? Li Jiwei asked with a gentle smile. Even though Zhou Yueying hated Li Jiwei, she did not dare say that she was more powerful than the Emperor. However, the seed of jealousy had already taken root in her heart. Why was this merchant girl so lucky? Miss Li is just a merchant girl. Surely you don't think you can truly support the reputation of the Prince of An's residence? Are you not afraid of losing face for the Prince of An? Zhou Yueying thought that, as a daughter of an official family, she was still better than Li Jiwei. She planned to go find the old Madame Wang later. As long as the old madam agreed, the position of princess consort was not certain. Oh, and what if that happens? As long as you have enough money, what kind of face can't you have? Li Jiwei said, then looked Zhou Yueying up and down. Although the Zhou family was an official family, their wealth was modest. In Li Jiwei's eyes, Zhou Yueying's outfit was indeed somewhat unimpressive. Do you think noble families in the capital are as greedy as your Lian County? Zhou Yueying thought to herself, clearly coming from a merchant background, always talking about gold and silver. Young lady Zhou, you don't have that greedy smell. Even your hairpin is worn out. How sad, Li Jiwei said, then quickly covered her mouth and added, Oh, sorry, I just said what I thought. Young lady Zhou, please don't mind. Li Jiwei's words made Zhou Yueying feel ashamed. Her favorite hairpin, the one she was most proud of, was now being mocked by a merchant girl. Zhou Yueying raised her hand, intending to slap Li Jiwei. A daughter of a merchant, the lowest class. Why does she speak to me like that? Young lady Zhou, what are you trying to do? Lu Ming stepped forward without hesitation, standing in front of Li Jiwei. Now that Li Jiwei was a princess consort, if Zhou Yueying dared to hurt her even a little, it would be a sign of disrespect to the palace. Lu Ming knew this well. The prince would not want such a thing to happen. Housekeeper Lu, this wicked woman. Zhou Yueying angrily pointed at Li Jiwei, wanting to say something, but was stopped by Lu Ming's cold stare. For a moment, she forgot what words to use to describe her. Miss Zhou-san, please speak carefully. This is our prince's residence, and she is the princess consort. You have been here for a while, but today the house is not suitable for entertaining guests. Miss Zhou-san, I kindly ask you to leave. Lu Ming spoke before Zhou Yueying could react, giving her a clear order to leave. Housekeeper Lu, are you forcing me to leave? Zhou Yueying was surprised that one day she would be asked to leave the prince's house by a steward. Prince N is my brother-in-law. Are you sure you want to help this lowly person? Zhou Yueying angrily pointed at Li Jiwei. Suddenly, Li Jiwei slapped Zhou Yueying directly. Miss Zhou-san, I am hitting you on behalf of your sister. This is Prince N's residence, not your home. How dare you act so wildly here? You know this is your brother-in-law's house, yet you insult his new wife. Who gave you the right? Li Jiwei asked bluntly. You hit me? Why do you hit me? You shameless person. Zhou Yueying didn't hesitate and pushed Li Jiwei. Thinking about how she was humiliated by a merchant's daughter made Zhou Yueying furious, regardless of whether her actions were reasonable. When Li Tianyu arrived, he saw Zhou Yueying pushing his daughter. His heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He didn't know how much his precious daughter had suffered without his knowledge. The Marquis of Ruin's family looked down on him, a merchant. Although Prince N had come to rescue his daughter, he never expected to see such a scene. Li Tianyu didn't know Zhou Yueying, but anyone who appeared in Prince N's residence was considered to be the prince's wife or concubine. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu secretly decided to take his daughter away from here. What are you doing? Su Heming knew that Zhou Yueying had come to the residence when he left. In the past, she only came to find Su Qing when she visited, so he didn't think much of it. But today, he was surprised that Zhou Yueying would behave so outrageously. She even dared to bully his princess consort. Brother-in-law, Zhou Yuang was caught off guard when Su Heming returned at this moment. She immediately looked at him with a distressed expression, tears in her eyes, feeling a bit panicked. Mr. Li thanks Prince and for taking care of my daughter. Now that I have entered the capital, I will take my daughter and leave first. Li Tianyu ignored Zhou Yuang's flirtatious behavior towards Princeton. Now, he only wants to take Li Jiwei away from here. He doesn't want his daughter to stay in a place where she could be bullied at any time. Just now, he heard Zhou Yuang call on Wang's brother-in-law, and he knew without doubt that this person must be the sister of the previous wife of Lorden. However, at this moment, he doesn't want to delve into their identities. He is just a father who only wishes to protect his daughter from harm. Moreover, this trip to the capital was for a formal audience with the emperor. He would rather give up the Li family's estate to gain his daughter's freedom. Dear father-in-law, Su Heming felt a bit troubled. This matter is just too coincidental. Otherwise, how could such a scene happen by chance? Those who don't know might think that the Prince N's residence is a dangerous place, where Li Jiwei is constantly bullied. It's all that damn Zhou Yuang's fault. Your Highness, please speak carefully. I, Li, cannot bear to be called your father-in-law. As for Wei Wei and you, we can discuss that later. Wei Wei, let's go, Li Tianyu said, pulling his daughter to leave. Dear father-in-law, this is a misunderstanding, Su Heming said helplessly. Since the father-in-law just arrived in the capital and saw someone bullying his daughter at the residence, anyone would be unhappy. I do not blame the prince, Li Tianyu said, his face not looking good. But I still have many things to say to my daughter. I hope the prince will not stop us. He made it clear that he wanted to speak with his daughter. Su Heming had no reason to refuse. Dear father-in-law, since you just arrived in the capital, we have already prepared a courtyard for you. Why not stay there first, and let Jiwei accompany you to have a good talk? Su Heming quickly suggested. No need to trouble your highness, Li Tianyu replied. Although I don't often stay in a capital, I do have a place to stay here. Today, I want to speak with my daughter first. Tomorrow morning, I will come to meet the prince and present myself at the court. Li Tianyu's words were distant and cold. Li Jiwei lowered her head silently. She was indeed upset. She couldn't say much about Zhou Yuang coming to the residence, but she was worried that if Zhou Yuang could bully her today, she might do something worse in the future. Furthermore, Zhou Yuang was Su Qing's aunt. In the capital, the marriage alliances among noble families are always close and intertwined. If King An turns back and wants to marry Miss Zhou San, what can a merchant's daughter like me do to compete? She has money, yes, but in the face of power, that money is not enough. Instead of fighting, I might as well think of another plan. Now, I have donated my dowry to the court. Perhaps, considering the money, I should protect the Li family a little. Of course, if I could gain the emperor's favor, that would be even better. But these thoughts, I only keep quietly in my heart. Li Tianyu took his daughter back to Westlu Lane, and he looked very upset all the way. This made Li Jimei feel uncertain. Was her father angry? Father, please don't be angry, she whispered softly after he sat down. Actually, today was an accident. It was the first time I saw Miss Zhou San. Li Jimei felt a bit guilty as she said this. If she hadn't hit Zhou Yuang first, she probably wouldn't have pushed her away. But she didn't expect things to turn out so coincidentally, with Li Tianyu and Su Heming witnessing everything. Stop talking. It's my fault, Li Tianyu sighed. Since ancient times, the scholar, farmer, merchant, and craftsman have been the four main classes. As a father, he felt he hadn't given his daughter a good life, and that made him upset. Father, I am fine. Please don't be angry, Li Jimei comforted him again. I'm not angry, just regretful. I shouldn't have agreed to let you go to the capital, Li Tianyu thought. If he hadn't let his daughter go to the capital, maybe none of this would have happened. First, her wedding day was ruined when her husband's family left her outside the house. Then, a young master from a prince's residence took her back to be his stepmother. Now, the wife of her former husband's sister is bullying her. All these things made Li Tianyu feel very upset. If he were strong enough, he wouldn't fear those who bullied him. Father, it's not your fault. I know you want the best for me. Everything will pass, Li Jimei said, hugging Li Tianyu when she thought of her parents' tragic death in her past life. Since heaven gave her a second chance, she must not let the Li family suffer the same fate again. You've suffered. Li Tianyu gently patted her back, feeling clumsy but caring. Father, when you go to the capital this time, did I prepare everything you mentioned in my letter? After Li Jiwei finished greeting Li Tianyu, she quickly asked. After all, she still had time to catch up with Li Tianyu, but tomorrow's court visit was very important. It concerned the survival of the Li family, so she couldn't be careless. Don't worry, Wei Wei. I've prepared everything you asked for, Li Tianyu sighed. He had worked hard all his life, and he never expected that his efforts would be met with jealousy from others. Seeing what his daughter wrote in her letter, Li Tianyu guessed her plans. He didn't mind losing those things. He just hoped to give his daughter a better future. On the way here, Wu Sen told him many good things about the Prince of Peace. At first, he liked the Prince of Peace. Although his daughter was marrying him as a second wife, with his own background, it was quite an achievement. Most importantly, when his daughter was in trouble, the Prince of Peace was willing to help. If it weren't for the prince's support, his daughter might have been mistreated by the Yuan Marquis family. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu's anger towards the prince eased a little. Father, don't be too upset about tomorrow's court visit. Compared to these material things, it's more important that our family stays safe and healthy. Li Jiwei didn't know how to tell her father about her rebirth. She was worried he might be reluctant to part with money, which could cause the Li family to fall again. Don't worry, Wei Wei, Li Tianyu frowned. He felt that his daughter seemed to be hiding something from him, but she was grown up now, and he didn't want to ask too many questions. When the Marquis of Rouen heard that Li Tianyu was going to the capital, he was very excited. He thought there might still be hope. Where's the heir? Call him over quickly so he can come with me to see someone, Lin Chihua thought. As long as Li Tianyu insisted, the marriage could still happen. No matter what Li Jiwei thought, it was traditional for parents and matchmakers to decide. Although Li Jiwei had stayed at the Prince of Peace's residence for a few days, that didn't matter. She could bring wealth to the Lin family. For these riches, Lin Chihua didn't care whether Li Jiwei had any relationship with Su Heming. If they had, so what? They could just leave her in the backyard. As long as they got the dowry, how they treated her was up to the Marquis of Rouen. Father, you called me? Lin Jidong reluctantly entered and asked. What are you up to? Hurry up and change into proper clothes. We're going to see your future father-in-law. Looking at Lin Jidong's clothes, Lin Chihua felt a bit unhappy and urged him to change. Old father-in-law? Lin Jidong asked confused. He hadn't heard Zhou Yutong say her father was going to the capital? Li Tianyu, Lin Chinian said through clenched teeth. Dad, my engagement with that rude girl Li Jiwei is already broken. Why should I meet her father? Lin Jidong looked unhappy. After all, Li Jiwei didn't give him a good look. What could he do by meeting Li Tianyu? It's just asking for a scolding.
He's not stupid.
Why should he suffer like that? Moreover, Li Jiwei is already with Su Heming.
You don't understand.
With the money from the Li family, you can have any woman you want, Lin Chihua said angrily, looking at his son. If he wasn't eager to marry Zhou Yutong first, there wouldn't be all these problems. Everything about the Li family belongs to the Marquis of Rouen. Dad, you know I only want to marry my cousin, Lin Jidong said unhappily. Humph, marry her? What can she give you? Just a poor girl, Lin Yan said without hesitation. He originally didn't mind Zhou Yutong. If his son liked her, he could marry her as long as it didn't harm the interests of the Marquis of Rouen. Now, because of Zhou Yutong, the Lin family's efforts have gone to waste. Lin Chihua blamed Zhou Yutong for this. Dad, my cousin doesn't want this either. But her background isn't her choice. Besides, didn't you agree before that I could marry her? Lin Jidong also felt uneasy lately. His father kept telling him to find Li Jiwei, and Zhou Yutong had argued with him about it many times. Now, after a couple of peaceful days, his father suddenly decided to make him meet Li Jiwei's father. Isn't that just asking him to apologize? He doesn't like Li Jiwei. What's wrong with that? Enough. Her matter will be discussed later. First, go meet Li Tianyu, Lin Shihua said with a dark face. According to what he knew, Li Tianyu was going to the palace early tomorrow to report to the emperor. They needed to see him as soon as possible. Otherwise, once everything was handed over to the emperor, it would be impossible to get it back. Finally, Lin Jidong was reluctant and unwilling to follow Lin Shihua to find Li Tianyu. However, after asking around at various inns, they found no sign of Li Tianyu. Father, isn't Li Tianyu in Li County? How could he be in the capital? Lin Jidong thought that his father must have heard wrong. What is Li Tianyu doing in the capital?
Supporting Li Ziwei.
The capital is not like Li County. Even an ordinary person could be related to a high-ranking official. Li Tianyu is just a merchant. Can he afford to offend anyone? If not for Prince An's intervention, Li Ziwei wouldn't be able to resist the pressure from the Wan Anho family. Thinking of this, Lin Jidong secretly cursed Su Hemming for being meddlesome. In the capital, so many women. Why must it be Li Ziwei? You don't know anything. Tomorrow morning, Li Tianyu will go to the palace to report to the emperor. We must see him before that, Lin Shihua said. He was also worried that Li Tianyu might report them, and more worried that Li Tianyu would donate all the Li family's wealth. If that happens, they wouldn't get any benefits, let alone the things they want from their master. Li Tianyu going to the palace? Father, he's just a merchant. Are you afraid of him? Lin Jidong thought his father was overthinking. To him, a merchant was not someone to fear. In the end, Lin Shihua found his way to Shiliu Lane. Master, the Wan Anho father and son request to see you, Zhou Tong said quietly as he approached Li Tianyu. They still dare to come? Li Tianyu hadn't even gone to confront this hypocritical father and son, and they dared to show up? Thinking of how the Wan Anho family had humiliated his daughter, Li Tianyu was eager to punish them severely. Wei Wei, you go back first. I will meet these two, Li Tianyu told Li Ziwei. Father, these two people, we are no longer connected to them. Why meet them? They only came because they saw our family's wealth. Li Ziwei still worried that Li Tianyu might show mercy. If she married into the Wan Anho family, she would be doomed. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Li Tianyu said, patting his daughter's hand to reassure her. Father, I'll be right next door. Just call if you need anything, Li Ziwei said, stepping back. All right, Cui Guo, take good care of your young lady, Li Tianyu told Li Ziwei's maid. Please let them in, Li Tianyu said to Zhou Tong only after Li Ziwei left. Dear son-in-law. Oh, what a surprise to see you here in the capital, Lin Shihua greeted warmly when he saw Li Tianyu. Are you sure you have the right person, Lord Ruin? Li Tianyu didn't bow to Lin Shihua. After all, the person who made the mistake wasn't himself. Why should he give face to this petty father and son? He was about to go to the palace to report to the emperor tomorrow. If there was any punishment, let the emperor decide. Dear son-in-law, what you said is a bit harsh. Previously, Ziwei had a misunderstanding with this unfilial son. If we clear up the misunderstanding, everything will be fine, Lin Shihua said politely, though he was a bit angry inside. He secretly cursed Li Tianyu, this old man, who was just a businessman, daring to act so proud in front of him. Young man, why don't you quickly apologize to your father-in-law? Lin Shihua kicked Lin Jidong. Father-in-law, your humble son-in-law bows to you. Lin Jidong, though reluctant, had promised his father on the way here to try to make the big fool happy. I can't accept you calling me father-in-law, Li Tianyu said coldly. After all, the lady of your family has someone else in mind. Why are you here today, Lord Lin? Is there something you want to discuss? As soon as Li Tianyu finished speaking, the father and son's expressions darkened. They had expected Li Tianyu wouldn't accept easily. But they didn't think Li Tianyu would be so firm and refuse outright. Could it be that King An had promised Li Tianyu something first? Get down on your knees. Lin Shihua kicked Lin Jidong again, then smiled and said to Li Tianyu, Brotherly, it's my fault for not raising my son properly, which caused him to do wrong. Now that he has realized his mistake, our family's marriage was arranged through matchmakers and formal negotiations. If you are unhappy with this brat, feel free to scold him today. If there's anything else about him that displeases you, just say it. After all, a son-in-law is like a son. As soon as Lin Jitong finished speaking, Li Jiwei's heart clenched. She wondered if her father wouldn't care about reputation and would still want her to marry into the Lord Ruin's family. Thinking about what her life would be like after marrying into the Lord Ruin's family, Li Jiwei trembled all over. Watching Li Jiwei's hands tremble slightly, Suegu quickly stepped forward to comfort her. "I'm fine," Li Jiwei said, knowing her father would never push her into the danger of the Ruin Marquis's household again. However, what surprised Li Jiwei was that Lin Qihua and his son still had the nerve to come and ask her father for forgiveness. If they claimed they had no purpose, she wouldn't believe it for a moment. Thinking back to her previous life, the Lin family had prospered by taking advantage of the Li family's wealth. This time, the appearance of Lin Qihua and his son could be explained for a reason. "Marquis Lin, I, Li, am just a simple merchant and cannot accept the respect of the heir kneeling," Li Tianyu said. Although he called himself a merchant, he was sitting at the top seat, enduring Lin Jidong's kneel. They thought that because they held a higher official position, they could bully his daughter. Li Tianyu was not very capable, but even if he had to risk everything, he would protect his daughter. He couldn't stay silent if he didn't speak out. He thought about how his daughter had donated her dowry, all to prevent the Ruin Marquis's household from oppressing the Li family. His daughter went to the king of An's household seeking protection. With this in mind, Li Tianyu straightened his back even more. He couldn't afford to let his daughter down. Moreover, the reason the Ruin Marquis came today was because of his money. He didn't want to give it, and he couldn't even take it if he tried. His daughter had already handed him the ladder. If the Marquis dared to do anything today, he would report to the Emperor tomorrow. He couldn't do anything to the Marquis himself, but they also had to submit to the Emperor. Brotherly, this is what they say, one son-in-law, half a son. Jitong is your son-in-law. Kneeling before your father-in-law, can you accept that? Lin Qihua said with a smile. Does the Ruin Marquis think that Li, in Lian County, is unaware of your proposal to my son? But on the wedding day, you closed your gates tightly. Is that your family's attitude? Li Tianyu angrily accused. It is because I, Lin, have failed as a father. Lin Qihua could only smile and apologize. In his heart, he cursed Li Tianyu, blaming Zhou Yutong. If she hadn't seduced his son, why would he have to bow and scrape before a merchant today? Since the Ruin Marquis knew he had failed as a father and still brought Li here, does that mean the Marquis himself couldn't teach his son well? Li Tianyu looked at Lin Qihua with a mocking expression and asked, "You?" Lin Qihua didn't expect Li Tianyu to be so unforgiving. "Lord Ruin, please leave." Li Tianyu turned his back, not planning to show any courtesy. Moreover, Li Tianyu knew that Lin Qihua had come to see him today because he had a request. As the injured party, why should he bow and scrape to them? Li Tianyu, are you sure you want to do this? Lin Qihua no longer wanted to pretend. He had been polite earlier to give Li Tianyu face. Now, since Li Tianyu refused to accept his kindness and was being harsh, he wouldn't hold back. Don't blame him for being cold-hearted. Lord Ruin, do you think I, Li, need your advice on what to do? Li Tianyu saw Lin Qihua finally reveal his true intentions and sneered inwardly. He had met many people, but almost let his daughter fall into danger because of his poor judgment. It was his mistake. Li Tianyu, you're just a merchant. Do you really think you can compete with me, Lord Ruin? Or do you believe the king of En favors your daughter?
Dream on.
Even my son looks down on your merchant family daughter. The king of En is the emperor's confidant, Lord Ruin said with a sarcastic look. Humph, Lord Ruin, you are quite calculating. Since your son looks down on my daughter, why are you pretending to come here today? Li Tianyu was angry seeing Lin Qihua's mixed signals. He was even more annoyed with himself. How blind must he have been to choose such a marriage for his daughter? Li Tianyu, I advise you to be sensible. If my son can marry your daughter, it would be a blessing for your Li family. Lin Qihua didn't expect Li Tianyu to react like this and felt a bit anxious. No, that blessing is for your family to keep. My Li family doesn't need it, Li Tianyu said firmly. Dad, let's go. With his attitude, why should we beg him? Lin Jidong thought he had just wasted his effort. He felt wronged. He shouldn't have listened to his father and come to see this old man. Besides, the Li family is just a merchant family. Can they really help us? Lin Jidong finished and looked at Li Tianyu with disdain. The young master is right. Lord and young master, please leave. Li Tianyu listened and spoke to the two people without hesitation. Li Tianyu, don't think that just because you came to the capital and met the emperor, you can do anything to me. In this city, although my Lin family doesn't dominate everything, it's easy for us to crush a small family like yours, Lin Chihua said bitterly to Li Tianyu. Really? Well, Li, am a tough person. I want to see how you, Marquis N, plan to crush my small Li family. Li Tianyu's heart grew colder. He had already said enough. Why does the Li family want to marry into this? He knew the answer well. In the big city, how could it be a coincidence that they traveled so far to Li's family and just happened to see his daughter? It was all a conspiracy. Fortunately, his daughter was saved by the young son of King N. Otherwise, if she had truly entered the Lin family, she might have ended up dead. Li Tianyu. Lin Chihua wanted to reach out and hit him. Marquis N, what are you trying to do? Su Hemming's cold voice sounded. Your Highness, King N, why are you here? Lin Chihua was startled and quickly changed his smile, turning to Su Hemming. If the king hadn't come, he wouldn't have known that Marquis N was so powerful that he could even control his father-in-law. He was surprised that Lin Chihua dared to threaten Li Tianyu with a marriage matter, even though the emperor had already agreed to cancel the engagement between Li Jimei and Marquis N's family. It seemed Lin Chihua's recent actions needed to be investigated. Your Highness, this is a misunderstanding. I only brought Ji Tong here to apologize to Brother Li. Isn't that right, Brother Li? Lin Chihua looked at Li Tianyu with a warning in his eyes. Li don't know. The emperor has clearly agreed to end this marriage. How can Marquis N and his son still have the face to continue it? Marquis N, have you forgotten what you just told me? Li Tianyu didn't like Su Hemming, but he knew who was helping him. Lin Chihua was furious after being ruthlessly exposed by Li Tianyu. He didn't expect that Li Tianyu would show no respect at all to Marquis N's family. He openly told King N everything. Brother Li, do you think King N is truly helping you? Since the truth has been revealed, Lin Chihua no longer pretends. Anyway, King N took his son's wife, so the relationship could never be eased. As for Li Jiwei, even if his son doesn't want her, he still wants to be the troublemaker between them. King An is just after your Li family's money. Do you know that what your Li family has contributed has already earned King An a great favor from the emperor? Lin Chihua said grimly, looking at Su Hemming. That's a pity. Originally, your Yuan and Marquis residents could also have earned a great favor. Now, that opportunity belongs to someone else. Li Tianyu didn't fall for Lin Chihua's tricks. He was happy to let King and take the credit with the silver money, but he didn't want the Marquis of Ruanan to benefit. This old man is so infuriating. Li Tianyu, do you really think your daughter can marry King An? King An is just using her. When your Li family runs out of money and can't pay, Jiwei will just be a ghost in King An's residence. Without King An's support, your family will be doomed. Lin Chihua finished and turned to leave. Su Hemming didn't say much the whole time, but his face looked a bit grim. He didn't expect Lin Chihua to threaten Li Tianyu right in front of him. It seemed he wasn't afraid of telling the emperor everything. Father-in-law, don't worry. I have arranged guards to protect the courtyard, so the people from Marquis of Ruanan's residence won't bother you. Su Hemming quickly bowed and said, Your Highness King An, Li, don't dare to accept such praise. As for Jiwei, I will ask the emperor to decide tomorrow. If the people from Marquis of Ruanan's residence dare to come, I have no fear, Li Tianyu said with a serious face. He had just arrived, and these matters made him feel very guilty about his daughter. But if Marquis of Ruanan really made a move, he wasn't afraid. After all, the Li family had countless assets, and there were ways to protect them. Although he didn't deal much with officials, some martial arts experts were willing to guard the Li family. There are rules in the martial world. There are rules in the court. Li Tianyu only hopes for his wife and children to be safe. If he can't even do that, then his Li family doesn't deserve to exist. Afraid that others might use sneaky tricks against him, now Lord Ruin openly reveals everything, so Li Tianyu naturally becomes cautious. In the side room, Li Jiwei finally calms her mind, thinking that this life will surely be different. Miss, the prince has arrived. Do you want to go out? Suegwa asked carefully. Yes, Li Jiwei's mood is still unsettled, but no matter what, Su Hemming's appearance is a help to her father. Otherwise, Lord Ruin wouldn't leave so quickly. Thank you, Your Highness, for your help. Li Jiwei bowed to Su Hemming. Do you plan to keep being so distant from me, princess? For some reason, Su Hemming doesn't like how cold Li Jiwei is with him. Since he decided to marry Li Jiwei, he has no intention of breaking his promise. Moreover, he had promised the emperor himself. Prince En, I think what Lord Ruin just said is right. I am not suitable for the role of princess. I am not worthy of the responsibilities. Li Jiwei looked at her father and then firmly said, whether I am worthy or not is up to me to decide. I am the one marrying a princess, not Lord Ruin. Why should I care what others say? Prince En frowned, feeling uncomfortable. In the past, he refused women who threw themselves at him. Now, this woman doesn't appreciate his kindness and refuses to marry him? She should know that in this city, many women want to marry him. Yet, she pushes him away. Li Jiwei was speechless for a moment. Stepmother, are you hiding here just because you don't want to make me that pair of milk custards? Suddenly, a child's voice sounded from behind, full of dissatisfaction. It was Su Qingshi, crossing her arms and looking at Li Jiwei with a displeased expression. He had been looking forward to Li Jiwei making him a pair of milk custards. He even planned to take one to the palace to show off to the third prince. But now he heard that this woman ran away. Damn woman. She's already married to his father, yet she ran. It's all because his father is useless and can't keep a woman. Li Tianyu frowned when he heard the child's words. This child must be Prince En's son, right? Looking at the way the child looked at Li Jiwei, Li Tianyu felt that this child was not easy to deal with. He openly called his own daughter's stepmother. Even though he comes from a merchant family, a stepson would not call his stepmother, stepmother. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu felt angry. Father, it was the young master who saved my daughter, Li Jiwei quickly explained, noticing Li Tianyu's expression. Li Tianyu, about to scold, suddenly remembered what Wu San had said, that Prince En's son forcibly took his daughter away from the Ruan and Marquis residence, saving her from being married there. Realizing this, Li Tianyu quickly calmed down. He looked at the little child beside him. He then thought that the child's words just now sounded like a child teasing her mother. Since the child was so young and had lost her mother, Li Tianyu felt a bit more pity for Su Qingshi. Young master, it's not suitable for the common girl to stay in the residence. If you still want double-skim milk, I can make it for you tomorrow, Li Jiwei said gently, kneeling down to explain to Su Qingshi. No, you already lied to me once, Su Qingshi said unhappily. Are you the young master who saved my daughter? Li Tianyu also squatted in front of Su Qingshi, imitating his daughter. Su Qingshi looked at Li Tianyu with some confusion and sought help from Su Hemming. Call me grandfather. Su Hemming completely ignored what Li Tianyu had just said about not wanting his daughter to marry him. Whether they wanted it or not didn't matter. If he was willing, Li Jiwei wouldn't escape. Thinking of her grandfather from the Zhou family, Su Qingshi frowned. She didn't like that grandfather. Every time she visited, he would say things she couldn't understand. The grandfather in front of her seemed much gentler. He wasn't as annoying as the Zhou family grandfather. Grandfather, Su Qingshi obediently called Li Tianyu, and her small hand naturally wrapped around his neck. Li Tianyu was first surprised, then smiled. This child seemed to have a special connection with their family. You little rascal, Li Tianyu said helplessly. This grandfather couldn't be called for nothing. He reached into his bosom and took out a banknote for 5,000 taels of silver, placing it into Su Qingshi's arms. If you call me grandfather, this is your first gift to him. Go buy what you like, Li Tianyu said with a smile. Next to Su Qingshi, Mou's eyes widened in surprise, secretly amazed. The princess's father is very generous, casually giving the young master 5,000 taels of silver. It's important to note that the Zhou family has never been this generous before. Li Tianyu's actions are partly motivated by personal reasons. Regardless of how the princess and king will react, it's a fact that Su Qingshi saved his daughter. To be honest, he saved not only his daughter, but also the entire Li family. Those are not things that can be bought with just 5,000 taels of silver. There's also a gesture of gratitude toward King En. If King En hadn't been so watchful of his daughter, he would also be willing to show kindness to him. Su Qingshi looked at the silver notes, feeling puzzled. Why did this seem different from what he usually saw? Su Qingshi is still a child. Even if the estate gave him silver, it wouldn't be much. He had never seen such a large sum of 5,000 taels in silver notes before. Father, did you bring the things I asked for? Li Jiwei quickly asked, remembering the 9-link chain he promised Su Qingshi. Yes, I brought them. Not only that, Master Jean also researched some more, and I brought those too. They're in the box in the room next door. Originally, Li Tianyu wondered why his daughter wanted those childhood toys. But now he understood they were probably a gift for Su Qingshi. Li Tianyu had no objections to this. Li Jiwei hurriedly asked Cui Gua to fetch the items. Su Heming looked at himself, feeling completely ignored. He felt a bit empty inside. No one had ever ignored him before. He looked at Li Jiwei with some resentment. Unfortunately, both father and daughter's attention was on that little brat, Su Qingshi. Su Qingshi kept saying a few words to make Li Tianyu happy. Seeing this, Su Heming thought to himself, it seems he could only rely on Su Qingshi to keep Li Jiwei close. Miss, that thing is too heavy. I can't move it alone, Cui Gua said hurriedly, returning soon after. Su Qingshi blinked his big eyes, feeling that those things might somehow be related to him, even if he didn't understand why. Father-in-law, princess, I have official duties to attend to. I'll leave now. If you need anything, just tell Wu-san. I've already asked the emperor for instructions, and Wu-san has been waiting for your orders these days. Su Heming was also very busy himself. He also took the time to send Wu-san and others over, worried that Lin Qihua might cause trouble. However, he didn't expect to arrive late, which is why Lin Qihua was allowed inside. Fortunately, Li Tianyu and Li Jiwei were not hurt. Father, you should go quickly and not disturb us, Su Qing said impatiently. Seeing how Su Qing spoke to his father so rudely, Li Tianyu suddenly felt relieved. It seemed this child didn't see Jiwei as a stranger. Prince En, you don't need to worry about me. I am not afraid of the people from the ruined Marquis house, Li Tianyu nodded and said. He understood that Prince En probably wasn't free often, but having Wu-san here made him feel more at ease. After all, he wasn't alone here, his daughter was also present. Madam, you stay here today to keep your father-in-law company. Tomorrow, I will come to pick you up. Qing, don't disturb your grandfather and mother, Su Heming warned Su Qing before leaving. He still needed to go to the palace to talk to the emperor about the Marquis of Ruin and find out if anything recent was happening there. You're so annoying. Just go quickly. Su Qing waved his hand dismissively. Prince, you should go ahead and attend to your affairs, Li Jiwei said. She had been staying at Prince En's residence these days and knew that Prince En was usually very busy and not often at home. Prince En sighed. No one was stopping him here. Maybe if they had tried to persuade him, he might have stayed. Seeing the slightly resentful look in Prince En's eyes, Li Tianyu suddenly thought that this Prince En was more perceptive than that young man from the Lin family. As Su Heming left, Li Jiwei took Su Qing to the room where the 9-link chain toys were kept. Wanna open it and see? Li Jiwei gestured for Su Qing to open it herself. Stepmother, you wouldn't have hidden explosives in there, would you? Su Qing looked a little scared. His father had just left, and he wondered if this woman might take advantage of his absence to capture him and sell him to traffickers. Young master, you're only worried now about whether I might sell you? Isn't that a bit late? Li Jiwei said with a half-smile, making Su Qing's face show a mix of fear and suspicion. She didn't know what she might have done to make Su Qing think she could kidnap children. Didn't the storyteller say that stepmothers don't like the children born before they enter the house, and they want to sell them off? Su Qing was pouting unhappily. Actually, these were all tricks the third prince was using to scare him. Storytellers wouldn't say things like this. Little young master, how much silver do you think I should sell you for? Li Jiwei tilted his head, examining Su Qing carefully, and asked seriously. Li Jiwei, I am the heir of the Inwang mansion. If you really sell me, my father won't let you go, Su Qing said nervously. Then you should open it quickly. If you wait too long, I might change my mind, Li Jiwei said with a mix of laughter and frustration. Outside, Tsuegwa and Muyu peeked inside, wondering what these two masters were up to now. Just open it, Su Qing said proudly. Li Jiwei looked at this little kid, thinking he was quite clever. With such a small body, how much silver could he really sell for? Su Qing took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and silently thought to himself, there's no explosive inside. Otherwise, not only he, but Li Jiwei would be in danger. Thinking this, Su Qing opened his eyes and looked at Li Jiwei, tightly holding his hand. He thought, no matter what, he must not let go. Even if Li Jiwei wants to run, he can only drag him along. His other hand slowly opened the tall box. But his eyes stayed fixed on Li Jiwei. The box was open, and he didn't dare to look away. Don't you want to see what's inside? Li Jiwei asked with a smile, pointing at the contents of the box. Women, don't think you can sneak away alone, Su Qing said nervously, watching Li Jiwei. Why would I run? Don't you want to see for yourself? Seeing the box about to close, Li Jiwei kindly reminded him again. Who wants to? Su Qing was about to say he wasn't interested when he caught a glimpse of what was inside the box. Suddenly, his eyes widened. There were 9 linked rings, a Luban lock, and some other things he couldn't name. Su Qing was so focused on looking that he forgot these were gifts Li Jiwei had given him. His eyes were full of affection and admiration. Li Jiwei smiled and left the space for Su Qing, walking out first. Otherwise, when Su Qing realized what was inside, he probably wouldn't want to see him anymore. At this moment, Li Tianyu was still waiting for her in the front hall. Dad, Li Jiwei knew her father probably had something to say to her. After all, these events happened suddenly, catching them off guard, but she believed her father had his own plans. In the past life, it was her own weakness that allowed the Duke of Ruin's family to take advantage of them. This time, everything was different. She didn't marry Lin Jidong, and her father also learned about her situation. Yes, sit down, Li Tianyu sighed. Thinking about Lin Chihua's arrogant attitude just now, he felt very guilty. He remembered that originally his daughter didn't want this marriage, but he thought it was a rare opportunity. He thought that maybe the Li family could use this chance to improve their status. But he overlooked that behind this contrast, there was no easy gain without effort. Li Jiwei sat nervously nearby. Some things, even if known, couldn't be completely changed. Wei Wei, this time, it's my fault for not protecting you. Li Tianyu looked at his daughter and said with guilt. Dad, it's not your fault. This was also my own choice. Li Jiwei knew he was talking about the marriage with the Duke of Ruin, but she truly couldn't blame him. She had agreed to it later. Moreover, if she really married into the Duke of Ruin's family and could help the Li family, she was willing. It's just that the Duke of Ruin's family was greedy. Dad, don't worry. Tomorrow, you're going to the palace to present your case. This is an opportunity for our Li family, Li Jiwei whispered to her father. Going to the palace this time, it's hard to say whether it will bring good or bad luck. Li Tianyu felt heavy-hearted. Dad, do you blame me for donating half of the Li family's wealth to the court? Li Jiwei wondered if her father would feel distressed about the money, knowing it was earned through his hard work. She had taken a reckless risk, leaving no backup plan, and hadn't discussed it with her father. Child, what foolish words are you saying? Li Tianyu naturally understood why his daughter did this. If she hadn't done it, the Duke of Ruin's family might have devoured everything, leaving nothing behind. How could he blame her? He was in business, and although he had seen many different people, he had never met the emperor. People say that being with a ruler is like being with a tiger, and he was worried that the emperor might treat him like the Inwang mansion did. They wouldn't even leave him a little hope. Now, he was old, and if he lost everything, it would be fine. But his daughter was still young and should have a bright future. Dad, I think the emperor doesn't seem like an unreasonable person. If he wants something, we can give up the carriage and keep the main thing, Li Jiwei said softly while looking at Li Tianyu. Actually, she didn't know what the emperor wanted either. But instead of keeping the money, her life was more important. She was worried that Li Tianyu wouldn't be able to let go. Don't worry, Wei Wei. I know what to do, Li Tianyu secretly decided. As long as money can save his daughter's life, he would do whatever it takes. The next morning, early, Li Tianyu packed his things and prepared to go to the palace to see the emperor. Li Jiwei personally saw him off at the palace gate. Dad, I'll wait here for you, Li Jiwei said seriously while looking at Li Tianyu. Go back now, no need to wait for me here. Li Tianyu waved his hand and went into the palace with Wu San. Seeing his father's determined walk, Li Jiwei felt very nervous. Hey, who is this? Isn't that my former wife, Miss Li? Soon after Li Tianyu entered the palace, Lin Jidong and a group of people approached. Yesterday, he had a bad day in Shiliu Lane and was scolded by Lin Qihua when he returned home. The more he thought about it, the more he felt resentful. That Li Jiwei dared not to marry him? Does she really think King and is interested in her? Today, he deliberately brought people to block Li Jiwei at the palace gate. Li Jiwei saw Lin Jidong and frowned, taking a step back.
She didn't want to talk to him.
In her past life, this man kept exploiting her family's worth. She once hoped they could live peacefully together. But after he repeatedly hurt Zhou Yutong, she gave up. In this life, she just wanted to stay away from this beast. However, Li Jiwei didn't expect that Lin Jidong would be bold enough to bring people to block her at the palace gate. What do you want to do? This is the palace gate, Li Jiwei frowned and reminded him. At this moment, she wished the king would appear. With the king in here, Lin Jidong wouldn't dare to do anything to her. Wow, young master, is this the merchant girl? She looks quite pretty. A spoiled young man with sly eyes circled around Li Jiwei, spinning his fan. His desire made others laugh loudly. They were all children of noble families in the capital, usually involved in sneaky tricks. They naturally didn't dare offend real noble ladies. But Li Jiwei was just a small merchant girl, so they didn't take her seriously. Women like her were best to be dismissed. Young lady, since the young master doesn't want you, why don't you come with me? I promise you'll enjoy good food and drinks, he said, approaching with his fan, tilting Li Jiwei's chin. Stay away from my lady, Chuegwa stepped in nervously, blocking Li Jiwei. She tried to threaten them with Prince N's name. Ha Li Jiwei, do you really think you're some noble lady with a gold-edged status? Prince N's wife. You're not even worthy, Lin Jidong laughed loudly. Exactly. Who is Prince N? He's a favorite of the emperor. If he wanted to marry a princess, he could. Why would he marry a divorced merchant girl like you? Another man, who had just spoken, also laughed. Clearly, they didn't believe Prince N would really marry Li Jiwei. I tell you, Li Jiwei, do you think that Prince N took you back to his house just to marry you? Lin Jidong thought Prince N only wanted to use Li Jiwei's dowry to impress the emperor. Exactly, Prince N is just a young man. How could he listen to what he says? Prince N wouldn't marry a merchant girl when he could marry Miss Zhou. They burst into more laughter. Li Jiwei blushed with shame. She hadn't really thought Prince N would marry her. She knew her background wasn't good enough for him, but she also secretly hoped for his protection. Maybe she was just dreaming too much. You all are talking nonsense. Prince N himself said that my lady is his future wife, she said firmly. Chuegwa looked at them, not believing, and said anxiously. Chuegwa felt a little scared inside.
Could what they said really be true?
If that's the case, what should Lord and Miss do? Did you say that King N said it? Who heard it? I don't believe it today. King N wouldn't be interested in a girl like you, Lin Jidong said, then stepped forward and slapped Li Jiwei. You shameless woman, it's all because of you that I got hit. Lin Jidong felt the slap was not enough and gave her another. Marquis Ruin's son. Hitting a dog still depends on the owner. Now I am from the King N's residence. If you hit me like this, Aren't you afraid of King An's revenge? Li Jiwei didn't expect Lin Jidong to dare hit her at the palace gate. She felt a wave of fear and could only bring up Su Hemming to pressure Lin Jidong. You shameless woman, do you think you are a fairy? Can King An really like you? Humph, he's just using you. Now all your dowries have gone into the state treasury. Do you think you still have any value? Lin Jidong thought about it and was furious. The dowries of Li Jiwei originally belonged to him, and now they had gone into the treasury. He slapped her twice more. How can you hit someone? Chuegwa didn't expect Lin Jidong to be so unreasonable. She was glad her miss didn't marry him, but she also felt worried. In the capital, although Marquis Ruin's residence wasn't all-powerful, the Li family couldn't compete with it. Come here, take this shameless woman away, Lin Jidong impatiently shouted at Chuegwa, who was blocking the way. Soon, a few young servants stepped forward and held Chuegwa back. Let me go. Lin Jidong, what are you trying to do? This is at the palace gate, under the emperor's watch. Have you thought about Marquis Ruin's family? Li Jiwei glared fiercely at Lin Jidong. She didn't expect him to be so bold, recalling what Lin Jidong and Marquis Ruin's family had done to her and the Li family in her past life. Her eyes were full of hatred, wishing she could tear Lin Jidong apart. Lin Jidong, for some reason, looked at Li Jiwei's gaze and felt a shiver down his spine. It was completely different from her gentle appearance just now. Li Jiwei, do you think too highly of yourself? What's so special about being in the capital? Do you think I need the emperor's permission to hit you? Look at yourself. What are you anyway? After understanding what Li Jiwei meant, Lin Jidong ordered someone to hold her firmly. Young Qi, haven't you taken a liking to that woman? I will send her to your house now, so you can enjoy her, Lin Jidong said with ill intent to the man just now. The young master is generous. The man called Young Qi laughed proudly, clearly pleased by Lin Jidong's words. Of course. As long as Young Qi likes her, I will send her to you. Lin Jidong looked at Young Qi with a flattering expression. Bring her here. Take her away, servant. Cold Qi ordered the young servant behind him. Let me go. Li Jiwei was extremely scared. She didn't know who this Young Qi was, but she knew she couldn't be taken away by him. However, Li Jiwei was just a weak woman. No matter how she struggled, she couldn't escape. Not far away, on a carriage, a woman proudly lifted the curtain. Li Jiwei, if you dare to covet my man, you will face the consequences. Return to the palace, Zhou Yueying said proudly. Without Li Jiwei, King An would only belong to her. Once she entered King An's residence, she would deal with Su Qing's brat herself. Your Majesty, I am Li Tianyu, humbly greeting you. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Li Tianyu nervously bowed deeply to Zhu Jingchen. Rise, Zhu Jingchen said with a smile. This was his money tree. Zhu Jingchen had a purpose in summoning this man to the palace. Rumor had it that Li Tianyu was very skilled at making money. The reason the treasury was empty was because the officials in the Ministry of Revenue were useless. Just as the Minister of Revenue was retiring and returning home, he was the best candidate for the Minister of Revenue. Zhu Jingchen already imagined that with Li Tianyu, the treasury would quickly fill with gold coins. Soon, he would build himself a golden bed, dreaming at night of the smell of gold. Who would dare to mock their Lan Nua kingdom as poor? Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Tianyu felt a fiery gaze on him, but he dared not lift his head. He felt uncomfortable and prayed in his heart to leave the palace soon and see his daughter. Li Tianyu, I thank you on behalf of the people of Lan Nua Kingdom for your generosity, Zhu Jingchen said with a cough. Being able to share the burden with the emperor and the people is an honor for the Li family, Li Tianyu quickly replied. Rumor has it that the Li family is the richest in Lan Nua Kingdom. Is that true? Zhu Jingchen had indeed seen the dowry donated by Li Jiwei. It was very diverse, full of all kinds of items, some of which even he, as the emperor, had never seen before. He had to admit that Li Tianyu was truly impressive. Not daring, Li Tianyu said, sweating nervously. Could it be that he had also touched the emperor's interests? Li Tianyu, don't be afraid. That means you're doing well, Zhu Jingchen quickly said, sensing that Li Tianyu might have misunderstood his meaning. Thank you for the praise, Your Majesty, Li Tianyu replied, sweating even more. This was the first time he faced the emperor directly, and he wasn't sure what the emperor's true intentions were. I'm not praising you, Zhu Jingchen said. Think about the Ministry of Revenue. Many talented officials, yet none as capable as you, Li Tianyu. He looked down on the useless officials in the ministry, feeling disdain. They just sit around doing nothing, yet they want to eat and use his resources. Sometimes they even forbid him from doing things he wants, like making a dragon robe, forcing him to be frugal. Just thinking about it made him feel frustrated. Li Tianyu didn't dare to respond to this. If he did, he might offend the officials in the Ministry of Revenue. What if one day they made some deal, and he ended up losing out? Li Tianyu, I wonder, are you interested in serving as an official in the court? Zhu Jingchen asked with a smile. Li Tianyu was stunned. He had considered many possibilities, even that the emperor might want all of Li's family's assets. But he never thought the emperor would actually invite him to serve as an official. The problem was, he was just a businessman, skilled only in commerce, not in government affairs. If he asked questions or showed ignorance, the emperor might not accept him. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu nervously swallowed and looked at Zhu Jingchen with a helpless expression. But if he refused, he couldn't bring himself to say so. This was a rare opportunity many people dreamed of. After all, he had never dared to imagine that one day he might have a chance to become an official. Your Majesty, this is absolutely impossible. Chief Minister Leng Chazong immediately stood up to oppose without hesitation. He thought to himself, right now, the Ministry of Revenue was short of a deputy minister, and he wanted to place someone he trusted in that position. Although Li Tianyu has no strong connections at court, he might become the father-in-law of Prince In, who is very stubborn. Oh? Could it be that Lord Leng has a better candidate in mind? Emperor Zhu Jingchen was not the type to be easily influenced by others. Lord Leng Chongzong often rejected or opposed things, which had already made the emperor dislike him. Next to them, Tang Xiaoyong looked at Lord Leng with a hint of sarcasm. The emperor had already made his decision, yet Lord Leng still wanted to influence it. Thinking about Li Jiwei's dowry, Tang Xiaoyong was also surprised. The emperor had asked him whether Li Tianyu would be suitable for a position in the Ministry of Revenue if he entered the government. At that time, he was quite against it, but now he saw that the Ministry of Revenue was a thorn in the emperor's side, a constant annoyance. The main reason was that no one in the Ministry of Revenue was skilled at managing finances. Now, officials in the court were chosen through exams or promoted by the emperor. Since the emperor favored Li Tianyu, it showed that Li Tianyu had the ability to earn money, something the emperor valued. If the Ministry of Revenue truly had such a talented person, the Minister of Revenue would also look good. He then suggested, Your Majesty, Lu Zongqing, the Deputy Minister of Revenue, is about to retire. Why not let Li Dashi take his place? The emperor did not immediately agree. Tang Xiaoyong wondered if the emperor was planning to let Li Tianyu take over the Ministry of Revenue. Just as he was about to offer generously to give up the position, the emperor nodded and said, Let it be as Lord Tang suggests. After Li Dashi takes the position, Lord Tang, you must cooperate fully. At that moment, Tang Xiaoyong knew for sure that Li Tianyu would become an official. Your Majesty, Li Shanren is the richest man in Lano. He must be very good at making money. I dare to suggest that the Ministry of Revenue needs talents like Li Shanren, and since there is an opening, may I ask Your Majesty to consider appointing such a capable person? Tang Xiaoyong stepped forward and said respectfully, Lord Tang, do you think that Li Shanren only knows some trivial tricks and can make the Ministry of Revenue produce a lot of silver? Lord Leng sneered. Your Majesty, our treasury is empty. Our country needs someone who can earn silver. I believe Lord Tang's suggestion is exactly what our country needs. I humbly ask for Your Majesty's approval, said Grand Tutor Qing Tianyuan sincerely. With the Grand Tutor leading the way, many officials also stepped forward to support the idea. Only the faction of Leng Chaozong strongly opposed it. Su Heming did not express any opinion. Outside the Qianqing Palace, a young eunuch anxiously paced back and forth. At the Prince An's residence, the old princess listened to Tsuegua's words and stood up angrily. Nonsense. Someone from my Prince An's household dares to rob. The old princess took a deep breath. She led a group of people loudly, heading toward the Lung family. Fortunately, the Lung family was not far from the Prince An's residence, and they arrived quickly. Old princess, what wind blew you here today? Wu, the wife of Lung Chaozong, greeted her with a smile. She thought that the old princess came to visit because of her daughter Lung Wu and Prince An's marriage. After all, she had been eyeing the position of the prince's consort for a long time. But previously, Prince An's residents refused to agree. Unexpectedly, today even the old princess came personally. It seemed that Prince An's household was very pleased with Wu. Madam Lung, your family's manners are truly excellent. The old princess ignored Wu and simply ordered the butler to bring people inside to find someone. Old princess, what are you doing? Wu finally realized that the old princess was furious. Her usual smile faded. In this city, the Lung family was not someone others could search through at will. Wu quickly ordered someone to stop her. Old princess, Butler Lu Ming was a bit anxious. The princess had been forcibly taken back by the Lung family's troublemaker. If something went wrong, it would be a serious matter. Rush in. If anything happens, the old lady, will take responsibility. The old princess struck her cane on the ground, showing her authority. Lu Ming listened to her and immediately ordered people to rush into the courtyard. He even directly took the Lung family steward and led him to Lung Qi's courtyard. Wu, hearing this, felt a bad premonition. Her son was always idle, looking at pretty girls, but unable to approach them. Could it be that they had once again taken someone from the old princess? After all, she had paid silver to dismiss those people before. This time, could they have offended Prince An's household? Thinking of the only young master in Prince An's residence, who was just a small boy, and that there were no other young girls, Wu relaxed a little. At worst, she thought, her son could marry someone and take her as a concubine. Being able to connect with the Prince An's residence, she was willing to pretend to recognize the person. Old queen consort, what are you doing? Although the Prince An's residence is very powerful, my husband is also a high-ranking official. If you bring people into my house like this, aren't you afraid the Empress Dowager will blame you? Wu Shi gained confidence and looked up at the old queen consort as she asked. Her daughter is the noble consort, one of the highest-ranked women, and her grandson is the crown prince. The Prince An is just a dog serving the emperor. Madam Lung, you'd better pray that my daughter-in-law is safe. Otherwise, I want to see if the noble consort will still protect you, the old queen consort said angrily. Young master, that girl has refused to cooperate with changing clothes, a maid holding the clothes said hesitantly as she stepped out. Refusing to cooperate? Can't you think of a way? Cold Chi was a bit impatient. A small merchant girl, and she still acts so proud? Where does she get her confidence? But, young master, she keeps saying she is the Prince An's wife. The young maid was still a little scared, worried that this girl might really be the Prince An's wife. First, the ones who would be punished are their servants. She just likes to flatter herself. She's just a lowly merchant girl. Cold Chi took a sip of wine, then pulled the maid into his arms and said casually, "Go and persuade her not to refuse the toast and accept the penalty." After saying this, Cold Chi pushed the maid forward, showing he had little patience. The young maid's name was Chun Tao. She was a maid in Cold Chi's residence and naturally had become Cold Chi's woman. Cold Chi had brought back many women, but in the end, only she stayed. Those women, after their novelty wore off for the young master, would be thrown out. Chun Tao thought she was the most special. So every time Cold Chi brought back a woman, Chun Tao was very eager to persuade her to please Cold Chi. Anyway, these women would leave with money in hand eventually. Chun Tao never thought that Li Jiwei would be an exception. Miss, I advise you to be sensible. Serve my young master well, and you'll suffer less. Later, you'll get more money, Chun Tao said coldly, looking at Li Jiwei. Please let me go. I really am the Prince An's wife, Li Jiwei begged Chun Tao. All right, how many times do I have to say this? If you truly are the princessin, why hasn't Princeton come to find you? Chun Tao sneered, thinking to herself that this woman dreams more than anyone before. In this city, which noble young lady doesn't know that our young master won't recognize her? It's impossible that she would bring the princess and back to the residence. Many women in this city dream of marrying Princeton. This woman is probably just one of those. Moreover, our young master said she's just a merchant's daughter. Young lady, please let me go. If you don't believe me, you can go to Prince Anne's residence. They will surely send you a generous reward, Li Jue pleaded. She didn't want to stay here, especially with that chess young master. He didn't seem like a good person. If he were to harm her here, Li Jue couldn't bear to think about what might happen next.
Enough.
My decision is made. Starting today, Li Tianyu is appointed as the left vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Zhu Jingchen declared firmly, ignoring the pleas of Cold Chaozong and others. At this moment, a young eunuch hurried over and whispered a few words to Lu Gonggong. Gonggong Wu's face turned pale as he anxiously told the emperor that Cold Qi had kidnapped Li Jue. Ridiculous. Zhu Jingchen angrily pounded the dragon desk. Your Majesty, please calm down. The ministers immediately knelt down, confused. Although the emperor had been impatient earlier, he showed no signs of anger now. They wondered who had provoked him. Take Cold Darren to the heavenly prison. Su Aiqing, quickly lead people to Cold's family and arrest everyone, Zhu Jingchen ordered again. Your Majesty? Su Hemming had never seen the emperor so furious. But rushing to Cold's family to arrest people without a reason didn't seem right. Why are you hesitating? If you don't go now, your wife will be lost, Zhu Jingchen said irritably. Hearing this, Su Hemming didn't hesitate further and hurried away. Li Tianyu was confused. Just now, he was talking about his official appointment, and now the emperor was punishing Cold's family? Your Majesty, I don't know what I have done wrong, Cold Chaozong thought to himself. He didn't expect to be suddenly thrown into the heavenly prison. When did the emperor find out about this? Li Tianyu kept thinking about Prince Anne's wife. Didn't Prince Anne's wife say she was gone long ago? And he just said he wanted to marry his daughter? His daughter? Your Majesty, has my young lady had an accident? Li Tianyu could no longer hold back and asked nervously. The emperor looked at Li Tianyu with some guilt and blamed himself for this matter. He had taken someone's dowry but failed to protect the person. Minister Li, don't worry. Miss Li will be safe, Zhu Jingchen comforted. Next to them, Lung Chaozong was unhappy because the emperor ignored him. Then, the guards escorting him didn't give him a chance to speak and took him away. Zhu Jingchen looked at the ministers and didn't call for the court to end. No one dared to say anything. After all, the normally respectful prime minister suddenly ended up in jail. Everyone found this hard to believe. Could it be because the prime minister didn't agree with Li Tianyu becoming an official? Thinking of this, everyone's eyes kept drifting toward Li Tianyu. Send someone to find out how Lung Qi met Miss Li and why he kidnapped her in the street, Zhu Jingchen said angrily to Lu Gonggong. Yes. Lu Gonggong secretly felt worried. The Lung family's young master was also clueless. How could he kidnap Miss Li? Was he someone they could easily provoke? The housekeeper deliberately took Lu Ming to Lung Qi's chess house. Inside, there were only a few maids and servants sweeping, and no one else. Where is young master? The housekeeper asked on purpose. He hasn't returned to the house yet, the maid replied disrespectfully. In fact, they didn't often see the young master come to the chess house. You see, I said my young master isn't at the house, the housekeeper said smartly. Housekeeper Lu, we've checked. Someone saw the young master of the Lung family bringing our princess back to the Lung house, a servant quickly said. Search, Lu Ming said coldly. He didn't expect the Lung family to play tricks on him. Once he found their princess, he would deal with the old man. Watching Lu Ming search the Lung house, the housekeeper Du Qing sneered. Let them search all they want. They wouldn't find their young master because he wasn't at the Lung house now. He was in the neighboring courtyard. Every time, Lung Qi deliberately entered through the main gate to confuse outsiders. However, Du Qing knew that his young master had indeed brought a woman back today. But wasn't that woman supposed to be a merchant's daughter? Why is it still possible for the people of Prince An's residence to come looking for us? Your Majesty, something's wrong. Something's wrong. The little eunuch hurriedly entered, stumbling as he spoke. Why are you shouting? You're disturbing the Empress. You'll have to answer for this. A young palace maid quickly stopped the little eunuch, looking displeased. Oh, Sister Xiaozhu, it's an urgent matter. The Prime Minister has had an accident, the little eunuch said anxiously. Wait a moment. Xiaozhu quickly went inside, gently calling out to the woman still sleeping on the bed. Xiaozhu was also a bit scared. If the lady didn't rest well, she would be very angry. Madam, something has happened, Xiaozhu said carefully when she saw that the Empress was not responding. What's the matter? Can it wait until I wake up? Leng Zhen said coldly, giving a sharp look, clearly annoyed. Madam, Xiao Anzi is outside and says the Prime Minister has had an accident, Xiaozhu hurriedly explained. It wasn't that she was being rude. She knew that the Prime Minister was the Empress's father. If they found out he was in trouble and didn't tell her, they would face serious consequences. What? Leng Zhen quickly sat up, her heart pounding. She wondered what had happened to her father. Leng Zhen sat up quickly, her mind racing, and all sleep vanished. What happened to my father? Why can't he come in and tell me himself? She demanded sharply, her voice trembling slightly. In this deep palace, besides the Emperor's favor, her father, Leng Chaozong, was her greatest support. He could not be in trouble. Xiaozhu hurried out to call the little eunuch. What happened to my father? Leng Zhen asked the little eunuch urgently. The little eunuch bowed to Empress Leng and then panted as he responded, reporting to your Majesty, I just heard that the Emperor suddenly became furious during the court meeting and ordered the Prime Minister to be thrown into the prison. What? Leng Zhen suddenly pulled back the quilt, barefoot on the cold floor, her face turning pale. Is this true? Why did the Emperor suddenly imprison my father? What crime did he commit? She couldn't believe it. Her father was influential at court, and normally, the Emperor treated him with respect. Why would the Emperor, who usually showed kindness, suddenly act against him and imprison him? The servant doesn't know the exact reason, but upon hearing about this matter, he hurriedly came to report to your Majesty. The young eunuch bowed his head in fear. Go find out what is happening. Immediately. Go now. Leng Zhen almost shouted the order, causing chaos inside Xiaozhen Palace. Leng Zhen's heart sank. Her father must not be in trouble at this time. No matter what, she had to find a way to save her father. Xiaozhu, help me with my makeup. I need to see the Emperor. In a small, hidden courtyard next to the Leng family house. Leng Qi looked at the stubborn Li Jiwei and had lost all patience. Chun Tao's advice was useless. This woman, claiming to be the Princess of N, was truly out of her mind. A merchant's daughter is just a merchant's daughter. She can't even tell a lie properly. Leng Qi sneered, stepping closer to Li Jiwei. Princess of N? If you are the Princess of N, then I am the Emperor. Stop dreaming and obediently listen to me. You'll get good benefits. Li Jiwei kept retreating until her back pressed against the cold wall, with nowhere to go. Her eyes filled with despair and fear. She quietly reached into her hair, where a sharp hairpin was hidden. Even if it meant dying, she would never be humiliated. Don't come any closer, she said, trembling but resolutely. If you won't cooperate, you'll face the consequences. Leng Qi lost patience and reached out to grab her. At that moment, faint noise of commotion came from outside the courtyard, seemingly from the neighboring Leng family estate. Leng Qi paused, frowning. What's going on? What is Du Cheng doing? Why is there so much noise? Chun Tao, quick-witted, immediately said, Young master, calm down. I will go see. She hurried out of the room. Just as she reached the courtyard gate, she heard lively voices from the neighboring Leng estate, along with the sound of armor clashing. Her heart trembled. She quietly peeked through a crack in the door and saw a team of shining armor and helmets rushing into the Leng estate, led by the Prince of N, Su Hemming. Chun Tao was so frightened she nearly fainted. She scrambled back into the room, her voice trembling. Young master, something's wrong. There are many officials outside, and they are entering our house. It looks like they are arresting people. What? Lung Qi's face finally changed. People from the Lung family being arrested? Could it be that her father had committed some crime and the family was being raided? His first thought was that his father's political enemies were causing trouble, but how could this happen without warning? When Li Jiwei heard the words, soldiers and officers, her eyes immediately lit up with hope. Was Prince An coming to save her? Or had her father asked the emperor to send help? She suddenly looked up and shouted loudly, "Help! Help!" Lung Qi was awakened by her cry. Surprised and angry, he quickly slapped her across the face, saying, "Shut up. You disgraceful woman." His mind was in chaos. He was worried about what was happening at home and angry that her shouting might attract the soldiers. Although the courtyard was hidden, if there was a large search, it might not be safe.
Could it be?
Could she really be the princess of Prince An? A terrible thought suddenly entered Lung Qi's mind, making him feel cold inside. He looked at Li Jiwei with suspicion and doubt. If she really was the princess, then he had kidnapped her. Lung Qi immediately dismissed this idea. How could the princess be alone on the street, dressed like that? It must be a coincidence, or perhaps his father was involved in something else at court. Young master, what should we do now? Chun Tao was already terrified and confused. Don't panic. Lung Qi tried to stay calm, but his trembling hands betrayed his fear. They won't find this courtyard easily. Let's wait and see what's happening first. Lung Qi thought that the most urgent thing was to find out what was happening outside and what had happened to his father. Meanwhile, Li Jiwei covered her face, tears welling up in her eyes, but she bit her lip tightly, refusing to make a sound. She stared cautiously at Lung Qi, clutching her hairpin even tighter. Her hope was just outside the wall. She had to survive. She kept praying that Su Hemming would find her soon. At the palace, in the Golden Throne Hall, the atmosphere was still heavy and tense. Zhu Jingchen sat high on the dragon throne, his face as cold as water. His fingers tapped the throne absent-mindedly, making dull sounds that echoed in the hall, each tap weighing on the hearts of the ministers. Li Tianyu was anxious and worried. His daughter was missing, and her life was uncertain. Meanwhile, the main culprit, the Lung family, seemed to be involved in something serious, which made the emperor furious. He was worried about his daughter's safety and also confused and scared about the current situation. Time passed slowly, each minute feeling even longer. Finally, a guard hurried into the hall and knelt down to report, "Your Majesty, Master Su has surrounded the Lung residence and is searching it."
But
so far, they have not found Miss Li. The steward of the cold residence claimed that Lung Qi had not returned home. Not found. Zhu Jingchen's brows furrowed tightly. Lung Qi isn't in the house? Then where did he go? Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to. Find him. At that moment, another young eunuch hurriedly delivered a secret report. Gong Lu took it, quickly glanced at it, his expression changing slightly. He hurriedly presented it to the emperor. Zhu Jingchen unfolded the secret report, read it quickly, and his face grew darker. It clearly described Lung Qi's usual tricks, pretending to repair the road openly while secretly crossing the river. The place where he might be hiding the woman is probably in a private house next to the Lung family. Good job, Lung Qi. Good job, Lung family, Zhu Jingchen sneered angrily. Lu Shi, send people immediately to surround the yard next to the Lung family. Not a single fly can escape. What is Su Hemming doing? Doesn't he know what's happening next door? Yes. I will do it immediately. Lu Gonggong broke out in cold sweat and quickly ordered his men. The ministers in the hall heard this, and their hearts surged with shock. It turned out that the emperor suddenly targeted the Lung family because Lung Qi kidnapped Miss Li. And that Miss Li, could she really be involved with Prince An? Seeing how much the emperor valued this matter, it was surprising how much he cared about Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu also heard this and felt a flicker of hope. As long as he knew where the person was, there was a chance to rescue her. Your Majesty. Li Tianyu knelt with a thud. Please, Your Majesty, save my young lady, Li Aiqing, rest assured, Zhu Jingchen said firmly. I will never let Jiwei suffer any injustice. If Lung Qi dares to hurt her even a little, I will make the Lung family pay with their lives. His cold words echoed in the grand hall, filled with undeniable killing intent. All the ministers held their breath, understanding that the capital's sky was truly changing. The Lung family, this deeply rooted tree, might be uprooted today. And all of this was triggered by a kidnapped woman. She was just a merchant's daughter. No, she wasn't just a merchant's daughter anymore, because her father had been promoted. In the small courtyard next to the Lung family, Lung Qi listened to the noise coming from the neighboring residents. Instead of weakening, the chaos grew louder, and he even faintly heard the clanging of armor and weapons nearby. His heart sank completely. No, that's not right. Something feels off. Cold Qi's face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. If it were just a normal court disturbance, the Yulin guards searching the cold residence would be the limit. They wouldn't cause such a big commotion, nor would it last so long. This situation looks like a house raid. The thought made him feel terrified and helpless. Young master, another servant, responsible for watching outside, rushed in hurriedly, looking pale. There are many officials and soldiers outside. They've surrounded our courtyard. It's Prince An's people. Cold Qi felt like something exploded inside his mind, leaving him blank. Surrounded this courtyard? Specifically here? How did they know about this place? His eyes suddenly shot toward Li Jiwei, who was curled up in the corner, filled with disbelief and shock.
Could it be what she said
Is all true? Is she really the princess consort of Princeton? Besides this reason, Cold Qi couldn't think of anything else that would make Princeton so angry, not only capturing his father but also sending soldiers to surround his secret hideout. Are you really the princess consort of Princeton? Cold Qi's voice was dry and trembling, filled with a fear he didn't even realize himself. Li Jiwei, though scared, saw Cold Qi like this and felt a surge of hope and courage. She forced herself to stand up and pretended to be proud as she said, "Now you're afraid? It's too late. I told you long ago. Vile woman, you ruined me." Extreme fear instantly turned into madness. Cold Qi's eyes turned red as he lunged at Li Jiwei. At this moment, only one thought filled his mind: grab her as a hostage. Otherwise, he would surely die.
Li Jiwei skramat.
The hairpin she held tightly in her hand was stabbed forward, without hesitation. Cold Qi didn't expect her to fight back. He was caught off guard, and a cut appeared on his arm, causing sharp pain that made him hesitate. "Young master," Chun Tao screamed in fear. With a loud bang, the courtyard gate was suddenly smashed open from outside. Official orders to arrest the criminal. Everyone surrender. Su Huaming led the charge, holding a decree, with the fierce Yulin guards rushing in like wolves and tigers, instantly filling the small courtyard completely. Su Heming's eyes flashed sharply as he quickly surveyed the courtyard. His gaze immediately locked onto Li Jiwei, who looked slightly disheveled, holding a blood-stained hairpin with a pale face, and to Cold Qi, who was acting wildly, with blood dripping from her arm. "Jiwei!" Su Heming's heart tightened. He hurried forward to hold Li Jiwei, softly comforting her. "I'm late. I made you scared." Su Heming's actions confirmed Li Jiwei's identity and completely shattered Cold Qi and Chun Tao's last hope. Cold Qi's face turned pale as she lost strength in her legs and collapsed to the ground. Chun Tao was so frightened that her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. "Your Highness, Princeton." Li Jiwei saw a familiar face. Her tense nerves finally relaxed. The huge emotional shock after surviving almost made her faint, and the hairpin in her hand fell with a clink. Su Heming quickly supported Li Jiwei, ordered the female guards to help her, and sternly said, "Take her down. After reporting to the emperor, deal with her." "Yes," the Yulin guards responded loudly. They hurriedly tied up Cold Qi, who looked lost and dazed, like a frightened chick. Others also quickly controlled all the maids and servants in the courtyard. "Jiwei, are you all right? Are you hurt?" Su Heming asked with concern, feeling very worried. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Li Jiwei really got hurt, especially if Li Tianyu found out, and how the emperor would explain. I'm fine. Li Jiwei shook her head, her voice trembling a little, but she tried to stay calm. Thank you, Prince, for saving me in time. I'm glad you're okay. Su Hemming sighed in relief. Then he said, my father-in-law is still waiting in the palace for news. I'll have someone take you back to your house, is that okay? Li Jiwei was surprised at first. She didn't really want to go back to the Prince N's residence right now. But thinking that the Emperor and her father were waiting in the palace for news, she nodded in agreement. In the palace, the Golden Throne Hall, news of Cold Chi's capture was quickly reported back. Your Majesty, Prince N found Miss Li in the courtyard next to Cold Chi's house. Miss Li is safe, only a little frightened. The culprit, Cold Chi, has been sent to prison, awaiting Your Majesty's judgment, the guard reported loudly.
Good.
Good. Miss Li is safe. Zhu Jingchen let out a long breath, his previously tense face finally relaxing. Otherwise, after just receiving the bride price, she was insulted. Wasn't that embarrassing for him? Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you for your kindness. Li Tianyu cried tears of joy, kowtowing repeatedly. A heavy weight in his heart finally lifted. The officials and soldiers in the court also sighed quietly. They realized more clearly that this new Li steward and his daughter probably held more importance in the emperor's heart than they had thought. Li Aijuan, you may leave the palace immediately. I believe Miss Li needs you now. Later, I will have Gonggong Lu take you to your residence, Zhu Jingchen said, knowing that Li Tianyu was eager to see Li Jiwei and wanted to let him go quickly. After all, it would be easier for Li Tianyu to handle the next matters without being present.
Yes.
I obey the order. I will take my leave. Li Tianyu was eager to go and quickly bowed out. Zhu Jingchen looked back at the trembling officials and spoke coldly. Cold Xiaogong has failed as a father. Even if his son acts violently and robs a common girl at the palace gate, it is lawless and unforgivable. Such behavior, once confirmed, must be punished severely. Yes. We will obey the order. The officials responded in unison. They all felt anxious inside. After all, every family had some troublemakers. They were eager to go home and lock up their own unruly children to prevent them from causing trouble and being caught by the emperor. Everyone knew that the Cold family was now completely finished. Cold Chi's actions were the trigger, but the real goal was to use this opportunity to deal with Cold Xiang. Cold Zhen was dressed up and about to go see the emperor, but the shocking news she just received made her very frightened. Mother, it's all over. Everything is ruined. The trusted eunuch who went to gather information knelt on the ground, pale. Not only was Xiang Yi thrown into the heavenly prison, but young master. Young master kidnapped Miss Li and hid in the neighboring courtyard. He was caught along with the Prince of An. The emperor has already issued an order to investigate the Cold family thoroughly. Cold Jin felt dizzy, her vision blacking out. Her carefully styled hairpin shook violently, and she staggered backward, caught firmly by Xiuzhu. Cheer, how could he be so reckless? Cold Jin's voice was sharp and full of despair. At this moment, Cold Jin understood clearly. Her father's actions, which he often did unknowingly, had angered the emperor. Now, her father was imprisoned, and it was likely that the emperor had long wanted to eliminate the Cold family. And Cold Chi's actions had just given the emperor the perfect opportunity. Lian Zhen's tears fell like rain. She knew that losing her support from her family would cause her status in the palace to fall sharply. Her former enemies would never let her go. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Xiuzhu was also panicked. Lianjin tightly clenched her handkerchief, her nails almost digging into her palm. She couldn't just wait and do nothing.
Go.
Hurry and prepare the medicinal soup. I must see the emperor. No matter what, I will see him. She had to plead for mercy, even if there was only a tiny chance. She wanted to try. Using her past friendship and her status as a noble consort, she hoped the emperor might still have some pity for her. But before Lian Zhen could leave Xiuzhen Palace, she saw a young eunuch leading a group of people coming in. The young eunuch looked serious, and behind him were two palace guards dressed in dark armor, with swords at their waists. The young eunuch held a yellow scroll. When Lian Zhen saw the yellow scroll, her heart sank. The young eunuch looked expressionless, his eyes sharp as knives. His gaze swept over her beautiful palace dress and pale face. He bowed slightly and spoke in a steady, commanding voice. "Noble consort, your majesty's decree." Lien Zhen's heart suddenly froze, a bad feeling like icy water pouring over her. She forced herself to stay calm, maintaining her noble consort's dignity, but her voice trembled slightly. "Eunuch foam? What is this?" The young eunuch straightened up, opened the yellow scroll, and announced loudly, "The noble consort, Lady Lien, receives the imperial decree." Lien Zhen's pupils shrank. With Xiaozhu's help, she had to kneel down slowly. All the maids and eunuchs in the hall also knelt down instantly, and the air became so heavy it was hard to breathe. By the emperor's command, the young eunuch's voice echoed clearly in the luxurious Xiaozhen palace. "Lady Lien, of the Lien family, has long served the country and should be loyal and dutiful. However, Lien Zong, the prime minister, has betrayed the emperor. His son, Lien Qi, is even more daring. In broad daylight, he forcibly abducted a common girl at the palace gate, which is considered treason. The evidence is clear, and justice must be served." Every word felt like a heavy hammer hitting Lien Zhen's heart. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. "Considering Lady Lien's long service, I will not punish her immediately," the young eunuch continued coldly. "But she is responsible for failing to discipline her family and allowing her father and brothers to act so recklessly. Starting today, her title as concubine will be taken away, and she will be demoted to a consort. She is to move to Jingxi Garden and is not allowed to leave without an imperial decree. This is an order, no impossible." After hearing this, Leng Zhen felt as if all her strength had been drained. She collapsed to the ground, her pearl and jade hairpins scattering everywhere, making a clear yet harsh sound. Not allowed to leave without an order? This means all her hopes and future are completely cut off. "Your Majesty, I want to see the Emperor. I want to see him." Leng Zhen suddenly lifted her head, tears streaming down her face, her voice sharp and desperate. "Grandpa Feng, please, let me see the Emperor. My father and brother deserve their punishment, but I truly love the Emperor. He cannot be so heartless." The young eunuch carefully rolled up the imperial decree, his expression cold and emotionless, just doing his duty. "Lady Leng, the Emperor is angry right now, and pleading will do no good. You should follow the order to avoid causing trouble for the servants. Someone will come later to clear out the items in Xiaozhen Palace. As for you," he paused briefly, "please move to Jingxi Garden immediately. The West Garden has already been prepared." He waved his hand, and 2 imperial guards stepped forward. They didn't act aggressively, but their imposing stance made it clear that if Leng Zhen disobeyed, they would enforce the order. Xiaozhu cried out, holding on to Leng Zhen. "Madam, madam." Leng Zhen looked at the cold, unfeeling face of the young eunuch, then at the 2 towering guards. She finally understood that her fate was sealed today. The emperor was not only removing the Leng family's power, but also determined to crush her completely. All the past favors and affection now seemed so ridiculous. All her pride and dignity crumbled in that moment. She no longer cried out but instead smiled foolishly, her laughter filled with deep sadness and mockery. Truly heartfelt? "Haha. The emperor's heart is the coldest. I should have known. I should have known." She let Xiaozhu and another palace maid support her, her eyes hollow, like a puppet with its soul taken away. Step by step, she walked toward the palace gate, heading to the cold, dark Western Garden Palace. The once lively and prosperous Xiaozhen Palace was now silent, with only the coming chaos of inspection looming. Outside the palace gate, the setting sun was blood-red, stretching her shadow long and long, but it could no longer bring any warmth. Meanwhile, Li Tianyu had already hurried out of the palace, where a carriage from the Inwang residence was waiting nearby. He almost staggered as he rushed onto the carriage, repeatedly urging the driver to go faster. "Old Masterly, the prince has asked me to wait here for you," said Lu Ming, the steward of the prince's residence, who came to meet Li Tianyu. Where's my daughter? Li Tianyu asked anxiously. Old Masterly, the prince has taken the princess back to the residence. I will take you there now, Lu Ming replied quickly. Jiwei, don't be afraid. Everything is over now, said the old princess, holding Li Jiwei tenderly with a worried face. Inside, she also cursed Cold Chess harshly. She remembered when she went to the Cold family, the Cold lady still looked so proud. The old princess cursed silently, wishing harm upon her. The carriage stopped suddenly in front of the Inwang residence. Li Tianyu couldn't wait for Lu Ming to lower the step. He staggered out of the carriage and rushed straight into the main gate, without hesitation.
Vaya.
Where is my where? His voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot, filled with worry and fear that almost overwhelmed him. Old Masterly, please follow me. The princess should be in the old princess's courtyard now. Lu Ming hurriedly led the way. They passed through many corridors. Li Tianyu's heart was in his throat until he stepped into the main hall of the Qian Hall, where he saw his daughter being held tightly in the old princess's arms, her face pale but unharmed. Only then did his tense nerves relax. Father. Li Jiwei saw her father. Her previously strong facade crumbled instantly, tears flooding her eyes. Where? Li Tianyu ignored everything else. He went to his daughter, stood right in front of her, grasped her hands tightly, and looked her over from head to toe. His voice choked with emotion. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Did that scoundrel bully you? His questions came one after another, his concern obvious. Father, I'm fine. Luckily, the prince arrived just in time. Li Jiwei shook her head, tears flowing more fiercely. If the prince hadn't come quickly, I would have. Recalling the dangerous moment, Li Jiwei still felt terrified, trembling slightly. The old princess gently patted Li Jiwei's back and said to Li Tianyu, Rest assured, dear son-in-law. The imperial doctor has already checked. Jiwei was just frightened and has taken some calming medicine. Poor child, she's truly suffered a great deal this time. That cold-hearted Cold Chess is worse than a pig or a dog. And that Cold family, corrupt from top to bottom. They deserve this retribution. Li Tianyu heard this and felt a little relieved, but his anger quickly grew. The Cold family. I, Li Tianyu, will never agree with you. He turned to old Madame Wang, bowed deeply and sincerely said, Thank you, old Madame Wang, for taking care of my daughter. Your kindness and help will never be forgotten. Old Madame Wang hurriedly stood up and helped Li Tianyu to his feet. Dear son-in-law, get up. A family should speak as one. Jiwei is my princess of Anwangfu, and it's only right to protect her. But I didn't expect the Cold family to be so arrogant, daring to do such evil things in broad daylight. At this moment, Prince Su Heping strode in confidently. He had changed out of his official robes into plain black clothes. His face looked tired, but his sharp eyes remained alert. Father-in-law, he first bowed to Li Tianyu. Li Tianyu quickly returned the bow. Prince, we owe you our thanks for saving my daughter this time. Please accept my respect. He was about to kneel again. Although he didn't like Su Heping's cold attitude, he knew that last time it was Su Qing who, as a child, saved Li Jiwei. And this time, it was indeed Su Heping who saved her. Li Tianyu was a man who knew right from wrong. Su Heping cared about his daughter, and saving her was another matter altogether. But, he thought, thanks is thanks, and the way he called him father-in-law felt a bit uncomfortable. Su Heping reached out and gently held his arm. Father-in-law, there's no need for formalities. It was my mistake for not protecting Jiwei well, which almost caused a big disaster. I also take responsibility for not guarding her properly. Su Heping's tone was full of regret. He hadn't expected that Cold Chi would be bold enough to kidnap someone at the palace gate. Your Highness, please don't say that. If it weren't for your quick thinking and finding where in time, the consequences could have been terrible. Li Tianyu couldn't imagine what might have happened if Cold Chi had succeeded. At this moment, Li Jiwei finally regained some strength. Seeing Su Heping return, she quickly stood up and bowed to him softly. Thank you, Your Highness, for saving my life. Su Heping came over and looked at her pale face for a moment. His tone softened. It's all over now. Cold Chi has been sent to prison, and Cold Xiang has been dismissed from his post and imprisoned. Cold Consort has been demoted to a concubine and moved to the Cold Palace. The Cold family can no longer harm you, Su Heping clearly explained the outcome in simple words. Li Tianyu and old Madame Wang were both surprised, even though they had heard some rumors from different sources. It was still shocking when Su Heming confirmed it personally. Old Madame Wang was also a bit surprised. She didn't expect the Cold family, which had been powerful at court for many years, to collapse so quickly in just one day. This time, the Cold family got what they deserved. I didn't expect the emperor to deal with their matters so fast, she murmured. Cold Jizong has been an official at court for many years. He has made many alliances and deceived the emperor. The emperor has already gathered enough evidence against the Cold family. Today's incident with Cold Chi was just the trigger, Su Heming said calmly. He didn't mention the political schemes behind it, but everyone in the room understood that this was not a sudden decision but a long-planned punishment. Li Tianyu sighed deeply, feeling both relief and fear. Court life is so dangerous and unpredictable. He looked at his daughter, who looked as delicate as a flower, feeling a mix of emotions. After this ordeal, he was even more sure that only by becoming stronger could he better protect the people he cared about. Jiwei, you didn't just take your father-in-law to the palace today, right? Why did you meet Cold Chi, and why did he attack you? Su Heming asked when he returned. He also wanted to understand what really happened that day. Cold Chi was a scoundrel, but if no one intentionally guided him, he wouldn't have been foolish enough to block Li Jiwei at the palace gate. Or perhaps Li Jiwei met Cold Chi on her way back. Li Jiwei didn't want to think about this. But when Su Heming brought it up, she clenched her fists, and her anger surged. It's Lin Jidong, she said through gritted teeth. Lin Jidong thought that yesterday, when he went to Shiliu Lane and was punished, losing face, he said he wanted to send me to Cold Chi. The thought made her tremble with anger. She was a person who, in her previous life, saw the Lin family rely on her dowry and harm the Li family to rise to power. In this life, she had already distanced herself from the Lin family, but Lin Jidong was still shameless. Why did he think he could control her? He was afraid before and forgot about this matter. Now, Su Heming asked about it, and for some reason, Li Jiwei felt that Su Heming would definitely help her seek revenge. Does the Hofu of Ruin really think they can dominate the capital alone? Li Tianyu didn't expect things to turn out this way. Heming, go to the palace and tell the emperor about this. If he cannot help Jiwei, I will personally go to the Empress Dowager to speak for her, the old Princess Wang said angrily, tapping her cane on the ground. Yes, I will talk to the emperor about this, Su Heming said with a frown, thinking about how to handle Lin Jitong to seek justice for Li Jiwei. Stepmother, I heard you were kidnapped. Su Qing's energetic voice came from the door. You child, what nonsense are you talking about? Princess Wang was first surprised, then looked somewhat uncomfortable at Li Tianyu, worried he might blame her. I said, Stepmother, if a bad person caught you, why didn't you call me? Su Qing panted as he ran in, glancing at Li Jiwei, then said with some dissatisfaction. Li Jiwei was momentarily stunned, then smiled lightly and asked, Why call the young master? Because if you call me, I can help chase away the bad guys, Su Qing said, looking at Li Jiwei with a dissatisfied expression. Hearing this, Li Tianyu, who had looked a bit unwell, relaxed a little. You're so small and skinny. Who do you think you can beat? Princess Wang said irritably. Humph, I am very strong. I can punch one bad guy to death, fight one, and if there are two, I'll beat them both. Su Qing raised his little fist proudly, speaking bravely. Li Jiwei also chuckled at Su Qing's words. That little young master needs to practice martial arts well. Otherwise, next time I meet a bad person, your small fists might not be enough to protect me, Li Jiwei said with a smile. You don't need to tell me that. I already know, Su Qing said proudly, lifting his small face, looking at Li Jiwei happily, as if he were a little grown-up, and then he sighed in relief. Li Tianyu watched Su Qing's little grown-up look, feeling a bit annoyed but also softening his expression. He generally disliked the Anwang manner and Su Heming, but this child's concern for Wei was genuine. However, even so, Li Tianyu had no intention of marrying his daughter to the Anwang manor. Although the young master is young, he has such good intentions. I am very grateful to him. Li Tianyu nodded slightly at Su Qing. Su Qing sure seemed not to hear and only moved closer to Li Jiwei, tilting his small face and speaking very seriously. Stepmother, don't be afraid. I will protect you from now on. I will start learning martial arts properly with Master Wu tomorrow. Li Jiwei felt a warm feeling inside and gently patted his head. Good, then I will wait for the young master to protect me. Of course. Su Qingshi puffed out his chest proudly, looking very pleased with himself. Hui Ming told Zhu Jingchen everything clearly about what had happened. Such a disgraceful family, the Marquis of Ruanan. Zhu Jingchen said angrily after hearing this. Your Majesty, the actions of the Marquis of Ruanan are truly lawless, Hui Ming said quietly after a moment of silence. Yes, Zhu Jingchen had been unhappy ever since he learned that the Marquis of Ruanan was plotting against Li Tianyu's family estate. Now it seems that the Marquis of Ruanan has no reason to exist. Your Majesty, I believe that the Marquis of Ruanan is already weak, but he still plans to scheme against the Li family. Think about it. How much can a Li family help others? Hui Ming respectfully said. The Marquis of Ruanan has quite the ambition. Zhu Jingchen tapped his fingers lightly on the desk, making a dull sound, like his suppressed anger. He looked at Hui Ming sharply. What the Prince of An said is very true. The Li family is as rich as a country. If we can control the Li family, it's like holding an endless treasury. Whether it's raising private soldiers, making alliances with officials, or planning other schemes, it's all within reach. The Marquis of Ruanan has quite the appetite. He's not afraid of overextending himself. He paused, his voice turning colder. They tried to scheme against the Li family's estate before, claiming it was about marriage. I didn't want to interfere too much. But now I clearly say that this marriage is no longer valid. Unexpectedly, they dared to escalate their actions, using such despicable methods, kidnapping people right at the palace gates. They really don't take me seriously. Hui Ming lowered his head. Your Majesty is wise. This matter has a bad influence. If not punished severely, it could encourage corruption and evil, making the officials and nobles in the capital feel insecure, and it would also dampen the loyalty of the loyal ministers. Hui Ming's eyes drooped as he thought about how to seek justice for Li Jiwei. Zhu Jingchen understood his meaning and nodded slightly. I will not tolerate such arrogant people. Li Tianyu has contributed to the country, and his daughter should not be bullied by petty criminals. Hui Ming, immediately bring me the imperial decree to work with the Dali Temple to seal off the Marquis of Ruanan's family estate and the Lung family, and place all involved under house arrest, awaiting judgment. Order me to investigate carefully and see what other reckless actions they have taken besides their boldness. Zhu Jingchen's tone was cold, and he had already made up his mind. Yes, Your Majesty. Su Hemming bowed and accepted the order, a faint glint flashing in his eyes. The thorn in the ruined Marquis's house should have been removed long ago. Lin Jidong, upon hearing about the Cold family's imprisonment, locked himself in his room. He felt a bit anxious inside. He didn't know if the Cold family's downfall was because Lung Qi kidnapped Li Jiwei, but if Lung Qi told the truth to Prince An. No, he couldn't fall into Prince An's hands. Hubby, Zhou Yutong looked at the closed door, feeling very confused. No matter how Zhou Yutong knocked, Lin Jidong refused to open. Go away, I don't want to see you, Lin Jidong said impatiently. Hubby, what's wrong? Are you sick? Zhou Yutong had a strange premonition she couldn't explain. She originally thought that marrying her cousin would bring her good days. But since Li Jiwei didn't marry into the ruined Marquis's house, neither Lin Jitong nor her father-in-law or mother-in-law liked her. They thought it was because of her that the Lin family lost face. And the plan was for her to be her cousin's main wife, but now her father-in-law had downgraded her to a concubine. Zhou Yutong felt very uncomfortable thinking about this. All of this was because of Li Jiwei, a small merchant girl. If she didn't want to marry into the Lin family, why did she still drag her down? I'm fine. You can leave, Lin Jidong said weakly, feeling an indescribable regret. If he had known, he wouldn't have married Zhou Yutong. Maybe then, none of this would have happened. Li Jiwei, though from a humble background, had a generous dowry and looked quite nice. That way, her father wouldn't always blame her, and Zhou Yutong wouldn't keep complaining to her. Su Qingshi was at the treasure pavilion, planning to pick a gift for Li Jiwei, especially since everyone said Li Jiwei almost had an accident. Considering Li Jiwei's good cooking skills, Su Qingshi wanted to choose a gift for her. Maybe, if Li Jiwei was in a good mood, she would cook something nice for him. Hey, who is this? Isn't this the prince of N who adopted a poor stepmother? While Su Qingshi was carefully choosing a hairpin, an unpleasant voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this annoying voice, Su Qingshi immediately knew it was Wei Hirue. He inwardly cursed. What a nuisance. Su Qingshi, why don't you answer me? Do you regret bringing home that woman to be your mother? Wei Hirue looked at Su Qingshi proudly.
What do you understand?
Su Qingshi snorted softly. He wasn't regretful. After all, if he had a different mother, she wouldn't have brought him many Luban locks or a grandmother-in-law, and she even casually gave him 5,000 taels of silver. Thinking of this, Su Qingshi remembered how frugal Lady Wei was normally. Oh, I say, Wei Hirue, why are you carrying silver into the treasure pavilion today? Did your mother suddenly become generous? Gave you money? Did you steal silver from home? Su Qingshi said, glancing him up and down. Su Qingshi, what are you proud of? Even if my mother gave me little silver, she is still my real mother. Unlike some people who probably don't even know what their biological mother looks like. It's a pity, they don't even have pocket money, Wei Hirue said, acting like a little adult, shaking his head. I don't have a biological mother, but I have a stepmother. My stepmother isn't rich in many things, but she has a lot of silver. The silver she gives me at one time is more than what your mother gives you in a month, Su Qingshi said. He thought about how generous Li Tianyu was, and he believed Li Jiwei wouldn't be stingy. Moreover, that box of toys. Wei Hirue's mother wouldn't buy so many toys for him. If she did, she would just say he was wasting his time playing. Who knows if it's true? Didn't your stepmother donate her dowry to the court? Maybe she's just pretending to be rich with the silver from your prince and's estate, Wei Hirue thought. It probably was like that. Otherwise, how could there be someone more generous than his own mother? Nonsense. Even if my mother donated her dowry to the court, my grandmother-in-law would definitely prepare a generous dowry for her, Su Qingshi said, annoyed. Li Jiwei wouldn't be. Without money. Who knows? Maybe that merchant girl can produce silver herself, Wei Hirue thought. He didn't believe his mother could produce silver, and he didn't believe Li Jiwei could either. My mother can produce silver herself, Su Qingshi said confidently. My mother can also produce silver on her own, Wei Hirue said. Hearing this, he felt unhappy. How could his mother be worse than Su Qing's mother? My mother can cook delicious food, Su Qing said confidently. My mother can make many tasty dishes. Wei Hirue hesitated for a moment before speaking. In fact, he wasn't sure if his mother could really cook well. Delicious food made by my mother makes me feel happy, Su Qing thought about Li Jiwei's cooking. After eating it, he felt very happy. My father likes the food my mother makes, Wei Hirue said shyly. My father loves eating what my mother makes. After eating, he becomes stronger. Su Qing thought that since his own father was already strong, eating his mother's good food would make him even stronger. My father can carry my mother and run around the yard after eating her cooking, Wei Hirue thought. His mother was quite strong, and if her father carried her and ran around, that would be quite impressive. Mrs. Lin, who had just come out with her friends, heard this and staggered, blushing with embarrassment. What nonsense was this kid talking about? My father can carry my mother and run around the yard after eating her cooking. Su Qing was not willing to be outdone. After all, his father was more impressive than Wei Hirue's. Humph. His father could carry one person, but his father could carry two. My father can eat 8 bowls of my mother's delicious food at once, Su Qing added. My father can eat 80 bowls of my mother's cooking at once. Wei Hirue raised his small hand proudly. Lindsay's friend, Chu Shi, looked at her teasingly and said with a smile, I didn't know that after marriage, your cooking skills improved so much, Missy. I didn't expect Lord Wei to be so supportive. Chu Jia, don't tease me. You know my skill level. Wei Herue is just talking nonsense, Lin Zi said, feeling very embarrassed. She decided to go home and teach Wei Herue a lesson. Does he know what words are okay to say and what are not? My father really likes my mother. My father likes my mother even more. Wei Herue also didn't understand why Su Qing said this. But he thought his father must be more impressive than Su Qing's father. Otherwise, why was Su Qing's mother no longer around, but his own mother still stayed with his father? In the eyes of little Wei and Rue, this was the impressive part about their father. Furthermore, during the war with Su Qingshi, he couldn't lose, and neither could their father. My dad would fight bad guys for my mom, Su Qingshi said proudly, looking at Wei and Rue. My dad would even snatch bad guys for my mom. Wei and Rue grinned confidently. The bad guys are all ours now. Your dad can't reach us. More and more people gathered around, but soon everyone stopped paying attention to what the two children were saying. Gradually, some people paused to watch them, and others cast curious glances their way. When they finally understood what the children were talking about, everyone smiled. Many people in the capital city knew Wei and Rue and Su Qingshi. My dad is the best.
He can.
He can walk around the city shirtless. Su Qingshi kept talking, but he couldn't think of any other good qualities about his own dad. Suddenly, he remembered how his father practiced martial arts shirtless in the palace. Thinking about his dad's muscles, Su Qingshi thought his dad was very impressive. Inside, the ladies and young women saw this and first blushed, then looked at Su Qingshi with anticipation, wondering when their own prince might walk around the city shirtless again. They also wanted to see it. Your dad's skills are nothing. My dad can walk around the city 3 times shirtless, Wei and Rue said proudly, pointing with his small hand. Your dad only did 1, but my dad can do 3. The ladies and young women looked at Wei and Rue again. The Grand Minister of Ceremonies, who was also quite handsome, was doing this daring act. They all wanted to see more. Miss C, you and your husband are in love, but you should also watch out for the children. These words, Chu Shi said jokingly to Lin Zi, thinking, I didn't expect that the refined Grand Minister of Ceremonies would be quite playful. Lin Zi's face turned red. She felt so embarrassed she didn't want to see anyone. Meanwhile, in the palace, Su Heming, who was asking the emperor to grant him and Li Jiwei marriage, suddenly kept sneezing. Minister Su, if you're sick, go home and rest for a few days. Zhu Jingchen looked at Su Heming, thinking to himself, did I push him too hard? Thinking about the shock Li Jiwei experienced, Su Heming was worried he wouldn't have time to accompany her. Your Majesty, I thank you for your concern. I will recover soon and return to serve the emperor, Su Heming said calmly. Lin Zi couldn't listen anymore. Her face turned bright red with embarrassment. She took a few steps forward and quickly covered the mouth of the disobedient son, Wei Herue, who was still gesturing wildly. Wei Herue struggled. When he turned around and saw it was his mother, he was suddenly frightened and widened his eyes. His confidence diminished a lot. Lin Zi awkwardly smiled at Chu Shi and the ladies watching nearby. Childish words are innocent. Childish words are innocent. Sister Chu, everyone, we will take our leave now. After speaking, Lin Zi almost ran away, pulling Wei Herue away from the treasure pavilion. She felt annoyed. She must have forgotten to check the lunar calendar today. Otherwise, how could she embarrass herself so badly? She also felt a bit angry at Wei Herue for speaking without thinking. Su Qingshi watched Wei Herue being dragged away, proud and lifting his chin like a victorious little rooster. Trying to compare his father with him? No way. But he didn't feel proud for long. Soon, he heard the low, suppressed laughter and faint gossip from the ladies around. Princeton running around the city shirtless? Really? If it's true, I must go see it. Grand Minister Wei also didn't want to be left out 3 laps too. TSK, people really can't judge by appearances. Su Qingshi suddenly realized he might have said something inappropriate. His little face warmed slightly, but he pretended to stay calm. thinking, his father definitely won't find out about this. Anyway, as long as he beat Wei Hirue, that was enough. He wasn't interested in wandering around anymore. He clutched the hairpin he just bought, took his servant, and hurried back to the Prince Anne's residence. He needed to tell his stepmother he was amazing today. In the palace, the imperial study Zhu Jingchen looked at Su Hemming, who was standing respectfully below, and lightly tapped his finger on the imperial desk. Su Aiqing, I have read the petition you submitted asking for permission to marry, Zhu Jingchen said slowly. However, does Li Aiqing know about this marriage proposal? Su Hemming's heart tightened. He kept his expression calm and said, Your Majesty, please rest assured. I and Miss Li are in love. I humbly ask Your Majesty to approve our marriage. I felt a bit uneasy inside, because it seemed that Li Tianyu did not agree with their marriage. Of course, I will support it, Zhu Jingchen said with a hint of teasing in his eyes. But I recently heard a funny story about Prince An. I didn't expect that after resting for a few days, he would do something so big and exciting. Next time, could you invite me too? I want to see it. Suddenly, Zhu Jingchen's mind imagined Su Hemming running naked beside him while he watched happily. Su Hemming was surprised. I don't know what Your Majesty means. He felt that the emperor's gaze on him was strange and made him uncomfortable. Zhu Jingchen's expression turned very strange, as if he was trying not to laugh. Seeing Su Hemming's confused face, he finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Su Aiqing, I didn't know you had such bold ambitions. Su Hemming was even more confused. Your Majesty, after laughing enough, Zhu Jingchen teased, I just heard that your son was bragging in the treasure pavilion, saying that his father, meaning you, would run around the capital shirtless just to make a pretty girl smile. And he said he was so strong he could carry the princess and the heir around the yard at the same time. Haha. Hearing this, Su Hemming was struck like lightning and froze completely.
His son.
What nonsense was he saying outside? His face turned dark red instantly. He wished he could go home and grab that little troublemaker to give him a good spanking. Zhu Jingchen enjoyed his rare embarrassment and was in a very good mood. All the fatigue from reading reports for days disappeared.
Good. Good.
For the filial piety of the heir, if I don't support it, I would seem unkind. Zhu Jingchen stopped laughing and picked up his brush. I will approve your proposal and grant you and Li Jiwei marriage. Su Hemming was overjoyed and forgot his embarrassment. He immediately knelt down. Your servant thanks Your Majesty for the grace. Wait a moment. Zhu Jingchen paused, then looked up with a mischievous glint in his eyes. I can issue this marriage decree, but I have a condition. Please, Your Majesty, speak. Zhu Jingchen stretched out his tone and said leisurely, like the curious people in the city, I also want to see how strong and capable you are. So, how about this? Run around the city shirtless. If it's inappropriate, then forget it. Su Hemming just relaxed a little when he heard the emperor continue, but I need to tidy up the imperial garden soon. There are many hard tasks. Since you say that eating Lady Li's cooking makes you stronger, why not come to the palace? Let me see how you carry wood. I also want to see the power of our prince in firsthand. How about it? Su Hemming hesitated. Is it still possible to regret now? If he throws his son away now, can he still restore his wise and brave image? But thinking of Li Jiwei and the upcoming imperial decree of marriage, Su Hemming clenched his teeth, steeled himself, and forced out a voice through his teeth. Your servant accepts the decree and thanks Your Majesty. Zhu Jingchen smiled happily and began to write the imperial edict. This deal is really worth it, helping a good thing happen, getting free labor, and enjoying a good show. Today's bargain is truly very cost-effective. Meanwhile, Su Hemming was already planning how to, properly, educate his big son who was helping him gain fame. Inside the Prince Anne's residence, he was happily sharing with Li Jiwei how he fought bravely and defeated Wei Hirue, Su Qingshi. But just as he was feeling pleased, he suddenly sneezed loudly. Li Jiwei gently handed him a handkerchief and asked carefully, Are you catching a cold? Su Qingshi rubbed his nose, feeling strangely that the back of his neck was a bit cold. It's nothing, stepmother. It must be that Wei Hirue is cursing me behind my back, You, too, dare to say anything you want, Li Jiwei sighed. She thought if Su Heming knew that everyone was talking about him, that he liked to run around shirtless in the city, what would he think? After all, Su Heming usually looked quite proper. It's hard to imagine him running around Beijing shirtless. Thinking about this, Li Jiwei suddenly drifted into thought. Stepmother? Stepmother. Su Qingshi looked at Li Jiwei, who was lost in thought, and frowned a little. You're ignoring me just because I'm talking to you. Does she not believe in him? Li Jiwei, do you think that because you became my stepmother, you can boss me around? You have to listen when I speak, Su Qingqi said with some displeasure. Recalling the method the fourth prince taught him, he acted arrogantly toward Li Jiwei. The mood of the young master is like the weather, sometimes sunny, sometimes rainy. But Li Jiwei thought about her father, who is now officially appointed as the Minister of Revenue by the Emperor. Her marriage to Prince and has not been confirmed by the Emperor, so whether it will happen is still uncertain. But what? Su Qingqi didn't expect Li Jiwei's attitude to change so suddenly. Does she not fear that her father might abandon her? Young master, it seems that the marriage between you and your father is no longer valid, Li Jiwei said with a smile when she thought of this. After all, the Lin family has resolved their issues, so she has nothing to worry about anymore. She doesn't think Su Heming is unworthy of her. On the contrary, she feels she doesn't deserve him. If it weren't for unavoidable circumstances back then, she wouldn't have dared to dream of marrying the man everyone in the capital wanted. You're talking nonsense. Su Qingqi was displeased when he heard this. He had just promised Wei Herwei that Li Jiwei was his mother. How could that not count? Young master, I am not lying. The emperor hasn't agreed to this matter yet. Perhaps the emperor thinks my status isn't suitable for your father, Li Jiwei said, knowing that the Li family's position was awkward. Even though her father is now the Minister of Revenue, Su Heming is close to the emperor and probably wouldn't want him to have too much contact with her family. You're talking rubbish. How could the uncle emperor possibly disagree? Could it be that you still want to marry Lin Jidong? Have you forgotten that they didn't even let you through the door back then? Su Qingqi looked at Li Jiwei with a look of disappointment and frustration. He was so angry inside. Is Li Jiwei stupid? I don't want to marry Lin Jidong, she quickly said when she saw Su Qingqi looking so anxious. Then do you think my father is ugly? Su Qingqi asked with a conflicted look. He was thinking, if she finds her father ugly, she can't expect him to change his face, right? Thinking of this, Su Qingqi's small brows furrowed tightly. Your father is handsome and charming. It has nothing to do with being ugly. Li Jiwei looked at Su Qingshi with a mixture of tears and smiles, feeling both amused and helpless. Do you think my father is too poor? Su Qingshi frowned, recalling the piles of things Li Jiwei once had. Now they were all gone. Could it be that Li Jiwei was still angry at her father and didn't leave those things for her? Li Jiwei shook her head. When did the king oven become poor? Su Qingshi's face scrunched up in confusion. Then why do you say the marriage is no longer valid? He simply couldn't understand why Li Jiwei didn't want to marry her father. Li Jiwei softly said, the heir, the prince, is noble and favored by the emperor, but my Li family is different. She paused, her voice gentle but with a hint of distance. Some things are not just up to us to decide. My father listens to me the most. As long as I, your stepmother, and my father speak, it will be fine. Su Qingshi was anxious. He jumped off the stool, hands on his hips. I'll go talk to my father now and ask him to hurry and ask Uncle Emperor. Just wait for good news. He turned to run out, thinking about how to emphasize the seriousness of the matter to his father. He had promised Wei Herwei that if his stepmother was gone, his reputation would suffer. Just then, steady footsteps sounded outside the door. Su Heming, with a stern face, strode in quickly. He had just come from the palace, feeling like he had received more attention today than in the past decades combined. He even faintly heard some bold commoners discussing. Is that prince in? He looks strong, definitely powerful. All of this was thanks to his good eldest son. His gaze first fell on Li Jiwei, a complex look flashing in his eyes, perhaps a hint of unnoticeable embarrassment and helplessness, then quickly shifted to Su Qingshi, who was trying to slip away. Seeing his father's expression, Su Qingshi's heart sank. That ominous feeling was confirmed. His confidence vanished instantly, and he instinctively shrank behind Li Jiwei. Father. Father, you're back, Su Qingshi whispered nervously. Li Jiwei saw this and quickly stood up, slightly kneeling. Your Highness. Su Heming took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm, but his sharp gaze fixed on Su Qingshi. You're back. He paused, almost biting his back teeth, and asked Su Qingshi, I heard you did something big at the treasure pavilion today. Su Qingshi trembled slightly and shook his head like a rattle. No, nothing. Nothing? Su Heming's voice slightly raised. My father is very strong. He ran around the capital shirtless. He even carried me and my stepmother around the yard. Who said these things? Li Jiwei couldn't help but cover her mouth with her sleeve to hide her smile, almost laughing out loud. But when she saw Su Heming's face as dark as a pot, she quickly held back, only shoulders trembling slightly. Knowing he was in the wrong, Su Qingshi drooped his head and whispered, I just said that to Winwei and Ruwei. Because he said his dad could run 3 laps. You're making excuses now. Su Heming's temples throbbed with anger. Do you know that because of your boast? He almost blurted out that he would go to the palace to carry wood for 3 days, but seeing Li Jiwei beside him, he held back. It would really damage his noble and heroic image. In the end, he snorted heavily. Go back and copy the Book of Rites 10 times. No leaving the yard until you finish. Hearing this, Su Qingshi's face immediately fell. The Book of Rites was so thick. 10 times. Did he still want his hands? He looked at Li Jiwei for help. Although Li Jiwei thought the little guy deserved some punishment, seeing his pitiful look, she softened a bit. Just as she was about to speak and advise them, Su Heming spoke first, his tone easing but with an undeniable authority, directed at her. Jiwei, the emperor has already agreed to our marriage. The marriage decree will be issued tomorrow. What? Li Jiwei was stunned, momentarily unable to respond. Su Qingshi suddenly forgot about copying books and jumped up happily. Really? The emperor agreed? That's great. Stepmother. Did you hear that? You can't escape now. Furthermore, Li Tianyu is now considered an official of the court, which gives her more confidence. Who has the authority to decide? Su Heming asked Li Jiwei. Stepmother, don't you want to marry my father? Seeing the two whispering to each other, Su Qingji asked unhappily. I never said that, Li Jiwei replied to Su Heming. This person is really sneaky. However, Your Highness, they say it's up to the parents and matchmakers to decide. Shouldn't I ask my father first? Li Jiwei thought she couldn't do anything before. Yes, it should be discussed with your father, Su Heming nodded. He didn't see any problem with that. Your Highness, Li Jiwei looked at Su Heming, feeling a bit hesitant. She wasn't sure if her next words would upset him or make him think she was ungrateful. Any other requests? Su Heming didn't realize Li Jiwei's eyes were so lively. At first, Li Jiwei, brought back by Su Qingji, always kept her head down. Now, she seemed much more lively. If you have any requests, just say it. Su Heming thought Li Jiwei still seemed to distrust him a little, which made him feel uncomfortable. Father, it's probably because you're too strict. Stepmother doesn't want you anymore, Su Qingji said with a look of dislike. Stepmother, if you think my father isn't good enough, why don't you consider me? Su Qingji stepped in front of Li Jiwei and patted his chest. Go away, this isn't something a little kid like you should be involved in, Su Heming said with a strained face, looking at his son trying to compete for his wife. This brat not only doesn't help but also tries to cause trouble. Father, if you can't do something yourself, don't stop me. I quite like stepmother, Su Qingji said unwillingly. Li Jiwei watched the father and son fighting over her. Besides, this person was brought back by me. If you take stepmother's things without permission, then forget it. And as for her, isn't my third aunt quite fond of you? Su Qingji said like a little adult. However, when mentioning Zhou Yueying, Su Heming's dislike was very obvious. He didn't like that woman pretending to be nice in front of him. Su Heming threatened coldly. Stepmother, look, my father hasn't married my third aunt yet, and he's about to send me away. From now on, I will be a child no one wants. Will you take care of me? Su Qingshi clung tightly to Li Jiwei's thigh, looking very wronged. Li Jiwei felt a bit amused and looked at the child's father, signaling him to soothe his son quickly. Don't you know that men and women shouldn't be close? Su Heming said as he grabbed Su Qingshi by the collar and put him a yard away from Li Jiwei. I'm still a child, Su Qingshi shouted unhappily, secretly cursing his father for being heartless. Does a child already think about getting married?
Su Heming mốc ghét.
Prince, the young master is still small, Li Jiwei said worriedly, watching Su Heming pick up Su Qingshi like a chick. He's already thinking about getting married, Su Heming said unhappily. Children speak without thinking, Li Jiwei thought. Why is Su Heming, a grown man, arguing with a child? This person is still his biological son. And yet, he still argues with his own son.
See?
Stepmother favors me. Su Qingshi, even though he was still being held by his father, couldn't resist provoking Su Heming. Because he had no mother, Su Qingshi was usually lonely. Su Heming was busy most of the time, and Queen Wang was indulgent toward him out of guilt. Foolish boy, you already said she's your stepmother. Stop causing trouble, Su Heming sighed helplessly and looked a bit uncomfortable at Li Jiwei. Beautiful sister, please save me. Let's get away from this big monster. I will ask my grandmother to introduce you to someone better. Su Qingshi waved his little paws and shouted enthusiastically. Anyone who didn't know would think someone was kidnapping him.
Su Qingxi.
That's enough. Su Heming glared at his son, teeth clenched in frustration. Prince, didn't you say the young master should copy the Book of Rites? Li Jiwei smiled and reminded him. Since Jiwei is pleading for you, I'll let you go today, Su Heming said as he put Su Qingshi down. But he was still angry inside. If it weren't for his useless son, he wouldn't have to sell himself to the palace to demonstrate lifting logs for the emperor. Thinking of this, Su Heming exuded a cold aura again. Since the prince has returned, I will go back first. My father is still waiting for me at home. After saying this, Li Jiwei ignored the arguing father and son and quickly left. Stepmother, you're leaving? Take me with you. Su Qingshi hurried to follow Li Jiwei, but was pulled back by Su Heming. Father, why are you pulling me? Su Qingshi looked at Su Heming with displeasure. Behave yourself. Seeing Li Jiwei's figure disappear, Su Heming's patience with Su Qingshi reached its limit. Forget it. If you can't keep your wife in check, what can I do about it? Father, you always have a cold face. Even stepmother was scared away by you, Su Qingshi said, and ran off. Stinky boy, Su Heming gritted his teeth, realizing he might have spoiled him too much. As Li Jiwei left the prince and's residence, she bumped into someone again. Are you blind? Zhou Yueying scolded angrily. Sorry, Li Jiwei was stunned. She had clearly been the one bumped into, so why was she being blamed? You clearly weren't paying attention while walking, Chuig was said unhappily, blocking her lady. Oh, I thought it was someone else. Isn't that Miss Li, who was kidnapped by young Master Leng? Zhou Yueying looked at Li Jiwei with disdain, then sneered as if Li Jiwei were something dirty. I thought it was a dog barking. Turns out it's Miss Zhou. Li Jiwei was momentarily surprised but then responded without politeness. Since others were so rude to her, why should she be polite? Li Jiwei, do you really think you can marry Princeton? Zhou Yueying didn't expect Li Jiwei to call her a dog. Miss Zhou, I can't marry Princeton. Do you think you can? Li Jiwei looked at Zhou Yueying with a mocking smile. From what she knew, Zhou Yueying was only the sister of Su Qingshi's mother. But Zhou had been gone for many years. She hadn't seen Su Heming intend to marry her. Moreover, Su Qingshi clearly didn't like this young aunt. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken her in himself. And now, Su Heming had said that the emperor had already arranged a marriage for her and Su Heming. So, Miss Zhou was just daydreaming. Moreover, this is at the entrance of Prince Anne's residence. Su Heming is still inside the house. Li Jiwei thought to herself, if Su Heming favors Zhou Yueying, then this person really isn't worth marrying. Li Jiwei, you're just a worn-out, lowly woman. You're not even worthy to carry the shoes for Princeton. You're just a cheap merchant girl. Why should you become the princess consort of Prince In? Zhou Yueying said angrily. Miss Zhou, you should speak with evidence. Have you thought about the consequences of falsely accusing a family member of an official? Li Jiwei said with a dark face, feeling it was no wonder Su Heming looked down on Zhou Yueying. Zhou Yueying was choked by Li Jiwei's words, but she relied on her sister being the late princess consort of Prince In. She always saw the position of princess consort as her own possession. Now, she refused to show weakness in front of Li Jiwei, especially at the gate of Prince An's residence. She raised her eyebrows and sharpened her voice. Evidence? Who in the whole city doesn't know you were kidnapped by Lung Qi? Do you think you still have innocence?
Ha!
What innocence do you have? If I were you, I would have hanged myself long ago to avoid tarnishing the reputation of the Li family. And yet, you still have the nerve to dream of Prince In. Her words were extremely vicious, causing even the passers-by around to frown slightly.
Li Jiwei's chest thickened.
The experience of being kidnapped was always a thorn in her heart. Now, being publicly humiliated by Zhou Yueying, her face turned pale. But she was innocent, and Su Heming had saved her.
So, she could not retreat now.
If she showed weakness, rumors would only spread further. Just as Li Jiwei was about to speak and counterattack, a cold, bone-chilling voice sounded from behind her, carrying undeniable authority. I didn't know that the Zhou family's manners included allowing Miss Zhou Yueying to insult the future princess consort of this king at the gates of my residence. Su Heming strode out from inside, his face serious, eyes sharp as blades, directly staring at Zhou Yueying. He naturally had a strong presence, and now he looked visibly angry, making it hard for others to meet his gaze. He naturally stood beside Li Jiwei, slightly turned to form a protective stance. Zhou Yueying was caught off guard by Su Heming's sudden appearance. Her face turned pale with fright, and her previous arrogance vanished instantly. She quickly bowed and said, "Elder sister, brother-in-law. Yueying didn't mean that. Yueying is just worried that brother-in-law might be deceived by appearances." Deceived? Su Heming's voice grew colder. "Whether my future wife has deceived me or not, you, Miss Zhou, need not trouble yourself. I know who is falsely accusing my fiancé. Brother-in-law, Li Jiwei is not suitable for you. She is a ruined flower, tarnished by cold chess." Zhou Yueying angrily pointed at Li Jiwei, her eyes full of jealousy. Su Heming glanced at Zhou Yueying with clear disgust. After all, when he married Zhou's family, it was only because of his parents' wishes. Now, seeing Zhou Yueying causing trouble without reason, his disgust deepened. "My fiancé's innocence is my decision to make. It's not your place to speak. Moreover, my marriage to Jiwei was granted by the emperor. If you insult her, you insult me and the Prince An's residence. Or are you Zhou family already questioning the emperor's decision? Brother-in-law, please calm down." Zhou Yueying was so frightened by his stern words that her legs nearly gave way. Her eyes turned red as she tried to look pitiful and innocent. Yueying only acted out of impulse, for brother-in-law's sake. For my sake, Su Heming interrupted her with a sarcastic tone. "Stop your scheming. I have tolerated your Zhou family before because of your sister, but that doesn't give you the right to push your luck. If I hear one more word insulting my future wife, don't blame me for forgetting old ties. Also, from now on, call me Your Highness directly." Su Heming was truly annoyed by Zhou Yueying calling him brother-in-law over and over. He had wanted to say this earlier, but his personality was cold, and he rarely saw Zhou Yueying, so he didn't mind. Now that he was about to marry, he needed to clearly separate himself from other women. Zhou Yueying was shaken by his words, her face losing all color. The main reason she could visit Prince An's residence was because of her late sister. Now, Su Heming had made his intentions clear, and her excuse seemed to be falling apart. Big sister. Prince. Zhou Yueying's eyes were red, full of grievance. Regret filled her heart. She shouldn't have come to Prince An's residence today. "Get out and go back to your Zhou family. Prince An's residence does not welcome you." Su Heming issued a final warning, his tone firm. Although Zhou Yueying was unwilling, with Prince An present, she couldn't gain any advantage. She still believed she had chances. Your Highness, our marriage, it's mismatched and unsuitable. Would you consider it again? After Li Jiwei finished speaking, she ignored Su Hemming and quickly left. Oh wow, old Su, your wife is angry, Su Qingshi said, coming out from behind the door after Li Jiwei left, imitating adult speech. Little brat, no manners. What nonsense are you talking? Su Hemming scolded his mischievous son. I tell you, old Su, you can't do that. You need to learn how to please your wife. Otherwise, why don't you just give her to me? After speaking, Su Qingshi put his hands behind his back and acted like a little adult, walking away. Su Hemming looked very annoyed. Does he really need this unruly kid to teach him? Wei Jing'an looked angry as he glared at Wei Herue, who was kneeling nearby. Wei Jing'an had never felt so humiliated before. Every time he saw someone, they would smile and ask him when he would go streaking again. Were they all cheering him on? Husband, don't get so angry that you make yourself sick, Lin Zi whispered comfortingly, seeing Wei Jing'an so upset. Father, I didn't mean to. It's all because of Su Qingshi. If he hadn't said his father could run around the capital shirtless, I wouldn't have said that, Wei Herue said reluctantly. What else did you say? Wei Jing'an rubbed his forehead. He felt that his recently calmed heart was being stirred up again. Master, someone from the palace has come, a servant hurried over to report. Wei Jing'an was surprised. Someone from the palace? Shouldn't they be looking for his father? Why are they looking for him? Master, Lin Zi looked at her husband with confusion. It's nothing. I need to go to the palace, Wei Jing'an said, patting Lin Zi gently before standing up and heading out. Seeing her husband leave, Wei Herue breathed a sigh of relief. His father was too frightening. Mother, I really know I was wrong, Wei Herue begged, acting like he always did. You stay kneeling here until your father comes back. Thinking about how her son embarrassed her today, Lin Zi decided that this unfilial son needed her husband to discipline him properly. Otherwise, if her husband was embarrassed today, she might be the one to suffer next time. He said her husband ran around the capital shirtless 3 times. That was bad enough. But if it was about her, she was afraid she wouldn't be able to face the world anymore. Thinking this, Lin Zi turned and left without looking back. Wei Jing'an nervously entered the palace. Along the way, he kept wondering why the emperor would bypass his father and call him directly. He tried to remember if he had done anything wrong recently. However, the royal family hadn't held any ceremonies lately, so he couldn't think of what he might have done wrong. Also, he hadn't heard from the Celestial Observatory about any upcoming sacrifices or rituals. Your Majesty, I humbly bow and greet you. Wishing you peace and good fortune. Wei Jing'an stood at the lower part of Zhu Jingchen's throne, bowing nervously. Stand up, Minister Wei. Zhu Jingchen looked at Wei Jing'an with a smile. The Grand Tutor Wei was quite handsome, and Wei Jing'an resembled him somewhat. But he wondered what he looked like without his outer robes. He remembered Wei Jing'an and Su Hemming performing a wood-carrying act for him and the other consorts in the Imperial Garden. For some reason, Zhu Jingchen felt that such scenes might not be suitable for his 3 palaces and 6 courtyards to see. But he also thought he shouldn't enjoy everything alone, right? Thinking of this, Zhu Jingchen felt a bit conflicted. Your Majesty, may I ask what brings me here? Is there something you need? Wei Jing'an asked cautiously, noticing the emperor hadn't spoken for a long time. However, Zhu Jingchen was so focused on his thoughts that he didn't hear Wei Jing'an. Your Majesty, Lu Gonggong gently reminded him. Zhu Jingchen, resting his chin on his hand, looked in Wei Jing'an's direction, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling. This made Wei Jing'an feel anxious and uncertain. He wondered what the emperor wanted with him and had a bad premonition from the way the emperor looked at him. Your Majesty, Lu Gonggong called again. Oh, what is it? Zhu Jingchen coughed lightly, pretending to be confused. Your Majesty, Lord Wei asks what the reason is for calling him into the palace, Lu Gonggong whispered.
Ah.
I heard Lord Wei is very learned and talented, Zhu Jingchen said, glancing at Wei Jing'an. I am unworthy of such praise, Wei Jing'an thought, feeling even more uneasy. He couldn't tell what the emperor's true intentions were. When Li Jiwei returned to West Willow Lane, he saw his father already waiting there. "Dad, why did you come out?" Li Jiwei felt a bit awkward and hurried over to him. "Child, I was worried something might happen to you," Li Tianyu said, relieved to see his daughter safe and sound. Li Tianyu was afraid that his daughter might be kidnapped again, just like last time. If that happened, no one might be able to save her in time. "Father, the security in the capital isn't that bad. Last time was because Lin Jitong encouraged others," Li Jiwei quickly said. "All right, let's go inside and talk," Li Tianyu replied, though he still felt a bit scared inside. The father and daughter sat in the living room. Li Jiwei was about to tell her father that the emperor would give her and Prince An in marriage tomorrow. "Father, the emperor has arranged a marriage for me with Prince An. The marriage decree will arrive tomorrow." Thinking about this, Li Jiwei felt uneasy. After all, they were just merchants, and this was her first time receiving such an imperial order. She was worried they might do something wrong and anger the emperor. "Did Prince An tell you about this?" Li Tianyu's face darkened when he heard. He didn't expect the matter to come so quickly. "Yes, Prince An said the decree should arrive tomorrow." "Father, we should prepare for the ceremony," Li Jiwei hurriedly said.
Ah.
"I will ask Zhou Tong to arrange everything soon." "But, Wei Wei, have you thought this through?" Li Tianyu looked at his daughter, worried that she only married Prince An because he saved her. He was even more worried whether his daughter would be the main wife or a concubine. Although he was just a merchant, he didn't want his daughter to be wronged as a concubine, even if the man was Prince An. "Father?" Li Jiwei looked at Li Tianyu with some confusion, not understanding why he asked her this. "Wei Wei, if you don't want to marry, we can leave the capital," Li Tianyu said seriously, looking at his daughter. "But, father, this is an imperial marriage," Li Jiwei said nervously. Disobeying the emperor's order would be a serious crime, and she knew she had no siblings, but she still didn't want her parents to risk their lives because of her. "Father knows. Father is not capable enough and has let you suffer in the capital. It was my fault for acting on my own before, not listening to you. This time, if you don't want to marry, I will risk my life to change everything," Li Tianyu said. "Father, Prince An is very good. I don't mind marrying him," Li Jiwei thought carefully and then looked at her father seriously. "Although Prince An is a good man, he holds a high position and has great power. If you suffer any wrongs in his residence, your father, Li Tianyu said, feeling upset inside. If his daughter married into a higher status and someone bullied her, he wouldn't be able to stand up for her. "Dad, Prince An is usually busy with official duties, so he probably doesn't have time to let his daughter suffer," Li Jiwei thought for a moment and said. Who knows? Besides, if you marry him, you'll be a secondary wife, and there will be a child too." Li Tianyu sighed again when he thought of Su Qing. If the child was from another family, Li Tianyu might think it was fine, but if his daughter had to be a stepmother, he felt uncomfortable. He had raised his daughter with great care, and suddenly she had a big son, which made him feel a bit uneasy. Thinking about Su Qing calling her a stepmother before made him even more sad. "Dad, the young master is a good person. Besides, if it weren't for him, my daughter might still be suffering at the Lin family," Li Jiwei quickly said. "That child has a good heart," but his words. Li Tianyu thought about the rumors that Su Hemming was walking around Beijing shirtless. "Dad, have you heard the rumors outside?" Li Jiwei thought about how she had argued with Su Qing and ruined Su Hemming's reputation. She wanted to laugh, but also worried that her father might not want her to marry Prince An because of it. "What rumors?" Li Tianyu frowned. Was there something he didn't know? "I, Li Tianyu, am marrying off my daughter. How could I let her suffer any wrong? Rest assured, I will not only prepare a generous dowry for her, but also an even more generous one than before," Li Tianyu said seriously. Although the previous dowry took many years to prepare, the Li family's wealth is beyond what others imagine. Some of it is obvious, while some are hidden. Initially, Li Tianyu planned to gradually give these things to his daughter. But before he could, something happened to her. Even though those items were donated to the court and wouldn't harm the Li family's core, it was still possible to prepare an even richer dowry. Father, this must not happen, Li Jiwei said anxiously when she heard this. Her previous dowry was already impressive enough. If they flaunted it, others might look down on the Li family. Moreover, Li Tianyu is now officially appointed by the emperor as the Minister of Revenue. If people find out he has too much money, it might cause trouble. Don't worry, daughter. I can still afford your dowry. Li Tianyu misunderstood her concern, thinking she was worried he couldn't afford it, and quickly comforted her. Father, do you remember why the Lin family started to pay attention to us? It's because of the tempting wealth. Father, we need to learn a lesson. We should stay low-key, Li Jiwei said quickly. Father, think about it. Now that you are officially appointed by the emperor as the Minister of Revenue, if others find out you have a lot of money and the emperor asks to borrow some, would you lend it or not? She continued when she saw Li Tianyu silent. Hearing this, Li Tianyu, who was initially reluctant, broke out in cold sweat. Yes, he just wanted his daughter to marry happily and not suffer hardship, but he forgot the most important thing. If he wasn't careful, not only his daughter would be affected, but he himself might also face trouble. But if your dowry is too small, Li Tianyu frowned, feeling unhappy. His daughter's status isn't high, and if she marries into the prince of Anne's family with little dowry, others might mock her. Father, everyone in the capital now knows that the dowries have been donated to the court. If you suddenly produce a large dowry, it will only bring trouble. Your daughter's dowry should be prepared according to the usual customs for a daughter getting married. When others ask, you can say that the dowry you prepared last time was already a significant family effort, and now this is all you can offer, Li Jiwei said seriously to Li Tianyu. You're so thoughtful, Weiwei. Li Tianyu nodded happily. He felt reassured that his daughter had become more careful after this experience. I'm just a bit sorry for you. Li Tianyu still felt a little guilty. It's not a problem. As long as my parents are well, I am at peace, Li Jiwei replied softly. The father and daughter talked for a while longer. Li Tianyu then stood up to find Steward Zhou to arrange everything for the official decree tomorrow. Li Jiwei returned to her room, looking out the window as the sky darkened, feeling a mix of emotions. The marriage with Prince An came suddenly, with an uncertain future. But for some reason, when she thought of Su Heming's deep, steady eyes, her anxious heart strangely felt a little calmer. Lin Qihua angrily slapped Zhou Yutong, his eyes full of hatred. All the misfortune of the ruined Marquis's residence started after this unworthy woman entered the house. If his son hadn't married her, he wouldn't have been rejected by the emperor. The Li family's assets would have belonged to the Lin family. Father, Zhou Yutong covered her face, looking at the furious Lin Qihua with disbelief. Tears welled up instantly. Why did you hit me? Why did I hit you? Lin Qihua trembled with anger, pointing at her and scolding, if it weren't for you, this bad omen. How did our Lin family end up like this? Now, the emperor already dislikes the ruined Marquis's residence. Li Jiwei, that girl, has climbed high, and tomorrow the emperor will grant her marriage to Prince An. Prince An, is he someone we can offend? If you hadn't encouraged Jidong to try to control Li Jiwei and keep her out of the house, that dowry, those connections and money from the Li family would have been ours. Now everything is ruined, and we've offended Prince An for nothing. When Zhou Yutong heard the words, marriage granted, she felt struck by lightning. The pain on her face seemed to fade, leaving only shock and jealousy. The merchant woman she had schemed to keep her husband away from? She was going to marry Prince An and become a princess? That's impossible. No, it can't be, Zhou Yutong muttered absent-mindedly. She, a merchant woman abandoned by her husband. How could Prince An? Impossible? The news is absolutely true. Lin Qihua was even angrier when he saw her like this. It's all your fault. You can't do anything right and always cause trouble. If it weren't for you encouraging Ji Tong to use such despicable methods, things wouldn't have turned out like this. Now, Li Jiwei has gained good fortune. The Li family has gained the emperor's favor and the support of Prince An, but my Lin family has become the laughingstock of the whole city. Even in the court, I am struggling, thinking about how the emperor told him to handle the backyard affairs first before going to court, and about the meaningful, Half-smiling looks from his colleagues, Lin Chihua felt a surge of anger rising in his head. His family's reputation for generations was almost lost. "Father, this isn't my fault," Zhou Yutong said sadly, tears falling like rain. It was also Jitong's fault. Zhou Yutong signaled to a maid to quickly find Lin Jitong, or else, judging by her father's attitude, he might beat her to death. Su Qingshi sat happily in the courtyard, legs crossed, eating grapes and having Muyu copy the Book of Rites, looking very pleased. Thinking about Li Jiwei becoming his stepmother in the future, he felt even more proud. "Su Qingshi, why are you still sitting comfortably?" Jiang Yu watched Su Qingshi leisurely eating grapes and couldn't help feeling anxious. "Aren't you worried about what's happening outside?" "Everyone's talking about it." Xia Yanji also came over, snatching a grape from Su Qingshi and eating it happily. "What's going on? Is everyone going crazy?" Su Qingshi asked casually. To him, nothing made him happier than his father marrying Li Jiwei. "Everyone's saying that Princeton is fine but likes to walk around Beijing shirtless," Xia Yanji said, rubbing his nose. For some reason, Su Qingshi felt this sounded familiar. "That must be someone jealous of my father, spreading rumors on purpose. In such a big city, have you ever seen my father walk around shirtless?" Su Qingshi reasoned. He thought to himself, with his father's flamboyant personality, there's no way he would go out shirtless. Someone must be deliberately framing his father. Su Qingshi completely forgot about the argument he had with Wei Herue. "Su Qingshi, if you don't go find the real culprit, how can you sit at home so comfortably?" Jiang Yu looked at Su Qingshi in disbelief and asked, "Why should I go look for him? My father isn't worried, so why should I be?" Su Qingshi blinked her eyes, clearly unwilling to find a culprit. "But if your father's reputation is ruined, which girl would still want to marry him? Haven't you always wanted a stepmother?" Jiang Yu asked confused. Although there were rumors that Li Jiwei married the prince-in, Jiang Yu had asked his mother, and she said the prince-in did not marry Li Jiwei as his main wife. She was just a concubine. In a noble family, like the prince-in's residence, the main wife is brought into the house with a grand procession, which is considered a proper marriage. "Don't I already have a stepmother?" Su Qingshi looked at Jiang Yu with some displeasure. "No way, young master. Do you really want your father to marry Li Jiwei as a stepmother?" Xia Yanji widened his eyes and asked. "I heard that Li Jiwei donated her dowry to the court. Is that true?" Xia Yanji had seen before how generous her dowry was. He didn't expect that Li Jiwei actually donated everything. "Yes, but she kept 2 items. Do you want to see them?" Su Qingshi thought about it and remembered those 2 items were what he tried to keep. "At the mansion?" Jiang Yu asked curiously. "I'll take you to see," Su Qingshi said, feeling interested. He clapped his hands and headed toward the room where Li Jiwei's only bed and coffin were kept. Mo wanted to follow but was stopped by Su Qingshi. "I'm not leaving the house." "Why are you coming along?" Mo thought about the many servants in the house and believed nothing would happen. When Su Qingshi led them to the storeroom, there was no need for guards because the items inside were not meant for others to take. "Qingshi, what exactly is this treasure?" Jiang Yu asked, puzzled by Su Qingqi's mysterious attitude. "You'll find out when you come," Su Qingqi said. He wasn't surprised by the bed, just an ordinary one, but he was very curious about the coffin. After all, no one usually shows such things to him. Children are always curious about things adults don't want to show. Xia Yanji and Jiang Yu had never seen this black box before. "Qingqi, are you sure this is Miss Li's dowry?" Jiang Yu asked with some doubt. "Of course, this must be a good thing. I tell you, at that time this item was at the front, and this one was at the end. Both of these are definitely valuable." Su Qingshi carefully looked at them. Red bed at the front, black box at the back. "Yanji, I've never seen this before. Do you have one at home?" Jiang Yu circled the coffin and asked with some confusion. "My family doesn't have it, right? Anyway, I've never seen one." Xia Yanji shook his head. "I don't know what's so special about this dark-looking thing." Jiang Yu took another look and finally concluded. "I secretly looked at it. It seems like this box can be opened. I don't know what's inside. Maybe we can open it quietly and see?" Su Qingshi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "This box is so big.
Can it be opened?
Xia Yanji felt unsure. After all, he had never seen such a thing before and didn't know if it could be opened. Su Qingshi asked uncertainly, could there be poison inside? It probably isn't. This was Li Jiwei's dowry. Would a good family put poison in a big box for their daughter? If the husband disobeyed, he might release the poison and harm him.
Who would dare to marry then?
Su Qingshi quickly argued. Who knows? We are noble families in the capital, but Li's family isn't from a merchant background. Maybe he has some things we don't have in the capital? Jiang Yu disagreed. Could it be gold and jewelry inside? Xia Yanji thought for a moment. Merchants usually have a lot of silver and money, right? Maybe the box was too small, so they used a bigger one? Su Qingshi considered this and thought it was more likely to contain gold and jewelry.
So, what if we open it?
Su Qingshi was very curious about the treasures inside. The three kids worked hard to open the coffin, but it was empty inside. They all stared in shock. Su Qingshi asked disappointedly, why is it empty? They had just used some force, hoping it might contain jewelry or treasures. Now it's all gone. It's disappointing. I don't know.
Su Qingshi Dawen, Gonfut.
Didn't the Li family say they were very rich? Why are you so stingy? Even with this box, you don't know how to put some things inside? A few small boys climbed into the coffin like that. Do you know what this box is for? Su Qingji asked curiously. Hey, do you think this is for resting? Look, I lie down here and it feels pretty good, Jiang Yu said as he lay down seriously. Can it really be like that? The other two children also lay down one after another. Su Qingji and Xia Yanji, being smaller, lay together, while Jiang Yu, who is a bit chubbier, took one side. Honestly, if we hide inside here, no one will find us, the children said as they lay down and surprisingly fell asleep. The young servants from the Jiang and Xie families saw that their young master hadn't returned for a long time and started to feel worried. Brother Mou, why hasn't our young master come back yet? Yes, it's getting dark. Our young master should be returning to the estate soon. Mou was bothered by the two young servants and also worried because the young master had told him not to follow. He felt uneasy. Although the young master didn't leave the estate, the Anwang mansion wasn't small. If anything went wrong or if they discovered something new, he couldn't handle it. Don't worry, brothers. I'll take you to find the young master and the two young gentlemen, Mou quickly said. The young master said he wanted to show the two young gentlemen the dowry left by Miss Li in the storeroom. He said there are two rare items and he was so absorbed that he forgot the time. Let's go look for them together. The two young servants thanked him and followed Mou toward the storeroom. When they reached outside the storeroom, they saw the door slightly open, quiet inside, with no one around. Mou's heart skipped a beat. He called out loudly, "Young master? Young Lord Jiang? Young Lord Xie? Are you inside?" After calling several times, only echoes responded, but no one answered. Mou became anxious. He pushed the door open and rushed inside. The storeroom was a bit dark. He looked around but saw no one. There was a large bed in the center and a dark coffin nearby, but no one was there. "Young master?" Mou called again, his heart pounding. No response. Mou thought the young master and the two young gentlemen had gone somewhere else. But after searching the entire estate, they still couldn't find the three young masters. How should we handle this? The young servant of the Jiang family felt helpless upon hearing this. Could the young master have already gone back? The servant from the Xie family asked uncertainly. Mou Xin also grew worried, realizing her master was not at the residence either. "I'll go ask the gatekeeper," Mou said after thinking for a moment. After all, once someone leaves, there should be someone who saw them. However, the gatekeeper said he hadn't seen the three young masters leave. It's over. How did I lose track of the young master? How can I explain this to the master and madam? The Jiang family servant said anxiously. "Butler, the young master is missing." Mou quickly grabbed the butler's hand as he passed by. "Nonsense. The young master is fine. How could he be missing?" Lu Ming said, feeling worried too. Mou then told him everything about what the young master did today. Hearing this, Lu Ming became even more anxious. He hurriedly sent servants to look for the young master everywhere, especially around the pond and the well, checking carefully. Lu Ming also asked a few young servants to go back to their own homes to see if they had secretly returned. But after searching the entire residence, no one was found. They started to feel scared. Could it be that the prince had offended someone and secretly taken the children away? Thinking of this, Lu Ming quickly sent someone to call Su Heming. At this moment, Su Heming arrived home just in time to see Xie Jincheng and Jiang Hanhai rushing to the Prince An's residence. "Greetings, Prince An. Greetings, Prince An," both bowed in greeting. Marquis Yongning, Lord Xie. Su Heming returned their bows. He was also worried, wondering what trouble Su Qingshi had caused this time. How could she cause trouble just by copying the Book of Rites at home and even kidnap someone else's son? "Your Highness." Mo saw her prince returning and almost cried with relief. "That's enough. First, tell me, did they say where they were going today?" Su Heming sighed. He was anxious too, but now was not the time to worry. He needed to find the people quickly. Replying to Your Highness, the young master said he wanted to take the two young gentlemen to see Miss Li's dowry. "I checked over there, but no one was there," Mo said with a worried face, thinking that following the young master around meant copying the Book of Rites and being frightened every time he disappeared. "Have you checked other parts of the mansion?" Su Heming asked with a frown. "Prince, I have asked people to look everywhere in the mansion, but we haven't seen the young master or the two young gentlemen," Lu Ming quickly replied. Hearing this, Su Heming felt uneasy inside. Where could the three children have gone? He didn't say anything but decided to go himself to the storeroom where Li Jiwei stored her dowry to check. Seeing the slightly open door, he thought that inside there was only Li Jiwei's bed and a coffin. If the children were really inside, they should be easy to find. Su Heming still wanted to go in and see if there were any clues. Xie Jincheng and Jiang Hanhai hurried to follow. Although they were anxious, they understood that Prince An's children were also inside, and Prince An wanted to find them quickly. Inside the storeroom, Su Heming first looked at the bed. Seeing it was empty, he even checked underneath. Xie Jincheng also checked, and there was no one. "It seems no one is here," Jiang Hanhai said softly after looking around. After all, the children were small, but they were still 3 kids. They couldn't have missed seeing them. Su Heming didn't speak but looked around the room. It hadn't been cleaned for a while, so there was some dust. Suddenly, Su Heming saw some small handprints on the coffin lid. When he looked closer, he realized the lid was actually open. He quickly walked over to examine the handprints more carefully. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, a small hand reached out from inside the coffin.
Hand.
Jiang Hanhai, standing behind Su Heming, saw the hand and shivered in fear. "They must have been here. There are handprints on it," Su Heming sighed. Hearing this, Xie Jincheng also hurriedly moved closer along the edge of the coffin. Jiang Hanhai looked again, but didn't see the small hand. He quickly rubbed his eyes, thinking he must have seen it wrong just now. "Hey, Prince, why is the lid open?" Xie Jincheng asked curiously after inspecting it again. "Maybe they came here and, out of curiosity, opened it." Su Heming didn't really want to explain this way, but since his son was inside, anything was possible. These little troublemakers. Xie Jincheng thought about his son, shook his head, and felt it was possible. Su Heming approached, wanting to close the coffin lid, but suddenly heard a loud thud. "What was that sound?" Xie Jincheng asked, confused. "The sound is coming from inside the coffin," Jiang Hanhai said, a bit worried but certain this time. Su Heming and Xie Jincheng exchanged looks. They supported the coffin lid from both sides, gesturing with their eyes, and pushed the lid down together. They looked inside the coffin. Both of them sighed in relief. But they also found it amusing and a bit helpless. "What kind of situation is this? Is there something inside?" Jiang Hanhai asked nervously. After all, these 2 men looked very serious, and as a scholar, he didn't dare to go closer. "Marquis Yongning, there are treasures inside. Do you want them?" "No, I don't want them. Please don't give them to me." Jiang Hanhai waved his hands quickly, feeling very scared. After all, what good could be inside a coffin? Marquis Yongning, are you sure you don't want it? Xie Jincheng raised an eyebrow and asked. No, no. Zhang Hanhai shook his head quickly. What should we do? He doesn't want it. Xie Jincheng pointed to the peacefully sleeping chubby boy Jiang Yu and asked Su Heming. Take him back, Su Heming said seriously. Then why don't you stay at the mansion? Xie Jincheng asked unhappily. I can't afford to support him, Su Heming replied without hesitation. That's not a good reason. You're just making excuses, Xie Jincheng said, feeling that Su Heming's answer was shameless. Well, I want to save money to get married, Su Heming said with a slight smile. The money from the mansion would belong to the future wife. Come on, Su Heming. Do you think I and these two fools are so naive? How poor can the prince's mansion be to not even have enough money for a wedding gift? Xie Jincheng said, looking at him with disbelief. No, the bride price isn't enough. Maybe you can support us a bit, Su Heming said, smiling slightly at Xie Jincheng. Which young lady are you planning to marry? Do you want mountains of gold and silver? Xie Jincheng looked at him skeptically, thinking he didn't look like someone easily fooled. Zhang Hanhai couldn't understand why these two were talking about marriage in front of a coffin. I don't know. Maybe it's just a hobby. Hey, Lao Jiang, let's not be so polite. Do you really want to refuse these things? Everyone says good stuff should be shared. Don't blame me for not sharing with you, Xie Jincheng teased as he looked at the timid Zhang Hanhai. No, you like it, just take it home, Zhang Hanhai said nervously, not daring to look inside the coffin. He thought to himself if he took it home, it would make him uncomfortable. If Xie Jincheng liked it, he could just take it. Lao Su, you have to decide for me. If Yongning Marquis asks for it later, I won't give it to him, Xie Jincheng said happily. Chung, then I won't hold back, Zhang Hanhai said with a smile. Xie Jincheng pretended to reach into the coffin to grab the treasure. Su Heming stepped aside calmly, watching with interest. Hearing the movement behind him, Zhang Hanhai felt more and more nervous and secretly looked back. He saw Xie Jincheng almost leaning into the coffin. Frightened, he quickly turned away and muttered, Wronged are those with debts. This has nothing to do with me. Stay away from the things. Don't let me see them. Suddenly, a faint mumbling came from inside the coffin, like a dream, with a hint of dissatisfaction in the nasal sound. Zhang Hanhai's body stiffened. That voice. It sounded familiar? Before he could figure it out, Xie Jincheng straightened up, holding a thing. A chubby little face wrapped in silk, cheeks flushed from sleep. It was his son Jiang Yu. Look, Lao Jiang, you said it yourself. He belongs to me now. Oh, this little one is chubby and heavy. Taking him home as a lucky charm for the house isn't a bad idea, Xie Jincheng said with a mischievous smile, deliberately bouncing the little fat boy in his arms. Jiang Yu, being jostled, blinked sleepily and saw Xie Jincheng holding him, with his surprised father next to him. He pouted and, still sleepy, mumbled, Dad. Uncle Xie. Why are you here? Zhang Hanhai's eyes nearly popped out. He pointed at Jiang Yu, trembling. You. How did you get inside there? Zhang Hanhai suddenly realized. Those tiny hands and the thud he heard earlier were all caused by this little troublemaker. He had been tricked by his own son, Jiang Yu, and Su Heming and Xie Jincheng together. For a moment, he felt both fear and anger, his face shifting between red and white. Ha ha ha, Xie Jincheng couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing. Yongning Marquis, you said you didn't want this treasure? Well, I'm taking it home. Su Heming also found it funny and shook his head, leaning down to look inside the coffin. Sure enough, his mischievous and unfilial son, Su Qingshi, and the young master of the Xie family, Xie Yan, were curled up on the other side of the coffin, sleeping peacefully with their heads close together. Su Qingshi even smacked his lips, clearly dreaming of something pleasant.
Su.
Ming. Zhang Hanhai finally snapped out of his shock, realizing he had been the butt of their joke, and immediately became angry and embarrassed. Su Heming sat up straight, still smiling, but his tone was calm and confident. I already said I can't support them. These troublemakers are better off being taken back by Yongning Marquis to be properly raised. He paused, then looked at the other two culprits inside the coffin and asked Xie Jincheng, Sir Xie, should you take these two treasures with you, or shall I handle them myself? Xie Jincheng looked at his son and the young master lying side by side in the coffin, both looking helpless and amused. Don't bother. My family shrine is too small to hold such a big Buddha as the young master. You'd better do it yourself, Your Highness. At this moment, Su Qingshi and Xie Yun, awakened by the laughter and talking, rubbed their eyes and sat up, looking blankly at the three adults around the coffin. Father? Uncle Jiang, seeing his father's half-smile, Su Qingshi's heart sank. He quickly climbed out and tried to explain, Father, we were just curious about what this black box is for. But inside, sleeping was a bit hard, though it was quite comfortable. We just tried lying in it and fell asleep. Xie Yanji also nodded hurriedly, his face pale, knowing he had caused trouble. Su Hemming looked at his son and his two frightened friends, then at Jiang Hanhai, who was fuming and glaring, and Xie Jincheng, who was watching the scene with interest. Finally, he sighed and reached out to give each of them a light slap. Stop fooling around. You dare to crawl into any place. Do you know you scared everyone? His tone was stern, but his eyes showed no real anger, more helplessness and relief at finding everyone safe. This scene of scolding the children, combined with the huge coffin beside them, looked both strange and funny. Jiang Hanhai quickly snatched his still-dazed chubby son from Xie Jincheng's arms, feeling both worried and angry. In the end, he could only hum heavily and say, Get ready to discipline you when we go back. Xie Jincheng then put his arm around his son's shoulder and smiled. All right, the important thing is you found him. But, Your Highness, your storage room at your estate is quite unique. There was a teasing tone in Xie Jincheng's voice. Su Hemming rubbed his forehead, feeling his temples throb. Wei Jing'an walked out of the palace in a daze, puzzled about why the emperor was doing this. Wei Jing'an couldn't help but sneak a glance at himself. He didn't understand which part of himself made the emperor think he was good at acting. He didn't connect this matter with his eldest son at all. The next morning, Lu Gonggong arrived at the Li family. Master Li, congratulations! Lu Gonggong smiled as he looked at the prominent figure in front of the emperor, Li Tianyu. Thank you, Lu Gonggong. I appreciate you coming all this way. Li Tianyu bowed politely. He thought to himself, this person is the emperor's trusted eunuch, so he must make a good impression. Master Li, are you ready? Lu Gonggong asked kindly, noticing Li Tianyu. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother reminding them. He would just announce the decree. Please sit for a moment, Gonggong. I'll have someone prepare the ceremonial table right away, Li Tianyu said with a smile, quickly sending Zhou Tan to bring out the ceremonial table. Master Li, there's no need to be polite. The emperor has already given instructions to keep things simple, Lu Gonggong thought to himself. When he left, the emperor had specifically told him that Li Tianyu was originally a merchant and probably didn't know much about formal ceremonies. If he wasn't prepared, he should give him some guidance. Considering the countless lives saved with his silver and efforts, Li Tianyu was worth a little guidance. Lu Gonggong. Li Jiwei hurried over and saw her father chatting happily with the grand eunuch beside the emperor. She felt a bit relieved, worried that her father might not handle such situations well. But seeing Lu Gonggong's kind expression, she felt reassured. Congratulations, Princess N, Lu Gonggong said to Li Jiwei. He thought to himself, Princess N is indeed fortunate. She cares about the world, and the emperor has already marked her. From now on in the capital, Miss Li could walk freely without worry. Master, everything is ready. Soon, Zhou Tong came over and spoke. Old Lu adjusted his expression, walked to the incense table, and stood solemnly. Li Tianyu quickly led his entire family, including the hurriedly arrived Li Jiwei, to kneel on the ground, holding their breath and focusing. Old Lu unfurled the bright yellow imperial decree, and his sharp, clear voice echoed in the hall. By the emperor's authority, I decree. I have heard that the proper order of the universe brings peace to the family, and marriage is the foundation of the kingdom. I have learned that Li Jiwei, the legitimate daughter of Minister of Revenue Li Tianyu, is noble and talented, gentle and kind, wise and considerate, with proper manners and elegance. She is also compassionate, offers advice and resources, benefits the people, and contributes greatly to the nation. Truly a role model among women. Prince N. Sue Hemming, my trusted aide, a distinguished member of the royal family, handsome and brave, loyal and courageous, with outstanding achievements, is of suitable age for marriage. He should be matched with a worthy partner. I am very pleased to hear this, as it is my wish to see a perfect match. Li Jiwei, still in her maiden years, is a perfect match for Prince N. To make her a beautiful bride, I hereby betroth Li Jiwei to Prince N as his primary wife. All ceremonies will be arranged by the Ministry of Rites and the Imperial Astronomical Office, choosing an auspicious date for the wedding. This announcement is made to all, so everyone hears it. After the decree was read, the hall fell silent. Then Li Tianyu excitedly spoke. Your servant Li Tianyu thanks the Emperor for his grace. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! He respectfully took the heavy decree with both hands. Li Jiwei bowed with her father to thank the Emperor, feeling a mix of emotions. Initially, she was nervous about taking her rich dowry to the capital, expecting to marry and then teach her children. But she never expected that the Lin family was a ruthless place. She was given a second chance at life, but still faced challenges from the Lin family. By a twist of fate, Su Qingshi brought her back to the residence, where she met Prince N. Although Prince N told her yesterday that the Emperor would grant the marriage, she still felt unreal before the decree was issued. Could she really marry Prince N? But once the decree arrived, and she heard the solemn words linking her and Su Hemming's names, a deep sense of relief and quiet hope for the future filled her heart. Li Tianyu quickly signaled Zhou Tong to present the already prepared red envelope. Gong Lu hesitated for a moment, then smiled and accepted it. He said, the Emperor also asked me to pass on a message. Although there is still an old consort in the Prince N's residence, she is easy to get along with. The young master and Miss Li get along well. In the future, once you enter the residence, just stay true to yourself. The Emperor and Empress are both your supporters. His words clearly showed support. Li Tianyu and Li Jiwei quickly expressed their thanks again. Miss Li, the Emperor invites you to come to the palace in 3 days to watch a performance. You must not miss it, Gong Lu said with a smile. Thinking about the performance in 3 days, Gong Lu secretly smiled to himself. After all, it will be the first joint performance of Prince N and Lord Wei. Even he was a little excited. Yes, I will arrive on time, Li Jiwei replied obediently, thinking it was just an invitation for the royal family to watch a show. Gong Lu thought about going to Prince N's residence next, so he didn't stay long. After seeing Gong Lu off, everyone in the Li family was filled with joy. Servants came to congratulate Li Tianyu and Li Jiwei. Li Tianyu held the imperial decree like a precious treasure and said to his daughter, "Where, this marriage is so important to the Emperor, and he even said he will personally support you. Now I can finally rest assured." Li Jiwei blushed slightly and nodded. "Father, I understand." Meanwhile, inside Prince N's residence, Su Hemming quickly received the same imperial decree. After the eunuch left, he casually placed the decree on the desk, tapping lightly with his fingers, a faint smile on his face. Saving money to marry a wife, he whispered to himself, recalling the joke he made yesterday in the Yongning Marquis warehouse with Xie Jincheng. His smile deepened. Gong Lu left Prince N's residence and went to visit Lord Wei. Lin Zi was surprised when she heard the Emperor invited her to the palace to watch a show. Gong, are you talking to my husband or my mother-in-law? Lin Zi wondered. Usually, she didn't need to go for such things. Why was she asked to go this time? Madam Wei, the Emperor's meaning is to invite you alone, Gong Lu said with a smile, not upset. He thought your husband is putting on a good show, so you should go and support him. Is she the only wife of the minister? Lin Zi was a bit surprised. Did the Emperor invite her alone? Madam Wei and Princess N will go together that day, she replied. Princess N? Lin Zi was momentarily stunned. If she remembered correctly, hadn't Princess N not yet married? Where did this Princess N come from? Madam Wei probably doesn't know yet. The emperor granted a marriage to Princess and today, Lu Gonggong explained quickly when he saw Lin Zi's puzzled expression. Do you know which family the princess is from? Lin Zi asked curiously, thinking about how the charming and talented princess and might have married into someone else's family. She is the daughter of Minister Li from the Ministry of Revenue, Lu Gonggong said with a smile. At this, Lin Zi was stunned again. Who is Minister Li? Is his surname Zhao or Liu? But she remembered that the daughter of that family had already entered the palace a long time ago, and she was even a concubine. So where did this new daughter come from? Could it be that the Minister Li has a new family member? Sir, who is Minister Li? Lin Zi thought for a moment. Could it be that Minister Li is a new appointee? Haha, it's our country's richest man Li Tianyu, Minister Li, Lu Gonggong said happily. Oh, it's him, Lin Zi exclaimed in surprise. She had heard about Li Jimei marrying the Marquis of Rouen. Unexpectedly, now the Li family has gained a position as Minister of Revenue. It's quite a fortunate turn of events. Madam Wei, I will go back first. The emperor is waiting for me, Lu Gonggong said, and left. Lin Zi was still a bit puzzled about the sudden invitation from the emperor. She decided to go see her mother-in-law, Lan Shi. If the emperor sent Lu Gonggong to deliver the message, then you must attend the banquet, Lan Shi said, surprised. She hadn't received any news from the palace. She thought the banquet might not require her presence. But since Lin was her daughter-in-law, she should be properly informed. Yes, I will go, Lin Zi replied, feeling uncertain. Usually, she attended palace banquets with her mother-in-law. Now, going alone made her feel a bit uneasy. Once inside the palace, speak less, don't look at things you shouldn't, and don't say things you shouldn't, Lan Shi advised her. After all, the palace is not an easy place to visit. Your daughter-in-law knows now. Lin Zi still felt a bit afraid of her mother-in-law. After thinking carefully, Lin Zi decided to go find Li Jiwei. She wanted to see if Li Jiwei had any opinions, and it would be nice to have a companion. When Lin Zi arrived at Li's house, Li Jiwei was a bit puzzled because she didn't know much about the wife of the Grand Eunuch. But since someone had come to visit, she couldn't just turn her away. Oh, is this the future princess in? Lin Zi, who was very fond of beauty, immediately couldn't take her eyes off Li Jiwei, who had bright eyes and a charming smile. She thought to herself, Prince N is truly lucky to marry such a beautiful princess. Who are you? Li Jiwei looked at the woman in front of her, who was staring at her with shining eyes, feeling a bit confused. I am Lady Wei Jing'an, wife of the Grand Eunuch Wei Jing'an. Lin Zi quickly bowed and introduced herself. So you're Lady Wei. May I ask why you came today? Li Jiwei didn't understand why Lady Wei was visiting her. Could it be that Prince N had some conflict with her? But if there was a conflict, she shouldn't be looking for the princess. Oh, dear, I came here suddenly, so please don't mind. Lin Zi, looking at the beautiful Li Jiwei, was a bit infatuated. I don't mind. Li Jiwei was surprised and a little unfamiliar with this overly familiar lady. Young lady, I am quite straightforward, so please don't mind. I heard that the emperor also invited you to a banquet in 3 days, right? Lin Zi said casually. Yes, Li Jiwei nodded. Although she didn't know what Lady Wei wanted, she agreed. Oh, that's wonderful. Young lady, Gonggong Lu also told me today. I was worried about not having a companion, Lin Zi said happily, thinking that having such a beautiful girl with her would be nice. The palace isn't very interesting, and looking at beautiful women around her would be enjoyable. She thought that Chu Shi would be very jealous of her then. In the capital, there aren't many young ladies as beautiful as Li Jiwei. So, Lady Wei is also invited to the banquet in 3 days, Li Jiwei sighed in relief. If it was just about the banquet, she didn't mind having another companion. Yes. I don't know what kind of banquet the emperor invited us to this time. In the past, these banquets always included my mother-in-law. But this time, my mother-in-law wasn't invited. Lin Zi said with some frustration. Has Lady Wei ever attended this kind of palace banquet before? Li Jiwei asked curiously. Of course, she has attended palace banquets before. But I always followed my mother-in-law. Sister, you shouldn't call her Lady Wei. Call me Sister Lin instead. Lin Zi felt strange hearing Li Jiwei call her Lady Wei over and over. Okay, Sister Lin. Have you asked Lord Wei what kind of banquet this is? Li Jiwei thought that the Ministry of Rites, which handles royal ceremonies, should know about royal banquets. In the past few days, I haven't seen him. I don't know what he's busy with all day, Lin Zi said with some dissatisfaction when she thought of Wei Jing'an. Li Jiwei also felt a bit awkward. Prince N usually cares about the people, so she didn't want to ask him directly. It's okay. The Emperor and Empress are quite friendly. When the time comes, just stand beside me, and I will protect you, Lin Zi promised, patting her chest. She was also thinking that back then, how blind was Lin Jitong. He ignored Li Jiwei, who is so beautiful and wealthy, and instead liked Zhou Yutong, who is so petty. It's really like losing a big deal for a small gain. But she only dared to think this in her heart. Su Qingshi sat indifferently below. He didn't listen to what the teacher was saying at all. Since he, Xia Yan, and Jiang Yu were found by their father from the black box, they were sent to this mountain-like academy. It's called Enlightenment, but everyone in the academy was older than them. They looked down on them. The teacher read for a long time, but Su Qingshi was sleepy. Jiang Yu and Xia Yan also felt uncomfortable. Finally, the teacher left. Young master, we are in big trouble because of you. Jiang Yu looked at Su Qingshi with a hopeless expression. If he had told him to go look at some treasure, he wouldn't have been sent to the academy for at least 2 years. Now, he had to memorize lessons every day and write big characters.
How could he do that?
My father said we shouldn't stay at home and cause trouble for the family, Xia Yan thought with a bitter feeling. Hey, you three, come over quickly and clean up here. A few people were talking when a man from a distance shouted at them. The three of them looked at the man in confusion. Do you know him? Jiang Yu looked at the man who seemed to be speaking to them and asked with some confusion. No, I don't know him. Xia Yanji looked at the chubby boy and shook his head. I don't know him either. Su Qingshi also leaned forward to look at the man. They didn't think the man was calling them. You should know, all of them come from good families. They wouldn't do chores like sweeping. Besides, they were children and their families didn't expect them to do servant work. Are you listening? Can't you hear me? The little boy was the nephew of Lady Luo, wife of the Prince of Zhennan. Children from noble families usually have tutors to teach them. This made Luo Jing'an start acting like a little boss at Luo Shan Academy because the Prince of Zhennan was very powerful and most people wouldn't dare offend his family. Hey, young master, he seems to be calling us, Jiang Yu said excitedly. But didn't he tell us to come and sweep? Can you do that? Su Qingshi rolled his eyes at Jiang Yu and asked. Do I look like someone who can do that? My father never taught me. Jiang Yu scratched his head, confused. I can't do it either. My father never taught me. Xia Yanji waved his hands. My father also doesn't have time to teach me, Su Qingshi quickly said when he saw their looks. Then let's ignore him. Xia Yanji thought for a moment and said. The three of them huddled together, chatting and not paying attention to Luo Jing'an, which made the little boss angry. I told you to come over. Can't you understand what I'm saying? Luo Jing'an walked up to them, slammed the table hard, and said angrily. Who do you think you're calling you? Su Qingshi frowned. Is this person polite? He's young, but he's not stupid. Who are you calling a country bumpkin? Do we look like country bumpkins? Jiang Yu, hearing this, also sneered angrily. He was the eldest son of the Yongning Marquis family, and someone dared to call him a country bumpkin. Who is really the bumpkin here? A few children suddenly started fighting with each other. One hit with a fist, another kicked. The fight was not very fierce. Although Su Qingshi, Xia Yanji, and Jiang Yu were small, they were quick and agile. But the others outnumbered them, and soon some of them got minor injuries. When the teacher arrived, he saw the scene and was very angry, frowning and glaring.
Stop.
All of you stop. The teacher was very annoyed. He had just stepped away for a moment, and they started fighting. Looking at all the children in the room, many had small bruises or scratches. The teacher was even more angry, worried about how to explain this to their families. Teacher, it's these country kids. They started the fight, Luo Jing'an said, pointing at Su Qingshi and the others. It's obvious you were the ones bullying us because we're new, Su Qingshi said, eyes wide, surprised that someone could lie so blatantly.
You.
The teacher almost ran out of breath trying to speak. No matter who started it, they all ended up fighting. Thinking about these newcomers, Su Heming had decided to make them suffer a little. So he just said they were children from ordinary families. But Luo Jing'an's background was well known, and he wanted everyone to know. The teacher was in a difficult spot. Master Wang, today they hurt me so badly. This can't just be ignored, Luo Jing'an said, feeling proud when he saw the teacher arrive. He knew the teacher would side with him, and he was determined to make these kids pay. Hey, I haven't even said you hurt me so badly. Su Qingshi rolled up his sleeves, showing the serious scars on his arms. Me too, Xia Yanji said, not wanting to fall behind. Who didn't have some injuries? Ouch, it hurts so much. Jiang Yu also rolled up his sleeves. Suddenly, the room was chaotic, everyone claiming they were hurt. Enough. Call the family members to come and pick them up. The teacher was furious. He glared sharply at Su Qingshi and the others, shouting, You three, behave yourselves. When you weren't here, there weren't so many problems. The teacher was very angry, thinking all this trouble was caused by these three troublemakers. Teacher, it's clearly them who started the trouble, Xia Yu said unhappily. The old man has already sent someone to inform your family, the teacher said unhappily, making the three students stand outside the classroom. Teacher, I've been beaten up like this, I don't care. I want my mother to come and speak for me, Luo Jing'an said angrily. Don't worry, sir. I've already asked someone to notify Madame Luo to come here, the teacher quickly replied. You're all doomed, Luo Jing'an said openly, winking at the others. The three of them stood outside, feeling uncomfortable. If my father finds out I caused trouble on my first day at school, he'll definitely punish me, Jiang Yu said nervously, rubbing his small bottom. We didn't do anything wrong. They were the ones being too aggressive, Su Qingshi said with dissatisfaction. But the teacher is on their side, Xia Yanji pointed out, noticing only the three of them were punished while others still sat calmly in class. I definitely can't let my father know, Su Qingshi thought. If Su Heming found out he had fought at school today, he would be punished too. But didn't he already send someone to call your father here? Jiang Yu asked. What's there to worry about? My father isn't usually home, and I guess he doesn't know the real situation of our family, Su Qingshi said proudly, resting his chin on his hand. After all, if the teacher wanted to see his father, it wouldn't be so easy. Miss Li, the teacher wants you to go to the academy, the young servant said, looking at Li Jiwei. At first, he was surprised, such a beautiful girl in this world. Then he thought, she's pretty, but living in Shiliu Lane, her background isn't impressive. She still wants to compete with the people from the Zhen Nanwang mansion? Madam, it's best if you bring some silver coins today, the servant said before leaving. Lianjia, what kind of place is Russian Academy? Li Jiwei asked, confused, looking at Linzi. Isn't an academy just a school? Why does she need to bring more silver coins? Could Russian Academy be a bandit hideout? Is she supposed to bring money to ransom someone? Girl, does your family have children studying at Russian Academy? Linzi asked with a frown. Usually only children from modest families go to Russian Academy. With the Li family's wealth, they shouldn't lack money. If they really wanted to go to school, why not attend the Imperial Academy? Li Jiwei was surprised to hear this. When she and her father first arrived in the capital, her mother was still in Lian County. May I ask, who is the student going to school? Li Jiwei looked curiously at the young servant nearby and asked. Isn't it young Master Su Qing from your family's estate? The servant replied with a look that seemed to think Li Jiwei was slow. He thought, this girl is pretty, but she doesn't even know where her own son studies. Does she have a problem with her mind? Thinking this, the servant stepped back a little. No way, sister. Does King An really send his son to Russian Academy? Linzi swallowed hard, thinking, they say once you have a stepmother, you'll get a stepfather. But this stepmother hasn't even entered the house, and the father already sent his own son to Russian Academy?
This.
Big sister Lin, I'll go take a look, Li Jiwei said apologetically to Linzi. Without hesitation, She hurried after the servant toward Russian Academy. She was worried. Su Qing must not get into trouble. Cui Guo also quickly followed her young lady, worried something might happen. She even called a servant skilled in martial arts to come along. She was also worried that if something really happened and her young lady couldn't handle it, she could inform the king and's residence. Lindsay didn't blame Li Jiwei for her rudeness. Instead, she happily shared the good news with her friend Chu Shi. When Li Jiwei arrived at Russian Academy in a hurry, she saw a few children looking disheveled, hanging outside the gate. Stepmother, Su Qing, who had just looked indifferent, saw Li Jiwei rushing over and immediately looked upset. What happened? Are you hurt? Li Jiwei saw the injuries on Su Qing's face and was alarmed. She didn't care what others thought and quickly stepped forward to check her. Seeing only minor scratches on her hand, she finally relaxed. She then looked at Xia Yanji and Jiangyu nearby. She hadn't seen Jiangyu before, but she had met Xia Yanji. She also quickly checked him. Xia Yanji looked fine, and Li Jiwei checked Jiangyu as well. All three children had only minor injuries, and she finally felt a little relieved. Why are you here to study? This was something Li Jiwei found very confusing. Even though no one had told her about the identities of these two people, she knew they must be either very wealthy or very noble. Otherwise, Princeton wouldn't trust them to play with Su Qingshi. Stepmother, father said we need to learn a lesson, so he sent us here to school, Su Qingshi said with a pout, looking very sad. What Su Qingshi didn't dare tell Li Jiwei was that they had been naughty and hidden inside a black box, which is why Su Himing punished them. Father also wants you to go to a good school. Can't you find a better academy? Even though Li Jiwei was new to the capital, from Lin Zi's words, she could tell that Rushan Academy probably wasn't very good. When the new teacher, Master Feng, heard Li Jiwei say she wanted to find a better academy, he immediately got very angry. Even if Rushan Academy wasn't the best in the city, it wasn't a place where just anyone could get in. How dare these mischievous kids complain? Master Feng didn't know that the three young masters were very noble. He thought they were just ordinary children. And these three reckless boys even dared to offend young Master Luo. Madam, you have quite a big mouth. Rushan Academy isn't a place just anyone can enter, Master Feng said unhappily. Hello, Master, Li Jiwei said, surprised at first, then nodded politely. Humph. Master Feng looked at Li Jiwei's simple clothes and became even more convinced that she came from an ordinary family. Li Jiwei thought, how am I simple? In fact, today she was wearing the finest Yunluo brocade, and on her head was a jade hairpin that looked ordinary but was made of the best material. Li Jiwei was from the wealthy Li family. She had seen many fine things, so she wouldn't settle for anything less. Master, I wonder how our child got so badly hurt. Li Jiwei took a deep breath and asked. She thought to herself, Rushan Academy really isn't very good. The children are hurt like this, and the teacher outside the classroom is still glaring at me. Su Himing also didn't understand why his father had sent his son to such a school. Looking at the teacher, who didn't seem to recognize him or his son, Li Jiwei didn't think this teacher could teach good students. The king's mansion is not bad, so why don't they choose carefully? If there is no school, they can just build one. Then no one would dare look down on others. Thinking of this, Li Jiwei straightened her back and looked at Master Feng with some displeasure. Why are you all injured? These mischievous kids fought with others. What do their injuries matter? Seeing Luo Jing'an, who was bandaged inside, Master Feng felt even angrier. Your child, I can't teach him anymore. You should take him home quickly. The master waved his hand, trying to chase them away. It was clearly them who started it. You only punish us. Why don't you punish that fat boy? When has Su Qing ever suffered such a loss? Exactly. We were just sitting there when that fat boy came up and asked us to help him put on shoes, Xia Yanji also said unhappily. That fat boy even spat on us. Why do you only punish us and not them? Jiangyu looked angrily at the master. Master, since you say they fought with others, where is the other person? Surely they didn't just slap themselves, right? Li Jiwei was unhappy when she heard this. This master was clearly biased towards others, and she had just looked over. Those children were taller than Su Qing and the others. This master was only blaming the younger children? That's clearly unfair. Nonsense. It's obvious you started the fight. My students have never fought before. Why is it that when you came, they fought with you? Master Feng didn't expect these children to speak so openly in front of adults. He immediately got angry and wanted to hit them. Master, I'm still here. Even if my child is wrong, we will teach him at home. It's not your place to hit him, Li Jiwei said with a dark face. She was still here, and this master wanted to hit her. If she weren't present, who knew how he would bully Su Qing? Thinking of this, Li Jiwei decided she would never send her children to that useless school again. Oh my! Which scoundrel dares to hit you, my son? Before the master could answer Li Jiwei, a chubby woman burst into tears and rushed in. Madame Luo, why are you here in person? Seeing the visitor, Master Foam quickly changed his tone. My son was beaten. How could I not come? Where is my son? How is he injured? Lady Luo looked into the classroom with worry. Mother, you're here. If you hadn't come, my child would have been beaten to death. As soon as she finished speaking, a chubby little boy came out of the room. That boy's face was only slightly bruised. And he was taller than Jiang Yu by a head. Did he get beaten to death? Li Jiwei also felt that today she had really been caught off guard and learned something new. Who dares to hit my son? Lady Luo was upset when she heard this. Seeing her son's injuries, she felt even more distressed. Foam teacher, I asked my son to come to your school. Is this how you teach children? My son is hurt like this. Today, you must give me an explanation. Lady Luo pointed angrily at Foam teacher and questioned him. Madam, you're right. It's my fault for not watching carefully. Next time, I won't let the young master get hurt. Foam teacher changed his attitude completely, bowing and apologizing to Lady Luo. Li Jiwei was also surprised. So, people can be so different in how they treat others? But she wasn't stupid. She knew that this teacher was trying to intimidate her. Could it be that this lady's background is very powerful? More impressive than Princeton? Who is this person? Li Jiwei asked the three children curiously. I don't know. Su Qingshi answered without hesitation. I've never seen her. She probably isn't an important person. Xia Yanji knew the noblewomen in the capital very well. He hadn't seen her before, so she probably wasn't one of the noblewomen from the capital. I don't know her either. But I think I've seen this chubby woman somewhere before. Jiang Yu couldn't remember where he had seen Luo Jing'an before. If she uses her status to pressure us, can we push back? Li Jiwei asked uncertainly. If her background is bigger than Prince Anne's, I'm afraid our actions might backfire. We might make things worse. Stepmother, you can try to push back. I don't believe that with our three family strength, we can be overpowered by this ugly woman. Su Qingshi crossed his arms, looking proud. What about your family? Li Jiwei nodded and looked at Jiang Yu and Xia Yanji. She was a bit confused. She had been told to come here, so their family should have come too, right? Today, my father took my mother to the village and won't return until tomorrow, Jiang Yu said with a look of displeasure. He suspects that the reason he was sent to this poor school is because his father finds him annoying. They probably couldn't find my home, thought Xia Yanji. All right, since I am here today, I will definitely stand up for you, Li Jiwei said, patting the shoulders of the three children. Thank you, stepmother. Thank you, beautiful aunt. Thank you, beautiful aunt. The three voices spoke at once, and everyone seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. They were really worried that the person coming might be their father. After all, their father's punishments are really harsh. Their voices quickly caught the attention of Madame Luo. She was proud of her status as the mother of the Crown Prince's heir and was used to being respectfully called Madame Luo. She didn't like these children at first glance. They had a kind of noble air that her son didn't have. This made Madame Luo feel a bit jealous. As for Li Jiwei, when Madame Luo saw how stunningly beautiful Li Jiwei's face was, she first gasped, then her eyes filled with jealousy. Who is this little troublemaker? Madame Luo, it was this trio who hit your young master. The person is one of the children's mother, Foam Fuzi said quickly when she saw Li Jiwei and the others. She sneered inwardly. These people, if they don't die today, they will be skinned. Let them open their eyes and see clearly, not everyone is someone they can offend. So, you little brats, you dare to hit my son? Madame Luo said angrily, stepping forward to scold. Li Jiwei frowned first, thinking that this lady was really rude. She only saw a small injury on her son's face, but didn't notice that the 3 children also had injuries on their faces, which looked worse than the ones on her chubby son. Madame Luo, look at these 3 children. Their injuries are not lighter than your son's. Besides, your son is taller than our children. Why would he bully the weak? Li Jiwei said, standing protectively behind the children, a bit displeased. You lowly girl, are you instigating them to hit my son? Madame Luo, who already disliked Li Jiwei's overly beautiful face, was even more furious when she saw Li Jiwei blaming her son. Madam, everything should be based on evidence. Besides, your son's injuries are much lighter than those of our 3 children, Li Jiwei said, rolling up the sleeves of the 3 children. Son, show your injuries too. Madame Luo didn't believe her own son would hurt anyone without reason. Today, she was determined to get justice for her son. Luo Jing'an shook his head wildly at the injury on his backside. He didn't want to be seen exposing himself in front of so many people. The 3 little ones exchanged mischievous glances. They had deliberately hit the parts of the fat man's body that couldn't be seen. Useless kids, Madame Luo said angrily, upset to see her son like this. Madam, since your son only has these injuries on his face, shouldn't we also talk about your son hurting my child? Li Jiwei thought Luo Jing'an's injuries were only on his face. Of course, it was those bratty kids who attacked my son first. If you don't pay me 500 taels of silver today, I won't let this go. Madame Luo said proudly, thinking about how she could buy many pig's feet with that money. 500 taels. Li Jiwei sneered. Such a small injury, and this madam dares to ask for 500 taels? Does she really think she's dealing with a fool? She remembered the servant telling her to bring extra silver coins when she left home. So, this was all for this? Today, either pay my son 500 taels of silver, or I will have someone break the legs of these 3 brats. Madame Luo glared fiercely at Su Qing and the others. Su Qing and the others, though mischievous, were still children.
They were so scared they kept stepping back.
Stepmother, maybe we should give her the money. I have some, Su Qing whispered. Don't be afraid. We don't need to give her this money. Li Jiwei comforted Su Qing first, then looked at Madame Luo with a sneer. I've seen poor people before, but this is the first time I've seen someone like Madame who steals money, Li Jiwei said sarcastically. Li Jiwei had only recently arrived in the capital. Although Lady Luo had heard about Li Jiwei's connection to the ruined Marquis family, she had never seen her in person. After all, a small Luo family had no right to attend the grand banquets of noble families. Otherwise, Lady Luo wouldn't be unfamiliar with Su Qing's group. At this moment, Lady Luo saw Li Jiwei as just an ordinary woman from a common family. She thought that while the Luo family couldn't offend the high-status families in the city, dealing with this ordinary woman was as easy as crushing a tiny ant. After thinking this through, Lady Luo looked at Li Jiwei with disdain, as if she were looking at a dead person. Madam Su, I advise you to be sensible. If you want to settle this with compensation, the Luo family is not someone a small family like yours can offend. Foam, the teacher, sneered as he looked at Li Jiwei and pretended to give advice. Li Jiwei smiled faintly and thought to herself how many times she had cursed Su Hemming in her mind. This man was truly blind. When choosing a school for his son, he didn't bother to check the character of the teacher first. The teacher from the Russian Academy clearly had poor character, yet he still dared to send his child there. Meanwhile, Su Hemming, who was on duty, kept sneezing nonstop. Chingsong secretly watched his prince several times, wondering if the prince had caught a cold. Madam Su, you really don't know how to read the situation, Foam said angrily, flicking his sleeve. He had kindly advised Madam Su to avoid suffering, but she refused to listen. Now, She would suffer the consequences, and he couldn't be blamed for not warning her. Thinking this, Foam stood to the side, watching the scene unfold like an onlooker. Li Jiwei didn't care about Feng's attitude. She had no intention of letting Su Qing's group come to this broken school anymore. She didn't need to worry about the teacher giving her children a hard time. As for this so-called madam, in the past, Li Jiwei might have been a bit cautious, but now that she had received the emperor's imperial decree, she was the princessin. Moreover, they had already been married in a formal ceremony before. Su Heming believed they should have a proper wedding that truly belonged to both of them, not a rushed one. She would also protect Su Heming's children. As for Xia Yan and Jiang Yu, since they were friends of Su Qing, she would protect them too. Since I am the daughter-in-law of the Prince of Jianan's family, do you think you can fight against me? Lady Ruo did not see any fear on Li Jiwei's face, which made her a bit annoyed. She had to reveal her identity. In the past, when others heard her identity, they would be so scared that they would apologize repeatedly. The Prince of Jianan held military power. Who in the capital dared to offend him? Li Jiwei frowned when she heard this. Su Qingji looked very unhappy. The Prince of Jianan's in-law? What kind of joke was that? When the Prince of Jianan saw his own father, he would be polite. But this in-law, asking him to pay 500 taels out of the blue? Wow, I thought I was someone important, Jiang Yu said with a laugh. The Prince of Jianan? She's crazy. She dares to threaten you with the Prince of Jianan. Xia Yanji also laughed angrily. She said she's the Prince of Jianan's in-law. Which in-law? The prince has many sons, Xia Yanji said sharply. Probably the most foolish one, the daughter of a wealthy family of the heir's wife, Jiang Yu said with a smile. After all, in the capital, the crown prince's son married a daughter from a wealthy family. He thought that chubby girl looked familiar. Maybe they met once at the Prince of Jianan's banquet. Is your father more powerful than the Prince of Jianan? Li Jiwei whispered to Su Qingji. Don't worry, stepmother. Even if the Prince of Jianan comes, he won't dare to do anything to me. Just tell her off. If anything happens, my father will support you, Su Qingji promised confidently. Li Jiwei felt relieved after hearing this. After all, this lady, who used her power to pressure others, wasn't the only one with a backing. She had her own support too. Both are princes, but no one could say who was stronger. However, she was the future princess, while the other was just the daughter of a young lady, inherently one step below her. Li Jiwei felt much more at ease. I thought I was some big shot, but I'm just a family member of a young lady, she thought. Before offending someone, don't you check their background? She didn't know much about the Prince of Jianan, but she knew that the prince married a girl from a wealthy family, which was a disadvantage for her. She guessed that this kind of pressure and intimidation wasn't the first time. But before, no one had met people like them. Everyone had been fooled by her status. But she wouldn't let her get away with it this time. I don't care what your status is. If you hurt my son, you must pay with money quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you, Lady Luo said impatiently. Paying money is fine, but your son also hurt my child. We don't want much, 1,000 taels from each of the three of you, totaling 3,000 taels. You should know, our child's injury is more than twice as serious as your son's. 1,000 taels is already a friendly price, Li Jiwei said calmly, looking at Lady Luo. It's just about money? She acts as if she doesn't know how to do it. Who are you, daring to threaten us? Even I dare not blackmail. Lady Luo didn't expect to meet someone so unpredictable today. She was furious that Li Jiwei dared to ask her for money. Usually, only others paid her family, and this was the first time someone was so reckless. Seeing Li Jiwei's charming face, Lady Luo thought of her husband's new concubine recently, and her anger rose sharply. Without thinking, she waved at the servants behind her and said, "Come here, catch these shameless girls and beat them to death." As soon as she finished speaking, several strong servants stepped forward. Cui Gua and the young servant quickly stood in front of Li Jiwei and the others, protecting them. "Miss, the servants and Shan Zi will protect you. You should quickly take the young master and the two young gentlemen away," Cui Gua said worriedly. Although she had some martial skills, there were many people on the other side. She and Shanzi might not be a match, and they also had to consider the safety of the children and Li Jiwei. Miss, you should quickly take the young masters and run, Shanzi also urged. Run? Humph. Where can I run? If you dare offend me, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Open your eyes next time. Don't offend everyone, Lady Luo said proudly. She loved watching others look scared but unable to escape. This I should return to you. You're just a small wife of a young master. Thinking you're some royal relative? In this capital, there are many families who could be second-rank officials or higher. Are you sure we are the ones you can afford to offend? Li Jiwei said, feeling a bit scared inside, but at this moment, she refused to show weakness. She didn't believe that under the Emperor's watch, anyone could be so brazen. Haha, are you saying that you are someone this lady cannot offend? Lady Luo said proudly upon hearing this. If you are really someone important, how could you send those little troublemakers here? Children from wealthy families either go to the Imperial Academy or are taught at home. Do you think that just by saying a few bold words, I will be afraid? Lady Luo looked at Li Jiwei with a proud expression. Clearly, she didn't take Li Jiwei's words seriously. She only felt that these people were just ants she could easily bully. Those troublemakers you mentioned are the Crown Prince's son, the Marquis of Yongning's son, and the eldest son of Minister Xie's family. None of them are people you, a small princess consort of the Southern King, can offend. Li Jiwei had to mention their identities to pressure Lady Luo. Haha, next are you going to say you are the Crown Princess? Haha, do you think I will believe that? If you are the Crown Princess, then I am the Empress. Bring those people and beat them to death, Lady Luo ordered her servants without hesitation. Foam Fuzi, standing nearby, crossed his arms and looked at the scene with a mocking expression as Lady Luo's people held the others down. My lady is the Crown Princess appointed by the Emperor himself. If you dare hurt my lady and the young masters, the Crown Prince will not let you go, Chuegwa shouted at Lady Luo while resisting the approaching servants. Useless things, do you think they still have strength to shout? Did our Luo family not feed you well? Lady Luo angrily scolded the guards. Chuegwa and Shanzi, already struggling, found it even harder now. Li Jiwei protected the children behind her. Su Heming, feeling uneasy about his official duties, decided to return home to check on things. He hoped nothing had happened at the estate. When Su Heming arrived at the gate of the Crown Prince's residence, he met a young servant sent from the Li family. Prince, you're finally back. The young servant had been waiting at the gate for a long time. But the gatekeeper of the Crown Prince's residence said that the Crown Prince was not at home. The young servant was anxious and was about to look for the Crown Prince when he saw Su Heming returning. Who are you? Su Heming frowned. He didn't recognize this young servant. He wasn't sure which courtyard he belonged to. Your Highness Princein, I am from the Li family. Today, someone claiming to be from Russian Academy came to take away the young lady. Sister Tsuegwa said that the person spoke harshly and also asked the young lady to bring more silver to the academy. I was told to hurry and inform the lord of the palace. The servant quickly explained. Someone from Russian Academy? Su Heming frowned, thinking that today was Su Qingshi's first day at Russian Academy. Could something have gone wrong? But why would that person come looking for Li Jiwei? Understood. You go back first. I will go to the academy now. Su Heming felt a bit nervous. Although Su Qingshi was mischievous, he was still his own son. Surely nothing serious has happened? Send someone to the Yongning Marquis' residence and the Xie family to inform them. Tell them to send people to Russian Academy. I will go and see for myself. After speaking, Su Heming took a few guards and headed toward the academy. Master, why would you send Yanji to such a place as Russian Academy? My heart keeps pounding. Could something have happened to Yanji? Mrs. Yao looked worried as she spoke to Xie Jincheng, who had just returned. Madam, Yanji needs to start learning. We can't let him grow up not knowing anything. Xie Jincheng comforted his wife. But I have a bad feeling. My eyes keep jumping, and I think something's wrong, Mrs. Yao said with a worried face. You know, children will grow up someday. They can't stay with us forever. We need to learn to let go and let them spread their wings. Xie Jincheng said. Although he also thought about his son, he believed that, as a boy, Yanji should be trained well. Thinking that Jiang Hanhai and his wife had gone to the village, he felt a bit excited. They should go out and walk around instead of always staying close to the children. Just as he was about to speak, someone arrived outside. Master, someone from Prince N's residence is here, saying you need to go to Russian Academy. The servant called from outside. Oh no, has something happened? Mrs. Yao immediately stood up, her eyes turning red. The servant quickly responded, I don't know, but people from Prince N's residence are still outside. They hurried out of the yard and went to the front hall, where they saw the servant from Prince N's residence. The visitor explained the reason for their visit to Xie Yanji. Upon hearing this, Xie Yanji also frowned. They had sent the child to Russian Academy without revealing their identity, so there was a risk someone might try to bully him. I will go and check at the academy. Xie Yan thought for a moment and said, Husband, I want to go with you. Yao was worried and quickly said, Madam, please stay at home and wait for news. Rest assured, I will bring Yan safely back. Xie Jincheng patted Yao's shoulder and strode out of the house. When Su Heming arrived at Russian Academy, he saw a group of people fighting outside the courtyard. What are you all doing? Su frowned, feeling a bad premonition. Is Russian Academy so chaotic? Are there fights outside? Father, save us quickly. Su Qingshe heard his father's voice and shouted for help without hesitation. Prince, it sounds like the eldest son's voice, Qing Song said worriedly, looking around. Dad, save me and my stepmother. They're about to beat us to death, Su Qingshe shouted again, afraid that Su Heming didn't hear him. Mrs. Luo was stunned when she heard Su Heming's voice. She turned around and saw him, feeling shocked. Could it be that what that woman just said is true? Is she really the princess of Anwang? That woman, she had never seen her before. Luo's servants, without Mrs. Luo's orders, did not stop Li Jiwei and the others. After hearing Su Qingshe's second sentence, Su Heming thought for a moment, then rushed into the crowd. With a few punches and kicks, he knocked the servants down. Li Jiwei saw Su Heming and finally relaxed. Just now, she only wanted to protect the children and endured the beating from those people. You're finally here, Li Jiwei saw Su Heming and let out a sigh of relief. But as soon as she spoke, she fainted. Jiwei? Jiwei? Su Heming reacted quickly, catching her in his arms, his heart pounding.
Wow.
Wow. Su Qingshe saw Su Heming arrive and finally dared to cry loudly. He was so scared earlier, even though his stepmother was protecting him. But he was also worried about his stepmother. Now that she had fainted, Su Qingshe was even more scared. Could she be dead? Thinking of this, Su Qingshe cried even louder.
Su Heming Flawen.
He looked coldly at Mrs. Luo beside him, not recognizing who she was at first. All he knew was that this person had bullied his princess and children. Next to them, Xie Yan and Jiang Yu saw Su Heming arrive. They felt relieved and watched Su Qing's tears, with the two children crying loudly as well. Enough, don't cry first. Tell me what happened, Su Heming said. Although he felt uncomfortable seeing his son cry, he wanted to know what had really happened. The doctor accompanying them quickly stepped forward to check Li Jiwei. Prince, the princess is just overly frightened. She's fine, the doctor said quickly. Check on the children first, Su Heming ordered coldly. He then looked coldly at the plump lady and the chubby Luo Jing'an beside her. Was it you who had someone hit my wife and children just now? Su Heming's voice was like a fierce demon from hell, making Lady Luo tremble. She had heard rumors about King and being ruthless and was familiar with the man in front of her, King and himself. Lady Luo was so frightened she couldn't speak or move. Father, why are you only coming now? If you didn't come, my children and stepmother would be beaten to death by this terrible woman, Su Qing said wisely. After crying a few times, he complained to Su Heming with a sad face. What happened? Su Heming asked. Though angry, he wanted to find out the truth and wouldn't blindly favor his son. But he would definitely settle the score with those who hurt Li Jiwei and Su Qing. This fat man suddenly came over and asked us to wipe his shoes, sweep the floor, and bow to him. When we refused, he hit us. That crazy woman also wants us to pay him money. Father, I feel so hurt. Boo-hoo. Su Qing, who had never felt so wronged before, finished crying again. Su Hemming shot a cold look at Lady Luo and Luo Jing'an. I told you to wipe my shoes. That's because I respect you, Luo Jing'an said dismissively, not understanding the situation clearly. He had always relied on the power of the South King's residents to act arrogantly. Everyone knew not to mess with him when they heard the name of the South King's residents. Luo Jing'an was just a child and thought Su Hemming and others were just wealthy people. He couldn't compare to the most powerful South King he had ever seen. Moreover, these little troublemakers were the ones who started the fight. I fought back and they got what they deserved. They dared to hit me, so they should pay me compensation. Luo Jing'an looked proudly at Su Qing and the others and said, Since you are his father, you should quickly pay him money. Otherwise, when my brother-in-law arrives later, this won't be so easy to settle. Do you know who my brother-in-law is? Luo Jing'an looked at Su Hemming with great pride and arrogance.
Oh.
I want to know who your brother-in-law is, I said. Su Hemming was amused by Luo Jing'an's arrogant attitude. In this city, even princes show him respect because he is close to the emperor and skilled with a sword. No one has dared to challenge him before. Today, he was underestimated by a young boy. He realized he was just a small sword wielder and opened his eyes. But today, he wanted to see which powerful person in the city didn't take his family seriously. My little brother-in-law is the heir of the South King. When he arrives, all of you insignificant ants will die, Luo Jing'an said proudly. Since his older sister married the heir of the South King, he has been walking confidently in the city. No one dares offend him. Those who did were afraid of the South King's influence and paid money to avoid trouble. Luo Jing'an thought it would be the same this time.
Ha!
The South King's residence?
Su Hemming's na.
I thought he was someone important, but it turns out he's just the useless heir of the South King. Mrs. Luo, who had been stunned for a while, finally realized what her son had said. Please spare me, Your Highness. I didn't mean to offend you, Mrs. Luo begged, trembling and kneeling before Su Hemming. Mother, why are you begging him? When my brother-in-law arrives, all these people will die. Luo Jing'an was still dreaming about how powerful his brother-in-law was, not knowing that in this city, the real powerful figure was the heir of the South King, and his status wouldn't help him now. Jing'an kneeled quickly. Mrs. Luo nervously pulled her son, feeling very scared. She never expected that Princeton would actually let her son study at a small school like Yushan Academy. Girl, we don't need to beg him. Hurry up and get up. Why are you afraid of them? Luo Jing'an, not understanding the situation, thought his mother's behavior was a bit cowardly. Don't be proud just yet. When my brother-in-law comes, it will be your doom, Luo Jing'an shouted at the others. When Xie Jincheng arrived at the academy, he saw the tense scene and was very shocked. Old Su, are you okay? Xie Jincheng quickly rushed over and asked. Seeing Li Jiwei unconscious, Xie Jincheng took a deep breath. Wow, Su Hemming seems to have had a romantic encounter here. Father, you finally came? What kind of broken academy did you find for me? I almost got beaten to death. Xie Yanji, who had been holding back, finally couldn't hold it anymore. He hugged Xie Jincheng's leg and cried loudly. Xie Jincheng had never seen his son like this. Just as he wanted to comfort him, he noticed his son's face was full of injuries. Yanji, what's wrong with you? Xie Jincheng thought to himself, this wouldn't be good if Mrs. Yao found out that his son was injured on his first day at the academy. Wouldn't she cause trouble for him? Then he thought about it. Who dares to hurt his son? Father, look at my face, look at my hands. If you don't come soon, you won't see your son anymore, Xie Yanji cried painfully. This made Madame Luo lower her head even more. And Wang, she couldn't handle this. She didn't know this man's identity, but judging by his fine clothes, he was probably someone the Luo family couldn't afford to offend. Who dares to hit someone from my Xie family? Xie Jincheng looked at the bruises and cuts on his son's face and hands, furious. Next to him, Master Feng had already hidden away. He didn't expect these two people to have such a big background. Thinking back, he had been only speaking in favor of Madame Luo and Luo Jing'an. He felt very nervous inside. Mother, it was them. It was that fat man who led people to beat us three. That fat lady even had her servants hold us and hit us. If Auntie Piao hadn't brought her people to protect us, you might have seen my body instead of my face now. Boo-hoo. Thinking of what just happened, Xie Yanji cried out in fear. Are you trying to harm my son? Xie Jincheng walked up to Madame Luo, glaring fiercely at Lady Jean and demanding, Is that what you want? To kill my son? Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Madame Luo quickly shook her head. At this moment, she dared not admit that she wanted harm to come to those children. Go away. Who are you to treat us like this? Luo Jing'an angrily scolded Xie Jincheng. I should be asking you that. How dare you hurt the Prince of An's residence, the Xie family, and the people of the Yongning Marquis? Xie Jincheng looked at Jiang Yu, who was also injured, and pressed Madame Luo. Madame Luo was already scared. She knew the Xie family was a powerful family in the capital, not someone Luo family could offend, especially not the Yongning Marquis' residence. I don't care who you are, Xie family or Prince's residence. Since you dared to hit me, you must pay. Otherwise, I will have my brother-in-law beat you all to death. Luo Jing'an, who had never faced such a situation, stood up and yelled at Xie Jincheng, pointing at his nose. Lord Xie, I was ignorant. Please forgive me. Madame Luo, frightened, quickly covered Luo Jing'an's mouth and apologized to Xie Jincheng. Father, he said he wants to kill us. Father, I am so scared. Xie Yanji, hearing this, hurriedly clung to Xie Jincheng's leg, looking terrified. Kill us all? I want to see who has such great power that they can kill us. Xie Jincheng patted his son and said angrily. Qingsong, go to the Prince of Jianan's residence and invite the prince over. Su Heming wanted to see if the prince had the courage to kill them all. Your Highness, the Prince of Jianan left the capital for the border city a few days ago, Qingsong whispered. Then invite the princess and the crown prince to come here, Su Heming said, recalling the matter. Your Highness, the princess is injured and shouldn't stay here long. Why not take them back to the yamen? A young servant nearby suggested softly, looking at the situation. Yes, I will send them back first. Jincheng, take them to the yamen. I will go there later. Su Heming nodded, worried about Li Jiwei's condition, and said, All right, take the sister-in-law and children back to the Inwang residence for safety. Please send someone to inform my wife at the Xie family to come and pick them up. Xie Jincheng agreed, feeling a bit guilty seeing Li Jiwei's condition. After all, Li Jiwei also protected her children. If Li Jiwei hadn't brought people to guard the three children, I can't imagine how those big, strong servants could have beaten them so easily. Cui Gua and Shanzi were also hurt, but since they knew some fighting skills, they fared a little better than Li Jiwei. You two should go to the government office with Lord Xie first. Once you know what's happening, report everything clearly before returning to the mansion, Su Heming said to them. Cui Gua looked at the unconscious Li Jiwei with worry. But when she thought of that hateful Lady Luo, Cui Gua didn't hesitate. She nodded and said seriously, Please take good care of my young lady. Your Highness, go to the estate and ask the Marquis of Yongning and his wife to come back. Tell them their child was hurt and to come quickly. Xie Jincheng ordered his servant to find Jiang Hanhai and his wife. They were overwhelmed with worries here. How could Jiang Hanhai and his wife stay out of it? Even their son was involved in the fight. Madam, the young master's wife is outside asking to see you, Chang Mama said to the Princess of Jinnan. Let her go back. The Princess of Jinnan was angry just thinking about her son marrying that troublesome Lady Luo. She was stubborn and didn't understand what Lady Luo had told her to make her insist on marrying her. She saw no good in Lady Luo. Her background was poor, her looks were average, she knew nothing about music, chess, calligraphy, or painting, and she couldn't manage a household or handle finances. How could someone like her uphold the reputation of the Jinnan prince's mansion? If she took her out, it would shame the family. But Lady Luo had no self-awareness. Every time she saw her, she felt annoyed. Madam, the young master's wife is just a bit straightforward. Don't let it make you angry and harm your health. Chang Mama comforted her with a smile. What am I angry about? They are the ones living their lives. From now on, it will be their embarrassment, the princess of Junnan said insincerely. I just worry that if our big Junnan prince's mansion really falls into their hands, it will become a mess. She thought bitterly about Lady Luo's petty attitude. At first, she didn't want to accept Lady Luo. But the thing she did truly opened her eyes. She remembered the days when she first entered the mansion and handed over the household management to her. She ate salted vegetable buns for 3 days in a row, which caused a big embarrassment for the household. Thinking of this, the princess consort of Jinan became angry. Madame Chong sighed, but decided not to persuade the princess consort to meet with Lady Luo anymore, as Lady Luo had done many outrageous things that were hard to count. Just as Madame Chong was about to leave to tell Lady Luo that the princess was not available, the butler hurried over. Madam, the officials have arrived. They want you, the heir, and the heir's wife to go there quickly, said butler Wu Zhuji. Officials? Have they said what it's about? The princess consort of Jinan felt a bad premonition, especially since she had to bring those 2 troublesome people. No, they didn't say. They just asked you to go quickly. The butler shook his head. And the heir? The princess thought about Lady Luo waiting outside to see her. She wondered where her foolish son was. He's gone out today. I will go find him, the butler replied. He knew the heir was probably out drinking with some friends, but he didn't dare tell the princess that. Go find him. The princess took a deep breath. She knew her good eldest son probably hadn't done anything good. She thought that her son and Lady Luo really weren't a good match. Neither of them was in the right. Seeing Lady Luo standing outside, the princess said coldly, "Let's go." "Mother-in-law, where are we going?" Lady Luo was happy that her mother-in-law finally wanted to talk to her. Princess consort Jinan didn't want to listen to Lady Luo's chatter at all. She also felt that being called to the official's office might be related to Lady Luo. So, she didn't want to talk to her even more. But Lady Luo didn't think the same way. Recently, she had been trying very hard to please her mother-in-law, but unfortunately, the princess was ignoring her completely. She didn't even want to see her. Now that her mother-in-law was finally willing to take her out, she wanted to show her best side and make her mother-in-law see her differently. Thinking that her mother-in-law was taking her out to see the world, Lady Luo felt proud inside. Even though her mother-in-law still looked indifferent to her, Lady Luo's lips never stopped smiling. The princess of Junnan rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking, I've seen fools before, but never one this foolish. I don't even know what her son sees in the Luo family woman, yet he keeps arguing to marry her. If you ask whether her son truly likes this Luo woman, the answer is probably no. Since she entered the family, Zhou Fenghua still goes out every day to enjoy himself. This woman doesn't try to win her husband's affection but instead spends her time flaunting herself in front of him. The servant found Zhou Fenghua at the Red Pavilion, where he was drinking and holding a woman. Even the heir is better. Even if he marries the woman he loves, he still goes out to have fun, every day. Haha, you probably don't know. The reason I married Luo is because she comes from a low background, Zhou Fenghua said proudly as he drank. Oh? Why is that? The young man beside him asked curiously. She's from a small family. Does she think she can control me? Her family is just trying to flatter me, but what can they do? I haven't done anything wrong, so they can't do anything to me, Zhou Fenghua said, laughing proudly. Wow, that's a clever move, young master. The young man poured him another cup of wine, praising him with words, but a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. Zhou Fenghua was lost in his own happiness, happily drinking. Hey, young master, you better stop drinking. The princess is looking for you, the servant said, worried about his slightly drunk master. After all, he was supposed to go to the government office soon, and he looked like this. She's looking for me? Could it be that Luo is using my mother's name to call me back? Zhou Fenghua asked with a displeased look. His mother never cared about how he spent his days out enjoying himself. Young master, please stop drinking. The princess has something important to discuss with you. The servant looked at him with a troubled expression, but he didn't dare say openly that the princess wanted him to go to the government office. Young master, you should go back quickly. Maybe the princess really needs to see you, the others advised, though they felt a bit disappointed. Zhou Fenghua hesitated but agreed, knowing that the princess of Zhennan rarely sent people to find him. The servant wasn't from his or Luo's household. But when Zhou Fenghua saw that the servant was not taking him back to the residence, he became unhappy. "Wait, where are you taking me? Don't treat me like a fool. This isn't the way back to the prince's mansion," Zhou Fenghua said, shaking his head and pointing at the servant. "Your Highness, the princess consort asked you to go to the magistrate's office with her," the servant replied, secretly sighing. What a troublesome task. Why did it have to fall to him? If the young master sobered up and blamed him, he would surely suffer for it. And when the princess consort saw the young master in such a state, she would not be pleased either. After Su Heming brought Li Jiwei back to the Prince of An's residence, he quickly told Lu Ming to find the family doctor. Although the doctor who had accompanied them earlier said Li Jiwei was fine, Su Heming still felt uneasy. Lu Ming didn't understand what had happened to Li Jiwei, but he dared not delay and hurried to fetch the doctor. When the old Princess Dowager heard that Li Jiwei had been carried back by Su Heming, she became very worried. "Oh dear, my poor grandchild. What happened to you?" she exclaimed. Before she could check on Li Jiwei, she noticed the injuries on Su Qingshi's face and felt a sharp pain in her heart. "Grandmother, I'm fine," Su Qingshi said, shaking his head, though his eyes kept glancing toward the room. He was still very worried about Li Jiwei. Those people had been so fierce. If Li Jiwei and the others hadn't protected them, he couldn't imagine how painful those blows would have been if they had landed on the three children. Xia Yanji and Jiang Yu also stayed silent, feeling sad inside. "What on earth were you all doing?" the old Princess Dowager asked anxiously, seeing the three children with bruised faces. Su Qingshi pouted and told her everything that had happened at Russian Academy that day. "What a bunch of scoundrels!" the old Princess Dowager exclaimed, shocked. She hadn't expected Li Jiwei's life to be so difficult. First the trouble with that foolish Ling Qi, and now this suffering at the academy. Last time, she had been taken away by others. This time, she was hurt while protecting her grandson. Thinking of this, the old Princess Dowager felt deeply saddened. This child truly had a hard fate. "Grandmother, it's my fault. I shouldn't have fought with that boy," Su Qingshi said regretfully, afraid that Li Jiwei might not wake up. If he had known this would happen, he would never have fought. Then his stepmother wouldn't have been hurt. "This isn't your fault," the old Princess Dowager said softly. "Some people are simply too arrogant." Thinking about that minor relative from the Prince of Zhennan's residence, who dared to attack the people from the Anwang residence, the old Queen Mother plans to wait until Li Jiwei is stable before personally going to complain to the Empress Dowager. The princess consort is not seriously hurt, only some superficial cuts. She was just nervous earlier, which caused her to faint, the palace doctor quickly explained after checking her pulse. "Everyone, please take good care of the princess consort," Su Heming said, finally relaxing and calling two maids to give instructions. After leaving the room, Su Heming saw the old Queen Mother also coming over. "Mother, why are you here?" Su Heming asked quickly. "I wouldn't have known if I didn't come. Jiwei has suffered so much. If you want to teach the children, I have nothing to say. As they grow older, their father should teach them. But what kind of place is the Russian Academy? You didn't bother to find out, and just sent the children there. Luckily, Jiwei arrived in time today. Without her, you are always busy and rarely seen. As an old wife, I can only worry," the old Queen Mother said, looking at her son with some disappointment. The child knows he was wrong. Su Heming felt very regretful at this moment. If he had checked things carefully, neither his son nor Li Jiwei would have suffered this. Enough. Now is not the time to argue about who is right or wrong. You also need to give Jiwei and Qingshi an explanation. The old Queen Mother knew her son wouldn't just let this go. If those people weren't dealt with, she herself would find it hard to let go of her anger. The child will go to the government office now. "Mother, thank you for your concern," Su Heming said, clearly not having much time to stay at home. If he didn't worry about Li Jiwei, he would have gone to the office already. "Don't worry, your wife, will take care of things here," the old Queen Mother nodded. "Father, I want to go with you," Qingshi suddenly said, grabbing Su Heming's hand seriously. Uncle Su, we also want to go, Xia Yanji and Jiang Yu said together. Li Jiwei was hurt because of them, and they want to go and stand up for her. What are you going to do? Stay at home, Su Heming frowned. The children going along wouldn't solve anything. It was better for them to stay at home. Father, those bad people are the ones I brought here. Stepmother was just unlucky. I should find the bad guys and avenge her, Su Qing said angrily, holding her small hand tightly. Our children in the Inwang mansion are brave, not cowards. Let them go, the old Wang Fei said happily. The old Wang Fei was pleased with Su Qing's growth and felt reassured because with Su Heming around, those people wouldn't dare harm her grandson. Madame Jean, the wife of the Yongning Marquis, looked angrily at Jiang Hanhai and demanded, say that again. Madame Jean thought Jiang Hanhai must be crazy. He actually sent her precious son to Russian Academy. If he had sent the child to the Imperial College, she wouldn't mind. After all, the child was grown up and needed to go to school. But he sent him to Russian Academy. Doesn't he know that the reputation of Russian Academy is very bad? Madam, don't be angry. It's not just you are going there. Xie from the Xie family and Qingshi from the Prince An's mansion are also going. With the three of them together, they'll surely get along well at Russian Academy, Jiang Hanhai said flatteringly, looking at Madame Jean. Jiang Hanhai, you tricked me into this broken place just to send my son to that bad school. If my son loses even a single hair, you'll pay for it. Madame Jean was angry, but she had no other choice. She could only go back and bring him back. Whoever likes that school can go there. If she couldn't do anything about it, she would send Jiang Hanhai, this troublesome man, there. After all, he loves going to school, right? Let him go enough times. It's true. It's not about fearing a divine opponent, but about having pig-like teammates. Jiang Hanhai, the pig teammate, flattered Madame Jean with a smile. Madam, don't be angry. I was just worried about you. Lately, you haven't been eating well or sleeping well. I thought it was because that brat made you angry, so I sent him to school. Madame Jin's anger had subsided a bit, but hearing Jiang Hanhai say that, her temper flared up again. Why can't she sleep or eat well? Isn't it all because this clueless man put a little baby in her belly? If anyone's to blame, it's Jiang Hanhai. Jiang Hanhai, are you speaking honestly? Do you know why I can't sleep or eat well? Madame Jean thought about it and became even angrier. Madam, I'll go back and beat that brat, Jiang Hanhai said with a smile. Although Jin's personality is fiery, she is complimentary to Jiang Hanhai. Jean is the daughter of a military family, while Jiang is indecisive, so he prefers to listen to his wife about everything. Anyway, thanks to his ancestors' protection, he doesn't need to do much and will never worry about food or clothing in his life. Jiang Hanhai, I can't eat well or sleep well because I'm pregnant. What does that have to do with you? Or if anyone's to blame, it's you. Without you, I wouldn't be pregnant, Jean said angrily, still blaming her son. Pregnant? How is that possible? How could I be pregnant? Jiang Hanhai was surprised to hear his wife was pregnant. He was unhappy because he didn't want her to be pregnant. He just wanted to be close to his wife and enjoy their time together. Having Jiang Yu as a child already annoyed him enough. If they had another, he thought he would lose even more status. Thinking this, Jiang Hanhai secretly stared at Jin's belly, wishing the child could just disappear. Jiang Hanhai, what are you looking at? I gave birth to your children, and you're still dissatisfied. Jin looked at him angrily. I'm not dissatisfied. Jiang Hanhai quickly shook his head. Even if he didn't like it, he couldn't say so. Madam, please give me a daughter. Jiang Hanhai thought that his son was not very likable, and he wanted a soft, gentle daughter like his wife. Do you think this is buying vegetables? Wanting a son or a daughter is just what it is. Jean rolled her eyes again. She thought that if they had another child like that silly father, she would rather have a piece of roasted pork. Just a daughter. Jiang Hanhai ignored Jin's words and was sure in his heart that this would be a lovely girl. Master, madam, the Xie family has arrived. A servant hurried in. Hearing this, Jiang Hanhai had a bad feeling. Looking at his wife, who had just been comforted, She was now glaring at him fiercely. He thought, as expected, sons are the most annoying. It must be that Brad Jiangyu causing trouble again. Otherwise, Xie Jincheng wouldn't have sent someone to call him back so quickly. Zhang Hanhai, you'd better pray Yuer is safe, or you'll be in big trouble, Jean threatened him. Lao's wife, Luo, didn't understand why her mother-in-law brought her to such a place as the government office. However, since they had already come, she didn't know what her mother-in-law wanted to do. She wanted to ask, but her mother-in-law shot her a fierce look, so she dared not say anything. They just stood in the yard, and no one offered to bring them a chair or anything. She was already tired from standing. The officials really lacked common sense. Mother, why did you call me here? Zhou Fenghua, smelling of alcohol, staggered in, muttering unhappily. The princess of Jinnan looked at her drunken son with disgust, thinking to herself that her son was already useless. In broad daylight, he was drinking like this. Mother, let's go back. There's no need to stay here and bring bad luck, Zhou Fenghua said, waving some air in front of his nose. Mother, why don't you go over there? Luo Jing'an had been looking at his older sister for a long time. He had wanted to go over and tell her about his grievances today. But his mother wouldn't let him, not only stopping him from going, but also not allowing him to speak. Luo Jing'an was still waiting for Zhou Fenghua to stand up for him and to beat those hateful people. He wondered if anyone would dare treat him like this again. Mother, Luo Jing'an saw that his mother was lost in thought, so he tugged at Luo's sleeve in dissatisfaction. He didn't understand what was wrong with his mother. Weren't the people who offended him usually dealt with well? Today, those 3 rude people, and his mother was scared? Luo's mother dared not step forward. The princess of Jinnan looked so proud that she didn't dare speak when she approached her. Moreover, offending King and was something she found hard to admit. If her daughter and son-in-law were here, she might have the courage to go and plead. But with her mother-in-law present, Luo's mother didn't dare. However, Luo Jing'an didn't want to stay back just because his mother was afraid. Seeing his mother hiding aside, Luo Jing'an didn't care about anything else. Older sister, brother-in-law, please help me. Luo Jing'an, a chubby boy, hurriedly ran to Zhou Fenghua and Luo's side, looking sad. Who are you? The princess of Jinnan frowned at the suddenly appearing chubby boy. Mother-in-law, this is my younger brother from my family. Luo's sister was surprised at first, then quickly explained. Hearing this, the princess of Jinnan said nothing more, but her disgust was clear in her eyes, and she didn't hide it from the 2 of them. Who do you think I am? Oh, it's my little brother-in-law, Zhou Fenghua said, then hiccuped. Jing'an, why are you here? Mrs. Luo asked happily but then frowned. After all, her younger brother had just asked her to speak for him. Who would dare offend even her brother? They clearly didn't respect the prince of Jinnan's residence. Big sister, brother-in-law, I am about to be bullied to death. You must stand up for me today, Luo Jing'an said, then started to cry sadly. Child, stop talking nonsense. Don't cause trouble for your sister and brother-in-law, Mrs. Luo quickly warned, then looked at the princess of Jinnan with a friendly smile and said, the future mother-in-law is also here. What a coincidence. Who do you think you are, my future mother-in-law? The princess's face darkened. She didn't like Mrs. Luo, and she especially disliked her mother. Besides, the Luo family was just an ordinary merchant family, a nouveau riche. Mrs. Luo felt a bit embarrassed. She knew the future mother-in-law looked down on families like theirs, but her son had already married her daughter, so she didn't expect such a difficult relationship. For a moment, Mrs. Luo's face also looked a little unhappy. Mother, why are you here too? Luo said softly, pulling Mrs. Luo aside and whispering. For some reason, she suddenly felt a bit anxious. Her mother-in-law had called her and her husband to the government office. Could it be because of her mother and brother? Thinking of this, Luo clenched Mrs. Luo's hand tighter. Ying, you must help your brother, Mrs. Luo whispered, tears in her voice. Mother, what happened? If you want me to help my brother, you should tell me what's going on, Luo asked nervously. She thought that if her brother really got into trouble, she would naturally help. But now, her position in her husband's family was very awkward. If her brother was in trouble, her mother-in-law wouldn't step in. Thinking of this, Ying looked at Zhou Fenghua hopefully, but unfortunately, he was just kicking stones on the ground impatiently and didn't even glance at them. Today, my brother had a small argument with some children at school, Mrs. Luo whispered. Is that all? Mother, why does my daughter need to get involved in this? If things really can't be helped, just pay some money. If they refuse, you can use your daughter's status to pressure them. What's the big deal about that? The people from Mountain Academy all come from ordinary backgrounds, so they probably don't have connections with powerful officials. Why would they scare their own mother like that? We told them, but they didn't take us seriously, Mrs. Luo whispered. But in her heart, she thought she couldn't tell her daughter yet. It's about the Inwang mansion, the Xie family, and the Yongding Marquis people. Otherwise, her daughter and son-in-law might not want to stand up for her son. Both her hands and her heart were full of worries. She didn't want to hide things from her daughter, but her son was also very important to her. In this city, there are still people who refuse to buy from our Prince of Zhennan's estate? Luo Ying sneered. Angrily, her voice rose a little, catching the attention of the nearby princess of Zhennan and Zhou Fenghua. The princess of Zhennan was a notable person. She quickly linked today's invitation from the Inwang to the Luo family's mother and son. Mrs. Luo, take care of your family. Don't let just anyone, even stray cats and dogs, try to get close to our Prince of Zhennan's estate, she said coldly. Zhou Fenghua, standing nearby, looked at Luo Ying with some displeasure. She thought, this girl from a small family, though easy to handle, caused a lot of trouble over trivial matters. She wanted to find trouble just because of small things? She really thought she had plenty of free time? At this moment, Anwang arrived with Su Qingshi and others at the government office. From afar, they saw the group from the Zhennan estate and Mrs. Luo's family. Brother-in-law, it's those bratty kids. They even dared to hit me. Look at the bruise on my face. That's from them. Luo Jing'an immediately complained, grabbing Zhou Fenghua's hand. Seeing Su Qingshi and the others, the enemies' faces darkened with anger. Luo Jing'an was furious and couldn't help but complain. The princess of Zhennan also sneered with anger. If she didn't understand why Anwang invited her here, she would have wasted all these years as the princess of Anwang. Zhou Fenghua, who was drunk earlier, suddenly sobered up when she saw Su Heming arrive. This was not someone she could afford to offend. Are you crazy? Do you know who he is? If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Zhou Fenghua shouted, slapping Luo Jing'an's head. Her only thought was it's over. Everyone knew Zhou Fenghua was fearless of heaven and earth, but she was most afraid of Anwang. You should know that once, he went out drinking and angered Princeton. As a result, he was sent to the military camp to train hard for a month. That month was like hell for him. Since then, whenever he saw Princeton, he would avoid him. Now, this brat in front of him actually wants to seek revenge for him? He himself doesn't dare to go to Prince and to settle his old score. Your Highness Princeton, the princess of Zhennan respectfully bowed to Su Heming. This person is a very important person in front of the emperor. Although her husband is also a prince, he spends most of his time away. She hopes Prince and can help speak a few good words for Zhennan Prince in front of the emperor. Brother-in-law, Luo Jing'an was confused and suddenly got hit hard on the nose by his brother-in-law, feeling very wronged inside. Where do you get such a foolish idea? If you want to die, don't drag me into it, Zhou Fenghua scolded Luo Jing'an angrily. Remember, his father would always show respect to Princeton. In Zhou Fenghua's eyes, Princeton is a madman and a close confidant of the emperor. If he talks badly about their Zhennan prince's house in front of the emperor, their family might never be safe again. Although Zhou Fenghua is a scoundrel, he also knows which people in the city he can provoke and which he cannot. Clearly, Su Heming is someone he dares not offend. In the past, when Princeton was strict and fair, no one dared to provoke him. If this little brother-in-law is blind and provokes this troublemaker. Thinking of this possibility, Zhou Fenghua shivered in fear, lamenting in his heart that this probably wouldn't happen. If Luo Ying's family really offended Prince and out of ignorance, wouldn't that mean their doom? Thinking of this, Zhou Fenghua began to regret marrying Luo Yingying, who was so clueless. Su Heming ignored the people from Zhen Nan Prince's house and led the three children straight into the inner hall. "Why can I go in?" Luo Jing, who was still unsure of his current situation, pointed at Su Qing and others behind Su Heming with dissatisfaction. He was annoyed that he had to wait outside while they went in. Madame Chong slapped them. The princess of Zhen Nan felt she couldn't breathe properly and was furious. How dare they insult Princeton? The prince of Zhen Nan's residence, definitely don't want to be dragged down by these clueless people.
Slap. Slap.
Slap. Madame Chong had long been annoyed with Luo Jing'an. Did he not realize that his words might bring disaster to the prince of Zhen Nan's household? Thinking this, Madame Chang's hand struck even harder. Mother-in-law. Luo Yingying looked at her younger brother with concern. She felt that the princess of Zhen Nan, outside, was allowing her servants to humiliate her brother. She was showing no respect at all. Her initial plan to flatter the princess was instantly gone. She was her daughter-in-law, not her servant. Her brother was her family. How could he be beaten just like that? Mother-in-law, my brother is young and naive. He made a mistake, but my parents will teach him right. Even if you're angry, you shouldn't let people slap his face here, Luo Yingying said angrily. What are you? The princess of Zhen Nan looked at her coldly, as if she were looking at trash. She sneered inwardly. She didn't want to slap that dirty thing's face. If it weren't for the fear of implicating the prince of Zhen Nan's household, she wouldn't bother with him at all. Seeing her daughter about to argue with the princess, Madame Luo felt guilty, but quickly grabbed her daughter's sleeve. Her son was in the wrong, but this mother-in-law was too disrespectful. However, if her daughter argued with her mother-in-law and they fell out, how could she ask for help later? After some thought, Madame Luo looked at the princess and said, "Mother-in-law, Arner didn't mean to offend you. I'll apologize on his behalf. Who are you calling your mother-in-law? Stop trying to act close. I don't know what tricks you used to marry that blind fool, but you'd better pray you haven't been using the Zhen Nan household's name to deceive others outside. If the household is defamed, not only will others do things to you, but the prince and I won't let you off either." The princess of Zhen Nan stood anxiously in the hall, but these foolish people still wanted to seek attention here. The princess of Zhen Nan already looked down on Luo Yingying. Now, she certainly wouldn't be willing to be called her daughter-in-law by Madame Luo. Moreover, she always felt that being summoned to the hall today didn't seem like good news. "Mother-in-law, Yingying has married the young master, so we are family now." Lady Luo felt uncomfortable after hearing the princess of Zhen Nan's words and replied with some displeasure. She had raised her daughter well, and now she was married to the princess of Zhen Nan, but the princess's attitude was too hurtful, as if they were some kind of dangerous beast. Although the Luo family was not as noble as the princess, they did not deserve to be treated so badly. The princess of Zhen Nan was of high status, but she could not let her servants humiliate her son. Thinking of this, Lady Luo's face darkened. Zhou Fenghua, standing nearby, only felt a bit impatient. After all, he married Luo Yingying mainly because she was easy to control. Inside the hall, Xie Jincheng saw Su Heming arrive and was about to speak when he noticed the three little tails behind him. "Didn't you say you were going to send them back? Why are they here again?" Xie Jincheng asked, looking at the three children with some confusion. "Dad, we wanted to come with Uncle Su ourselves. Beautiful auntie was hurt saving us, and we want to avenge her." Xia Yanji quickly stepped forward to explain. "They should learn to face things. Since they want to come, let them see for themselves," Su Heming whispered in explanation. "All right." Xie Jincheng thought for a moment. Su Heming's words made sense. He couldn't protect the children forever. These kids were the next generation of the three families. It was good for them to see the world early on, nothing harmful in that. At the same time, he looked at the people outside the hall, his anger deepening. Those people thought others were ants, easy to bully, but in front of him, they were not so different. When Li Jiwei woke up, she saw the old princess sitting by her bed with a look of concern. "Old princess," Li Jiwei wanted to sit up and bow, but the old princess held her down. "Child, just lie down. You're fine," the old princess said quickly. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Should I ask the doctor to check you? She asked with care.
I'm fine.
Are the young masters okay? Li Jiwei only vaguely remembered Su Heming coming, but after that, she couldn't recall anything. Now she was worried about Su Qing and the others, since she had risked her life to protect the children. If anything happened to the children, she would feel terrible about her own injuries. They're fine, thanks to your protection. Otherwise, the old princess thought about it and felt even more scared. Prince, Li Jiwei hesitated, unable to find the words to ask about Su Heming's whereabouts. She looked inside the room but saw no sign of him. He went to deal with those troublemakers. You should focus on healing. Rest assured, he will seek justice for you, said the old king with anger in his voice when thinking of those who hurt his grandson. The prince of Zhennan's family dares to be so bold. The grand court clerk looked at the Zhennan princess and others below, gently tapped the wooden block, and asked, Princess Qin of Zhennan, the king of An, the Minister of Personnel, and the Marquis of Yongning have accused your family of plotting to harm the Crown Prince Su Qing, the eldest son of the Xie family, and the eldest son of Marquis Yongning, Jiang Yu. What do you have to say? Hearing this, the Zhennan princess was so frightened she trembled and knelt straight in front of the king of An, feeling terrified inside. Your Highness, Lord Xie, this is a false accusation. Someone is making things up, she quickly said without hesitation. She thought to herself, if this accusation really falls on her, not only might her husband not return safely, but the entire Zhennan family could be destroyed soon. This is more than she, a woman, can bear. Moreover, now there is also the Xie family and Marquis Yongning involved. The anger is beyond what the Zhennan family can handle. A misunderstanding? I just saw you talking happily with them. They all confirmed it, including your family from Zhennan, Su Heming said in a deep voice, making the princess of Zhennan feel like a ghost from hell, terrifying and chilling. Your Highness, I do not know what they did to you, the young master or the other young men, she said, but I swear by my husband's life, I did not order anyone to harm Crown Prince Su, Marquis Yongning's son, or Lord Xie. Please, Your Excellency, see clearly. The princess of Zhennan was filled with worry. She never expected the people from Luo family to dare to plot against the Zhennan family, the Marquis Yongning family, or the Xie family. It seems Luo family members think they are invincible. Thinking of her son, who insisted on marrying that useless Luo woman as the crown princess, she had long been disappointed with Luo family. Now Luo family dares to use their family's name to harm others, those with power in the capital. Having such relatives is a misfortune for the Zhennan family. With this in mind, the princess of Zhennan quickly made her decision. Instead of making the entire prince of Zhennan's residents suffer, it's better to push that troublesome son of theirs away. Your Highness, Prince N, Lady Luo has already been abandoned by me. She is no longer connected to me. The actions of the Luo family are no longer our concern, Zhou Fenghua said quickly, kneeling in front of Prince N, trembling with fear. Originally, the princess of Zhennan wanted to say that Zhou Fenghua would no longer be involved with the prince of Zhennan's residence. Now, seeing her son's obedient attitude, she decided to hold back that remark for now. Whether to expel him from the house depends on his future behavior. Husband, Luo Yingying widened her eyes in disbelief, staring at Zhou Fenghua, who had previously refused to marry her, now suddenly saying he would abandon her. Moreover, when did the Luo family ever harm Prince N? Could it be that Prince N has relatives who want to marry Zhou Fenghua? Sir, do you have proof that the Prince of Zhennan's residence plotted against the heir of Prince N, the Marquis of Yongning, or young Master Xie? You can't just believe what others say, Luo Yingying said disdainfully, glaring at Prince N and others nearby. In her mind, she thought her mother was also foolish, believing everything others said. She even swore on her father's life. It's just women's kindness. It seems that without the Prince of Zhennan's residence, it would have to be disbanded. Stupid woman, what are you talking about? Zhou Fenghua said anxiously upon hearing this. Does this woman want the entire Prince of Zhennan's residence to be buried with her? Husband, my mother is gentle by nature, but you are the heir of the Prince of Zhennan's residence. In the future, you will be the head of the house. With your father gone, you should support the house, Luo Yingying advised Zhou Fenghua, as if she were very wise and understanding. The princess of Jinan, standing nearby, looked at Luo Yingying with a mocking expression, furious that her brainless daughter was trying so hard to persuade her husband. She was so angry she didn't want to speak. If the princess of Jinan had such a master, perhaps there would be no need for her to stay. You fool, what nonsense are you talking? Today, I will divorce you. Zhou Fenghua's eyes turned red as he slapped Luo Yingying. He wasn't particularly wise. He was simply terrified of Su Heming. Son-in-law, there's no need to fight. Let's talk calmly, Madame Luo said, looking at the slap print on her daughter's face with some displeasure. Who is son-in-law? A fallen man, thinking we, the prince of Jinan's residence, would be interested in you? Whatever you've done, don't try to cling to us. At this moment, Zhou Fenghua couldn't even distance himself from the situation. He had already abandoned Luo Yingying, let alone her family. Enough! Dali Temple Magistrate Fangdio, having received Su Heming's gaze, struck the court drum loudly and said irritably, "This is an official court, not a marketplace for your arguments. Now, someone tell me what caused this incident." After speaking, Fangdio looked at Princeton, waiting for him to have the maid or servant explain what happened. "Sir, I will tell you about this." Little Su Qingshi stepped forward firmly. Fangdio was momentarily surprised, then looked at Su Qingshi with admiration. It seems Prince and son truly inherited his father's qualities. Us too, Xia Yanji and Jiang Yu also stepped forward. The three children recounted everything that happened at the academy today. Jiang Hanhai, who had just arrived, was stunned when he saw his son's behavior. However, when he saw the injury on his son's face, Jiang Hanhai's brows furrowed. Who dared to hurt his son? Where is the teacher of Russian Academy? Fangdio, after hearing everything, looked at Feng Fuzi, who had been pretending to be timid, and called out. Your servant Feng Qingwen greets the Lord, Feng Fuzi replied, feeling distressed. He could already imagine the fate of the academy, but he didn't understand why Prince and son had chosen his academy specifically. Feng Qingwen regretted not helping Luo Jing'an bully other students. Otherwise, today's incident wouldn't have happened. But in this world, there is no medicine for regret. Feng Qingwen, do you have anything to say about what Prince and son has said? Fangdio looked at Feng Qingwen's timid appearance, thinking, how can someone like him be qualified as a teacher? He was simply leading students astray. Otherwise, there wouldn't be students bullying others at the academy. Still, he couldn't understand why Prince chose to send his son to the worst academy, avoiding the others. Could it be because Prince N is about to marry a new princess? The one born earlier might want to send him far away. But then, why are the Yongning Marquis and Lord Xie's children following this trend? I have nothing to say. Feng Qingwen wanted to speak, but as a minor figure, he dared not. Fangdio looked at Luo Jing'an, who had been feeling down, and asked. Luo Jing'an was still sad about his brother-in-law just now slapping him. He didn't notice that Zhou Fenghua had just said he wanted to divorce Luo Yingying, nor did he pay attention to what Su Qingshi and others had just said. When Fangdio asked him, he was still thinking about how to get revenge. Luo Jing'an, seeing Luo Jing'an lost in thought, Fangdio angrily struck the gavel again. He was annoyed. Luo Jing'an, even in court, still had the mind to pretend to be foolish? And Madame Luo pushed her son, feeling a bit nervous. The attitude of the matchmaker and son-in-law just now was very clear, and the families of those children clearly couldn't be offended. Without the support of the Duke of Jinan's estate, this matter. Madame Luo looked at her daughter Luo Yingying with a pleading face. Unfortunately, Luo Yingying was only thinking about how to make Zhou Fenghua change his mind and not divorce her. She remembered that even though the Duke of Jinan and the princess consort didn't agree with Zhou Fenghua marrying her, Zhou Fenghua still took everything on himself and married her into the Duke of Jinan's estate. Now, how could he just divorce her over a little child's play? Moreover, this matter had nothing to do with her. It was all her mother and brother's decision. Even if the prince and's estate wanted to sue, they should sue the Luo family. She was a married daughter. Your Honor, this matter was entirely caused by Madame Luo and Luo Jing'an. It has nothing to do with our Duke of Jinnan's estate, Luo Yingying quickly said before Luo Jing'an could speak. The surroundings fell into dead silence. Madame Luo looked at her daughter with disbelief. Luo Jing'an, who had been dazed, finally reacted and looked at his eldest sister beside him. What did her words just mean? She didn't want to save her either, and now she wanted to push him away? Madame Luo looked at her daughter with a hurt expression. If the Duke of Jinnan's princess and Zhou Fenghua refused to help them, it already made her feel cold inside. Her daughter's words made her forget that all this was caused by their bullying and abusing power. Yingying, how can you say that? If you won't save your mother, that's fine, but Jing'an is your younger brother. Madame Luo wiped her tears and said. Su Heming cared about Li Jiwei, who was still recovering at home, but he had no mood to watch their performance. Lu Jing'an, do you admit guilt regarding the Crown Prince's son? Who ordered you to bully others? Fong, you couldn't delay any longer. He struck the gavel and asked. I didn't bully them. I just asked them to clean the classroom. At this moment, Lu Jing'an was very nervous, but he remembered his original intention. He just wanted them to sweep the floor. However, later, seeing that they ignored him, he developed unwanted thoughts, wanting them to wipe his shoes and submit to him. In the past, those children were obedient in the end. Why can't they be? Thinking of this, Lu Jing'an glared fiercely at Su Qingshi and the others. What are you glaring at? Are you asking us to sweep the floor? Who sweeps the floor on the ground? And you want us to wipe your shoes? Do you deserve it? Su Qingshi said angrily. Lord Fong, this matter is very clear. It is this person who is oppressing my son, Su Heming said coldly. Yes, Fongdu broke out in a cold sweat. If it was just about dealing with the Lu family, it would be simple. But this is the Zhen Nan Wang residence. Lord Fong, my son has already said he wants to divorce the Lu family. This matter has nothing to do with the Zhen Nan Wang residence. It is the Lu family who wants to harm the two heirs and Master Xie, the Zhen Nan Wang consort quickly said. Has nothing to do with it. Su Heming was not happy with this decision. If it weren't for the Zhen Nan Wang residents supporting them, how would they have the courage to provoke his people? Thinking of Li Jiwei still lying in bed. Lord Fong, my queen is still lying in bed because they beat her. Su Heming's words made Fong Du shiver. The Zhen Nan Wang consort, standing nearby, glared fiercely at Zhou Fenghua. She had just thought about keeping this person in the residence, but if he hadn't married Lu, none of this would have happened. Your Highness the Crown Prince, the Zhen Nan Wang residence is at fault here, but we absolutely did not intend to harm the Crown Prince's son, or the Crown Princess. We hope the Crown Prince will give the Zhen Nan Wang residence a way out, she said regretfully. Give you a way out? Who'll give my family a way out? Since you rely on the power of the Zhen Nan Wang residence, how can you say you have nothing to do with this? Su Heming sneered at the Zhen Nan Wang consort and Zhou Fenghua. Zhou Fenghua was trembling with fear under Su Heming's sharp gaze. Prince Sin, this has nothing to do with me. I was about to divorce her. Her family, the Luo family, is just using power to threaten others. Su Heming looked at Su Heming and begged, Sir, this has nothing to do with the Luo family. She is not even the wife of a commoner. I have already divorced her. At this moment, outside the government office, Luo Wenchang, the father of Luo Yingying and Luo Jing'an, entered while calling out, Bring the person here. Master, Lady Luo was shocked. She never thought she might be divorced. Lu, what you and your son did has nothing to do with the Luo residence. Don't try to blame us. Luo Wenchang warned Lady Luo. Haha, it doesn't matter. Lady Lu laughed bitterly at his words. They say when trouble comes, everyone runs their own way. When her daughter married the Prince of South Town, she was proud. But now things are different. Master Fong, how they treat my family, I will repay double. As for you, just wait, Su Heming said, losing interest in wasting more time. In the end, these people's fates won't be good. Whether she is divorced or not no longer matters to him. More than anything, Su Heming wanted to go back and be with Li Jiwei. Hearing this, the Princess of South Town staggered and sat down nearby, thinking, It's over. It's all your fault. You This troublemaker have ruined my Prince of Southtown's residence. Suddenly, the government office was in chaos. Su Hemming and others didn't look back at the commotion. Xie Jincheng held Xie Yanji's hand silently, thinking about how to explain today's events to his wife, Yao. Jiang Hanhai looked at his son's face full of wounds, feeling both pained and worried. He told his son to ask his mother to help plead for him. Otherwise, with Jin's temper, he would definitely be punished when he returned. Plus, his wife was pregnant. Jiang Hanhai thought his son needed to save his father first. Father, aren't you teaching your son that if he makes a mistake, he should accept the consequences? Jiang Yu looked at his father with disdain, not understanding how his mother could like him. It really made him feel less smart. When Su Hemming and Su Qingshi hurried back to the prince's residence, Li Jiwei had already returned to Shiliu Lane. She went back. She was badly hurt. Why didn't she rest and recover before returning? Su Hemming felt upset. He wished he had come back earlier. Your in-laws personally came to pick you up. Old Queen Wang looked at her son, hesitant to speak. Should she tell her son that her in-laws' mood was not good? Hui Ming frowned when he heard this. He didn't expect Li Jiwei to leave so quickly. He felt uncomfortable inside, even thinking that his father-in-law was a bit unkind. This was really bad news. Hui Ming, later you should take some things to the Li family and talk to your in-laws nicely, old Queen Wang gently reminded her son. Old Su, your father-in-law must be upset. You need to comfort him well, said Su Qing, acting like a little adult. Disrespectful, Hui Ming rolled his eyes. Although what his son said was true, hearing it felt very strange. But Li Tianyu was probably really angry, or he wouldn't have taken her away without waiting for him to return. Thinking about how Cold Chi kidnapped Li Jiwei last time, and now Li Jiwei was hurt because Su Qing was involved. It was understandable that his father-in-law would blame him. Jiang Hanhai. Jin Shi looked at her son, covered in injuries, furious. Was this what Jiang Hanhai said? That her son would be fine? Jin Shi looked at Jiang Hanhai with hatred, almost wanting to hurt him. He had caused her son such pain. Madam, calm down, calm down. Yours injuries look serious, but are just superficial wounds, really just surface injuries. Jiang Hanhai begged, looking at Jin Shi. While begging, he also subtly looked at Jin Shi's belly. He was afraid of making her angry enough to harm the baby. Madam, be careful of the baby in your belly. Don't risk losing the baby, Jiang Hanhai said with a smile. Go tell your mother. Your injuries are not serious. Your mother is pregnant with your little brother or sister. Don't let her get upset and cause trouble, Jiang Hanhai urged Jiang Yu to explain. Jiang Yu, hearing this, rolled his eyes and looked sadly at Jin Shi, acting innocent. Dad, Mom, did you have a little brother or sister so you don't want me anymore? Otherwise, why would you send me to Russian Academy so cruelly? Boo-hoo. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, Jin Shi's anger reached its peak. Jiang Hanhai, what are you saying? Mrs. Jin was about to get very angry with Jiang Hanhai. Madam, calm down. Jiang Hanhai looked worried, afraid that he might upset Mrs. Jin enough to harm the baby inside her. You brat, can't you say something nice for once? Jiang Hanhai looked at his son, wanting to scold him. Jiang Hanhai, if you dare hurt my son, even a little, I won't forgive you, Mrs. Jin warned, noticing Jiang Hanhai's intentions. Mom. Jiang Yu quickly ran to Mrs. Jin, hugged her, and stuck out his tongue at Jiang Hanhai. He was annoyed that he didn't come earlier. He even took his mother to the village while he was at school. That was so mean. Stinky kid. Jiang Hanhai saw Jiang Yu's mischievous face and understood what was happening. His own son was playing tricks on him. Thinking about his wife being pregnant and not able to get upset, Jiang Hanhai felt both angry and anxious. He could only glare at Jiang Yu, thinking, just wait and see, brat. The maids in the house had seen this kind of scene many times and were no longer surprised. Their lord cared most about his wife. The young master and the lord often competed for their mother's attention. But when they saw the young master's injuries, the maid Chunshi quickly called the doctor to examine him carefully. Yao Shi looked at her son's face and body injuries, silently shedding tears. The tough soldier Xie Jincheng stood nearby, feeling a bit awkward and scratching his head. He wondered why his wife wasn't upset with him. It made him a little confused. "Mom, don't cry." "I'm fine, I don't hurt." Xia Yanji looked at Yao Shi, who was crying, and gently wiped her tears, patting her back softly. Yao Shi, who was just crying, suddenly burst into tears when she heard this. Her son was so sensible. How could he be hurt like this? "Mom, I really am fine. The injuries look scary, but I don't hurt at all." Seeing her tears, Xia Yanji felt worried. Didn't he say it didn't hurt? Why was she crying even more? Next to them, Xia Jincheng touched his nose, feeling guilty. Yes, this time he really went too far. His wife must be angry with him now. After all, every wife knows, when Yao Shi is silent, it means she's really mad. Yao Shi just held her son, crying with concern. "Good grandson." As my good grandson returned, 2 hurried footsteps came from outside. Xia Jincheng saw his parents coming and took a step back. After all, his parents usually loved their grandson Xia Yanji very much, and were especially fond of his wife. In front of them, he had the least status. Now, both of them were crying, and he knew he would be the one suffering. Thinking of this, Xia Jincheng sighed sadly. "Grandfather, grandmother," Xia Yanji softly called out when he saw them. "Oh, my good grandson, those heartless people actually beat you up like this." Old Madame Xia saw the injuries on Xia Yanji's face and scolded angrily. "Grandmother, don't be sad. Your grandson isn't hurt badly," Xia Yanji whispered. "How can I not be sad? Our grandson from the Xia family, we can't even bear to hurt a single finger, and he's been hurt like this." Old Madame Xia looked at the injuries on his face and was so angry she almost cried. At this moment, the 2 women who were holding him and crying suddenly joined in, hugging him and crying together. Although old Master Xia didn't cry like old Madame Xia, he looked grim and glared at Xia Jincheng, saying, "Come with me to the study." After saying that, he placed his hands behind his back and left first. Xia Jincheng looked at the scene of the 2 women crying with his son and sighed. Forget it. Comforting these 2 women should be left to his son. Xia Jincheng followed old Master Xia to the study. But once they sat down, neither of them spoke. Finally, old Master Xia couldn't hold back and cleared his throat, then looked at his son with a sigh. "Have you been short on silver recently?" Old Master Xia, the 3rd uncle, asked with a frown. Xia Jincheng looked at his father with confusion. Did he give his father that impression? It seems he was short of money. "Here, don't say I didn't help you. This is my private money. Spend it carefully. Next time, choose a better school for my grandson." Old Master Xia took out a silver note worth 10,000 taels and reluctantly handed it to Xia Jincheng. Xia Jincheng widened his eyes, looking at the silver note in his father's hand. He thought his father was still quite wealthy. Just a little slip from his father, and there was 10,000 taels. "All right, put it away quickly. Don't let your mother find out," Old Master Xia said somewhat awkwardly. Xia Jincheng quickly put the banknote into his pocket, feeling very happy. He thought, so even though that brat got hurt, I still get such good treatment? He somewhat regretted not sending that brat to Russian Academy earlier. Thinking about how upset Mrs. Yao looked just now, Xia Jincheng decided he must go to Treasure Pavilion later to pick out a beautiful piece of jewelry for his wife, and then spoil her properly. Xia Jincheng was lost in his own thoughts. Old Master Xia was unhappy. You took my money, but don't just think about pleasing your wife. This is for my good grandson's schooling," he said with a displeased face. "Yes, father," Xia Jincheng replied happily. After all, his father paid the silver. They say a thief steals only what he needs, and he could save some silver for a hairpin for his wife. My good grandson has suffered a lot this time. That reckless kid, Xia Jincheng, is getting more and more unreasonable. What kind of lousy school did you choose for my grandson? Old Lady Xia said with dissatisfaction. Mrs. Yao lowered her head, feeling upset inside, but she didn't dare criticize her husband openly in front of her mother-in-law. Take this. Old Lady Xia handed a box from a maid to Mrs. Yao. Don't let the child be shortchanged. Mother, Mrs. Yao looked a bit confused. She opened the box and saw a fine headdress and a stack of silver notes, with what seemed to be a land deed underneath. Tears welled up in Mrs. Yao's eyes, stuck there, unable to fall. Her son was hurt, and her mother-in-law was giving so much money as a reward. All right, our Yanji is a good boy. After this, he will have smooth sailing. I heard that Miss Lee from the Lee family is protecting several children. Later, you should bring some gifts to visit Miss Lee, old lady Xie said again. Mother is right, Mrs. Yao agreed. She had no objections. After all, Li Jiwei was protecting her own children. Otherwise, Yanji's injuries wouldn't just be superficial. And the Lin family is also blind. Miss Li's wife seems to be a kind person, but she insists on that so-called cousin. Now the ruined Marquis mansion is declining. In the future, in the capital, Miss Li will marry King, and considering how Miss Li risked her life to save Yanji, we should help where we can, old lady Xie thought. Li Jiwei saved her grandson, and this kindness must be remembered by the Xie family. Mother's advice is wise. Yao nodded in agreement. All right, the money is gone. Tell my wife not to worry about my grandson, old lady Xie said, looking at Xie Yanji with some concern. She thought that maybe the reason they chose the Yushan Academy for Xie Yanji was because the couple didn't have much money. If they had sent him to the Imperial College, things might have been different. Dad, don't worry. My daughter is really fine, Li Jiwei said, looking at her father who had been sighing by her bed. She felt a bit guilty. But at that moment, how could she think clearly? The children were so young. If she didn't protect them, they might get hurt even more than she did. She might even risk losing her life. You're saying you're fine, Li Tianyu sighed at Li Jiwei, who kept having accidents. Dad, I know I made a mistake. Li Jiwei quickly apologized, knowing her father was worried about her. Where, your parents only have you. We can't bear to lose you, Li Tianyu said, looking at his daughter with a sigh. But this time, his daughter was innocent. He couldn't blame her.
Don't worry, Dad.
I will be more careful next time, Li Jiwei said, feeling sad for her father. In her past life, when she had an accident, her parents must have been very upset. The Lin family kept asking her father for money in her name. She wondered how worried her father must have been. Your mother isn't feeling well. Why don't you go back to Lian County? Li Tianyu thought. If his daughter wasn't in the capital, she would be safer. After all, she had lived in Lian County for over 10 years, and she hadn't experienced as many accidents as she did in the past half-month in the capital. As long as she was safe, he was willing for her to live her whole life in Lian County. Dad, now that you're a deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, it's not good for Mom to stay in Lian County all the time. Maybe we should bring her to the capital, Li Jiwei thought. Since she was going to marry Su Hemming, she would need to settle in the capital. Her father, now a high official, and her mother in the capital, she could take better care of them. What I mean is, we should go back to Lian County, Li Tianyu said seriously, looking at his daughter. For him, her safety was more important than any official position. Although Li Jiwei still misses life in Lian County, she is bound by her marriage to Su Hemming, which was arranged by the emperor, and her father's current status. She cannot simply choose to refuse her duties. It's my father's fault, Li Tianyu sighed, feeling that he is not strong enough. He thought about how Su Hemming is close to the emperor. Although he has gained the emperor's favor, he is still just a small minister of revenue. Usually, to meet the emperor, he must first go through the minister of revenue, and then himself. Li Tianyu sighed again. Dad, why are you sighing? Li Jiwei looked at Li Tianyu with confusion, wondering if he was missing her mother. Father is thinking about how he can earn the emperor's approval, Li Tianyu said calmly, looking outside the house. Dad, you are already very capable. Li Jiwei was surprised at first, then comforted him. After speaking, Li Tianyu left Li Jiwei's room and sat quietly in the yard. At this moment, Li Tianyu's mind was full of ideas on how to climb higher and replace Su Hemming. When Su Hemming brought a bunch of gifts into the Li family, he saw Li Tianyu sitting in the yard. Uncle? Su Hemming approached nervously and called out. Li Tianyu glanced at Su Hemming, then turned away, continuing to be lost in thought. "Young master, you're here." Lanner saw Su Hemming and hurriedly went to greet him, looking friendly and trying to take the items from his hands. Su Hemming frowned and took a step back. He didn't recognize this maid. Lanner was a young girl who had been watching over the courtyard in the capital. Now that Chueguo was injured, she was asked to stay close to Li Jiwei to take care of her. Su Hemming's actions made her pause. Then she changed to a shy tone and said, "Servant Lanner is here to take care of Mississippi." Two other young women who followed Su Hemming quickly approached him, smiling and saying, "Please, Miss Lana, take us to see the princess." Li Tianyu, who had been scowling, looked a little calmer now, but he was very displeased with Lanner's behavior. If Chueguo hadn't been injured, he would have driven her out immediately. "Uncle," Su Hemming looked toward Li Jiwei's room. Without Li Tianyu's words, he dared not go in rashly. Who could blame him for feeling that Li Tianyu was clearly unhappy with him? "Who are those two young ladies to you?" Li Tianyu looked at Su Hemming with displeasure and asked. Su Hemming frowned. "Two young ladies?" Soon, Su Hemming realized that Li Tianyu was talking about Qinghua and Qingyue. "Uncle, sometimes I have a lot of work, and I worry that Wei Wei might have another accident. I specifically asked for 2 skilled palace maids from the emperor to take care of Wei Wei," Li Tianyu quickly explained. After all, Qinghua and Qingyue were officially palace maids, but in fact, they were his secret female guards trained for Zhu Jingchen. Now, for Li Jiwei, he had agreed to many of Zhu Jingchen's requests, even though it was painful to part with them. It's important to know that female guards, especially good ones, are much harder to train than male guards. Li Tianyu didn't expect these two to have such a big background. His earlier displeasure eased a little. He almost thought these women were sent by Prince An's residence to teach Li Jiwei manners. After all, in the past, the Hofu of Ruin sent 2 old maids, claiming they were there to teach Li Jiwei etiquette, but in reality, they were just greedy for money. At that time, because Li Jiwei was to marry into the Hofu of Ruin, he and his wife tolerated those 2 old women. If they had known that their daughter wouldn't end up marrying the Lin family, they wouldn't have let those 2 old women get away with it. Li Tianyu didn't oppose this. His daughter had been in the capital for some time, and she did need protection. He could find capable people or experts, but none were better than these secret female guards. Moreover, Su Hemming's marriage to Li Jiwei was granted by the emperor, and he couldn't change that. Since that's the case, whatever Su Hemming sent over, his daughter would accept happily, right? They're just maids, not concubines. Thinking this way, Li Tianyu felt much better. "Grandfather, can you go see mother?" At this moment, Su Qingshi slipped out from behind Su Hemming and asked awkwardly. Previously, Su Qingshi had always called Li Jiwei his stepmother. But this time, because Li Jiwei saved him, Xia Yan and Jiang Yu, he felt that calling Li Jiwei's mother was not a bad thing. Besides, he couldn't remember what his own mother looked like. She had died when he was born, and he actually wanted a mother figure. "Today, my daughter came back injured, and it's all because of that little troublemaker." Although Li Tianyu feels that the child is innocent. But other people's children have nothing to do with him, and his own daughter is still hurt. "Grandfather?" Su Qingji also noticed Li Tianyu's displeasure. Thinking that Li Jimei was hurt while protecting him, Su Qingji felt a bit sad. "That's enough. You can go now." Li Tianyu looked at her, sighed, and agreed for Su Qingji to visit Li Jimei. After all, he couldn't let this child disappear without reason. His daughter is going to marry into the Anwang mansion, and he hopes that, since his daughter suffered for him, he can now look kindly on Li Jimei and not make things difficult for her. Stepmothers find this kind of thing hard to accept, and Li Tianyu understands that very well. Seeing his son able to visit Li Jimei smoothly, Su Huming looked at Li Tianyu eagerly. Unfortunately, Li Tianyu is soft-hearted towards the young, but not towards the old. If it weren't for Su Huming's inability to protect his son, his daughter wouldn't have to suffer this. The real culprit is him. Has the master returned? Lin Zi had not seen Wei Jing'an for several days and wanted to ask about the banquet happening in a few days. At first, Lin Zi didn't think much of it, but when she tried to find him, she realized she hadn't seen Wei Jing'an for a few days. "Madam, The master hasn't returned yet, the young maid quickly replied. A small official from the Taichung temple, and he doesn't seem to be busy all the time. No one even sees him? If you didn't know better, you'd think he's a high-ranking military officer, always busy with state affairs, Lin Zi said with some dissatisfaction. Perhaps he's busy with an important ritual. Xiaohuan, the maid, came in smiling and said, If there was a big ritual, it would have been announced to the world long ago, Lin Zi said, holding back her curiosity about the banquet, wanting Wei Jing'an to tell her. But instead, no one could see him, which made Lin Zi very frustrated. Moreover, Lin Zi is not someone who can keep things bottled up. The more she thought about it, the more upset she became. Thinking about Li Jimei, who was also invited. Shower. Prepare some of the candied hawthorn from the kitchen. I need to go see my friends. Lin Zi decided to find Li Jimei. After all, yesterday, she and Li Jimei hadn't made up, and Li Jimei had already left. When Lin Zi saw Li Jimei's injury, her brows furrowed tightly. I just saw you yesterday. How come you look like this today? Lin Zi asked, puzzled by Li Jiwei's appearance. It's a long story, but my injury looks worse than it is. I'm fine now, Li Jiwei said with a smile to comfort her. The bruises on her body hadn't completely faded, but the medicine sent by Su Hemming worked very well. Plus, Qinghua and Qingwei seemed to be very skilled at treating such injuries. She felt that she was truly okay now. My eyes tell me you're lying. Who could have hurt you so badly, especially a weak woman like you? Could it be someone from the Lung family? Lin Zi thought about how Lin Qi had previously kidnapped Li Jiwei. Although the Li family had dealt with it now, she couldn't be sure they didn't have other plans. After all, the Lung family used to have a strong position in the capital. No, Sister Lin. Do you remember I went to Russian Academy yesterday? Li Jiwei sighed, feeling unlucky. Since coming to the capital, she seemed to keep getting hurt. But if she had another chance to choose, she would still save a few children. Did the people from Russian Academy do this? Who dares to do that? Lin Zi stood up suddenly, very angry. No, it was the Luo family. Li Jiwei thought about the Luo family with some resentment. But she also thought that although the Luo family hurt her, they probably didn't gain much from it. Su Hemming's personality wouldn't allow him to let those people hurt his son, especially with the support of the Yongning Marquis residents and the Xie family. None of those families could afford to offend the Luo family. Which Luo family? Lin Zi thought about all the officials and noble families in the capital but couldn't recall when a Luo family appeared. Remember, the Prince An's residence has a strong influence. Ordinary people wouldn't dare offend the Prince An's family. Even if her father-in-law was the current Grand Tutor, they wouldn't dare offend the Prince An's residence. As for Su Qing's and Wei Herui's conflicts, they automatically ignored them. Children might argue today, but be friends tomorrow. They wouldn't cut off contact just because of a quarrel today. The Luo family that claims to be the maternal family of the princess consort of the Jinan king, Li Jiwei said, recalling how the Luo family introduced themselves. What? Lin Zi doubted she heard correctly. The princess consort of the Jinan king? That nouveau riche family? Where did they get the courage to try to harm Prince An's future wife? She even thought she was a princess before, and now they tell her she's just a small-time rich person? No, you just let them hit you like that. Lin Zi was very angry. At the time, I didn't think much. After all, they were targeting a few children. Li Jiwei recalled the dangerous situation. She didn't consider it too much. Oh dear, sister. What should I say to you? Lin Zi was so angry, she kept pacing back and forth. Lin Zi usually doesn't criticize others easily, but this time she couldn't hold back. Thank you, Sister Lin, for coming to see me. Li Jiwei looked at the frantic Lin Zi and felt very warm inside. How will you attend the banquet the day after tomorrow? Thinking about it, Lin Zi looked worried again. Maybe it will be fine then, Li Jiwei comforted herself. After all, the emperor summoned her, and she couldn't refuse to go. Moreover, she was injured, but it wasn't her fault. The emperor would see how serious her injury was before punishing those who bullied the weak. I don't know what kind of situation the banquet will be. My husband has been so busy these days that I haven't seen him. I can't even ask him for information, Lin Zi said with some frustration. Do you want me to ask the prince? Li Jiwei looked at Lindsay with some difficulty. It's not that she didn't want to ask, but now she was sick, and her father seemed to disapprove of her asking He Ming. Next to them, Qinghua and Qingyue exchanged glances. They knew the reason for the banquet in 2 days, but they couldn't say it out loud. Outside, there was more talking. Does the young lady have visitors today? Lindsay wondered. She didn't know who Li Jiwei's guest was, and she wondered if her presence here was appropriate. Li Jiwei was also a bit confused. Since she just arrived in the capital, she could count the people she knew on one hand. Now, she was injured. And who else would come to the Li family? Miss, it's the lady of the Yongning Marquis and Miss Xie, along with 2 young gentlemen, here to see you. Zhou Tong came in quietly and said. Oh, so it's Sister Yao and Sister Jean. Lindsay sighed in relief. She was familiar with those 2 ladies. She wasn't worried about doing anything rude in their presence. Qingyue, help me up, thought Li Jiwei. Since they came to see her, she shouldn't stay in bed. It would be rude. She decided to get up quickly. Young lady, you lie down. I'll go bring the guests in, Lindsay said casually as she stood up and gently pushed Li Jiwei back. Li Jiwei felt a bit confused. Princess, I believe the 2 ladies are here to thank you for saving the young masters. You should rest peacefully, Qinghua said without hesitation. After all, her princess had suffered to save the young men. It wouldn't be right to let them see how much she had endured. Would that be rude? Li Jiwei clenched her teeth. She was originally from Lian County. Although she had learned manners before, she was far from the capital and worried about losing face. She feared others would mock her as a country bumpkin and shame her father and the prince. Princess, don't worry. No one will say you're in the wrong, Qinghua assured her confidently. She also signaled Qingyue to go out and help greet the guests. Even though Lindsay was kind-hearted, she was still a guest. It wasn't proper for her to help greet others. Qingyue and Qinghua worked well together. Naturally, they shared the same idea. Please forgive us, madam. Our princess is seriously injured and still resting in bed. She didn't mean to keep Lady Wei from coming out to greet you, Qingyue said politely after bowing.
No blame, no blame.
Miss Li only did this to save our children. She has suffered greatly, Madame Yao quickly said, not thinking twice. She was thinking that Miss Li's injuries seemed worse than she had imagined. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so hard for her to get out of bed. Young lady, may we see Miss Li? Jean Sher asked worriedly. Of course. Please, ladies, come inside, Qingyue bowed politely. Seeing her perfect courtly manners, Madame Yao and Madame Jean exchanged glances. They thought, it seems that Princeton values Miss Li very much. Otherwise, an ordinary merchant wouldn't be able to find 2 palace maids to serve as helpers, especially not 2 at once. Oh, I just happened to come by to chat with Miss Li. I didn't expect her to be so badly hurt. It really pains me to see her like this. As Lindsay walked, she spoke softly. She thought to herself that she should talk more in front of these 2 women, so they would remember how good the Li family girl was. Otherwise, all her efforts would be wasted. Thanks to Miss Li, otherwise my son might have suffered a big punishment, said Madame Yao. She had heard Jiang Yu mention that Li Jiwei was injured. At that time, Li Jiwei and her servants protected the 3 children so well that none of them were hurt, though all 3 were badly injured. Greetings, Lady Yongning Marquis and Lady Xie, Li Jiwei said shyly when she saw the visitors, about to stand up. Miss Li, you should lie down quickly. We can't accept such a big gift from you. Madame Yao hurriedly pressed Li Jiwei back down when she saw her trying to stand and pay respects. She felt a bit nervous. Su Heming was very protective of his family. Even though he had a good relationship with the Jiang family, if he found out she had paid respects today, her husband might suffer trouble tomorrow. Although she liked to punish him sometimes, it was part of their fun. Miss Li, thank you for saving Yanji yesterday, Jean Sher said, looking at the wounds on Li Jiwei's face, which looked quite frightening. I just helped them out of luck, Li Jiwei said modestly. When she saved them, she didn't think much about it. Miss Li, if it weren't for you, our children would have suffered greatly. I can't imagine what would have happened if those injuries had fallen on my child. It's all because of my reckless husband, Madame Yao said through clenched teeth as she looked at Li Jiwei's injuries. Miss Li, you don't know. Yesterday, when I saw the injuries on my son, I beat him up hard. I felt better afterward. But now, seeing your injuries, I think I was too gentle, Madame Yao added before Li Jiwei could say anything. Lady Yongning Marquis, this. It's not his fault. Li Jiwei didn't expect the Lady Yongning Marquis to be so fierce. She even beat the Marquis. Do her parents not care? Why not blame him? It was that reckless man who suggested going to Russian Academy, Madame Yao said angrily. She was upset. Why did they go to Russian Academy? Couldn't they have gone to the Imperial College? Why did they choose Russian Academy? Even the Jin family didn't expect that it was actually the Yongning Marquis who suggested it. You should know that the Yongning Marquis is timid, and Lady Yao is from a noble military family. The Marquis usually listens to Lady Yao in everything. Although Lady Yao has a fiery temper, she is never unreasonable or quarrelsome. How could the Yongning Marquis dare suggest sending the children to Russian Academy? That scoundrel, I don't know who he listened to, but once I find out, I will give the Li family girl an explanation, Lady Yao said through clenched teeth. She was angry and annoyed, not knowing who had set a trap for Jiang Hanhai. And this fool believed it too. Later, he even dragged her to the estate, which made things worse. Young lady, in this city, have you offended anyone? Lin Zi asked after listening, looking at Li Jiwei with confusion. When I first arrived in the city, if I offended anyone, it would only be the Hofu of Ruanan and the Lung family. I haven't had conflicts with others. Li Jiwei shook her head and said. Ruanan Hofu and the Lung family now probably have no time to care about you. Are there others? Lin Zi thought for a moment and shook his head. Others? Li Jiwei was about to deny it but suddenly thought of someone. Zhou Yueying. But hasn't Su Hemming resolved that? Did you think of someone? Lin Zi asked expectantly. No. Li Jiwei clenched her teeth, but didn't tell others or guess. After all, she had no proof that Zhou Yueying was involved. Miss Li, I know this time you took a big risk for Yanji. I don't want Lady Yao to be unable to teach that culprit, Xie Jincheng, a lesson. But I brought the hidden money he kept, Jin Shi said, noticing that Li Jiwei didn't seem willing to continue the topic, so she quickly changed the subject. Jin family girl, how do you manage the household, and how can you let men keep private money? Lady Yao was the first to disagree upon hearing this. After all, if Jiang Hanhai had money, he would go drinking. He always came back drunk. Don't worry, he hasn't even started spending it, Jin Shi thought. The money was from the old master yesterday. Xie Jincheng thought he hid it well. But little did he know, she had already known all the places where he kept his hidden silver. Mrs. Xie, your husband, Master Xie, has quite a bit of private money, doesn't he? Li Jiwei looked at it and smiled, noticing it was over 10,000 taels of silver notes. Li Jiwei didn't mind much. The 10,000 taels of silver notes might be a lot to others, but for her, 10,000 taels wasn't a big deal. Compared to her injury, she wouldn't refuse a 10,000 tael silver note from the Xie family, or even 50,000 taels if they offered. It was just a matter of whether she needed it or not. After all, some things can't be bought with money. She was about to marry into the capital, into a noble family like the Prince of Peace's household, where connections were important. Oh my, there's actually 10,000 taels. Lin Zi looked at Jin Shi in surprise. She didn't expect Jin Shi to give Li Jiwei so much silver. Girl, you're not being fair. Why didn't you tell me? Yao Shi hurriedly said. She only brought some gifts, not silver notes. Li's girl, sorry about that. I didn't think much. I'll have someone send the silver note over later, Yao Shi said. She wasn't short of 10,000 taels, nor was she worried about the money. She just didn't expect it. Thank you, both of you. But I really can't accept the silver note. My injury is just a bit frightening to look at. The prince has asked the imperial doctor, and it should be less obvious tomorrow. Also, saving those children was my own choice. Why should I accept your silver? Li Jiwei quickly refused. This is just a small token of our kindness. Jin Shi also felt that she brought the silver note, and although Li Jiwei might not accept it, She didn't want to seem ungrateful. "I'll accept your kindness, but you can take this back," Li Jiwei said firmly, pushing the silver note back into Jin Shi's arms. Her actions made both women feel even more fond of her. "Then thank you, Miss Li. In the future, the Xie family will remember your kindness. If you need help, we will do our best," Jin Shi said sincerely. Yes, and the Yongning Marquis residents too," Yao Shi added quickly. "All right. My father and I just arrived in the capital. In the future, I will rely on both of you to guide us," Li Jiwei said without refusal, because she truly needed help. And that broken academy and the Luo family, now they've both been punished. "It's like avenging my sister," Yao Shi thought about the teachers at the Rian Academy and the Luo family. She still felt a bit angry. After all, what is the Luo family really? However, the Prince of Jinan has already sent Luo Yingying, the future wife of the heir, back home, and even Zhou Fenghua has lost her position as the heir. Now, the Luo family can no longer cause trouble. Moreover, over the years, the Luo family has often bullied others using the Jinan prince's estate. They don't need to make a move. Many people want to take revenge on the Luo family. It is said that Luo Jing'an was cut with a sword, and Luo's wife is beaten daily. The Mountain Academy has also been shut down, and Madame Feng and others have been exiled 1,000 miles away. That's good. From now on, no one will have to suffer like this, Li Jiwei said seriously. "I heard that a girl named Chuigua and a young man from Shanzi helped protect the children that day. Sister Li, can we visit them to thank them?" Yao Shi asked earnestly, thinking about the two injured servants. "Of course. Qingyu, take the two ladies to Chuigua and Shanzi," Li Jiwei said. She didn't think Yao Shi and Jin Shi's actions were rude. After all, Chuigua and Shanzi did save people that day. Although they are her servants, Li Jiwei feels they deserve a thank you from both families. Lin Zi watched from the side, feeling both envy and relief. She was sure that the Li family would go further and higher in the future. She was also glad she had befriended them before others noticed. Li Jiwei's attitude toward thanking the servants shows she cares about her people. In the future, her friendship with her will always be beneficial. Yao Shi and Jin Shi personally went to thank Chuigua and Shanzi, who were surprised and delighted. They each received a gift of thanks. Knowing they were well treated in the Li family, they felt relieved. After all, some households wouldn't even send a doctor to their servants. But Yao Shi had secretly checked earlier, and the medicines used by the two servants were very good. "Yao Jie, Jin Jie, will you be going to the palace banquet in a few days?" Lin Zi thought that the Yongning Marquis estate and the Xie family held high status in the capital, so they were probably invited to the banquet 2 days later. Mrs. Jin shook her head, saying she didn't know about this matter. Then Lin Zi looked confused, thinking about what Lu Gonggong said that day. Could it be that this banquet was only for her and Li Jiwei? Mrs. Jin looked at the two of them with suspicion, wondering if they had been tricked. The official told them directly that the emperor said so it should be correct. While happily eating the candy balls prepared by Li Jiwei, she suddenly froze. If it was someone else, maybe they were deceived, but it was Lu Gonggong. Li Jiwei quickly added that Lu Gonggong announced the decree. Since Lu Gonggong said it, it should be trustworthy. Yao thought for a moment and said seriously that since Lu Gonggong was close to the emperor, there was no need to lie. Still, she advised them to be careful when entering the palace. Lin Zi sighed, feeling more anxious. "Don't worry, Lin's sister. Think about it. Since the emperor didn't call others but specifically called you too, maybe it's because Princeton and your husband did something that made the emperor very happy, Mrs. Jean said with a smile to comfort her. Lin Zi shook her head, thinking that if Prince An had made a great contribution, it might be possible. But her husband, a grand master of ceremonies, only handled sacrifices. He couldn't possibly catch an assassin, could he? They chatted for a while at the Li family before saying goodbye and leaving. Back at the Wei family, Lin Zi kept thinking and felt uneasy. Is Lord Wei not back yet? She wondered about Wei Jing'an, who had been absent lately.
Her mood was complicated.
Today, after learning that the Xie family and Marquis Yongning weren't invited, and seeing Wei Jing'an absent, She felt uneasy. She had a strange feeling. She was more upset not seeing Wei Jing'an today. She sat with a gloomy face in the courtyard, waiting until the hour of the dog, around 7 to 9 p.m., before seeing Wei Jing'an return slowly. "Oh, you do know how to come back. I thought you couldn't find your way home," Lin Zi suddenly said, startling Wei Jing'an. "Madam, why are you still awake?" Wei Jing'an asked, puzzled as he looked at Lin Zi. "If I were asleep, how would I know that my husband only comes home when the moon is high in the sky?" Lin Zi replied with a hint of sarcasm. She really couldn't understand what could keep Wei Jing'an so busy that he only returned home late at night. His position at the Ministry of Rights shouldn't require him to stay out this late unless there was a major national ceremony. "Madam, I've just been a bit busy lately," Wei Jing'an said awkwardly. It was all because of his eldest son, who had gotten him involved in this troublesome task. Every day, he was called away by Eunuch Liu for work. Thinking about what he had to do each day, Wei Jing'an's face turned red. But when Lin Zi saw this, she misunderstood, thinking he must have someone else. After all, it wasn't uncommon for men in the Wei family to take concubines. They had been married for years and had always gotten along well.
She thought it would always be that way.
But now, it seemed her husband had another woman. The thought made her chest tighten painfully. "Madam, please don't cry." Seeing Lin Zi in tears, Wei Jing'an panicked, not knowing what to do. "Then tell me, what have you been doing lately?" Lin Zi narrowed her eyes at him. Wei Jing'an hesitated. Eunuch Liu had told him to keep everything secret, and besides, he felt too embarrassed to explain.
"Say it."
Lin Zi's face flushed as she looked at his silence. Her heart sank, so he really did love someone else? Wei Jing'an said nothing, which only made her angrier. She hit him a few times in frustration. "When will you bring her home?" Lin Zi asked after crying, her voice calm but tired. "Who?" Wei Jing'an looked at her, confused. "I'm not someone who can't accept others." "Just bring her home," Lin Zi said, taking a deep breath. She didn't look at him again, and went back to her room alone. Wei Jing'an sighed helplessly. Maybe he really had been too busy lately and hadn't spent enough time with her. Once this matter was over in a couple of days, he would explain everything properly. Li Jiwei originally wanted to ask Su Heming about something, but unfortunately, Su Heming seemed very busy these days. He only sent Qing Song to deliver some delicious food from Rui Tower and also brought some medicine. "Do you know what the prince has been busy with lately?" Li Jiwei asked Qing Hua and Qing Yu curiously. "Your Highness, I don't know," they replied without hesitation. "Your Highness, I don't know," they both said again. Since they had come from the palace, Li Jiwei asked, "Do you know what kind of banquet will be held in the palace in 2 days? Once you go, you'll find out. Sometimes, the emperor and empress invite officials' families to join palace banquets. It's quite common," Qing Hua said softly, a bit nervously. They felt guilty about saying this, knowing that Wang wouldn't allow them to speak, and the emperor probably wouldn't permit them to talk about it either. So, they dared not say more. Seeing that they wouldn't tell her, Li Jiwei didn't press further. She understood that these two, new to her, didn't fully trust her, which didn't surprise her. Soon, the day of the palace banquet, invited by the emperor, arrived. "Older sister Lin, what's wrong with you?" Li Jiwei was shocked to see Lin Zi looking so pale and exhausted. Li family girl, Lin Zi had been worried about Wei Jing'an having a new love interest these days. She couldn't sleep well or eat properly, and now she looked quite unwell. If she didn't come, the emperor might blame her, so she didn't want to leave the house today. "Older sister Lin, are you feeling unwell?" Li Jiwei thought that her own face looked bad, but she seemed better than when she was at home. Could the emperor think her injury was fake? "You're making fun of me, little sister." "I'm fine." Lin Zi forced a smile and looked at Li Jiwei. She didn't know how to explain the emotional troubles she was going through, nor how to deal with Wei Jing'an's situation. In the imperial garden, many chairs were set up, and palace servants placed fresh fruits nearby. The consorts and noble ladies sat there, chatting happily. Li Jiwei looked at this scene and was a bit surprised. Are only she and Li Jiwei the only family members of officials here? Regarding Lin Zi's surprise, Li Jiwei remained much calmer. After all, she didn't recognize any of the beautiful women here. As for whether those people were consorts or family members of officials, Li Jiwei didn't pay much attention, only hoping not to attract too much notice and cause trouble for Su Heming. Hey, you must be the future princess consort of An King, right? But Li Jiwei knew she wouldn't be able to pretend to be a timid little bird. After all, who wouldn't be curious about a woman who could become the princess consort of An King? Moreover, her donation of a generous dowry to the court made everyone even more interested in Li Jiwei. Li Jiwei looked at the woman in palace clothes in front of her. She didn't recognize her. Your servant has seen Lady Lan. Wishing Lady Lan good health and happiness, Lin Zi quickly bowed to Lady Lan, trying to let Li Jiwei know who she was. Your servant has seen Lady Lan. Wishing Lady Lan good health and happiness, Li Jiwei said, feeling relieved. Fortunately, Lin Zi was here today. Otherwise, she might have caused a big embarrassment and possibly offended the emperor and the other ladies, risking being accused of disrespect. She felt powerless even to defend herself. Mrs. Wei has also come? Why does she look so worn out? Lady Lan glanced at Lin Zi with a somewhat unpleasant tone. She was annoyed because Lin Zi had caused her to miss an opportunity to criticize Li Jiwei. She remembered that she had once wanted to recommend her niece Song Qingya to be the consort of Prince An, but was rejected by the prince. She thought the prince would want a noble daughter from a prominent family, but instead, he chose a humble merchant's daughter. Even now, Li Tianyu, Li Jiwei's brother, was only a deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, which Lady Lan still didn't think was impressive. Li Jiwei, even if she was naive, could tell that Lady Lan didn't like her.
But why?
Please don't mind, Lady Lan. Lin Zi forced a smile, though her heart ached. Her husband's shifting affections still hurt deeply, and she hadn't yet fully moved on. But now, in the palace, she had to stay alert and be at her best. I heard that young Master Wei and the Prince of An's son don't get along. I didn't expect you two to be quite close, Lady Lan said with a mocking look, clearly showing her disdain. It's just kids playing around, nothing serious. Today they argued, but tomorrow they'll be good friends again, Lin Zi said with a smile. She didn't quite understand why Consort Lan had such strong hostility toward Li Jiwei. In response to Consort Lan's words, Li Jiwei could only smile awkwardly and say nothing. After all, she hasn't married Prince An yet, and Su Qing is the daughter of Prince An and the former princess. She really couldn't say much. At this moment, Lin Zi spoke more appropriately. Miss Li, your Prince An is quite popular. Many noble ladies in the capital want to marry him. You should keep a close eye on him, Consort Lan said, feeling a bit annoyed that the princess didn't react much to her words. Thank you for your advice, Your Highness, Li Jiwei replied politely. Many people want to marry Prince An, so it's not surprising. Seeing Li Jiwei so calm and patient, Consort Lan felt like hitting cotton, soft and ineffective. She remembered that Li Jiwei was originally supposed to marry the son of the Yuan and Marquis family, but later, Su Qing was taken into Prince An's residence. Could it be that Li Jiwei's true feelings are for that Marquis' son? But then she thought that the Yuan and Marquis family had long since fallen apart. All of this was because of Li Jiwei. Just as Consort Lan wanted to say more, she saw the Empress approaching from a distance. She quickly put away her fierce expression and adopted a gentle, graceful demeanor, bowing to the Empress. Your Majesty, I humbly greet you. Your Majesty, I also greet you. Lin Zi quickly followed, bowing deeply with Li Jiwei. However, Li Jiwei had met the Empress before, so she didn't feel awkward like she did when meeting Consort Lan for the first time. Instead, she also bowed politely. Rise, the Empress said kindly. Miss Li, how did you get that injury on your face? The Empress looked at Li Jiwei with kindness. When she saw the faint purple marks and scars, she was startled. Consort Lan had been so focused on teasing Li Jiwei that she didn't notice these details. Hearing the Empress's words, she also looked at Li Jiwei. Seeing the scars on Li Jiwei's face, Consort Lan felt regretful. Why hadn't she noticed this earlier? Regarding Li Jiwei, the Empress has a very good impression of her. After all, which woman has the courage like Li Jue? She even donated her dowry without hesitation. The Emperor told her that Li Jiwei's actions have helped many common people. As the Empress, she should naturally thank Li Jiwei properly. Now, seeing that Li Jiwei is injured, the Empress is unhappy. Who dares to bully the future princessin? Thank you, Empress, for your concern. My injury is not serious, Li Jiwei said, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Her wound probably doesn't look good. If she hadn't been worried about offending the Emperor's wishes, she wouldn't have come to the palace today. But since she was here, Li Jiwei was prepared to be laughed at. The way Consort Lan looked at her earlier, Li Jiwei thought she might criticize her for her injury, but surprisingly, her words were sharp, yet it seemed she didn't see her wound at all. This made her doubt whether she was really injured. How can it be not serious? Such a beautiful face, injured like this. If Princeton sees it, he'll be very upset, the Empress joked. Your Majesty, Li's injury was caused while protecting the young master, Lin Zi said, following the Empress's words. After all, the Marquis of Junnan's residence hadn't been punished yet. Qing Shi is the heir of Prince An's estate. Who's so blind that they would hurt a child? The Empress frowned and asked. It's not just embarrassing for Prince An's family, but also a slap to the Emperor's face. Everyone knows that Prince An is close to the Emperor. It was someone from the Marquis of Junnan's residence, Lin Zi quickly reported to the Empress. She told a whole story, almost like avenging her sister. After Lin Zi finished her report, she felt much better. Unbelievable. The Empress was very angry upon hearing this. It seemed that the Marquis of Junnan's residence couldn't stay for long. What has happened to make my Empress so angry? A bright yellow figure approached from the side of the Imperial Garden. Seeing the angry Empress, he thought one of his consorts had made her upset. Everyone hurriedly bowed to Zhu Jingchen. Miss Li's injury is quite serious. Zhu Jingchen saw the injury on Li Jiwei's face and sighed. It's understandable that Su Heming was so angry. After all, when you hit a dog, you look at its owner. The Luo family not only hit his son, but also hurt his future wife. My wound looks quite frightening now, but it's healing well, Li Jiwei quickly said. Yes, rest assured. I will make sure justice is served, Zhu Jingchen replied to Li Jiwei. Your Majesty, Miss Li has suffered a great wrong and deserves proper compensation, the Empress said from beside them. Since Li Jiwei's status was somewhat awkward, the Empress wanted the Emperor to support her and asked for a reward. That makes sense. Does Miss Li have anything she wishes for? Zhu Jingchen asked her. However, his words were more like a test to see Li Jiwei's background and her family. Your Majesty, can I ask for anything I want? Li Jiwei gritted her teeth, thinking about the corruption at the mountain library, and made a bold decision. I need to see if I can give you what you ask for, Zhu Jingchen said carefully. He wouldn't agree immediately if her request was unreasonable. Your Majesty, I want to rebuild a school, Li Jiwei said seriously while kneeling before him. Her words caused a sudden silence. No one expected her to make such a request. Even if the school was built, it probably wouldn't benefit Li Jiwei directly. Oh? What kind of school does Miss Li want to build? Zhu Jingchen asked, surprised but with a slight smile that showed he was interested in her request. I want to build a preschool for children under 5, Li Jiwei said earnestly. Children under 5 can go to school? Isn't it the same as Prince and son going to school? But he's so young and gets bullied. So, what is Miss Li's purpose in building this kind of school? Everyone was confused about her true intention. Miss Li's idea is very good. Today, I want to invite everyone to watch a special performance. I will think about this matter and tell you later, Zhu Jingchen said with a smile, calling the officials to sit down, looking at the nearby eunuch. Li Jiwei and Lin Zi were seated at the back of the 4 imperial consorts. It was a good spot with a clear view. When Lin Zi had some free time, she remembered her unfaithful husband. She wasn't very interested in the performance. Miss Li, be careful later. Only the 2 of us are family members of the officials watching this, Lin Zi gently warned Li Jiwei, feeling sad. She also didn't understand why the emperor had brought her and Li Jiwei here in such a grand way. She lowered her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Are palace banquets always this old-fashioned and elegant? When Li Jiwei looked at the man again, she saw him twisting his waist in a strange way. Lord Wei's dance is truly extraordinary, a consort beside her whispered with a smile. Yes, I've heard that Lord Wei likes to travel shirtless. If I had such a figure, I'd want to watch too, another consort said, covering her mouth to hide her amusement. The emperor sat at the top, watching with great interest. After seeing many gentle and elegant performances, a lively and bold dance was quite amusing. Miss Lin, are all palace banquets like this? Li Jiwei couldn't help but ask quietly, pulling Linzi closer. Linzi, still thinking about her husband's infidelity, looked up and saw her husband twisting his hips on stage. She stared in disbelief, eyes wide open. Who could tell her what was happening? Was her husband unfaithful? Why was he up there, showing off in front of the emperor and the other consorts? Although Linzi did not want to use flirtatious behavior to insult her husband, at this moment, she truly couldn't find a better word to describe him. Wow, Lady Wei is really lucky. She gets to see such performances every day. We can only enjoy a little bit. A young concubine looked at Linzi with envy. Big Sister Lin, do you think the hobbies of people in the palace are really strange? The way that man twists is also very strange, but they seem to enjoy it very much, Li Jiwei said, leaning close to Lin Zi's ear, feeling confused. Li Jiwei didn't know Wei Jing'an personally, so she didn't realize that the man twisting so strangely was actually her sister's husband. Lin Zi's mouth twitched, unsure how to explain this to Li Jiwei. What puzzled her even more was that the Minister of Ceremonies was also supposed to be involved in twisting for the palace women. Suddenly, Wei Jing'an, who was awkwardly twisting his hips on stage, saw Lin Zi looking at him with a strange expression. He forgot how he was supposed to twist and immediately thought, "Oh no, my wife saw me?" He thought to himself, it's over. Wow, has Lord Wei finished his performance? Next should be Prince Sin, right? Prince Sin is also performing today. Soon, the concubines looked at each other with anticipation. They had long been eager to see Prince An's figure. Thinking about seeing Prince An's style soon, everyone was excited again. Suddenly, everyone felt that the emperor was the one who understood them best. Li Jiwei, standing nearby, looked at everyone with disbelief. Are they also going to perform? Will they twist like that person just did? At this moment, Lin Zi finally understood why she and Li Jiwei had come here. The man performing was theirs. Meanwhile, on stage, a few round pieces of wood were placed. Li Jiwei looked at the wood and wondered, could Su Heming be going to perform a hand-breaking act with wood? But could Su Heming really break the wood? Li Jiwei suddenly felt worried. Su Heming was standing behind the stage, shirtless, radiating a cold aura. His face showed clearly that he was unhappy and annoyed. Eunuch Lu looked at Su Heming's distant and cold attitude and felt a bit nervous. But he thought, is this the emperor's order? Smiling, he stepped forward and said to Su Heming, Your Highness, it's your turn now. Although Su Heming was reluctant, he had promised the emperor. Now, even if the sky fell, he would finish this performance. However, Su Heming kept a very cold aura throughout. The concubines looked at Su Heming, whose collar was half open, and momentarily forgot how to react. Is this the same prince and who always looks so serious? Is this really Princeton? One concubine asked excitedly, grabbing another's hand.
Is it?
The other replied, blushing. She thought, today's banquet is really exciting. Not only was there the refined and gentle Minister of Rights, but there was also the wild Princeton. In the palace, there was only the emperor as a man. With the porridge scarce and meat even scarcer, such a lively scene felt almost unreal to the concubines. They even wondered if they were dreaming. If it was a dream, they wished for more such dreams. Li Jiwei blushed as she looked at Su Heming, whose collar was half open, from a distance. She swallowed hard, thinking, is this a show that a young girl like me can watch? Your Majesty, The Empress hesitated and looked at Zhu Jingchun beside her. Whose emperor would invite his own concubines to watch such a performance by a man? Was he worried that these concubines might have other thoughts? Or did he think he was still young and didn't need to worry about these concubines stepping out of line? Empress, do you think this performance isn't exciting enough? Zhu Jingchun was getting interested. He didn't expect Su Heming to be quite suitable for this kind of show. Unfortunately, it seemed this was probably the only chance to see him perform like this. After all, Su Heming was not easy to persuade, especially when it came to performing acts that put his dignity on the line. Next time, he probably wouldn't be so easy to trick. Your Majesty, do you think it's not exciting enough? The Empress massaged her forehead, watching the concubines below staring at Su Heming like wolves. Did he realize what he was saying? Those were his own concubines. If Su Heming takes off his shirt, it would definitely be more interesting to watch. Zhu Jingchun propped his chin and replied seriously. Your Majesty, do you only have eyes for Princeton? The Empress Dowager helplessly glanced at Su Heming, then quickly withdrew her gaze. Honestly, he's quite interesting. Respect others' privacy. Do not invade it. As the Empress Dowager, she must not harbor bad thoughts about men other than the Emperor. Empress, don't be nervous. This performance, of course, needs full attention. Otherwise, such shows might not be available in the future. Next time, I won't be able to let Princeton perform like this. Zhu Jingchun stared intently at the stage. He was afraid of missing something and turning around to find a reason to tease Su Heming. Your Majesty, this performance, the Empress Dowager really didn't know how to comment. Just watch it yourself. Why bring your consorts to see it too? The Empress Dowager means, do you want me to enjoy such a wonderful show alone? I was thinking that the harem's life is dull and boring, so I wanted to add some fun for everyone. Besides, if I watch alone, it would be awkward. I brought you and the Empress Dowager to watch, so others can't find excuses to criticize you. Now that everyone has seen it, no one can blame anyone, right? The Empress Dowager was surprised to find that the Emperor's words made some sense. She couldn't just enjoy this wonderful performance alone. Moreover, Su Heming was a cold-faced prince. In the capital, no one dared to offend him. Today, he even set aside his dignity to perform. This was a rare opportunity. No, she quickly shook her head. How had she been swayed by the Emperor? What she needed to do was advise him not to make trouble, as it was truly inappropriate. And if those consorts developed any second thoughts, wouldn't that increase her responsibilities? Your Majesty, aren't you worried that the ladies will look at Prince and Lord Wei's performance and then turn their attention to them? The Empress Dowager asked directly, seeing the Emperor's indifferent expression. Don't worry. Prince and Wei Jing'an don't care about them. Besides, they only get a chance to watch from afar. Zhu Jingchun waved his hand dismissively. Honestly, those consorts were too annoying. Su Heming didn't like women like that. Your Majesty, you really are. The Empress Dowager's mouth twitched at his words. Truly, the Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. She wondered where the Emperor's confidence came from. Or is it that he trusts Princeton too much? Anyway, she has said everything she needed to say. The Emperor shouldn't blame her for these mistakes. But I must say, Princeton's health is really good. His cold demeanor combined with his strong body makes for an interesting sight. It seems that Princess is quite lucky. Su Heming felt very annoyed as he sensed the disapproving looks coming from all around. If he didn't know those women were the Emperor's consorts, he would really want to push them all away. He couldn't understand what the Emperor was thinking, wanting him to perform without clothes for his consorts to see. Girl, you eat really well, Lin Zi said to Su Heming with a loud voice, while also talking to Li Jiwei. Li Jiwei's face darkened. How was she supposed to respond to that? Madam Wei, you also eat well. Lord Wei's performance just now was very impressive. Before Li Jiwei could reply, a beautiful consort interrupted. Li Jiwei widened her eyes and looked at Lin Zi. So, that man just now was Lin Zi's husband? Big sister Lin, let's not laugh at second brother anymore, Li Jiwei said with a half-smile, looking at Lin Zi. She thought to herself, if she hadn't been mistaken just now, Lin Zi was drooling over Su Heming? She wondered if the man who performed earlier was still there. Seeing Lin Zi like that, was he really okay? Lin Zi didn't know what Li Jiwei was thinking. Even if she did, she would just say, "It's nothing." Humph, who told him to hide it from me? She had been sad for 2 days, thinking he was with someone else, and she had lost weight. "Princein, look at this," old Lu called out, leading a few young eunuchs carrying a piece of wood. He signaled to Su Hemming to carry the wood and walk around the imperial garden 3 times. Su Hemming looked at the wood with a look of dislike. It didn't seem heavy, but it also wasn't light, probably around 200 jin. For Su Hemming, that wasn't a problem. But he still wanted to refuse. "Does everyone want to see our prince and carry this wood and walk around the garden 3 times? Old Lu seemed to notice Su Hemming's hesitation and shouted to the crowd. "Princein, my sister wants to see you carry the wood." Su Hemming frowned, thinking which consort was so shameless. He first looked displeased at Zhu Jingchen, as if to say, "Quickly control your woman." Hearing the woman's voice, Wei Jing'an leaned out and looked at Lin Zi, giving a warning tone. But unfortunately, Lin Zi didn't look at him at all. Su Hemming then turned his gaze toward the woman speaking, trying to use his cold aura to scare away the ignorant woman. However, he saw Lin Zi looking excited and Li Jiwei looking very awkward at the same time, and he was momentarily stunned. Soon, Su Hemming understood the reason behind this. Zhu Jingchen not only let his woman come to watch him perform, but also invited Li Jiwei. Qinghua and Qingyue hadn't told him about this. Qinghua and Qingyue, "Sir, you are wronged. We are busy every day and haven't even seen a shadow of ourselves. We wanted to tell you, but had no chance. Besides, they're supposed to stay close to protect Li Jiwei. In the palace, it was impossible because no maids could be brought along. It was also the emperor's intention not to let this matter spread today." Su Hemming felt annoyed. If he had known, he wouldn't have worn such revealing clothes. Big Sister Lin, Li Jiwei felt very embarrassed. Everyone's gazes made her extremely uncomfortable. They all seemed eager to eat her up. At this moment, Li Jiwei wished she could dig a hole and hide herself, not knowing what Su Hemming might think of her. "Don't be afraid. This performance is just for everyone to see, right? Since we want to watch, we should say it loudly. If you don't say it, how will he know you want to see?" Lin Zi patted Li Jiwei's hand, speaking confidently. "Miss Li, you can't keep it to yourself. I haven't had enough of this kind of show yet," a concubine nearby said to Li Jiwei. Li Jiwei closed her eyes, doubting if she was dreaming. The emperor's concubines openly said they wanted to watch her fiancé perform in such revealing clothes? Isn't this a way to seduce them? Could the emperor be planning to punish the security prince? Thinking of this, Li Jiwei felt nervous. Could the emperor really punish the security prince? You should know that the marriage was granted by imperial decree. If there is any punishment, it will involve everyone. Thinking of this, Li Jiwei looked at Su Hemming with a displeased expression. "Oh, what kind of fate is this? Not only did I not enjoy happiness, but now I have to share the punishment?" Thinking of this, Li Jiwei glared at Su Hemming with resentment and gritted her teeth, saying, "Look, why aren't you watching? If I'm not afraid now, I might not have the courage to watch in the future." "Your Highness, the Prince of In, did you hear that? Miss Li wants to see." Lu Gonggong thought to himself. This move by the emperor is clever. Su Hemming didn't expect Li Jiwei to be here either, and now he felt a bit uncomfortable. After all, he used to be polite and respectful. Today's attitude might make her think he's a reckless person. But then he remembered that Li Jiwei wanted to see him carry that broken piece of wood. Su Hemming sighed, carried the wood, and then disappeared from sight.
Where?
Where is he? Everyone was a bit stunned. Didn't they say they were here to watch a performance involving carrying wood? Now, not only is the wood gone, but the person is missing too? Only faintly. It seemed something was flashing quickly past. Suddenly, a loud bang startled everyone, and they hurriedly hid under their tables. Even the emperor and empress were shocked. "Protect the emperor! Protect the emperor!" Lu Gonggong shouted in fear. Soon, guards surrounded the emperor and empress tightly. Li Jiwei and Lin Zi also quickly crouched down, hiding under the table. Your Majesty, I have completed today's mission, Su Hemming said, then suddenly moved quickly and disappeared. Oh dear. It turns out that His Highness the Prince of shattered that piece of wood, Lu Gonggong said with lingering fear, looking at the pile of wood fragments nearby. It's okay now, it's okay. Zhu Jingchen also relaxed. He was terrified, thinking there was really an assassin. Your Majesty, are you all right? The Prince of is too much. It was just a performance. Why did it scare people? Lan Fei quickly stood up and approached Zhu Jingchen, trying to get attention. I'm fine. Everyone, go back now. Today's banquet must not be talked about with others. If it gets out, I won't forgive easily, Zhu Jingchen told the concubines. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will keep this secret. An older concubine quickly stepped forward and said, thinking to herself, the more such banquets there are, the better she liked them. It's also very enjoyable to indulge a little. Thinking of this, the consort looked at Li Jiwei and smiled, saying, this must be the princess consort of King An, right? Truly fortunate. As she spoke, she took a gold hairpin from her hair and placed it on Li Jiwei's head. Li Jiwei didn't know what to say at first, so she could only politely thank her. At this moment, other consorts saw what the first one did and also presented gifts to Li Jiwei. Even Lin Zi, who was nearby, received quite a few gifts. After all the consorts left, both Li Jiwei and Lin Zi had many jewelry pieces placed in their hair. They looked at each other and saw how they both looked a bit overwhelmed. My neck feels like it's going to break, Li Jiwei said with a sigh. Fortunately, she usually didn't like wearing too many accessories, or her neck really wouldn't be able to handle the weight. Go help the two ladies fix their hair, the Empress, even though she was surprised by the scene, said gently. Your Majesty, please also send the two ladies to the Imperial study later, Zhu Jingchen quickly told the Empress. After all, Su Hemming and Wei Jing'an were probably waiting for her. She hadn't told them that Li Jiwei and Lin Zi would be invited to today's banquet. Go ahead if you have matters to attend to, the Empress replied softly. In her heart, she thought she still needed to comfort Li Jiwei and Lin Zi. Li Jiwei looked at the hairpins on the tray and asked Lin Zi curiously, older sister Lin, do you always have your hair done like this when you come to the palace? I was lucky today to have your company, Lin Zi replied confidently. Why did those consorts also give her gifts? Was it because Li Jiwei's hair was in such a mess? Fortunately, the consorts only placed hairpins in her hair and didn't do it too roughly. Me? Li Jiwei looked puzzled. What did this have to do with her? The palace maids quietly helped both women style their hair. Madam, your hair is now done. Please wait here for a moment, they said. After finishing, they placed the trays on the dressing tables in front of the women and left. Li Jiwei and Lin Zi sighed in relief after they left. Today's banquet was truly surprising and a bit frightening. Unnoticed by them, someone outside was secretly blowing smoke into the room. When Li Jiwei woke up again, she found herself in a dusty, old house. Cough. Li Jiwei coughed lightly from the dust. Is anyone there? She looked around but didn't see Lin Zi. Luckily, she wasn't tied up, so she could only shout to see if anyone would come. She didn't know who had taken her here. Thinking of this, Li Jiwei sighed. This was the second time she had been kidnapped. Surprisingly, she wasn't very nervous, just feeling a bit helpless and wondering why this kept happening. Could the kidnappers not change who they target? After experiencing so many dangers, Li Jiwei suddenly felt proud of herself for managing to stay calm. But she wondered who had her caught this time. Just earlier, she was in the palace. It was impossible for her to be taken out so quickly without anyone noticing. Thinking of this, Li Jiwei tried to open the broken door. The house looked like it hadn't been lived in for a long time and hadn't been cleaned. Although she wasn't from a wealthy family, her parents had raised her well, living comfortably. She couldn't stand being in such a creepy place. When she tried to open the door, she found it was locked from the outside. Is that person trying to trap me here? Li Jiwei frowned and said. Is anyone there? Come help, she shouted loudly, hoping to attract someone. But no one came. Zhu Jingchen looked coldly at the palace maid kneeling below. Say that again. Zhu Jingchen doubted he had heard correctly. Otherwise, how could he believe that Li Jiwei was missing? A living person couldn't just vanish into thin air. What about my wife? Wei Jing'an asked hurriedly, ignoring the emperor's presence. The lady is inside the house, but the young maid didn't expect that just leaving for a moment would cause such trouble. Thinking about how the emperor had asked the two ladies to prepare and come to the study, she hurried to report to the emperor, ignoring everything else. But at this moment, facing the emperor's cold gaze, the maid felt afraid. Just what is going on? Jingchen's face was so dark it looked like it could drip water, and he was unhappy. The maidservant was hesitating at this moment. Tell the emperor that Lady Wei is unconscious. As soon as the maid finished speaking, Wei Jing'an disappeared without a trace. Your Majesty, should I give you an explanation about this matter? Su Heming took a deep breath, looking at Zhu Jingchen with dissatisfaction. He secretly brought someone into the palace, but they lost her? Send someone to find out where Miss Li was taken today. Zhu Jingchen called out directly, and soon a shadow darted out. Your Majesty, I am also going to look for my wife, Su Heming said politely, and left the study. Your Majesty, this. Old Lu looked at the two officials' rude behavior, and didn't know what to do. Forget it. This is my fault first. Let's go see for ourselves. Zhu Jingchen waved his hand. He admitted he was at fault. They were both eager to see the person. Is this the funny place you mentioned? This dog hole? Su Qingshi's mouth twitched as he looked at the hole in disbelief, then glanced at the third prince, Zhu Hanyu. His face was full of disdain. Could the third prince think he's stupid? He has a dog hole at home too. Once, he sneaked out through the dog hole to play and almost got beaten by his father. What dog hole? Be quiet. It's a secret base. It's really fun inside, Zhu Hanyu whispered, glancing around secretly. Seeing no one, he finally relaxed. Are you saying there's something inside? Su Qingshi's eyes lit up with curiosity. There's a big courtyard inside. Last time, I heard a strange sound, but I couldn't find where it was coming from. Maybe there's a monster that can talk. If we meet it first, do you think it will be ours? Zhu Hanyu said excitedly. A monster? You dare to want one? Aren't you afraid it will eat you? Su Qingshi looked at Zhu Hanyu with confusion, not understanding what was going on in the third prince's mind. You don't understand. Zhu Hanyu rolled his eyes and looked at Su Qingshi as if he were a fool. He said, Listen, I found a secret manual in my father's study. It talks about many divine beasts. Since I heard a sound, I think maybe heaven is guiding me to become the first prince in Lan Nua country to own a divine beast. Zhu Hanyu patted his chest proudly and said, Really? Su Qingshi was a bit doubtful about Zhu Hanyu's words, but what if it was true? If he and the third prince tamed a divine beast together, then he would also have seen a divine beast. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Maybe next time, he could be the one to own a divine beast. If he had a divine beast, he wouldn't have to be bullied by people like that fat guy anymore. Thinking of this, Su Qingshi also felt a little eager. When have I ever lied to you? I already brought you here, didn't I? Hurry up, or someone will come soon, Zhu Hanyu said anxiously, looking at the eunuch nearby. Hearing this, Su Qingshi didn't hesitate and went inside directly. Zhu Hanyu quickly followed. Strange, I clearly heard sounds over here just now. The little eunuch scratched his head, confused. But outside the cold palace, the little eunuch didn't dare stay too long, afraid of bad luck. After the people left, the two boys patted their chests and sighed in relief. TSK, how come your house has a yard like this? Su Qingshi looked at the overgrown yard with disgust. He wondered why the palace, which should be grand and beautiful, looked so abandoned. It didn't resemble a palace at all. The palace is so big, there must be some empty places, right? Zhu Hanyu didn't know why there was such a yard, but since it was his home, he couldn't say it looked bad in front of others. All right, but are you really sure there's a divine beast here? What if it's a ghost or a monster? Does your book say what to do if we encounter a monster? Su Qingshi asked worriedly.
I
forgot. The third prince scratched his head, looking a bit embarrassed. Maybe we should go back first. Su Qingshi looked at the yard, feeling a little scared, and said carefully. After all, if a monster comes and they can't think of a way to deal with it, wouldn't they be eaten? All right, the third prince was a bit disappointed, but still thought it was best to be fully prepared. The two immediately decided to go back the way they came. Huh? Did you hear someone calling for help? Su Qingshi just came out of the dog hole and seemed to hear Li Jiwei's voice. He asked confusedly. That's probably the crazy consorts over in the cold palace. Don't worry about it. Zhu Hanyu was momentarily stunned but then said nonchalantly. Really? Maybe I heard it wrong, Su Qingshi said, relieved. He thought, how could it be Li Jiwei? She should be resting at the Li family right now. Wei Jing and finally found Lin Ziyi and hurried over in fright. Madam, are you all right? Seeing the exhausted Lin Ziyi, Wei Jing and was also shocked. It's only been 2 days since they last saw each other. How did she become like this? Hubby, boo-hoo. Lin Ziyi saw Wei Jing and couldn't hold back her tears. She didn't know what had happened. Why did she suddenly faint? Why did Li Jiwei disappear? Lin Ziyi was extremely scared inside. She worried that Li Jiwei might have been kidnapped, and also worried that she could be a dangerous person who might harm the emperor and others. It's okay now, it's okay. Wei Jing no longer cared about the fact they were still in the palace. He held her in his arms to comfort her. Although Lin Ziyi usually appeared carefree, Wei Jing knew she was actually a timid girl. She was simple and didn't have many complicated thoughts. Su Himing just entered the room and saw the two embracing. At first, Su Himing frowned, but after thinking about Lin Ziyi's recent experience, he said nothing. He just started to look around the room. He didn't find any signs of a fight. On the dressing table, there were 2 trays of various jewelry. It was clear that the person wasn't after money. Excuse me for interrupting, Su Himing said, not wanting to disturb them but feeling he had to ask Lin Ziyi some questions. Hearing Su Heming's voice, Lin Ziyi quickly pushed away Wei Jing'an and saw that the visitor was indeed Su Heming. Suddenly, she remembered Su Heming's tempting look earlier and blushed. Your Highness, is there something you need? Wei Jing'an asked unhappily, standing in front of Lin Ziyi. Yes, Madam Lin, before you knew Miss Li was missing. What were you doing? Su Heming asked, ignoring Wei Jing'an's attitude and looking at Lin Ziyi. After the banquet, Empress Da and the other ladies gave me and Miss Li many pieces of jewelry. Most of them were placed in our hair, and the Empress herself allowed us to do our makeup. 2 palace maids helped us with our hair, then placed the jewelry here. I was sitting on this side, and Miss Li was on that side. After finishing, the maids left and we talked for a while. Lin Ziyi explained, taking a deep breath and telling everything clearly. I was awakened by a maid. I didn't know what was happening at first. When I woke up, I was lying on the ground, she added after thinking. Look at the jewelry on that tray. Are any missing? Su Heming finished speaking and circled the room. When he reached the window, he saw some powder and frowned. Master, that woman has been calling for a long time. Do you want to see her? Mou, dressed in palace clothes, asked softly from beside him. Let her call. Lu Ruyan sat calmly, drinking her tea, not paying much attention to Li Jiwei shouting. After all, this is the cold palace. Ordinary people wouldn't normally be nearby. Even if Li Jiwei shouted until she was hoarse, no one would notice she was here. Master, what if the emperor comes looking for her? Mou asked worriedly. Since this is the palace, and Li Jiwei appeared here, she couldn't have just disappeared without a reason. Send a message to the Empress, saying Miss Li has urgent matters and has left the palace for now, Lu Ruyan said calmly. Yes, I will go now, Mou replied, thinking that Li Jiwei was just an ordinary merchant's daughter. Getting the emperor's favor and entering the palace was a great blessing, but it was unlikely she would gain much more than that in front of the emperor and empress. Find someone clever, Lu Ruyan said again. Qingshi has also come. The empress was surprised to see Su Qingshi entering with a 3rd prince. After all, she had heard about Su Qingshi's injury a few days ago. Today, she hadn't noticed Su Qingshi entering the palace. Your Majesty, the 3rd prince asked me to come, Su Qingshi quickly explained. Mother, I have something to discuss with Qingshi. Zhu Hanyu pulled Su Qingshi to a side hall. The Empress shook her head, unsure what these two were up to. Madam, Miss Li is still missing, and we don't know if Prince N knows about the young master here, said Nurse Ma quietly. Prince N is probably busy looking for Miss Li now. Later, send someone to tell Prince N and keep an eye on the children, the Empress sighed. She wondered where Li Jiwei was at this moment. Meanwhile, Su Qingshi was still thinking about the voice he had just heard. It sounded just like Li Jiwei's voice. Do you think Miss Li has left the palace? The Empress asked the little eunuch. Yes, Your Majesty. Miss Li asked me to tell you, the little eunuch replied nervously. He thought this was a good task, a chance to gain favor with the Empress. But her angry expression made him nervous. Take him to the Emperor, the Empress ordered with a dark face. Her mind was filled with anger. Who dared to attack inside the palace? Could it be the prince of Zhunnan's residence? When Zhu Jingchen heard that the little eunuch entered the palace of earthly tranquility, he got the news. Now he was angry, not knowing who dared to kidnap someone right under his nose. They clearly didn't respect him. Your Majesty, should we hand him over to Prince N? Lu Gonggong asked, looking at the frightened little eunuch. Yes, give him to him. He's just useless, Zhu Jingchen said with disdain, looking at the eunuch. He was just a pawn, no more. Your Majesty, we have found Miss Li. A secret guard suddenly appeared in the imperial study and knelt down to report. Where is he? Zhu Jingchen looked at the dark guard, his voice like a demon from hell, making people shiver. He's in the cold palace. The dark guard trembled but honestly answered. Zhu Jingchen didn't expect the person to be right in the cold palace. It seemed that the person was very familiar with the palace. Otherwise, they wouldn't hide someone there. The dark guard knelt at the front, waiting for Zhu Jingchen's order to rescue Li Jiwei. However, the emperor remained silent for a long time. Your Majesty, should we send someone to rescue Miss Li? Old eunuch Lu asked quietly, watching Zhu Jingchen, who had been silent. Is Miss Li in danger? Zhu Jingchen asked the dark guard. Reporting to the emperor, that person only locked her in the cold palace and didn't do anything else to Miss Li, the dark guard replied seriously. Then let's wait a bit longer. Zhu Jingchen wanted to know who dared to kidnap someone right under his nose. If they didn't find out who was behind this, and he could take Li Jiwei today, maybe one day he could easily deal with him. Thinking of this, Zhu Jingchen's expression grew darker. Send someone to protect Miss Li well, and don't give the enemy a chance to hurt her, Zhu Jingchen added, feeling responsible. Your Majesty, the Prince of N probably won't agree. Old eunuch Lu thought that the Prince of N wouldn't allow Li Jiwei to take such risks. Don't tell him for now. Zhu Jingchen glared at old eunuch Lu and the dark guards below him, coldly. Lu Ruyan saw Mou rushing back anxiously and frowned. What's making you so hurried? Master, the little eunuch I sent to deliver a message was caught, Mou said worriedly. How could you mess up such a small task? Lu Ruyan angrily slapped. Lu Ruyan saw Mou rushing back anxiously and frowned. What's making you so hurried? Master, the little eunuch I sent to deliver a message was caught, Mou said worriedly. How could you mess up such a small task? Lu Ruyan angrily slapped Mou. Please forgive me, mistress. Mou quickly knelt and admitted her mistake. But if someone saw Mou's true face, Lu Ruyan's cold gaze looked at Mou, making her feel a chill behind her back. She knew Lu Ruyan had murderous intent toward her. She is Mou, but not the only Mou. She replaced the previous Mou and served by Lu Ruyan's side. No, I disguised myself as Miss Li and wore a mask, Mou quickly said, though she wasn't entirely sure herself. Good, Lu Ruyan said, then went into another room in the cold palace. Inside, a woman looked at Lu Ruyan with fear. Don't hit me, don't hit me, the woman begged as Lu Ruyan approached her. Useless thing, Lu Ruyan said with disdain, glancing at the woman but not hurting her. Empress Lu, Our Lady is a respectful consort. A young palace maid warned quickly, afraid Lu Ruyan might harm her mistress again. Just a consort in the cold palace. Respectful consort? Who respects her? The emperor has long forgotten who she is, Lu Ruyan sneered. It's you. If it weren't for you framing Our Lady, she wouldn't have been thrown into the cold palace. The maid, Kyre, looked at Lu Ruyin with hidden hatred. This cursed woman. She fell into the lake herself, but falsely accused her mistress of pushing her. When her mistress arrived at the royal garden, she jumped into the lake and lost her baby. Her mistress was sentenced for attempting to harm the heir and has lived in the cold palace for 3 years. During these 3 years, this crazy woman often came to scold or hit her mistress. Now, she even kidnapped a woman. Kyre didn't know what this crazy woman wanted, but she only hoped she wouldn't hurt her mistress. She didn't know how her mistress's child had died, but she knew it was this crazy woman who caused it. Yes, it's me. So what? Now, your mistress is in the cold palace. In the palace, everyone knows I hate your mistress. I come to vent my anger on her. Even the emperor permits this. If you're unhappy, go ask the emperor to defend your mistress. Let's see if he still believes your words. Haha. Lu Ruyin looked at her with pride. The respectful consort didn't push her. But so what? Who made her appear in front of her at that moment? Moreover, that child was not something she wanted to have. She did not wish for it. Besides her beloved, she believed no one else deserved to have children, so she planned to find a way to get rid of the baby. However, since she didn't want the child, she also wanted to make sure the child served his final purpose. The emperor's anger caused the noble consort to be sent to the cold palace, and from then on, he ignored her. Even when he occasionally came to the cold palace to see her, he never blamed her. The emperor, feeling guilty, even promoted her to a higher rank. See, that child still had some use. Unfortunately, he was not the prince's child, so she couldn't keep him. You are just a crazy person. Kyre, with red eyes, still insisted on protecting the noble consort behind her. She couldn't let anything happen to her. Don't worry, today I am in a good mood, so I won't hurt her, Lu Ruyin said, ignoring Kyre's fear. She was still thinking about how to make Li Jiwei give up on marrying Su Hemming. After all, Su Hemming belonged to her. How could she allow another woman to get close to him? Thinking of Su Hemming, Lu Ruyin's obsession grew stronger. Seeing his strong build today, she wished she could rush forward and hide him in her room. She wished she could make everyone's eyes disappear, so that only she could enjoy such beauty. Especially after learning that the emperor had arranged a marriage between Su Hemming and Li Jiwei, she became insanely jealous. Initially, she had liked him first, but he chose that annoying Zhou girl instead. Fortunately, that girl was of low status. During her childbirth, someone gave her something harmful, causing her to bleed heavily and die. Sadly, that burden was left behind. In the past 3 years, there had been no news of Su Hemming remarrying. She thought he was waiting for the right opportunity, just like her. She even had a plan to fake her death and escape. But then she heard that the emperor had arranged a marriage between Su Hemming and a merchant's daughter who is nothing special. How could she tolerate such a thing happening again? She had thought of countless ways to make Li Jiwei disappear from the world. She believed all of this could only be done after she faked her death and left the palace. I didn't expect the emperor to give her such a good opportunity. She isn't foolish. How could she miss such a chance? Su Hemming stood outside the cold palace, frowning as he looked at a nearby guard. He asked, "Are you sure you brought her here?" He couldn't understand. The cold palace was filled with abandoned consorts. How could anyone there have the ability to kidnap someone who is about to become his princess? Are the people in the palace just decorations? Prince, someone saw a palace maid supporting a person. The figure looked like Miss Li going inside, but it's not certain. That person is Miss Li, the guard said nervously.
Su Hemming Thou.
Just as he raised his hand to push open the door to the cold palace, he saw the hurried approach of old Lu. "Your Highness, the king requests your presence," old Lu said, looking relieved that Su Hemming hadn't entered the cold palace yet. Luckily, he arrived in time. Otherwise, the emperor might blame him for poor work. Su Hemming's face darkened. "Your Highness, the emperor has news about Miss Li. Please come with me," old Lu added with a smile. "Stay here and guard the entrance. Do not let anyone in or out. Su Heming ordered his men before following old Lu to the imperial study. Inside, Li Jiwei had been calling out for a long time, but saw no one come. She felt hopeless. Who did she offend that they left her here? Was it heaven's displeasure that she didn't die miserably at the Lin family, so now she would die in this dilapidated place?
Someone.
Is anyone there? Li Jiwei angrily pounded on the broken door. Dust fell as she struck the door hard.
Cough.
Li Jiwei choked a few times. Just when she thought she might die here unnoticed, a water pouch and some food were slipped through the crack in the door. Is anyone there? She called out happily upon seeing the items. Unfortunately, the person who brought them only left supplies and didn't say a word. The person was an undercover guard sent by the emperor. She heard Li Jiwei repeatedly knocking and calling, worried she might be thirsty or hungry, so he brought her water and food. The emperor said they needed to find the person behind everything, so he asked Miss Li to stay in the room a little longer. But she couldn't reveal herself.
Li Jiwei frowned.
Someone was feeding her things, but they weren't speaking. Could it be that this person was trying to poison her? Did you secretly bring me these things? Li Jiwei asked softly. Unfortunately, she only received silence in response. You don't have to answer me. If you did, just tap the door panel, she said through clenched teeth. She didn't really expect a reply, but she couldn't stay locked in forever. Suddenly, there was a light knock on the door. It was faint, but Li Jiwei still heard it. Her heart lifted. Does Kingan know about this place? She asked again. This time, she didn't hear any knocking. She clenched her teeth in frustration. That scoundrel Su Heming still hadn't found her. Someone would come to rescue her, right? She wondered uncertainly. Feeling a bit sad, she thought, Su Heming didn't even know she was here. Who else could save her? Then she heard another knock. She felt relieved. Someone was coming to save her. But it wasn't now. Having experienced so much, Li Jiwei was not naive. She suspected that someone was trying to find out who was behind everything. Can you guarantee my safety? She asked. Since she was sure she would be rescued, she wasn't as worried anymore. This time, a voice outside the door said decisively, "Let's in." Li Jiwei felt a little more at ease. But this person wasn't one of Su Heming's people. Could it be someone from the emperor? Let's go. We're going to meet that scoundrel. Lu Ruyan finally decided to see Li Jiwei. Although Li Jiwei was betrothed by the emperor, how could she so easily get the man she desired but couldn't have? Master, there are many people in the cold palace right now. Maybe you shouldn't go today, Mou said nervously. What's there to fear? Everyone knows I go to the cold palace every few days to vent my anger at that scoundrel, Lu Ruyan said with a mocking smile, not bothering to hide her disdain for those people. Just in case those people find Miss Li's whereabouts, Mou said nervously. After all, if she was found, she would be the only one blamed. What are you afraid of? If something happens, I will take the blame, Lu Ruyan said dismissively, thinking she was useless. But Lu Ruyan's words were just talk. Without Mou, there would be another Mou. She was just a servant, as long as she obeyed. Lu Ruyan lifted her head and headed toward the cold palace. Who is that? Su Heming's guards frowned as Lu Ruyan approached confidently. How dare you, you unthinking dog! How dare you block Lady Lu? Mou quickly stepped forward without being told and scolded the guards. Greetings, Lady Lu. Although confused about why Lady Lu is coming to the cold palace, everyone still bowed politely. Lu Ruyan didn't look at the crowd bowing, but walked straight into the cold palace. The guards tried to stop her, but were held back by a young eunuch. Sir, I apologize. My master has a hard life. She was harmed by the wicked concubine Jing and lost her child. Although the concubine Jing was sent to the cold palace, she is still alive. My master's royal heir can never be replaced. Every time she remembers her child harmed by that wicked woman, she can't help but come here to vent her anger, the young eunuch said sadly. Hearing this, the guard frowned. The words were true, but the prince had ordered that no one was allowed into the cold palace. Sir, this is the imperial palace. The emperor has approved this, the young eunuch sneered, sensing the guard's hesitation. The guard frowned, realizing he had no authority today. He could only send someone to inform Su Heming and watch Lu Ruyan and the others enter the cold palace. Lu Ruyan swaggered into the cold palace, passing by the room where concubine Jing was, and went straight to the room where Li Jiwei was held. "Open the door," Lu Ruyan commanded confidently outside the room. Originally, concubine Jing and Kair, who expected to be beaten again today, watched Lu Ruyan approaching fiercely and, seeing her heading to another room, couldn't help but follow. "The wicked woman is about to harm others again," Princess Jing said nervously. "Master, don't be afraid. Evil people will be punished by heaven," Kair comforted Princess Jing after speaking. Kaya was actually quite scared herself. She thought she heard some noise earlier and initially believed she was imagining things. But it turned out that this person was bold enough to hide someone in the cold palace. Of course, Li Jiwei heard the sounds outside. She was curious about whether this person was the mastermind who kidnapped her or the one coming to save her. Thinking about it, Li Jiwei almost wanted to laugh. After all, she was quite capable herself. The big figures in the capital all wanted her life. Finally, the broken door was opened from outside. Li Jiwei still sat on the ground and no longer cared about the mess in the room. But when she saw the beautiful woman dressed like a palace lady outside, she was momentarily stunned. She had seen this person today. She only knew that this woman was one of the emperor's consorts, but she didn't know which one. The emperor's consort? She probably didn't have the power to provoke her. While Li Jiwei was observing Lu Ruyan was also watching Li Jiwei. Seeing Li Jiwei sitting on the dirty floor without any manners, Lu Ruyan looked down on her. She truly came from a small place, showing no manners at all. "Rude woman, when you see my young lady, you should bow," Moyu scolded quickly when she saw Li Jiwei not bowing. "What young lady? I want to ask whose wife is this who is so rude and kidnapped me here?" Li Jiwei replied bluntly. You want my life, but you expect me to bow to you?" She had plenty of money, and was not stupid. "Mou, why bother wasting words on a dead person?" Lu Ruyan sat on a chair brought by the eunuch. Looking at the insignificant Li Jiwei, she showed no respect. "I am the princess and personally granted by the emperor. If you want my life, you'd better think carefully," Li Jiwei said confidently, not afraid of the pressure from this woman. After all, she knew the empress and the 4 consorts. She remembered that this woman's position was relatively low, indicating her rank was not very high. She is not only the daughter of an official but also the future princess and granted by the emperor. Normally, if she marries Prince In, her rank would not be lower than the person in front of her. "Be quiet," the proud Lu Ruyan, upon hearing Li Jiwei's words, clenched her handkerchief tightly out of jealousy. This damn girl was showing off. What she couldn't get, she could easily obtain. Li Jiwei ignored the angry Lu Ruyan. She stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and muttered to herself. If Su Heming didn't come to rescue her soon, she might get hurt again today. Then, it would be harder for Su Heming to marry her. Her father would never allow her to marry someone who couldn't even protect her. "Your Majesty, is this what you want to say to your humble servant?" Su Heming took a deep breath, looking at the small eunuch kneeling at the bottom, and asked. "Su Aiching, don't be angry. Since this person said such things, we just need to follow this lead and find out where Miss Li is," Zhu Jingchen said with a smile. But he also planned to catch the person behind the scenes. He sent someone to Li Jiwei's side, waiting to catch that person. Then he would make it up to Li Jiwei. "Your Majesty, someone has entered the cold palace," a guard shouted outside before Su Heming could speak. "Emperor, you'd better pray that my princess consort is safe. Otherwise, I won't care who that person is." Su Heming took a deep breath, looked at Zhu Jingchen with displeasure, and then left. Su Heming thought Zhu Jingchen knew who that person was and was trying to protect them. "Hurry, and send someone to check who this careless person is." Zhu Jingchen took a deep breath. He considered sending someone, then changed his mind and said, "I will go myself." He wanted to see who dared to kidnap someone right under his nose. "Your Majesty, be careful," Lu Gonggong said nervously, seeing Zhu Jingchen's attitude. At this moment, the Empress also received the news.
What?
The cold palace? Who dares hide Miss Li there? The Empress was shocked upon hearing this. She worried that the Emperor would blame her for not doing her job well. Meanwhile, Zhu Hanyu and Su Qing were only faintly hearing the words, cold palace. Your Highness, could it be that your divine beast has been discovered by others? Watching the Empress hurriedly leave, Su Qingji was curious and asked,
What?
How can that be? Zhu Hanyu flipped through his books, but didn't find any method on how to tame those divine beasts. Now, before he could get anxious, he heard someone discover his precious divine beast. How could that happen? No, we must go quickly. We can't let others get the advantage, Zhu Hanyu said quickly, thinking. The two children exchanged a glance. At this moment, they only had one idea: to rush to the cold palace. Just as they crawled out of that small dog hole into the place rumored to have divine beasts, they saw Lu Ruyan holding Li Jiwei. Who is that woman? Su Qingji only saw Lu Ruyan's back. It seems to be one of my father's concubines. I heard she lost her child a few years ago because of another concubine. Maybe she's punishing her. We don't need to care, Zhu Hanyu said indifferently. How sad. Little Su Qingji didn't understand the dangers of the palace and felt some sympathy for Lu Ruyan. A clear slap mark was firmly on Li Jiwei's fair face. Trash, you probably think today's meeting can save you, right? Lu Ruyan looked at the slap mark on Li Jiwei's face and smiled happily. Don't be proud. Princeton will definitely save me. Li Jiwei didn't expect this person to hit her. Damn it, where's the person who said they would protect her? This palace doesn't allow servants to come along. If Qinghua or Qingwei were here, she probably wouldn't be beaten and unable to fight back. Still stubborn, you trash. How dare you think you deserve Princeton? Princeton is mine. Lu Ruyan pinched Li Jiwei's chin viciously. Do you like Princeton? Li Jiwei was shocked. So, it turns out that this mess was caused by Su Heming's bad romantic choices? She had wondered how she could offend the Emperor's concubines. The Emperor had no interest in her and even arranged a marriage with Princeton. It was all because someone was jealous that she was going to marry Su Heming. Strange. Why does that voice sound a bit like my stepmother? Su Qingji couldn't see Li Jiwei but heard the voice. Earlier, he also seemed to hear Li Jiwei calling for help. If you want to go back, just say so. No need to make excuses here. Zhu Hanyu looked at Su Qingshi with disdain, thinking, I didn't expect that Su Qingshi is actually a clingy child. I didn't say I wanted to go back. I meant that the woman talking to that person seems to be my stepmother, Su Qingshi said anxiously. From their perspective, it was clear that the woman was bullying someone. If the person on the other side really is her stepmother, she must protect her. No, she must protect her stepmother at all costs. What are you doing? Su Qingshi didn't hesitate and rushed out, shouting at Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan frowned. Turning around, she only saw a small child. Who is this brat? Lu Ruyan glared at Mou with displeasure. Someone, catch this kid, Mou ordered the nearby eunuch with a frown. Qingshi, run quickly. Li Jiwei saw Su Qingshi's face and hurriedly shouted. Since that crazy woman liked Su Heming, she might also target Su Qingshi. Mother, don't be afraid. I will protect you. Su Qingshi ignored Li Jiwei's signals and instead stepped in front of her, glaring angrily at Lu Ruyan. You're such a silly child, Li Jiwei sighed, thinking that Su Qingshi was just trying to protect her with pure stubbornness. But instead of staying to face these people, he should go get help. I thought I was someone important. Turns out, you're just a little burden. Looks like heaven is helping me. Lu Ruyan's mood shifted from displeasure to pride. She didn't expect that this little burden, Su Qingshi, would come to her door today. She could handle them easily, without much effort. It seems heaven is on her side. Su Heming will only belong to her. Do you really think that if you kill us, Su Heming will marry you? Li Jiwei thought the person in front of her was probably crazy. She was a consort of the Emperor, and Su Heming wasn't foolish. How could he marry her? Zhu Hanyu, hiding nearby, watched Su Qingshi being captured and cursed silently in his mind, calling her a fool. But he didn't have time to think more. He hurried to get help. However, What did that woman just say? Is the prince of In hers? He didn't expect that the prince of In, who seemed like a decent person, was secretly involved with his father's consort. Sigh, his father still trusted him so much. Thinking of this, Zhu Hanyu wasn't sure whether to tell the emperor about it. If he told the emperor, would he still let Su Qingshi live? Zhu Hanyu thought that he didn't like many people, and Su Qingshi was one of them. If Prince En really had an affair with the consort, how could the people in Prince En's residence still have a chance to survive? As Zhu Hanyu walked and thought, he accidentally bumped into Zhu Jingchen. Hey, you careless dog servant, you even dared to bump into me. Zhu Hanyu rubbed his sore bottom and said inappropriate words. Zhu Jingchen, who was about to help Zhu Hanyu up, suddenly looked very angry. He was called a dog servant. Then open your eyes and see what this dog servant looks like, Zhu Jingchen said through clenched teeth. Huh, this voice, it sounds a bit familiar, Zhu Hanyu said, rubbing his bottom in confusion. He looked up and was shocked. Father, I didn't mean to bump into you, Zhu Hanyu said nervously. Oh no. If the emperor finds out he used bad words, he might make him recite the 3-character classic. Thinking of this, Zhu Hanyu's eyes turned red, looking very aggrieved. Hey, you still have the nerve to cry. Zhu Jingchen secretly cursed the little brat. He hadn't said anything, but if others didn't know, they might think he was scolding him. Your Majesty, what are you doing to Yuer, the Empress, who had just come out of the palace of earthly tranquility, saw the emperor looking grimly at Zhu Hanyu. She felt a bit helpless. The third son was still a child. If he did something wrong, couldn't they teach him properly? Mother, wah. Zhu Hanyu clung to the empress's leg, crying with a look of grievance. Empress, I didn't say anything, Zhu Jingchen said with a shrug. He also felt wronged. Damn this brat. Zhu Jingchen glared at Zhu Hanyu angrily. Is this called nothing? The empress sighed. She didn't know how the emperor treated other princes and princesses, but every time, he would tease Zhu Hanyu. But her third son was most afraid of the emperor scaring him. Honest to heaven, he called me dog servant. I didn't call him little third, Zhu Jingchen quickly explained. Are you really saying that? The empress looked at Zhu Hanyu with some disbelief. Is he really so capable now? Your Majesty, Empress, you two should go quickly. Third prince, if anything happens, I will try to help you first, said the worried servant, watching the arguing royal couple. Father, I was wrong. Can you help me save Su Qingshi? Zhu Hanyu, who had been crying, suddenly remembered what he needed to do. He was going to get help. He decided to apologize first, so his father would hurry to save the person. Otherwise, if he waited too long, Su Qingshi might be hurt or worse. Qingshi has entered the palace? Where is he? What happened to him? Zhu Jingtian looked at his son with a headache. This really caused trouble. The big problem wasn't solved yet, and now the little one was in trouble. Zhu Jingtian was thinking, I wonder if today I can show Su Hemming a little kindness to calm his anger. Father, Qingshi is in the cold palace. The crazy woman caught him, Zhu Hanyu said, starting to cry again out of fear. When Zhu Jingtian heard this, he immediately ran forward without thinking. After a few steps, he remembered Zhu Hanyu and, without hesitation, carried him on his shoulder and ran inside wildly. Zhu Hanyu was stunned at first, then he started crying loudly, scared out of his mind. Father, is he punishing me in some strange way? Father, please spare me. Even if Prince En took your woman, you shouldn't take it out on me. Zhu Hanyu thought his father was just too upset and was taking his anger out on him. What did you say? Zhu Jingtian suddenly stopped sharply. The eunuchs and guards behind him also stopped quickly, but someone still bumped into the person in front. Luckily, those in front managed to stay upright. But they all wished they hadn't heard what the third prince just said. Prince En and the consort having an affair? That's a palace secret. It's not something they should hear. Only the dead can keep secrets. Father, don't hurt Qingshi. It's not his fault. Qingshi is still young, Zhu Hanyu whispered nervously, seeing Zhu Jingtian's fierce look. He was very scared. Boo-hoo, was his father going to call him a little third and start hurting children now? But at this moment, Zhu Hanyu wanted to cry, but dared not. And Zhu Jingchen's mind was full of thoughts about Su Heming having an affair with his concubines. Damn Su Heming! How bold of him! He even dares to have thoughts about his concubines. Your Majesty, perhaps this is a misunderstanding, old Lu said nervously beside him, secretly feeling troubled. If this is true, he might have to change his head, meaning he might be in serious trouble. Zhu Jingchen said nothing. Whether there was a misunderstanding or not, he wasn't sure at the moment. But in the end, he planted a seed of doubt. On the surface, Zhu Jingchen appeared calm and unaffected, but inside, he was boiling with jealousy. Good for you, Su Heming. I trusted you as a close aide, and now you want to steal my women. Although I have many women, that's no reason for you to try to take them. Thinking of this, Zhu Jingchen felt upset. He wondered who Su Heming might have been talking to or involved with. Was it the noble consort? The noble lady? The virtuous consort? Or the virtuous lady? Or perhaps the orchid consort? The summer concubine? The more he thought, the tighter his brows became. Besides the empress, he thought about everyone in the palace, but still couldn't figure out who dared to have an affair with a man outside. What puzzled him most was that he gave Su Heming many tasks every day. Where did he find the time to flirt with his concubines? Why hadn't he noticed anything? Lu Shi, who does Su Heming usually associate with closely? Zhu Jingchen asked hurriedly, unable to understand himself. Old Lu was taken aback. Was the emperor suspecting him? Seeing Zhu Jingchen's probing look, old Lu thought carefully. The prince was responsible for handling many important affairs for the emperor and was very busy. Sometimes, he hadn't returned to his residence for 3 days. If asked how often the Prince Oven visited his residence, he could answer immediately. But if asked who he interacted with the most, he needed to think carefully. Your Majesty, if I had to say who the Prince Oven interacts with the most, it's probably you and me, old Lu said honestly after a long pause. After all, every day, the Prince Oven came to report to the emperor, which involved him. The person he interacted with the most was himself, and the emperor. Damn it, who is that wicked woman? Zhu Jingchen was clearly unhappy with this answer. How could Su Heming be flirting with his woman right in front of him? The group quickly arrived at the gate of the cold palace. Finally, Zhu Hanyu felt that his good father, the emperor, had stopped. He had almost vomited on the way. Father, please let me down. Zhu Hanyu weakly patted Zhu Jingchen's back and said, Hey, why are you still on my back? Zhu Jingchen hurriedly put him down, feeling annoyed. He thought, this little troublemaker is really proud. He doesn't want to walk, and now he wants me to carry him. He's not considerate at all as a father. Zhu Hanyu gasped for breath, wanting to say something, but then he saw the small hole in front of him. He remembered Su Qing was still in the hands of that wicked woman. He didn't care about anything else and quickly walked to the small hole, waved at Zhu Jingchen and shouted, Father, hurry. Let's go save Qing. If we don't go now, it will be too late. After speaking, Zhu Hanyu was about to crawl through the hole. Little brat, you want me to go through this? Zhu Jingchen quickly grabbed Zhu Hanyu by the collar, pointing at his nose in disbelief. Everyone watched silently, trying not to laugh. Only the third prince dared to speak to the emperor like this. Zhu Jingchen's mouth twitched. He thought, my good eldest son, making me, the emperor of a country, crawl through a small hole? Knowing that Su Qing was his friend, others might think that the person inside was someone very important to him. If he really crawled through that hole today, he might lose face as the emperor forever. Originally, I thought I could settle one of you today and vent some anger. I didn't expect this little wild seed to come to me willingly. Looks like heaven is helping me. Today, I will get rid of both of you obstacles. Haha, Lu Ruyan thought to herself. Since Li Jiwei and Su Qing had died, King was hers alone. No one could take him away. You crazy woman, even if you kill me and my mother, my father will never marry you. Su Qing was still a child. When he liked someone, he liked them. When he disliked, he disliked. Right now, he hated Lu Ruyan very much. He absolutely didn't want his father to marry such a stepmother. Otherwise, he knew his good days would be over. Zhu Hanyu has matters to attend to, but he often secretly worries about the fights with the women he mentioned. Empress Lu, you are now a very important woman in this world. Perhaps you were momentarily confused to invite me here. The King of Peace has no romantic ties with you. Please do not ruin yourself and the King of Peace just because of a fleeting thought. Li Jiwei realized that this woman was truly a mad person. She admires Su Heming. As for whether Su Heming has any relationship with her, Li Jiwei is not sure. For now, her plan is to go along with this person and delay time. Otherwise, with more enemies than friends, it would be bad for her and Su Qingshi. While speaking, Li Jiwei secretly protected Su Qingshi behind her. Stepmother, are you stupid? Su Qingshi was unhappy listening to Li Jiwei flattering that woman. Children, don't talk nonsense. Li Jiwei took a deep breath and scolded. She felt helpless. This little ancestor's words might ruin her efforts. Only fools resist blindly. There's a saying, those who know the times are wise. She doesn't want to die. Oh, the fox's tail is finally showing. Little wild seed, why not consider joining me? Maybe I can even spare your miserable life, Lu Ruyan said proudly, waving at Su Qingshi. Of course, she didn't really want to keep Su Qingshi. She was just teasing him. The King of Peace belongs to her, and the heir of the King of Peace can only be her son. Su Qingshi bit his lip, looking aggrieved as he followed Li Jiwei. Unseeing fool. Seeing that Su Qingshi was unwilling to stand with her, Lu Ruyan couldn't help but feel angry. Empress Lu, Qingshi is the child of the King of Peace. If you hurt him, the King of Peace will be the first to punish you, Li Jiwei warned, worried that this woman might harm Su Qingshi. She secretly hoped Su Heming would come soon. But he's just a child. Without him, I can have 10 more children in the future. Isn't any one of them more useful than this one? Lu Ruyan said jealously, glaring at Su Qingshi. If it weren't for Zhou's scheming, she might now be the Queen of Peace, and the heir of the King of Peace would be her son. You're talking nonsense. Su Qingshi was immediately unhappy when he heard this. Just thinking about having a brother born from this woman made him feel suffocated. The child born to this woman would surely be as bad as her. Thinking of this, Su Qingshi started crying loudly out of fear. In his mind, he kept seeing Lu Ruyan's sons surrounding him and hitting him, but his fists couldn't match 10 hands. Shut up. Lu Ruyan was annoyed by Su Qingshi's crying. She hated the sound of children crying the most. Moreover, in this palace, if others heard, she might cause more trouble. Su Qingshi didn't care about Lu Ruyan. Since he felt wronged, why couldn't he cry? When he was in the prince's residence before, if he wanted to cry, no one could stop him. Quickly, cover this brat's mouth. Lu Ruyan glared unhappily at Mou. Li Jiwei wanted to step forward, but the maids beside her didn't care and quickly held her back. Lu Wan, don't forget your status. You are the emperor's consort. You and Prince and are not meant to be together. Why insist on making things difficult for a child? Li Jiwei was worried these people might hurt Su Qingshi, so she had to confront Lu Ruyan directly. She thought to herself, this man is too handsome, which is not good either. It attracts too many admirers. Previously, Lin Jidong only had a little charm, which made Zhou Yutong obsessed with him and led to the downfall of the Li family. Now, Su Heming's good looks have made the palace's consorts crazy for him. But this person still doesn't realize it and keeps performing such tempting acts. Thinking of this, Li Jiwei sighed inwardly. She didn't blame Lu Ruyan's sudden madness. She was just stimulated by Su Heming. In such a large palace, there's only one man, the emperor, and the resources are limited. Who says I can't be with Princeton? Princeton treats me differently from others. If it weren't for that lowly Zhou, I should be the one to be the empress. Lu Ruyan shouted crazily at Li Jiwei. You're talking nonsense. How could my father treat you differently? Su Qingshi responded angrily when she tried to cover her mouth and struggled free. Li Jiwei also looked at Lu Ruyan with some confusion. She was curious. What exactly did Su Heming do to this woman? Why is she so obsessed? Or does she truly have feelings for Su Heming? thinking about Su Heming's cold and proud appearance, and then looking at the crazy Lu Ruyan in front of her. Li Jiwei really can't understand how these two are connected. Moreover, this woman is not only obsessed with Su Heming but also familiar with Su Qing's biological mother. Could it be that the two women are fighting over one man, and in the end, Zhou Shi wins, causing Lu Pin to angrily enter the palace? If that's the case, what does it have to do with me? Li Jiwei feels she is more wronged than Do Yi. How would you know? When I met King An, you were still in that remote corner. Lu Ruyan wouldn't be happy if others said she couldn't be with King An. What exactly did King An do to you? Li Jiwei couldn't help asking. Su Qing also looked at Lu Ruyan with confusion. He thought his father's judgment wasn't that bad. Although this woman looks quite pretty, she is far worse than the stepmother. And she seems to be unwell. Could his father really like someone who is sick? Before, every time King An passed by me, he would stop in front of me and gently say, "Miss, please make way." Lu Ruyan, thinking of that scene, had love in her eyes. She believed that Su Heming was too shy to directly say he liked her, so he used this special code every time. Li Jiwei. Does he have feelings for her? Why do I feel a bit suspicious? Su Qing? So, liking someone means saying, "Miss, please make way?" Moreover, every time I meet him, he always tells me very forcefully to get lost. If he didn't have feelings for me, how could he say such ambiguous words? Lu Ruyan said, blushing and giggling. Get lost as a flirtatious phrase? Am I too naive? How did I not hear the flirtation in those words, but only the disdain? Could it be that this is how people in the capital express themselves? Since I am from a different province, I don't understand? Li Jiwei started to doubt herself. At the entrance of the cold palace, Zhu Jingchen looked at Su Heming, who was standing there with a cold face, and his expression instantly darkened. This adulterer is here, so who is the real adulteress? Has King An found Miss Li? The Empress didn't pay attention to Zhu Jingchen's expression and quickly stepped forward to ask. I'm still searching, Su Heming said, feeling very upset. The cold palace is quite large, and he was searching room by room. Many women who committed crimes were kept here, not only the emperor's concubines, but also those of the retired emperor. Prince An, go quickly to save Qingshi. Zhu Hanyu saw Su Heming and brightened his eyes. He hurriedly said, Qingshi is also in the palace. Su Heming's heart tightened. The third prince had just asked him to save his son. Could it be that his son is also in trouble? Thinking of this, Su Heming felt heavy. How could a place like the palace, which eats people without leaving bones, target his family? Yes, Qingshi and his stepmother were both caught by Lady Lu. Zhu Hanyu quickly explained.
What?
Lady Lu? Where is she? Su Heming frowned. He couldn't understand why Lady Lu wanted to capture Li Jiwei and Qingshi.
Ah, right.
Lady Lu said she wants to marry you, Prince, and hurry and bring Qingshi back. Lady Lu's target is you, Zhu Hanyu said quickly.
What?
Lady Lu wants to marry him. Zhu Jingchen was furious. He had already guessed who that adulteress was. He didn't expect it to be Lady Lu. What a woman Lu Rui is. What a man Su Heming is. Who is Lady Lu? Su Heming frowned. He didn't recognize her at all. Prince Sen, you should hurry to save the people, the Empress frowned. She thought there might be some misunderstanding in this matter. Please, third young master, lead the way, Su Heming said without hesitation and quickly told Zhu Hanyu. Zhu Hanyu didn't think much and pulled Su Heming toward the direction of the dog hole. Why is that child pulling someone outside the cold palace? The Empress looked at the disappearing figures with some confusion. Ha ha ha, no wonder he's my good son. Zhu Jingchen, who had been angry earlier, suddenly remembered the dog hole. He thought, Su Heming, that scoundrel, dared to covet his woman, he should go through that dog hole. Your Majesty, how can you still joke? Tell me, how could Lady Lu want to marry Prince An? The Empress rolled her eyes at Zhu Jingchen, then looked a bit puzzled. She didn't worry that Zhu Jingchen would feel embarrassed. After all, she believed that Prince An wasn't blind and wouldn't like a woman like Lady Lu. Who knows when they started seeing each other? Empress, you better think quickly about how to deal with these adulterers. Whenever Zhu Jingchen thought about Su Heming secretly associating with Lu Ruyun, he felt very angry. He felt completely betrayed from both sides. Your Majesty, are you sure you don't want to investigate further? The Empress Dowager took a deep breath, feeling that the current emperor was really not worth much. Lu Ruyun was involved with someone privately, and she might truly believe it. After all, the emperor only visited her palace once, at the beginning, and then never went again. But Su Heming having an affair with a concubine? The Empress Dowager thought that was definitely not true. Su Heming followed Zhu Hanyu to the outside of the cold palace gate. He was a bit confused. Could it be that Su Qingshi was not inside the cold palace? Prince Sen, hurry and go inside to save Qingshi. If you're too late, that bad woman might hurt him to death, Zhu Hanyu said anxiously, pointing at a small dog hole big enough for a child. Prince N? Did he understand that correctly? Is Su Qingshi inside the dog hole? Third Prince, Qingshi is behind this courtyard wall, Su Heming asked uncertainly. Yes, just go through here, and you'll see Qingshi. Prince Sen, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up, Zhu Hanyu said urgently. He was really worried that if they were late, that crazy woman might kill Su Qingshi to cover her crime. Hearing this, Su Heming immediately used light skills, jumping onto the wall. Sure enough, inside the courtyard, he saw a woman in palace attire commanding a group of palace maids and eunuchs to execute Li Jiwei and Su Qingshi. Zhu Hanyu opened his mouth wide. So, it could be like this? It was really amazing. Why hadn't he thought of that? He had even followed Su Qingshi through the dog hole. What a mistake. Hit them. Beat them to death. Lu Ruyun ordered the palace maids and eunuchs. But her smile couldn't be hidden. As long as these two people blocking her path were dead, Su Heming would be hers. Thinking of Su Heming's muscular body, Lu Ruyun waved her hands as if he was right in front of her. And her hands were touching him. Ugh, Su Qingshi struggled desperately. He didn't expect this crazy woman to really want to kill him. He was annoyed. He should have called for help earlier. Now he was going to get involved too. The third prince still hasn't hurried to bring people to rescue himself and his stepmother? Wah! He probably won't make it out of here. Li Jiwei wants to protect Su Qingshi, but with the current situation, she can't even take care of herself, let alone protect Su Qingshi. At this moment, Li Jiwei feels very hopeless and curses Su Heming 100 times in her heart for being the main culprit. What kind of terrible matchmaker did he choose? If they don't come soon, not only will Su Qingshi be unable to hold on, but she herself is also afraid she won't make it. After all, women in the palace all have their own tricks, right? And their tricks are far beyond what she can see in Lian County. Thinking of this, Li Jiwei feels that heaven is really unfair to her. She has already changed, her original fate has shifted, but is she really going to die here? She also thinks about how sad her parents will be if she dies. But this time, the Lin family can no longer harm her family. Just as the eunuch stick is about to strike Li Jiwei, Su Heming quickly uses light skills to kick the eunuch 3 zhang away. Su Qingshi, standing nearby, watches the scene, wanting to call for help but being silenced. However, just as the eunuch stick is about to fall on Su Qingshi, Su Heming turns around with a spinning kick and kicks the person away. Ugh, Su Qingshi is still struggling. Li Jiwei closes her eyes, but the pain she imagined doesn't come. Instead, a big hand is helping her up. Su Heming gently supports Li Jiwei, unties the ropes on her, and takes out the cloth from her mouth. Li Jiwei finally realizes that Su Heming has come. Who? Lu Ruyun is about to scold, wondering who dares to interfere in her affairs, but then she sees that the person in front of her is Su Heming. Heming, you've finally come to see me? Lu Ruyun looks at Su Heming with excitement, her voice shy. Those who don't know might think they are close friends. Li Jiwei, who was originally happy that Su Heming came to save her, immediately turns around to untie Su Qingshi. Humph. These two are clearly involved. Li Jiwei is already thinking about how to cancel her engagement with Su Heming. But perhaps her connection with the emperor's concubine might also help her break off the engagement. It's just unfortunate for Su Qingshi, that child. That woman is not kind, and she probably won't treat Su Qingshi well either. Mother, I will protect you. Although Su Qingshi is a child, he thought about what that mean woman said. Now, seeing how Su Himing behaves, he has a bad feeling. If his father really plans to marry that mean woman, what will happen to him? It's okay, Li Jiwei sighed in relief. As long as she can leave the palace, her life will change. Heaven has given her a second chance, and she won't let herself be wronged again. Just now, Zhu Jingchen and the Empress, led by Kai Er, also heard Lu Ru Yan talking to Su Himing. Su Himing's face darkened. At first, he told himself that maybe there was a hidden reason for Su Himing's relationship with Lu Pin. But now, seeing is believing. Zhu Jingchen's face was as dark as ink. He trusted Su Himing so much, but now he finds out he's been betrayed? Your Majesty, perhaps we should ask the Prince of An later. The Empress still didn't want to believe Su Himing was involved with Lu Pin. After all, Lu Pin was just talking to the Prince of An on her own. The palace maids and eunuchs behind them lowered their heads, afraid they might have overheard something they shouldn't. They worried the Emperor might punish them. Zhu Jingchen looked very unhappy. It was obvious enough. What's the point of asking? These two are clearly scheming right in front of me. The palace maids and eunuchs near Lu Ru Yan saw Su Himing and were startled, quickly lowering their heads. They often helped Lu Ru Yan, but only when no one was watching. As long as they obeyed Lu Pin's orders, they would benefit. But they also knew that if these secrets were exposed, the punishment wouldn't be simple.
Who are you?
How dare you attack my heir and princess? Who gave you that power? Su Himing didn't know Lu Ru Yan. But this woman dared to hit his wife and son. She must be tired of living. Father, she said she wants to marry you, and she tried to hurt me and my mother. Su Qingshi didn't understand everything, but he's a child. When he's upset, he goes to his parents to complain, and he doesn't think that's wrong. Just Su Qing's words made Lu Rian feel nervous, and even Li Jiwei looked at Su Heming with suspicion. If his words made her unhappy, she would rather not have this marriage. Not far away, the Emperor and Empress looked at Su Heming intently. Su Heming's gaze on Lu Rian showed no love at all, but rather like he was seeing a stranger. This discovery made Zhu Jingchen's expression soften a little. He didn't want his trusted minister to truly covet his concubine, especially since it was Su Heming. However, since he couldn't get a clear answer from Su Heming, his heart remained uncertain. That's just nonsense. Su Heming's face darkened when he heard this. If someone with bad intentions heard this, they might accuse him of having an improper relationship with the harem. He didn't even know the woman in front of him, and even if he did, he wouldn't have any relationship with her. He had no need to covet the emperor's concubines. They were a serious crime. He valued his life too much. Lord Su, you don't recognize me?
I'm Ruyan.
Don't you remember? Before I entered the palace, you liked me the most. Lu Rian refused to accept that Su Heming had forgotten her. After all, she had been thinking about Su Heming constantly, hoping to marry him. How could he forget her? How could he not love her? No, he must love her. She was just holding back because of her current status, and didn't want to admit it. Lu Ruyan's eyes were red, and she looked at Su Heming stubbornly, as if she wouldn't give up unless he explained clearly. Your Majesty, I really don't know this lady. Su Heming turned around and saw Zhu Jingchen nearby, speaking with annoyance. He felt helpless. Whose woman was this to be so difficult? He didn't know her at all. He was just worried that if this crazy woman said something inappropriate, the Emperor might think he had an affair with her, which would be impossible to explain. Emperor, my father truly doesn't know this wicked woman. Su Qingshi quickly stepped forward and said, Qingshi, are you all right? Zhu Jingchen looked displeased. Even if Su Heming truly has nothing to do with Lu Ruiying, she is still his concubine. When she openly expresses her affection for another man in front of him, he feels very upset. Zhu Jingchen feels very annoyed inside. Emperor, luckily my father arrived in time, or else you might have seen Qingshi's body. Emperor, Qingshi is very scared. Su Qingshi is a clever child. He looks at Zhu Jingchen with a sad face, as if he wants Zhu Jingchen to punish Lu Ruiying. Lu Ruiying hears Zhu Jingchen's voice and is first stunned. Then she starts to laugh wildly. Now that she knows the truth, it's better this way. If Su Heming hadn't married Zhou Shi, she wouldn't have stormed into the palace in anger. She never wanted to be a concubine. If not for the chance to deal with Zhou Shi, she wouldn't have entered the palace. Now that Zhou Shi is dead and Kingen plans to marry a new wife, shouldn't she be the most suitable person? The Emperor, I think this Lu Fei might be mentally ill, the Empress said uncertainly, looking at Lu Ruiying, who seemed a bit crazy. Bring her back to Ruiying Palace and wait for the Marquis to decide, Zhu Jingchen ordered. Soon, someone rushed in from behind. Su Lang, you are mine. You are mine. When leaving, Lu Ruiying didn't care about the Emperor or the Empress. Instead, she shouted outside. Please, Emperor, Empress, restore my family's innocence. Kai knelt in front of them, crying and begging. If I remember correctly, you are Kair, who serves Jing Fei. The Empress looked at Kair uncertainly. Since the Emperor has family matters to handle, I will take Ji Wei and Qingshi back first, Su Heming said unhappily. After all, being asked to perform suddenly was embarrassing enough, and almost got his future wife and son hurt. No one would be happy about that. Moreover, if the Emperor hadn't insisted on this performance, none of this would have happened. Minister Su, I will have someone escort Miss Li and Qingshi out of the palace. Please wait in the imperial study for me, Zhu Jingchen said with displeasure. He wondered if Su Heming was trying to escape because he felt guilty. Su Heming took a deep breath, wanting to refuse, but he knew this person was the Emperor, his superior. After speaking, Su Heming led Li Jiwei and Su Qingshi out of the cold palace. After all, they shouldn't involve themselves too much in the affairs of the concubine Jing. It's better to hear less gossip from the palace. The more they know, the more danger they face. Prince, Li Jiwei hesitated as she looked at Su Heming. She was somewhat suspicious of Lu Ruyun's words. She also wondered whether to ask him about it now, during this awkward moment. But some words, if left unsaid, would feel like a thorn in her heart, always hurting her. She couldn't swallow it, nor could she speak it out. After this incident, Li Jiwei was even more determined not to suffer in silence. Jiwei, if you have anything to ask, just ask. Su Heming quickly straightened up and looked at Li Jiwei seriously. Since the prince already has Lu Fei, there's no need to marry me. Are you just pretending to protect us? Li Jiwei asked him earnestly. Her words were also overheard by the secret guards secretly following nearby. At this moment, the guards perked up their ears, thinking this was important information that couldn't be missed. Jiwei, I really don't know that Lu Fei. I haven't spoken a word to her before, Su Heming replied sincerely. He didn't understand why Lu Fei would tie up Li Jiwei and also capture Su Qingshi. But right now, he just wanted to get them safely out of the palace. After such an event, Su Heming worried that the Emperor might kill everyone who knew about it to keep it secret. Father, they say a fly doesn't land on a spotless egg. If you haven't done anything wrong, why would that wicked woman want to capture my stepmother and me? Father, let me be clear, if you marry that woman, I will go to be with my mother. It will have nothing to do with you, Su Qingshi said reluctantly, thinking that if Lu Ruiyun entered the family, he would resist strongly. Foolish boy, what nonsense are you talking about? Su Heming felt a deep sense of helplessness. This brat had already thought of a way out for himself? Having a son for Li Jiwei, who would want such a son from an unmarried girl? Mother, the Prince An's residence no longer has a place for me. Will you take me in? Su Qingshi looked at Li Jiwei with a sad face and asked. Li family, don't say you can only support one Su Qing. You can support 10. However, Prince An, I think you should give me an explanation about this matter. After all, this unexpected disaster makes me feel very wronged. Li Jiwei still feels like she has something to say, but hasn't spoken out. She finds Su Heming very annoying in every way. Thinking about her helplessness when facing Lu Ruiyun today, Li Jiwei sighs again, feeling she is too weak. In the cold palace, Zhu Jingchen and the Empress sit quietly, listening to Kair recount what happened. She also said that after concubine Jing entered the cold palace and found she was pregnant, Lu Pin often came to torment her. And in the end, the child was lost. Since concubine Jing was pregnant, why didn't you come to tell me? Zhu Jingchen asked angrily, thinking about how he once had a child but lost him because of Lu Ruyan's trouble. He thought that if she had told him, he would have protected that child. Kaya sneered when she heard the emperor's words. Did she tell the emperor? They indeed didn't tell him directly. After all, her master had become a discarded consort in the cold palace, and the palace was a place where people looked down on others. When her master entered the cold palace, those who used to be around her had long since disappeared without a trace. It's not easy to see the emperor now. Moreover, the fact that Lu Pin fell into the lotus pond was true, and many people saw the blood in the pond. No one believed that Lu Pin would frame others with her child. Even her own master couldn't understand why Luan would target her like this. Kair lowered her head and said nothing, but the empress understood the situation. Later, the empress also mentioned to Zhu Jingchen about Lu Pin going to the cold palace to vent her anger on concubine Jing. What did Zhu Jingchen say at that time? After Lu Pin lost her child, that child was harmed by concubine Jing. Letting Lu Pin vent her anger is her own fault. Zhu Jingchen clenched his fists, clearly thinking about this matter. This matter, I will give concubine Jing an explanation. Empress, have the imperial doctor come and treat concubine Jing properly. Zhu Jingchen looked at the woman who was crying and laughing not far away, feeling a bit uncomfortable. He didn't demote concubine Jing from her position because of old feelings. Unexpectedly, the farewell scene turned out to be like this. If this matter is true, then the respectful lady was truly wronged. Zhu Jingchen didn't know how to make up for the grievances the respectful lady had suffered over the years. Yes, the empress looked at the respectful lady and sighed inwardly. The palace is a place where people can be easily worn down. When the respectful lady was sent to the cold palace, it was even more difficult for her to endure, especially with Lady Lu's occasional revenge visits. Thinking of this, the empress also sighed. Su Heming's face darkened again and again. He initially didn't think much of it, but now, after the emperor left him behind, he wondered if the emperor truly believed he had an affair with Lady Lu. Before today, he didn't even know if Lady Lu was a person or a ghost. Damn Lady Lu. If she wanted to die, why did she drag him into it? As a wise ruler, the emperor shouldn't be so easily fooled, right? Thinking of what Li Jiwei had told him, Su Heming felt even worse. It seemed the emperor was trying to harm him. Your Majesty is here, a sharp voice interrupted Su Heming's thoughts. Ministry official, greetings to the emperor. Su Heming bowed respectfully. That's enough. Stop with these formalities. Zhu Jingchen waved impatiently. Your Majesty, about today's matter, shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation? You asked me to perform for you, which is fine, but then you had all your consorts come to watch, even inviting my future wife and Lady Wei. As a result, my wife almost lost her life in the palace because of your consorts. Now Li Jiwei has misunderstood me. If my father-in-law finds out about this, do you think my marriage can still go ahead? Su Heming didn't care what Zhu Jingchen thought and directly expressed his dissatisfaction. As for Lu Ruyan, he didn't even want to mention her name. Zhu Jingchen choked. He had a lot of questions he wanted to ask Su Heming, but suddenly, he didn't know where to start. After all, Li Jiwei was someone he had invited into the palace. The marriage between Li Jiwei and Su Heming was also arranged by him. It was hard to say whether Li Tianyu would oppose this marriage now. Thinking of Li Jiwei's recent series of misfortunes, Zhu Jingchen also felt quite sorry for her. This matter, I will explain to Lord Li properly. But Su Heming about Lady Lu. Zhu Jingchen looked at Su Heming, thinking that this man's good looks might not be a good thing. I look good myself, so why does Lu Pin keep obsessing over me? Zhu Jingchen thought with some discomfort. Your Majesty, you are a wise ruler. You wouldn't be blind to the fact that your lovely Lu Pin is deliberately falsely accusing me, right? Before today, I didn't even know whether she was a man or a woman. You don't think I truly have a relationship with her, do you? Su Heming took a deep breath, looking very displeased as he spoke to Zhu Jingchen. It seemed like he was saying, "You believe her words and not mine?" Zhu Jingchen naturally didn't want to believe Su Heming was like that, but men, the worst thing is when their own women are interested in other men. This person is still his trusted official. "Your Majesty, I come to the palace every time just to see you. There are records of it. Why not have someone check? Besides seeing you, have I secretly met anyone else? I wish I could be glued to your waist every day. Whatever you command, I will do. Over the years, I haven't had time to care for my mother or teach my children. I only want to help you, Your Majesty, to ease your worries and carry out your orders. I can even split myself in two if needed to be with Lu Pin," Su Heming asked seriously. Zhu Jingchen choked. He had already asked someone to check this before, and Su Heming hadn't done anything suspicious. "But Lu Pin said she is fond of you," Zhu Jingchen said with some dissatisfaction. "Your Majesty, many people are fond of me. Do I have to marry them all? Also, you should watch your words. Lu Pin is your consort," Su Heming replied angrily. Hearing this, Zhu Jingchen felt much more relaxed. "Your Majesty, if you still want to talk about this, I will say again, I don't know her now, I didn't know her before, and I won't know her in the future. Please don't accuse me falsely. If you really don't want me to be in front of you, I can resign." Su Heming suddenly thought that returning to Li County with Li Jiwei might be a good choice. "Enough, enough. I will investigate this myself. You may leave now," Zhu Jingchen said somewhat awkwardly. He thought, if Li Jiwei returns to Li's family now, Li Tianyu will be very angry. Su Heming still has to deal with his father-in-law. If Li Tianyu truly wants to end this marriage, he will find it hard to make a decision. "What's wrong with your face?" Li Tianyu looked at the clear handprint on his daughter's face, feeling very angry. Wasn't she supposed to attend the palace banquet? Who would come back from a palace banquet with 2 slap marks on their face? Does the emperor disapprove of their Li family? Thinking of this, Li Tianyu's heart sank. If that was true, there was no need for them to stay in the capital anymore. He was an official to better protect his wife and daughter. But his daughter's repeated misfortunes made him feel very uneasy. "Dad, I'm fine," Li Jiwei said, unsure how to explain herself to Li Tianyu. After all, the things the emperor's consorts did were not something ordinary people could criticize. "Sir, Princeton has arrived," Zhou Tong quickly reported before Li Tianyu could speak. "Tell him to leave." Li Jiwei didn't want to see Su Heming now. She needed to think carefully about whether she should marry into Prince An's family again. Is this injury related to him? Li Tianyu immediately thought of the injury on his daughter's face, fearing it was connected to Su Heming. Faced with Li Tianyu's words, Li Jiwei didn't know how to answer. In fact, her injury was related to Su Heming, but it wasn't a big deal. However, explaining this to her father was difficult, especially since the incident involved someone hurting her, which shouldn't be widely known. But thinking about her father's personality, if she couldn't give a reasonable explanation, he might worry. After some thought, Li Jiwei chose to remain silent. Let Su Heming take the blame. After all, it was caused by his romantic pursuits, so it wasn't entirely unfair. I knew it." Li Tianyu was furious when he heard that his daughter's injury was again related to Su Heming. Isn't Su Heming the princeton? He held a high status in the capital. Why couldn't he even protect his future princess? Thinking of this, Li Tianyu frowned. He didn't believe Su Heming couldn't protect his daughter in the capital. It was just a matter of whether he wanted to or not. And the reason Su Heming allowed others to repeatedly hurt his daughter was probably because he didn't like her and didn't see her as his princess. Thinking of this, Li Tianyu told Zhou Tong, "Just say that the young lady has already rested, and tell the prince to go back." Li Tianyu said this without holding back at all. He thought that not being forced to leave directly was already very polite of him. Zhou Tong nodded and saw the shocking slap print on his young lady's face. He felt angry too, because she was the most precious person in the Li family. However, because of Prince An's repeated appearances, if Prince An truly wasn't satisfied with marrying his young lady, the master wouldn't insist that she marry him. Thinking this through, Zhou Tong's face darkened when he saw Su Heming again in the flower hall. "Your Highness, it's really unfortunate, but our young lady has already gone to rest. Please go back." Zhou Tong said with a smile, but his tone lacked respect. Su Huming naturally understood what Zhou Tong meant. Seeing that Li Jiwei had suffered today, he guessed she didn't want to see him. In that case, I will visit Jiwei again tomorrow, Su Huming said as he stood up and spoke to Zhou Tong. He originally wanted to say that Li Jiwei should rest well, but after thinking, he decided not to say it. After all, Li Jiwei wasn't here, and the person in front of him was just a servant of the Li family. It wouldn't be appropriate to say that to him. Thinking about everything that happened in the palace today, Su Huming felt it was all absurd. It was already strange enough that the emperor asked him to perform for all the consorts. He didn't expect that one of the concubines would fall in love with him and choose to kidnap Li Jiwei, which also caused Li Jiwei to misunderstand that he had an affair with concubine Liu. Thinking about how concubine Liu's words hinted at knowing him, Su Huming found it all very ridiculous. Qingsong, have someone investigate whether concubine Liu had any contact with the prince before entering the palace, Su Huming said. Although he believed he had no connection with concubine Liu, he was still cautious. If someone was using her, he would be unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River.
Yes.
Qingsong didn't know what had happened in the palace. He was a bit puzzled. Why did the prince suddenly want to investigate concubine Liu? Could it be because Lady Liu was originally a Ministry of Revenue official? But before finding out the truth, Qingsong wouldn't speak out. After all, the prince had his reasons for doing things. Su Huming kept thinking about what had happened in the palace and kept recalling Li Jiwei's words to him. Is he really not connected to Lady Liu? He is quite sure that he has no dealings with Lady Liu. However, her wild actions make him doubt whether he might have unintentionally done something to cause her misunderstanding. If he has, he is willing to apologize. But he and Lady Liu are unlikely to have any future connection, especially since Lady Liu is a consort of the emperor and he is about to marry Li Jiwei. It's impossible for him to make a mistake on this matter. Before he figures out how to explain things to Li Jiwei, the carriage stops at the gate of the Prince An's residence. At this moment, a carriage is loaded with many things.
Su Heming Fra.
Could it be that someone has come to the residence again? Who is here? Su Heming asks the steward Lu Ming with some displeasure. When he is in a bad mood, he doesn't want to entertain guests. He thinks that if possible, he would just have the person stay at an inn. Your Highness, it's the young master. He insists on packing his things and says he wants to move to the Li family. Lu Ming replies, relieved to see Su Heming back. After all, the young master keeps insisting on going to stay with the future princess. He wants to persuade him, but finds it hard to do so. Where is Su Qingshi? Su Heming asks with a frown. He is also a bit annoyed. That brat Su Qingshi often causes trouble for him. This time, he wants to go to the Li family? How dare he? The young master is still packing at Liangxi courtyard, Lu Ming says while wiping his sweat. Does he plan to stay at the Li family forever and never come back? Su Heming looks at the full carriage and the ongoing packing, then says angrily. This. Lu Ming hesitates. After all, the young master's words suggest he's going to be a son of the Li family. I will ask him myself, Su Heming says with a furrowed brow. He is worried because he has many troubles and hasn't handled them well. Su Qingshi is just adding to his worries. He doesn't understand what he is so upset about. He went to the Li family, but Li Jiwei avoided him. It's all because Su Qingshi is too troublesome. Take everything. Su Qingshi is instructing the servants to move his things. At first, he didn't think it was a big deal, but when packing, he realized he had a lot of familiar belongings. He is just as reluctant to leave them behind. But thinking that in the future, I will have to go to the Li family to be a child there, I must take these things with me. Is there anything else you want to take? Seeing Su Qing's confident attitude, Su Heming asks sarcastically. Of course, I will take everything I can. Su Qing had already seen his good father coming from afar. Su Heming's face looked unhappy. When Su Qing saw this, he rolled his eyes. Thinking about how his father might marry that crazy woman, Su Qing felt he didn't want to stay at the Anwang mansion even for a moment. Then why are you not taking your grandmother with you? Su Heming asked unhappily. When I settle in at the Li family, I will come back to bring my grandmother, Su Qing replied seriously. When the old queen mother arrived at Liangshi courtyard, she heard her grandson say he was going to the Li family to settle in and then come back for her. She was confused. Child, what are you causing trouble for now? The old queen mother looked annoyed as she saw Su Qing still ordering people to move things. She looked at her son, who had a bad expression, and asked, "What did you do to upset him again?" "He wants to go to the Li family," Su Hemming said irritably. "Even if he's going to the Li family, he doesn't need to pack everything and take it with him," the old queen mother asked, puzzled. "Grandmother, listen to me. My father is about to marry a wicked woman. Once I settle in at the Li family, I will come back to pick you up," Su Qing said earnestly. "Child, what nonsense are you talking about?" The old queen mother rolled her eyes at Su Qing, thinking that Li Jiwei was clearly a good person to get along with. How could she be a wicked woman? Could it be that Su Qing, this mischievous child, was scolded by Jiwei? "You always busy and not at home, but children are still grown-ups. There are some things I can't teach him. Since you're his father, you should find time to educate him properly," the old queen mother said unhappily, looking at Su Hemming. Mother is the one teaching him. Su Hemming also felt that Su Qing deserved a scolding. He kept causing trouble for himself. If he hadn't been talking nonsense outside, he wouldn't have to go into the palace to perform for the emperor. Maybe then, today's situation wouldn't have happened. Thinking of this, Su Hemming looked at Su Qing with a cold face. "Grandmother, take care of yourself. Your grandson is leaving now." Su Qing saw the fierce look in Su Hemming's eyes and quickly slipped away.
Child.
Queen Wang still wants someone to bring Su Qingshi back. "Mother, forget it. If he wants to go, let him go. The Li family won't let him cause trouble," Su Hemming thought to himself. The Li family now dislikes him very much. If Su Qingshi goes, he might be turned away and come back soon. No. Since he likes to go to the Li family, and you say you want to marry a bad woman, what's going on? Queen Wang frowned at Su Hemming. She felt that what Su Qingshi said didn't seem to be about Li Jiwei. "Mother, this is a long story," Su Hemming said, feeling annoyed about Lu Pin. But he still told Queen Wang the whole story. "You're so confused." Queen Wang scolded her son angrily. She thought about how Li Jiwei had been injured several times recently, and all those incidents involved their prince Anne's residence. If it were her daughter, she wouldn't want her to marry such a man. Thinking of Lu Pin, Queen Wang frowned even more and asked seriously, "Does Lu Pin have anything to do with you?" Queen Wang thought, if her son was unclear about things, and if he really had something with that woman, she didn't see the point in ruining Li's daughter. "Mother, don't you believe your son?" Su Hemming felt very upset. Queen Wang was his mother, yet she doubted whether he had an affair with Lu Pin. Is that the kind of person he is? "You're busy all the time. Sometimes for 10 or 15 days, you don't even return to the palace. In the past, I thought maybe you hadn't married yet, so you were like a floating weed, not feeling that home was your place. Later, I decided you should marry Zhou Shi. But even after she died in childbirth, you were still busy. When your child grew up and needed a father, you were still busy. Sometimes I wonder, why can others be busy and still take care of their family, their wife and children? But you? Think about it." After saying this, Queen Wang left for Qianan Hall. When Su Qingshi arrived at the Li family, Zhou Tong was first surprised, but seeing the many packages he carried, he felt a strange sense. Could it be that this young master plans to stay at the residence long-term? He just chased away an old servant, and now a young one has come.